In 2017, in Tianfu Hibiscus, Jiang Chang was reborn. Inside the large bed suite of the Yihang Hotel, Jiang Chang looked at his cell phone page while looking at the strange woman lying beside him. The cell phone page of the prestige message is exactly his current girlfriend Zhao Jia sent over. Why don't you say anything? You've grown more capable now. Right. You're not afraid of my tantrums? After reading the chat logs between them, memories began to pour out of his mind. Jiang Chang pulled out a sarcastic smile and replied, "Let's break up." Zhao Jia is his high school classmate, but also his first girlfriend. Although the person looks petite and cute, but she has a very obvious characteristics. That is, gold worship. As long as there is a tiny bit of holiday, she must ask Jiang Chang to buy her a gift or send her a red packet. What New Year's Day, Women's Day, Labor Day, Arbor Day, and even the Army Day she will not let go. As long as Jiang Chang did not give her a red packet she will play temper, and even will be in the name of love to condemn Jiang Chang does not love her, and then began to threaten to break up. The Jiang Chang of the past simply thought that Zhao Jia just cared about every holiday with him. At one time, he had also held her in his heart like a white moonlight, at his beck and call, and tried his best to satisfy her no matter what the request was. Not a single lick was spared wherever he could, and so he licked obsessively, year after year. Zhao Jia used to always tell him, "We're still students. We can't hold hands. We can't kiss. You'll give me more time. It's good to go to college." Just like that, he thought Zhao Jia was really a simple to pure girl, until after she went to college she looked at a rich second generation richer than Jiang Chang, and then decisively dumped Jiang Chang. It was only from that point on that reality gave Jiang Chang a smiling yet nonchalant slap in the face. After breaking up with Zhao Jia in his previous life, Jiang Chang chose to stay at the local university. "I had originally thought of inheriting my dad's industry directly after graduation. I didn't realize that I'd turn around after a good night's sleep and do it all over again, and by the looks of it, it wasn't quite the same trajectory as his previous life. At least he didn't remember sleeping with such a beautiful woman in his previous life." Jiang Chang lamented helplessly. There is nothing more tragic in this world than when a person is gone, but the disgusting memories of their past life are still there. And the point is that if you give yourself one more season you might be able to get to king. Oh yeah, before I was born again I forgot to delete all those videos of my wife inside my computer. I do not know at this time in his previous life, his father Jiang Jianmin and his mother Li Yan have not seen these videos that made him die socially. After a long pout and a short sigh Jiang Chang slowly accepted the situation at this time. After all, rebirth is better than crossing over. And one can also change some of the regrets that he failed to change in his previous life because of rebirth, such as Zhao Jia at this time. It was impossible to go down the same old path again, and Jiang Chang knew that if nothing else, Zhao Jia was going to ask herself to give her a red packet later. As expected, Zhao Jia's prestige immediately returned. "Do you really not know why I'm angry? Yesterday was the summer solstice." Jiang Chang snorted and replied again, "Pay attention to the subject. I'm saying let's break up." Zhao Jia on the other end of the cell phone looked at Jiang Chang's reply, and her large shrewd eyes widened incredulously. The two of them together for almost a year. In the past, as long as they are slightly angry to mention the breakup, Jiang Chang will immediately bumble the first time to run over to apologize. "Now you're actually saying you want to break up with yourself?" Zhao Jia, who had been brought up to break up for the first time, was a bit unable to accept it at once, and she immediately made a phone call. "Jiang Chang, what do you mean? Literally, can't you read?" Seeing that Jiang Chang's voice was very calm without a hint of a difficult aura, Zhao Jia immediately panicked a bit. "If you do break up, what about your expenses after college?" Thinking this way, Zhao Jia instantly felt some panic in her heart. She just wanted Jiang Chang to send herself a red packet, not really wanting to break up. At this time, she was a little difficult to ride the tiger. Can only be reluctant to soften the tone of voice to open the mouth to ask, "Why did you break up? We have different personalities and we like different things. How is it different? Aren't we a good fit?" Jiang Chang laughed a little. "Where is the same? I like women. You like men. Our three views are different." Hearing Jiang Chang explain this way, Zhao Jia instantly exploded. What kind of excuse was this? Clearly teasing herself. Think she is easy to fool? Zhao Jia instantly became angry. "Jiang Chang, I'll give you one more chance. Be serious." "Zhao Jia, I'm serious. Just see it through and get along. Okay, this is what you said. Break up, you don't regret it," said Zhao Jia. Hang up the phone. At this time, although she felt like missing something important inside, suddenly empty, but she has been used to Jiang Chang's wave, that is to call, so she does not think that Jiang Chang really dared to break up with himself. Jiang Chang looked at the hung-up phone, inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, and in the meantime, Zhao Jia's phone prestige was directly pulled black. Congratulations to the host for activating the Dreams Come True Godly Hero system. Is there actually such a good thing? Could it be that he was going to start hanging? Then get the golden finger. Start the crazy face-punching mode. Then dive rules all over the place. And go to the peak of his life? Although Jiang Chang's original family was in good condition, his father ran a small construction company with $10 million in assets. But that was only all the assets. And their family was only a little bit rich. And since he had just graduated from high school, and because he had been living at home for 3 years in high school, his mom, Li Yan, had only given him $1,000 a week for living expenses. And Jiang Chang remembered that Li Yan told him that she would give him $10,000 a month for living expenses when he arrived at the university next month. At the time, he thought that was considered a lot. I did not expect to love these years did not wait for a trace of true love, but instead waited for this splash of riches. Divine Hero System in activation. The host receives $0. 10 for every second of existence in the world. Name, Jiang Chang. Age, 18. Height, 182. Face value, 85 points. Level, 1. System reserve, $0. System, 0. 1 per second. Upgrade experience, 0/1000000. Jiang Chang did some math. Rank 1 at a time. The $0. 1 gained per second is $8. 640 a day. That's $259. 200 a month. It's only been an hour or so since he was reborn. Did you get the system and go to the top of your life? This is too good to be true, isn't it? Congratulations to the host for receiving the newbie pack. May I ask if the host will open it? Jiang Chang chanted silently. Open the newbie bag. Rewarded $10 million supercar Porsche 918. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for receiving the $10 million rookie cash reward. 5 primary shopping blitz cards. Primary shopping cashback cards have a maximum spending limit of $1 million, and will not be valid beyond that. 1 pair of friendly value scanning systems. The funds rewarded by the system are being transferred to the host's bank card in his name. The funds rewarded by the system are legal funds that can be traced and do not pose any financial or legal risk to the host. After the system finished this prompt, Jiang Chang's cell phone rang with a familiar prompt. Listening to the voice, Jiang Chang could not help but exclaim in shock. Pick up the cell phone in your hand and take a look. Your merchant's card, tail number 5456, has received a transfer of $10 million with a balance of $10,332,311. Then he looked at the Porsche logo car keys that had appeared in his hand at some point. This is the first time Jiang Chang has touched this kind of real delicate and textured car key. Just then the system went off again. Please ask the host whether to turn on the friendly value scanning system. Turn it on. Jiang Chang looked at the strange woman who had her arms around him after saying this. Friendly value scanning system activated. In the process of obtaining information about the other party. Name, Yu Xiaoxia. Age, 25. Height, 165 centimeters. Face value, 93. Stature, 94. Privacy, 1. Friendship value, 60. Intimate state. The first few values are very simple to understand. But privacy, this Jiang Chang is a bit confused. Jiang Chang clicked on the system's explanation page. Privacy value refers to a person's private life. And the number on the value refers to the amount of intimate contact or lack thereof with the opposite sex. Looking at this explanation, Jiang Chang instantly understood in seconds. Wasn't this number 1 that Yu Xiaoxiao was referring to Jiang Chang? This privacy value, this item is really a good one. Not only do you get to keep yourself fine, but crucially, you get to keep your head out of the greenhorn. It turns out that the relationship scanning system is a lightning rod the system has given itself. A pair of jade arms in the comforter suddenly encircled his waist. Tender little hands were moving up and down in a haphazard manner. The inside of his mouth also muttered carelessly. I didn't expect you to be such a scumbag. Such a refreshingly vulgar excuse for breaking up was also said. Jiang Chang looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him who was taking advantage of him. Beneath the natural willowy eyebrows is a row of long, curly, thick lashes, delicate, slightly straight nose, seductive red lips that were slightly bitten. One has to be amazed once again at what a mature and imperious woman. Today he had originally found a random bar to drink at because Zhao Zhao was ignoring her again. And Yu Xiaoxiao seemed to have met some kind of blow. Cocktail after cocktail went down as the two men talked. A dozen cups all at once. Soon it began to be disorienting. It's no surprise what happened next. Just as he was reborn he realized that Yu Xiaoxiao was very actively climbing up his neck. The unknown Jiang Chang naturally didn't treat Yu Xiaoxiao politely. There was bloodshed as the two men went back and forth. I just don't know what kind of love injury Yu Xiaoxiao has suffered. To think that he would take the initiative to bring himself to a place like this to heal his wounds. Although Jiang Chang had already hit the nail on the head just now to heal her injuries. But Yu Xiaoxiao's friendly value towards herself was still only 60 points. It also shows that she didn't fall in love with herself at first sight. Either he's drunk off his ass or he's desperate for something. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao had one hand on her head with a flirtatious smile on her face. One hand poked Jiang Chang's belly. Just now when he was drinking he said how much he liked her. So it's true that there are no good men in this world. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao poking fun at himself, Jiang Chang didn't bother to explain. He put down his cell phone while grabbing Yu Xiaoxiao's still fidgeting little hand and said softly, "You're drunk. Let me give you another sobriety shot." Before he was reborn, Jiang Chang's dream was to be a copyable family doctor. Especially the shot kind. I didn't expect it to start materializing on the first day of my rebirth. Ding! Due to the host's excessive speed. Reward the host with a supercar purchase blitz card, unlimited amount only 1. Reward the host with the skill of spiritual tongue. Special note, this skill optimizes and strengthens every cell of the host's tongue, making it more flexible and stronger in force. Jiang Chang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment as he listened to this, trying to stick out the tip of his tongue and slowly move it around. Suddenly, he realized that his tongue, which had been somewhat stiff, had suddenly become flexible. With his current tongue he could easily do a tongue dance with no pressure at all. Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao, who was sleeping beside him, and suddenly the corners of his mouth smiled into a small Nike. Chapter 2, Thank you for your hospitality. Jiang Chang rubbed his swollen head after waking up the next day and realized that his side had long been empty. Jiang Chang held his breath and listened to the side ear for a while, and found that the whole room was quiet, and looked sideways to see that the cell phone that he had placed on the table next to the bed was actually pressed with a thick stack of red Chinese coins underneath. Jiang Chang picked up the note on the table, only to see that it read in beautiful script, "Thank you for your hospitality. I was very satisfied last night. This is for your reward." Jiang Chang immediately laughed. What the hell does this think he is a cowboy? Not to mention, the thickness is at least $5,000, which is quite generous. He never thought there would be a woman who would offer her first time and then give money to someone else. Yu Xiaoxiao, this woman is quite interesting. It's a shame there was actually no contact information left though. After packing up a bit, Jiang Chang retired from the room and looked at the 5 primary blitz cards and 1 ultra run cashback card inside his system. The meaning of the cashback card Jiang Chang understands, but the meaning of this blitz card is that after I spend money it will generate a blitz? Is that a blitz of more money? Or is it experience? Is it the same meaning as the monster fighting game that explodes equipment? It would have been nice if it had exploded with money, but if it had exploded with experience, it would have been a bit boring. Seeing Jiang Chang ask this, the system ding-dongs replied, "Host, consumption blitz card refers to the consumption of the specified amount of money range. There is a chance to obtain the consumption of the amount of money multiples of the blitz. For example, 10 times, 20 times, the primary blitz card the highest multiples of 50 times. This explanation from the system made Jiang Chang's heart burst with satisfaction. Jiang Chang already had an answer in his heart after comparing them. If you were to go straight for a supercar now, you'd have to go for something within $10 million. Even if you get a cashback multiplier of up to 50 times, that's only 500 million. But if you spend the 5 junior blitz cards yourself first, and then take the accumulated amount to buy a more expensive supercar, wouldn't the cashback amount be even higher? Thinking of this, Jiang Chang's heart instantly had a plan. It's now 2017, and although Rongqing has had a policy of limited purchasing for 14 years, due to economic problems, the policy of limited purchasing has practically existed in name only for a long time. Although there is no explicit provision above to remove the purchase restriction policy outright. However, a number of developers are holding the attitude of holding the pipa half cover. As long as you can pay in full, you can buy as much as you want. The real restriction on buying a home is not a purchase restriction, but a loan restriction. If you don't want a bank loan, everything has room to maneuver. That's still what I know from my own dad, who was in the construction business. He had 5 blitz cards with a maximum spending limit of $1 million, and Jiang Chang was prepared to take it directly to buy a house. After leaving the hotel, Jiang Chang searched for the Porsche 918 parked near the hotel according to the location given by the system. Jiang Chang tried to press the Porsche's car key at this time, only to see the sound of the car's response coming from not far away. With that press, the nearby crowd gathered around the supercar clamored. A girl who was posing with her cell phone following the car immediately looked forward and backward searching for the owner of the luxury car. Jiang Chang looked at the black nightclub Little Prince Porsche a few meters away and couldn't help but widen his eyes in shock once again. The face of this car is probably every girl will feel the heat when she sits in it. I wonder how the air conditioning is on this car. The woman who had just plopped down on Jiang Chang's car couldn't help but look at her eyes straight when she saw such a young and handsome man walking towards her. Jiang Chang walked towards the car, glancing and passing at the woman who had just been taking pictures of herself with her luxury car. Big far Jiang Chang will see her. Even if there are a few people around the onlookers, the woman still looked unchanged lying in Jiang Chang's car posing in various positions to take pictures. She was seen wearing a bustier top with a tight patent hipster skirt underneath and a pair of black high heels. The woman saw that Jiang Cheng ignored herself and directly opened the car door and sat in the car. Immediately and quickly ran to Jiang Cheng's car window. Turning to Jiang Cheng, he thought he bloomed a charming smile. This brother, this car is yours? I'm looking for it, can't be yours either? Jiang Cheng said doubtfully. The woman's face remained unchanged, and she said with a pleasing face, No, I just see that this car is too cool, so I couldn't help but take a picture of it. I don't know if you can give me a ride. Little brother? Does my car look like a cab? Of course not, but I see that little brother looks like he's particularly good at fixing sewers. Do you want to come to my house to fix the sewers? Jiang Cheng secretly poked and prodded and opened the friendly value scanning system on her. Name, Richie Chen. Age, 23. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 85. Stature, 88. Privacy, 28. Friendship value, 90. Intimacy status. A privacy value of 28 isn't that surprising, but that 90 points of friendliness is excessive, isn't it? Isn't this the kind of girl the legend says has money to spare and money to lick? Jiang Cheng said with a smile. Forget it, 28 fellow travelers is too wide. I'm not going to squeeze. After saying that, Jiang Cheng started the car and took off, leaving the woman in a state of dismay. Why would Jiang Cheng know? The woman immediately took out the mirror in her bag and looked at it, muttering, I don't have 28 written on my face either. On the side of the onlookers, Moncler Jackets outlet saw Jiang Cheng refused her, immediately opened his mouth and said, Little girl, self-recommendation. I am a professional unclogging sewers for 30 years. That handsome man does not get through, I help you through. The woman exploded at that. Lewd, pervert, ugh, how can you say that about me? Young lady? Young man, you just call someone to the door. How come I can't? Boy and girl, pass, roll, okay? The onlookers couldn't help but burst out laughing as they listened to the conversation between the two. Moncler, she may not have meant the same thing when she said through the sewer as you did. How is it not one? Don't worry, little girl, whether it's a proper sewer or an improper one. I'm good at all of them. Moncler, the woman saw that she couldn't tease Jiang Cheng, a big tree, and had to be molested by the lewd lord, and turned away with a furious, blushing face. Jiang Cheng naturally didn't know about all these things that happened behind him. At this moment, as soon as Jiang Cheng sat in the car, the system automatically prompted, Ding, reward the host supercar driving skills. Note, considering that the host has not yet taken a driver's license, the driver's license system has automatically solved the problem for the host. The whole legal compliance. No need to worry. Looking at the driver's license that suddenly appeared in his hand, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but shout out, Awesome! At this time driving a Porsche 918 Jiang Cheng, this is to realize what is called pretending to be a weapon. After all, the modern society, the car and the house has become a symbol of wealth in the hearts of many people. Maybe some people will think that the car is just a transportation tool, only do not have to buy so expensive. Anyway, buy so expensive but also used to pretend. But in reality, when your identity has not yet reached a certain level of public recognition, cars and watches and houses are the best symbols of a man's hard power. Let's say you drive a Wuling, your relatives might think nothing of it. But if you switch to a Grand Prix, they'll think you're out of your league and awesome. As the saying goes, if you are young and drive a BMW, you don't have to fight the airplane yourself. Someone might want to mention Boss Ma's simplicity again. It's the same old saying that Boss Ma's social status doesn't need to rely on these things to give him a leg up anymore. After all, that face of his and his name are hard power in themselves. But Jiang Cheng is not the same. The current Jiang Cheng compared to the horsefather, he is just a new player who just registered to get the newbie package. Even the unyielding silver segment hasn't gone up yet. To put it more harshly, he himself is not as good as one of his what hairs compared to Papa Ma. So he still needs these things to package himself. Although Jiang Cheng, like Papa Ma, was not interested in money, but going to the top of life is littered with subterfuge. The temptation was still quite great, and he really couldn't refuse it. So the best thing to do now is to continue to package yourself. He had navigated to the nearest real estate agency center nearby. As for why not just go to the property and buy it? Trying to find a new neighborhood property to look at in the booming downtown place of Hibiscus? Wake up! At this time is in the real estate upturn. The new building a disc are generally directly by others directly seconds or by the sales office to the secondary market to cut leaks to go. The easiest way to get started is still to find a real estate agent. Chapter 3, I like being young. Within moments, the car was parked across the road from the agency. This agency is still quite famous in their local area and has opened many branches. The area of this branch in front of him was not big. It seemed to be only 100 square feet. Jiang Cheng parked his car and then crossed the road and walked in. Upon entering, I found the store quiet, with only 2 agents left playing with their cell phones with their heads down. Seeing Jiang Cheng come in, one of the girls quickly stood up. but soon her expression was a little puzzled as she looked at the other male coworker. The rest of today's coworkers are taking clients out to view homes. Just the two of them. Usually when a customer comes to his door he's quick to steal the customer from himself. Why is he so abnormal today? Only to see that another male agent was holding a cell phone at that moment with a lewd and lecherous smile on his face. It didn't seem to have noticed Jiang Cheng's arrival. The girl immediately walked towards Jiang Cheng with an excited face when she saw this, only to see her end up with a warm smile towards Jiang Cheng. Hello sir, I'm Xia, the real estate agent of Lover's Home. What can I do for you? Jiang Cheng looked at Xia and nodded. I want to buy a few houses. Xia saw that Jiang Cheng did not come to rent but to buy a house, although a little surprised, but still immediately invited Jiang Cheng to the reception room. Seeing Xia's look of excitement, the male coworker then raised his head, but seeing that the client was received by Xia, he soon buried his head and continued to look at his cell phone obscenely. Jiang Cheng also saw from Xia's mannerisms that she didn't seem to be an old salesman, although Xia's attitude was warm. Her every move was a bit clumsy. Hello, may I ask if you have a favorite building or a specific target in mind? And what is the price requirement? Xia asked to Jiang Cheng with a slightly reddened face under the excitement. She's been here for almost 3 months now, and before that, she heard someone say that real estate agents are very lucrative, but come to find out it's not as easy as it's made out to be. Although there are a lot of customers, but from the beginning to now a single house sales have not been successful. Open all the rental lists. Only $3,000 a month to receive the basic salary. Although she wasn't sure if Jiang Cheng would actually buy it or not, as long as there was an opportunity to serve she would put forth 100% of her energy. Take a look at a couple of houses for me that are priced at $1 million. Xiaoxia hurriedly nodded when she heard this, and immediately took out the tablet next to her to help Jiang Cheng inquire. Just point to and found that has not poured water for Jiang Cheng. Immediately panicked and put down the plate nervously said to Jiang Cheng, sorry, may I ask Mr. Your name? Jiang Cheng didn't show any expression of disgust even when he looked at Xiaoxia's furtive appearance. You can tell she's really green. But who doesn't have a first time? It just so happens that Jiang Cheng loves these firsts. Sincerity is not pretense and no tricks. Communication. Although at first it will be more difficult, but if you have a little more patience, slowly soothe and then guide her, so that she relaxes, then the latter process will certainly be very smooth. After thinking this way Jiang Cheng opened the friendly value scanner. Name, Xia Jiqiu. Age, 19. Height, 163 centimeters. Face value, 90. Stature, 92. Privacy, 0. Friendship value, 50. Passerby status. Jiang Cheng frowned after reading it. Rough hair and a low ponytail with heavy bangs over the eyes, plus a pair of oval, black-rimmed glasses. The girl in front of me has a face value of 90? Are you okay with the system? The system spoke out after Jiang Cheng spat. The system determines the face value rating based on the host's inner aesthetics. Jiang Cheng spat again after the system said so. I have reason to suspect that your perception of me is off, and this thinks this girl is a 70 at best? The basis of the system's determination is the deep scanning calculation of the ratio of the 5 senses and other complex calculation formulas, so please do not need to question the host. After saying that no matter how much Jiang Cheng spat at the system, it no longer made a sound. Jiang Cheng glanced at Xia Jiqiu. His eyebrows were indeed somewhat good-looking if he looked seriously, but it was such a good-looking pair of eyes she insisted on keeping a very heavy bangs to hide it, and the texture of the hair didn't look too good. It looked like it wasn't usually taken care of. Is this kind of girl just a pure passerby? Really 90 by nature as the system says? Mr. Jiang, may I ask if you would like some tea? Or juice? Get me a mineral water. Okay, you wait a moment. After saying that it immediately turned around and trotted out. Soon Xia was bumbling into the reception room again with mineral water, only to see her enthusiastically help Jiang Cheng to unscrew the mineral water and then handed the water to Jiang Cheng. Please drink the water. Jiang Cheng nodded towards her. Thank you. You're welcome. Xiaoxia looked at Jiang Cheng's handsome face and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed to look at him squarely. She took a dark, deep breath before immediately picking up her tablet and checking it out. Hibiscus prices in 17 are still roughly $9,000 plus a square foot, with lower prices in more remote locations. But $1 million or so for a house is only going to buy you a small 100 square foot home at best. And may I ask if you have any special requirements for the area? Jiang Cheng shook his head. Just find some lots that are easy to rent out. And would you like to buy a furnished or a rough house? Apparently Xiao's questioning was very tactless and even a bit disorganized. But looking at the fact that it was Xiao's first time, Jiang Cheng's patience was quite high and didn't pierce her with a single shot. Whatever. I don't live by myself. Whatever the price and location are right for. Jiang Cheng's purpose of buying the house is to buy wool gathering these 5 primary storm cards. As for whether the house is rented out or resold after buying it doesn't matter. According to the current trend of housing prices, in a few years, the prices in Rongqing will double again. When the time came, Jiang Chang could sell it for nearly 20,000 square feet to make another handful. Thinking this way, Jiang Chang immediately felt that the decision to buy a house was too right. If the 5 sets are bought in, the use of consumption storm card at least can storm a few tens of millions of cash again. So think of the moment excited some gill hair purple. Hearing Jiang Chang say that, Xiaoxia picked out a few and handed them to Jiang Chang after narrowing down the search area some more. Mr. Jiang, take a look at these sets. These sets have a good house type and location. The neighborhood is also a commercial street, office building place, and the decoration style is also a fashionable modern style. It's relatively easy to rent out. Jiang Chang took Xia's tablet and looked at it. This girl picked these sets are quite real. The price is between 900,000 and more than $1 million. However, the maximum amount given by the system for the primary Blitz card was 1 million, and the system also explicitly stated that more than 1 million would be invalid. At this time, looking at these house prices more than $1 million, Jiang Chang could not help but curse. This system is really troublesome. Xiaoxia saw Jiang Chang frowning as he looked at the listings he had selected and hurriedly asked in a panic, Mr. Jiang, are you dissatisfied with something? If you're not satisfied, I can help you choose something else. Jiang Chang shook his head. It's a nice house, but the system won't let you use it if it's over $1 million. Chapter 4, A Fortune. Alas, one has to bow down under the system. Jiang Chang pointed at the listings that were more than $1 million and asked, are there still prices for these houses to be negotiated? Xiaoxia nodded in relief when she heard Jiang Chang say this. It should still be possible to talk real estate sales and purchases, as long as they're not the kind that are particularly desperate to get out, are usually listed at somewhat inflated prices, because once a buyer takes a look at it, they are bound to press the price when they buy it as well, so you always have to put the price on the high side to leave some room for negotiation. This reasoning of course Jiang Chang also understood. He nodded and said to Xiaoxia, this way, these 5 sets of more than $1 million. If you can negotiate at a price of 1 million per set, I'll buy it. Seeing that Jiang Chang wanted to buy 5 houses at once, Xiaoxia's eyes immediately widened in fear, and her round ass underneath was even still a little bit unable to sit down. Only to see her stumbling over her words, she asked, are you talking about buying all 5 sets? Jiang Chang smiled and nodded. You can buy them here, right? Mr. Jiang, there's a limit on property purchases now. If you want to buy 5 sets, is it all in your name? Jiang Chang nodded. Yes, if 5 sets are available, you can go full payment. See Jiang Chang so say at this time she not only eyes more shocked, even breathing also become a little short of breath. Full payment. Although Xiaoxia was a bit unconvinced because Jiang Chang's age seemed like he should be about the same age as her, and at this age he could come up with $5 million to buy a house in full. Inwardly, although she was skeptical, she didn't dare to say it, and even nodded. It should be possible to do it. I have to talk to our supervisor about this operation. In addition to the issue of the price, I'll try my best to help you keep it down. I won't buy it if it's not $1 million a room. Understand? I won't buy anything more than that. Can you negotiate? This question asked Xia to lose some confidence at once. Although these prices would have been negotiable, but one of these 5 suites is priced at $1.90,000, a difference of $90,000 directly, while the other ones are in the $40,000 to $50,000 range. It was a price that could probably be negotiated if they let their supervisor take a shot at it, but she was just a newcomer at the moment and wasn't very sure about it, only to see her say, somewhat breathlessly, I'll give it a try. As much as she would have loved to take the commission on the sets, the desire wasn't boosting her self-confidence. Don't you need to check it out first? Jiang Chang shook his head. He didn't know how much time it would take to look at so many sets, and he wasn't going to live there himself. Don't look at it. If you can buy it, when the time comes, or entrust you to just put it on rent. When Xiaoxia saw Jiang Chang being so forthcoming, her dull head immediately nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. It was the first time she had seen someone so casual about buying a house. The ease of it was like buying groceries at a food market. Is it possible that $5 million is now as good as pocket change to these big city people? Jiang Chang asked with some curiosity. Listening to your accent, you're not a local, right? Seeing Jiang Chang ask this, Xiaoxia nodded in embarrassment, smiled nervously and said with some inferiority complex, I'm from the Ganzi Tibetan area of Tianfu. Jiang Chang nodded in understanding as he looked at Xia's dress and speech and behavior. It was a beautiful place, but it was nothing like being isolated from the rest of the world. All big mountains and rivers, and the economy was not good, so it was no wonder Xia came out to work at the age of 19. Jiang Chang looked at this old model cell phone in Xia's hand that had been broken by the fall. A frown could not be helped. under the same age. Even if he was surrounded by classmates from ordinary families who were sunny and optimistic, Jiang Chang was still the first time to meet a girl like Xiaoxia, who came out from the mountains. So Think often improvised said, "So, you try to help me talk about it. If you can talk about the price of 1 million, those extra difference, I additionally give you how." Xiaoxia listening to Jiang Chang this instantly froze. Jiang Chang's meaning 1.09 million of the house. If she can talk about a million deal, that the other part of the difference between the negotiation down directly affixed to the meaning of her? But Jiang Chang is going to buy 5 suites. If all the difference is posted to her, it will be at least several $100,000. This, Mr. Jiang, are you telling the truth? The difference in price for 5 sets is several $100,000. You're going to give me this money? Although Xiaoxia was very excited and wanted it in her heart, she really didn't think to understand. What was the difference between this kind of purchase and his direct purchase by Jiang Chang? Why did Jiang Chang give this money to himself? Xiaoxia, who is extremely unsure of herself, naturally doesn't think that Jiang Chang can look at herself. After all, in her eyes she is so tacky and ordinary that she doesn't match with such a big handsome guy like Jiang Chang at all. Jiang Chang saw Xia's doubts. In fact, he did not want to be so troublesome. But the restriction of the 5 cards written above is the maximum limit of the amount of 1 million. More than invalid. You still have to get the price down to $1 million to use these cards. Although he could have paid $1 million up front and then used the Blitz card, followed by the other part of the difference. But instead of giving that money to those rich owners, wouldn't it be better to give her to Xia in front of him? The money was always going to be spent anyway. And wouldn't it be better to give it to a girl out of the big mountains? It couldn't be helped. Jiang Chang was just easier to fraternize with these poor women. I know what your query is, but today is a very special day in my life, and it just so happens that I'm in a good mood, so I'm going to stab you in the face with a fortune. Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Xiaoxia was immediately moved to redden her eyes. Jiang Chang was the first stranger she had met who was so kind to her. It was only after coming to the big city that she felt that there really was a gap between people, especially the first time I took the train to Rongqing. She remembered that she was wearing a set of half-used clothes, and her dry food for the road was homemade buns and a thermos of warm water. But the little kid sitting across from her was wearing a brand new outfit, eating a KFC burger she'd never had before, and drinking a milk tea she'd never had in over a decade. It was the first time in her life that she felt the gap between people was like a chasm, and how small she was inside the city. It's also almost impossible to get a good job when you get here because you don't have a degree. After doing several months of dishwasher week, the owner's wife of the hotel to see her pour through the relationship to introduce her to this agency work, and in order to save money, meals are bought from the cheapest lunchboxes. Even the young people's favorite milk tea she does not spare a cup. Normally she is often met with blank stares and even ridicule from other co-workers for being extremely frugal with her food and clothing. But never expected Jiang Chang, such a strange customer, actually the first time to meet her, to lend a helping hand. As much as Xia wanted to push back, the blow of poverty kept her from opening her mouth. For someone who was scared of being poor, why would she reach out and push that wealth out the door when there is a fortune that could turn her around? Xia bit her lower lip gratefully and said to Jiang Chang, "Mr. Jiang, thank you, I'll do my best. You sit down for a while, I'll contact the owners of these properties right now." Seeing Xiaoxia so excited, Jiang Chang didn't make any reaction, waving his hand towards her to indicate that she should hurry up and do it. Then he looked down and played with his cell phone, only to see her immediately turn and jog in the direction of her supervisor's room. After reporting this matter to the supervisor, that supervisor was also shocked. But soon he reacted and immediately took out his cell phone and followed Xia to contact those homeowners. At this moment, the male intermediary who heard these movements showed a deep sense of remorse in his eyes. I didn't expect him to be so passive once. It was picked up by someone else. And the male agent even slapped himself several times with remorse. Realized that even with a few $100,000 home, most people still need a loan, let alone 5 million. Covering his somewhat distended face, he looked at his cell phone. Grass. He even spent $100 just for this photo. And this thing looks worse than an abalone, and looking at it makes him want to just smash his phone. If he had known that he should have gotten up to receive Jiang Chang, maybe now the tens of thousands of dollars of commission is his. If you had tens of thousands of dollars, would you still need to look through your cell phone? Chapter 5, Packing 5 Houses. Seeing as how their supervisor valued the order so much, maybe the houses would actually close later. The male supervisor immediately extended his hand towards Jiang Chang after walking into the reception room and said enthusiastically, "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm the supervisor here. Jiang Yuan, thank you very much for choosing our lover's home." Supervisor Jiang. Hello. Jiang Yuan looked at the table in the hospitality room with only a bottle of water on it. His eyes glanced at Xia with displeasure and said in a reproachful tone, "Why don't you make tea for Mr. Jiang? Is this how you entertain guests? Xiaoxia immediately flustered and turned on the hot water on the desk. I'm sorry, supervisor. I'll immediately make tea for Mr. Jiang now. How can I use these tea leaves? Quickly go to my office and bring me that rainy day dragon well that is placed on the top floor. Seeing Jiang Yuan showing unusual enthusiasm, Jiang Chang waved his hand. Don't bother. I'm not used to drinking that. Jiang Yuan smiled curtly at his words. There aren't many in their city of Rongqing who can come up with $5 million to buy a house in full at such a young age. Although he didn't know the bottom line of Jiang Chang's family yet, this kind of person couldn't be an ordinary family. You are really young and grounded. Jiang Yuan immediately glared at Xia after patting Jiang Chang on the back. Even though the client says he doesn't drink it, you can't really just not prepare it. After all, connections in this society are equal to money. And many convenient relationships can't be made with money. For example, if you have a relative in your family who is a director of a hospital, a director in your family who is a clerk in the office, a bigwig in your family who is a law enforcement office, etc. These connections aren't made by you having money. If one day you need these connections, that's when it's up to these so-called contacts to hook up the introductions. And the top rich families, they already have more elites within their families than the average ones. So the benefit of befriending the rich lies in that they have all sorts of access to over-the-top news. Not only can they guide you in business, but they can also give you a hand when you are in big trouble. While it is true that you can't form a quality, solid relationship just by buying and selling a house, for these social climbers, they're willing to give it a shot if there's even the slightest chance of it happening. Xiaoxia received Jiang Yuan's hint this time and immediately walked out smartly. Jiang Chang naturally saw the small movements of the two of them, but he remained calm. People who can achieve the position of supervisor are naturally smooth and skillful in dealing with people. Jiang Chang opened his mouth and asked, Supervisor Jiang, how's the talk going? Don't worry, it's already been negotiated. The properties you're looking at aren't far from here. Two are owned by the same landlord, and the other landlords have made appointments and are on their way. Jiang Chang nodded with satisfaction. Honestly, this efficiency was already considered very high. Jiang Yuan fawned towards Jiang Chang while receiving the rainforest dragon well that Xiaxia brought over and asked, Mr. Jiang is a local? Jiang Chang nodded faintly. Gee, that's no coincidence, and neither am I. But it's a real coincidence. Jiang Chang just gently smiled. To the supervisor's words he did not put in mind. After all, this world has a Yuan to have the edge. The rest of the time was passed in small talk with Jiang Yuan, and it had to be said that someone who could achieve the position of supervisor had a knack for conversation. He's both trying to get your family history out of you and asking politely without making you the slightest bit uncomfortable. However, Jiang Chang was someone who had been reborn once, and had spent a few years crawling through society in his previous life. Not quite as seasoned as they were at their age, but still more than capable of handling relationships. It wasn't long before several homeowners finally all arrived one after another. After arriving at the hospitality room, several people dressed somewhat well-dressed middle-aged people couldn't help but show surprised expressions when they looked at Jiang Chang. The young man in front of them was younger than they thought. It's almost like their own kids are usually in their early 20s. But there are just too many low-key rich people these days. For people in a hurry to sell their homes, it's very common to cut the price difference by tens of thousands of dollars. And soon a few people were talking. After the talk, several people were ready to go to the real estate office for the registration procedure. After a series of conversations plus formalities, Jiang Chang eventually signed 5 transfer contracts with the 4 of them. The total price of the 5 houses totaled $5 million. The brokerage fee Jiang Chang paid 1%, and the original owner also paid 1%. So Xia received 2 points of brokerage fee, a total of 100,000 yuan. Since it was still early, several people took another ride to the nearby housing authority to pay the taxes and other paperwork. Led by the male supervisor's connections, the process went smoothly and was not hindered in the least. More than an hour down, 5 sets of houses are smooth transfer. As long as waiting for other formalities down after, Jiang Chang will be able to get the real estate license. As Jiang Chang transferred money to each person while using the primary Blitz card, a system alert began to ring out. Ding! The primary Blitz card was successfully used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Blitz multiplier of 15 times. The amount of the Blitz is $15 million. Ding! The primary Blitz card was successfully used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Blitz multiplier times 10. Blitz amount $10 million. Ding! The primary Blitz card was successfully used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Blitz multiplier of 40 times. The amount of the Blitz is $40 million. Ding! The primary Blitz card was successfully used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Blitz multiplier times 10. Blitz amount $10 million. Ding! The primary Blitz card was successfully used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Blitz multiplier times 10. Blitz amount $10 million. Chapter 6, I'm lucky to have met you. Congratulations to the host on another level upgrade. The host receives $0. 80 for every second of existence in the world. Name, Jiang Chang. Age, 18. Height, 185. Face value, 85 points. Level, 6. System reserve, $4,890. Withdrawable at any time. System, $0. 8 per second. Upgrade experience, 5 million/10 million. Jiang Chang looked at the system's prompt. Suddenly excited. Gil was purple again. Spent 5 million. Stormed out 85 million. In just one day, he owns 5 houses and is worth hundreds of millions of dollars straight away. Jiang Chang said that in the future, please have more benefits of this kind of blitz card. And now the system had directly jumped and upgraded to level 6. The $0. 80 you get per second for yourself. $48 a minute. Is close to $70? 000 a day. Is this the life after the opening? After the process was completed, those few original owners and supervisors all took the initiative to add Jiang Chang's prestige and contact number. After adding prestige and then put forward the request to invite Jiang Chang to dinner. But Jiang Chang naturally politely refused one by one. Jiang Chang said towards Xiaoxia, Xiaoxia, come with me for a moment. Seeing that Jiang Chang politely declined their invitation, but then called out to the young Xia, several people had a look of realization. The male supervisor was even more striking towards Xia. Xiaoxia, Mr. Jiang helped you complete the commission of 5 sweets. You have to treat Mr. Jiang to a meal tonight. You don't need to go on this side of the company today, and keep Mr. Jiang company. Xia sniffed and nodded somewhat flustered and docilely. Yes, I understand, supervisor. After the group of people left, Xiaoxia bowed to Jiang Chang again somewhat nervously and said, Mr. Jiang, I'm really very grateful to you. Let me treat you to a meal. Jiang Chang waved his hand. Give me your bank card number. I'll transfer money to you. Xiaoxia knew what Jiang Chang meant. In fact, at the beginning she was indeed very eager to get that difference in price that Jiang Chang was talking about. However, at this time she has been given 2 points commission. Although this commission to the hands of the company will also share some, but there are tens of thousands of dollars. Moreover, from beginning to end she did not play much of a role. At best, is an errand boy. Really talk about the price of the person is their supervisor. And now again wanted Jiang Chang's money. She felt a little embarrassed. No need. Mr. Jiang, I already have a commission. I can't ask for any more money. I've already received the reward. Xiaoxia said sincerely. Jiang Chang read the inner tangles of Xiaoxia. Although not all children out of the mountains are kind and heartless, but at this time Jiang Chang knows that Xiaoxia is such a person. You can think clearly. This society does not always meet this kind of opportunity. And you are not always so lucky to meet someone like me. It is possible that the next time you meet a client who dislikes you for not being able to ask questions, or ask you for certain requirements for purchasing a house, such as asking you to accompany someone, I've said I'll give you this money. You'd better take it. Life doesn't have so many opportunities. When you meet them, take advantage of them. Don't wait until you need money later and then regret it. Jiang Chang's realistic words instantly woke Xia up, only to see her originally innocent and clear eyes turn panicked all of a sudden. She naturally understood the male supervisor's words that told her to keep Jiang Chang company, and this phenomenon was no secret within their real estate dealings, and she also felt that Jiang Chang was right. This society is not an ivory tower. Hard work and honesty and kindness cannot be exchanged for money. On the contrary, as long as you are willing to suffer, there will be endless suffering. Her own family's conditions were already bad, so who was she to think of others? And even more so, who was qualified to refuse the pie that fell from the sky? Xia looked down at the small bag she had bought at the roadside stand. Gritting his teeth, he unzipped his zipper and found his new bank card that he had made a while ago and handed it to Jiang Chang, saying gratefully, Thank you, Mr. Jiang, it was my good fortune to meet you. Jiang Chang took Xiaoxia's bank card, opened the mobile banking, and quickly transferred the 350,000 difference to Xiaoxia. In fact, Jiang Chang is not a saintly mother. His original intention is only to let Xiaoxia to help him press the price of the house to 1 million only. After all, compared to buy 80 or 90,000 houses, 5 sets of 1 million houses blitz multiplier is more exaggerated. And the fact is also true. Jiang Chang used these 5 houses to obtain $85 million in rewards, so this 350,000 to Xiaoxia Jiang Chang does not hurt at all. Having turned the corner, I'll leave now, and I hope you'll meet more good luck in Rongqing in the future. Xiaoxia received her bank card. The poor family had gained $350,000 in one afternoon. The shock was too big for her, making her a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Looking at Jiang Chang's departing figure, Xiaoxia gathered her courage and chased after him. Mr. Jiang, can I add your contact information? Seeing Jiang Chang staring at himself, Xiaoxia blushed scarlet and lowered her head. I know that an ordinary girl like me may not be qualified to add your prestige. If you're free in the future, I'd like to genuinely treat you to a meal. Do you think it's okay? Xia's stupid mouth expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Jiang Chang couldn't help but laugh and shake his head as he looked at Xia's stupid appearance with her head down staring intently at the ground. Another look at Xia's friendliness value towards herself, and it actually went straight from 50 points to 78 points directly. Jiang Chang took out his cell phone and opened his QR code. Scan it. I don't have time today. Next time I have time to find you for dinner. Xiaoxia saw Jiang Chang agree and immediately took out her own cell phone. Flustered, he clicked on the wizards and quickly scanned Jiang Chang's QR code. At that moment, the system ding prompted. Due to the fact that your first spending choice was very reasonable, the system rewards the host with the unclogging card. Using this line of cards on any goddess with a face value of more than 90 points will give you the double your pleasure feature. The card will calculate the cashback based on the frequency plus the satisfaction of the other party, and the number of times the subcard can be used is limited to once. Jiang Chang looked at such a card and suddenly felt that the system was messing with colors. Is this the unclogging one imagines? I don't think he misunderstood, did he? But is this system a proper system? Why teach yourself to mess with colors? But in the way of the pressure of money, Jiang Chang still decided to find a chance to use this card properly. Half an hour later, Jiang Chang drove his car to the parking garage of the mall near his house. After all, having a car for no good reason is not something that can be explained in a sentence or two if your parents find out. In the Royal View neighborhood, Jiang Chang returned home. I only saw that my mom was bringing out a plate of cut fruit from inside the kitchen at that moment. Seeing Jiang Chang enter the door, Mom Li Yan looked him up and down. Yo, I thought, who is it? Still remember to go home, ah? Listening to Li Yan's slightly complaining tone, Jiang Chang curtly picked up a piece of watermelon and took a bite. Mom, the watermelon I bought today is quite sweet. Not bad. Li Yan gave him a blank look, snatched the plate and walked to the living room, placing the watermelon in front of Jiang Jianming. Jiang Chang followed suit and called out to Dad. Jiang Jianming didn't say anything, and after glancing at Jiang Chang, he asked, didn't you say you were going on a graduation trip? Have you thought about where to go yet? For the reaction of the too-old Jiang Chang is not much of a reaction, although he is the only son of the family, but since childhood they are almost a free-range state of Jiang Chang. However, this was also due to the fact that Jiang Chang usually didn't do anything out of the ordinary, so the two of them were quite at ease with Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang said while eating the chilled watermelon, I want to go to Mordor. After looking around or absolutely choose a more prosperous area. I want to enroll in Mordor University. First go over to see how the environment is. Jiang Jianming had no opinion after hearing this. You make your own decision on this matter. Let your mom transfer the traveling expenses to you. You can see for yourself. Hearing this, Li Yan blankly glanced at Jiang Jianming and complained. He's just spoiled by you. However, although the mouth said so, the hand is directly pick up the phone to Jiang Chang's prestige transferred 30,000 yuan. Looking at the lit-up prestige tip, Jiang Chang nonchalantly accepted his mom and dad's love and said to them with a smile, thank you, Mom and Dad. Chapter 7, Zhouing, the School Beauty. The next day Jiang Chang drove the Porsche directly to the airport in Rongcheng. As for the parking fee of $200 a day, Jiang Chang said he was not worried at all. After checking the tickets, Jiang Chang walked into the entrance of the economy class. For airplane tickets, the most tickets left every day should be the most expensive first class. Today's plane tickets, however, were quite an anomaly, with none left in first class and only economy class tickets left, so Jiang Chang could only buy economy class tickets. In fact, he was not looking down on economy class. However, one of the greats said that although both first class and economy class of an airplane will arrive at the end of the journey, you are more likely to meet all kinds of business opportunities if you fly in first class. Although Jiang Chang was not interested in these so-called business opportunities at this time, and he wanted to sit in first class for a very simple reason: spacious and comfortable. Unlike the densely packed economy class in general so crowded in front of him, like him this 1'8" big man is really not suitable to sit in the economy class. At this time he sat in the aisle of the economy class position, only to feel that the legs and feet are a little inconvenient to straighten. Sitting is very suffocating. Just as Jiang Chang was helplessly sighing at length, a girl suddenly stood in front of him, only to see that girl with a pleasant and melodious voice coming from above her head. You are Jiang Chang? Jiang Chang lifted his head at the words, and at this look, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. Ying Zhou? Zhouing was his high school classmate and the school beauty of their class. Jiang Chang was a bit surprised that Zhouing could recognize him, although the two people were in the same class. But in these 3 years, Jiang Chang and Zhouing did not have any interactions or even spoke a word. There is no other reason. 3 years of high school Jiang Chang is devoted to Zhao Jia, scrupulously observing the male morality. Although Zhou Ying's beauty was very dazzling, at his simple age, Jiang Cheng's eyes felt that Zhao Jia was the most beautiful. However, the current him is long gone from the Jiang Cheng of that time, and although Zhao Jia's face value is also good, but when put together with Zhou Ying and compared to it, it immediately dimmed a lot. Only to see that today's Zhou Ying was wearing a short white top, and underneath, she was wearing milk pants plus a pair of simple style sneakers. The outfit on the body is very plain though, but the tight denim pants accentuated her tall figure and long white legs to the fullest, combined with the proud upper body in front of her. It was extremely full of impact. Possessing such a wobbly figure, it favors a waist that is like a slender strip of willow. Surplus to requirements. The exaggerated contrasting curves of the two gave a great impact, making Jiang Cheng unable to help but feel a dizziness in front of his eyes. He couldn't wait to bury himself directly into Zhou Ying's proud embrace. Seeing Jiang Cheng looking at himself, Zhou Ying's shell teeth slightly loosened, lightly biting the pink delicate lips. This naive demeanor, coupled with the white skin, delicate and small features, slightly curled tea-black long hair, a goddess's breath immediately came. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was still sitting, Zhou Ying pointed to the seat next to Jiang Cheng and said somewhat awkwardly, "I'll sit next to you." Such a coincidence? Jiang Cheng immediately raised an eyebrow and stood up to make room for Zhou Ying. "Thanks." After sitting down, she took the initiative to speak to Jiang Cheng. "I was temporarily thinking of going to Magic City last night, and when I bought the ticket there was only one ticket left. I didn't expect to be able to sit with you." Zhou Ying had just finished speaking when a young guy with a head full of hair wax walked over towards the two of them, only to see him look at the seat number before glancing at Zhou Ying. His eyes couldn't help but directly light up. After all, the schoolgirl level of beauty to understand, put in the crowd is definitely the most dazzling kind of existence. Only to see that boy somewhat excitedly say to Zhou Ying, "This beautiful young lady, may I make way please? I'm sitting right next to you." Oh. When Zhou Ying saw the man say that, she froze for a moment and hurriedly stood up. "Thank you. It is an honor to travel with such a beautiful young lady as yourself." Looking at the man with a lewd face saying this, Zhou Ying instantly frowned with some disgust. Jiang Cheng, who was on the side, instantly laughed at this scene. As soon as he pulled Zhou Ying over, he proceeded to switch places with her himself. Zhou Ying was instantly a bit confused by Jiang Cheng's actions. Seeing Zhou Ying looking at herself, Jiang Cheng lightly laughed and patted her thighs and said, "What? I haven't sat in my seat enough? Want to sit up?" Zhou Ying instantly understood Jiang Cheng's meaning and smiled gratefully towards Jiang Cheng with a slightly reddened face. The boy's face pulled down when he saw that the woman who looked like a flower had been replaced by Jiang Cheng. I saw the boy speak with dissatisfaction. "Brother, this seat should be that pretty girl's, right? It's not allowed to change seats on the airplane. Haven't I made myself clear enough? There's no need to explain to you what's going on between the two of us." That man's face became even more gloomy after being disliked by Jiang Cheng, but looking at Jiang Cheng and Zhou Ying as if they did seem to know each other. He thought about it and then stopped talking, only to see him dryly coughing after still not dying to accost Zhou Ying. "This beauty, what are you doing in Magic City?" Seeing that the man still wanted to chat with herself from a position away, Zhou Ying's frown deepened, but she still opened her mouth to reply in a polite manner. "It's kind of a job. You're working at such a young age? It looks like we should both be about the same age. I just graduated. My name is Qianshan, and I'm traveling to Magic City this time." Zhou Ying gave a dry laugh before looking at Jiang Cheng and asking, "Jiang Cheng, what about you? Nothing to do at home? Out for a spin?" Seeing Jiang Cheng say this, Zhou Ying said enviously, "That's great. So you went traveling?" Before Jiang Cheng could say anything, Qianshan interjected, "I've been to this part of Magic City many times. If you want to go and play, I can introduce some places to you, or I can take you there to play as well." "Beautiful girl. Oh, no need for that. I'm there to work, not to travel." Seeing Zhou Ying rejected himself, Qianshan is not annoyed. Is still not dead want to show off their own travel experience. "Not I say Magic City this place, but there are a lot of pitfalls. If you are less experienced, easy to be cheated. I just started to come to the same way, and now have summed up the experience, such as living in a hotel in this regard. That is a great deal." Seeing that the two people didn't pay attention to him again, Qianshan still said cheekily, "Once I get off the plane, there will be a hotel arrangement to pick me up. Very convenient. This hotel is my parents' arrangement for me. How about it? Which hotel you guys are staying at? Why don't I ask them to drive you there by the way later on? Otherwise, taking a taxi at the airport is very expensive." Seeing Qianshan showing off that the hotel he was staying at had a pickup service, Jiang Cheng instantly laughed, and he sort of heard what he meant, meaning that he booked a suite that belonged to the more expensive kind. This is supposed to be a veiled attempt to show them their financial power. Jiang Cheng shook his head. "No need. The room I booked also has a pickup service." Seeing Jiang Cheng demolish the stage again, Qianshan smiled sarcastically. "Oh, I wonder which hotel you booked. Raising cloud Aman. Jiang Chang replied indifferently. Jiang Chang said this after Qianshan then frowned. What hotel? I have not heard of. Nike Air Max 90. Raise clouds. Qianshan subconsciously wanted to disparage the hotel Jiang Chang was staying at, but immediately silenced himself after reacting. Chapter 8. You sound like you're not a rich kid. Yangyun Aman is a nationally recognized hotel. It was also very famous on this side of the Magic City, and he had naturally heard of it. Each Aman Yenyun hotel has been carefully designed by specialized designers. Moreover, their hotels are only stationed in some cities with spending power, and the design style of Aman hotels in each city is different, making the buildings even more different. Aman on this side of the Magic City even has a very special story. Every brick in it has a deep historical origin. According to the official website, more than 10,000 camphor trees and the design of the old house come from the ancient town of Shijiang village, which is more than 700 kilometers away from the Magic City. This ancient town is about to sink to the bottom of the lake under the flooding of the water due to the influence of geography, social environment and the construction of the reservoir. But then there are more than 50 very rare ancient houses inside this ancient town, which are from the Ming and Qing dynasties and are very valuable for preservation. When the philanthropists and businessmen of Magic City learned about this incident, they launched a big appeal and joined hands to spend $3 billion to transfer all these historical relics, which had existed for thousands of years, to Aman, the capital of Magic City. This move not only preserves a large number of historical sites, but also elevates the humanistic and cultural heritage of Aman, the Magic City, to a higher level. Zhou had stayed there with her parents a few years before, so she knew a little about Aman. Zhou sniffed towards Jiang Chang and said, Aman I've been to with my parents before, but we went to the Aman Hotel in Kyoto, not Mordor. It's really nice inside, and the service is good, but there was no pickup when we went there yet. Jiang Chang shrugged. It's my first time booking this hotel as well, but they called me yesterday to say that there was a pickup service, so I thought it was all there. You've probably booked a more expensive one then. We've booked over 9,000 a night before, but there's no pickup yet, so it's like this. I booked a courtyard villa, Jiang Chang said lightly. Zhou couldn't help but hear the words and her eyes widened. The villa model? Do you live by yourself? Jiang Chang nodded. Right. Wow. The villa model should be the most expensive suite. Jiang Chang, I didn't expect you to be a rich second generation. Zhou gave Jiang Chang a surprised look. Come on. Say that like you're not a rich kid. Zhou was not only the school beauty of their school, but also a very famous rich second generation in their class. Usually there are all kinds of luxury cars to and from school. Bentley, BMW, Mercedes-Benz. At their innocent age, Zhou had long been carrying LV backpacks and wearing Gucci sneakers. Because of this, although Zhou is beautiful and her academic performance is also very good, but there are few boys who take the initiative to pursue her. Because of her such conditions of the proud girl of heaven, the average ordinary boys in front of her will only be young and inferior. Talk about the courage to say like. But just in the second year of high school when I heard that their family had an accident. What exactly happened Jiang Chang is not too clear. All I know is that no more limousines came to take her to and from school after that. Jiang Chang thought of this and felt as if he had said the wrong thing. And Zhou seemed to have just said that she was going to work. Could it be that their family was already in difficulty to this extent? Zhou Ying's expression was unnatural for a moment after Jiang Chang finished speaking, but she soon returned to normal, only to see her say with a bitter smile, where am I now still considered rich second generation? My family used to be rich when my parents could not afford to open the courtyard villa. Qianshan's face changed colors when he saw Zhou Ying and Jiang Chang discussing the 80,000 a night Ting villa without the slightest burden. At this time, his heart could not help but murmur, these two people can't really be the second generation of rich people, right? How come the topic of discussion is so high-end? And also live $80,000 a night to raise clouds Aman? If it was true then he must not die of embarrassment. After sneaking a glance at Jiang Chang and realizing that neither of the two had noticed him, Qianshan immediately turned his head and pretended to sleep, no longer daring to say anything. Although I didn't know if Jiang Chang had blown his power, but what if it was true? The two saw that Qianshan didn't interrupt again, then began to chat about school. After all, we've all been in the same class for 3 years, and there's plenty to talk about school, so it's not awkward. More than 2 hours went by in a flash. During this time, Jiang Chang used the friendly value scanning system to take a look at Zhou Ying. Name, Zhou Ying, age, 18, height, 172 centimeters, face value, 96, stature, 96, privacy, 0, friendship value, 75, friend status. Looking at the scanning system, Jiang Chang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I didn't expect Zhou Ying's height to be so high. If she wore another pair of 10 centimeter high heels, she must not be as high as herself. The body is really top-notch though. It's actually a whopping 96. And the fact that it's keyed to a pinch is just a plus. And what was most unexpected to Jiang Chang was that Zhou Ying's friendly value towards herself was actually as high as 75 points. Could it be that Zhou Ying was usually paying attention to herself? To know that ordinary classmate relationship is usually only 65 points. Surprised Jiang Chang once again thankful that he has a friendly value scanning system, because with this he realized that he is also quite liked by girls. Soon the plane arrived at the airport in Magic City. At this time as the luggage check-in place Jiang Chang is thoughtful to help Zhou Ying looking for luggage. See Jiang Chang only with a small bag. Zhou Ying some will be puzzled to ask, "You do not have luggage?" Jiang Chang nodded. "Only brought one set of clothes." Zhou Ying sniffed with envy again. "It's just convenient for you boys to go out." Just then the pickup call from Raising Cloud Amon came through. After connecting, I only saw a gentle girl's voice coming from the other end of the phone. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm Wang Yuyan, the private butler of the Ting Villa that you booked. And I'm already waiting for you over here at the exit." "Okay, I'm almost out now." "Okay, Mr. Jiang, there's no rush. We'll await your arrival." After hanging up the phone Jiang Chang turned to Zhou Ying and asked, "Where are you going? Should I give you a ride?" "I'm going to stay at my friend's house. It might not be that close to Raising Cloud Amon over there." "That's okay, I don't have any plans today. And the pickup truck doesn't cost anything anyway." Zhou Ying thought for a moment and said with a smile, "Thank you then. There should be quite a lot of people taking a taxi now. And it's not too good to take a taxi. All classmates. No need to be polite." Zhou Ying didn't think of anything else, but only felt that Jiang Chang was still strangely nice. After all, she knew about Jiang Chang and Zhao Jia, and it was rumored that Jiang Chang was particularly good to Zhao Jia, and together in the same class for 3 years also did not see Jiang Chang have any ideas about themselves. If she didn't happen to be on the same airplane, Zhou Ying felt that Jiang Chang shouldn't have taken the initiative to take care of himself. The reason why she herself has an impression of Jiang Chang is because Jiang Chang is a sunny and cheerful type of boy inside their class. And he is tall and handsome. And he plays basketball well. Not only do you get along with a lot of guys, but you're also very popular with the girls. At that springtime age, Zhou Ying would usually pay some attention to Jiang Chang more or less. Chapter 9 Personal Butler Manager. When the two walked to the exit they saw someone holding up a pickup sign with Jiang Chang's name on it. Jiang Chang walked over with Zhou Ying and spoke. "Hello, I'm Jiang Chang." After hearing the voice those white hands holding up the sign were lowered, revealing a delicate and small face. I didn't realize that the person holding the sign was actually a beautiful woman. Although her face value is not as good as Zhou Ying who scored 96 points, this kind of looks is definitely a unique existence when placed in the crowd. "Hello, Mr. Jiang, my name is Wang Yuyan. I'm the private housekeeper manager of the Ting Villa you booked." Wang Yuyan respectfully bowed towards Jiang Chang. Each courtyard villa at Yangyun Amon is thoughtfully complemented by a personal butler manager, only to be surprised that it's still a beautiful butler manager. Jiang Chang faintly and imperceptibly glanced at Wang Yuyan. She was seen wearing a small black suit uniform two-piece. The typical old outfit brings out the best in her chiseled figure, especially the pair of long, slender, white legs underneath were still wearing black stockings, which was even more evocative. Jiang Chang shifted his gaze after only one look. After all, Jiang Chang was the good man. And at that moment, there was Zhou Ying standing beside him, although he also liked to look at beautiful women. A good man just couldn't stare straight at someone else. As expected, when Zhou Ying saw the way Jiang Chang looked at herself without looking away, her inner favorability towards Jiang Chang rose a little more. At this time her heart felt that Jiang Chang was not the kind of boy who valued appearance very much. After all, his family was so rich and he was so dedicated. Just as Wang Yuyan was greeting Jiang Chang and Zhou Ying, Chen Shen was sneakily following Jiang Chang at this moment. Though he didn't speak to them again after hearing that Jiang Chang had booked an $80,000 a night courtyard house, but he still didn't believe it at all without seeing it with his own eyes. After all, Jiang Chang was too young and was dressed inconspicuously. If he found out that Jiang Chang was blowing awesome he would have jumped right out and mocked him properly, but the truth didn't give him that chance. As he watched Wang Yuyan bring two people to help Jiang Chang and Zhou Ying carry their luggage onto the Rolls-Royce pickup car, his face even turned white with a swish, and he immediately and quickly hid behind the pillar at the entrance, fearing that Jiang Chang would discover that he was following them. He didn't think that what Jiang Chang said was actually true. According to the information he had found out, the only way to get a free pickup from their Rolls-Royce was to book a courtyard villa at Yangyun Amon. If you're booking a different room type but you want the Amon pickup service, you'll have to pay an extra 8 grand to get a pickup from their Rolls-Royce Phantom. Although Qian Shenrun had hidden in fear, the reality was that Jiang Chang had long since left him behind, not to mention caring about his other actions after getting off the plane. After all, it's just an insignificant passerby. What does one care what he does? At this moment, Jiang Chang said to Zhou after getting into the Rolls-Royce. By the way, what is your friend's address? Over in Pudong. Manager Wang. Send her over to Pudong first. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Wang Yuyan immediately nodded her head quickly in agreement. Jiang Chang was a subscriber of their Ting Villa, and Jiang Chang was also a customer who had booked for a week in a row. The 560,000 room rate naturally includes transportation. That is, Jiang Chang wants her to run errands for the whole day. She also has to do it. After sending Zhou to her destination, Zhou took out her cell phone and said to Jiang Chang, thank you, add a Wi-Fi. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Zhou took the initiative to add prestige. Jiang Chang naturally would not excuse himself. Yeah, you said it, you'll have to remember it. Zhou smiled and nodded after scanning Jiang Chang's QR code. That's a must. Thank you for today. A show of hands. So go on up. I'll go first. It was after 4 p.m. when I returned to Amman, and I only had a very simple airplane meal on the plane for lunch. After taking a comfortable hot bath, Wang Yuyan arranged a very stomach-warming and nutritious dinner for Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang drank the light green vegetable porridge coupled with a variety of Amman's signature dishes. Wang Yuyan, on the other hand, was attentively helping Jiang Chang introduce a few delicacies on the side. It just feels so cozy. Mr. Jiang, this is South African abalone. This dish combines abalone with a Western-style egg tart and is topped with a dunking of white seafood juice. This dish is rated very high. Try it. Jiang Chang looked at the abalone in South Africa. His eyebrows raised. The tip of his tongue could not help but move a bit. Looks good. Pretty fat. Jiang Chang picked up his fork and inserted it directly, then ate it with a shivering bite. Well, nice. Firm meat. Just a little salty. Okay, Mr. Jiang. Next time season the flavor properly. Seeing that Jiang Chang had almost eaten, Wang Yuyan opened her mouth and asked, Mr. Jiang, tonight we happen to have a reception at Amman. You as our hotel's super VIP customer are invited. The invitation is on the table. If you are interested you can go. What's the theme of the reception? This time is mainly to invite our hotel's platinum level customers to hold a cocktail party. You can get to know the exchange of some inside. The cocktail party will also have a small auction party. This auction will auction some of the more precious jewelry and so on. The scene will please authoritative appraisal of the appraiser and notary public to witness. If you have what is more valuable things, as our VIP can also be taken out as an auction item for auction. Jiang Chang nodded his head after listening to express his understanding. The reception is starting now? It's already started. I'll show you the way if you want to go. I should be able to get in with such a casual outfit, right? Jiang Chang asked as he looked at the white t-shirt he was wearing. Wang Yuyan nodded affirmatively and said, of course then. Our reception this time is only for internal VIP customers, so there aren't any special requirements. Jiang Chang stood up and nodded. Let's go then. Wang Yuyan nodded and led Jiang Chang onto the sightseeing bus at the entrance. The area of Amman is just so big that it's really a 10-minute walk to walk possible. Soon the sightseeing bus arrived in front of the doorway in the other direction. Several security officers in black suits stood at the entrance to the reception, and inside the courtyard there were many waiters going in and out with trays of food. Wang Yuyan said respectfully to Jiang Chang, Mr. Jiang, this way please. After saying that, Wang Yuyan took the hot stamped invitation and said to the security at the door, this is the VIP of our Ting Villa's titanium card. Mr. Jiang Chang. The security officer didn't even look at Wang Yuyan's invitation after receiving it and directly bowed and extended his hand to Jiang Chang. Mr. Jiang, good evening. Inside please. Jiang Chang nodded towards Wang Yuyan. Thanks, housekeeper Wang. You're welcome. Have a good time. Jiang Chang stepped into the courtyard of the reception alone. Only 2 or 3 people were walking around casually with glasses of red wine inside the courtyard at the moment. Inside the courtyard, on either side, were long white tablecloth tables filled with buffet food. It was topped with a wide array of food: king crab legs, lobster sashimi, salmon belly, steaks, salads. Chapter 10, Enamel Watches. Moving forward, a few microphone shouts from the host were heard. Stepping into the hall of the house, he saw a huge crystal chandelier hanging in the middle of the room, the soft light illuminating the whole room. In the center of the stage stood a hostess in a red dress, who was selling a green emerald no matter what sign and shouting its price. 5 million once, 5 million twice, 5 million 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the lady. Jiang Chang slowly surveyed his surroundings. At this time everyone was focusing on the auction items on the stage, so no one noticed him. After looking around he took a random seat in a chair leaning back. The auction in front of him was not set up in a grand manner, and it was obviously not the kind of place for a serious and grand auction. It was like a small auction of the sort that sets up a cocktail event, but there were quite a few people on hand to raise their hands and bid. so the atmosphere was not bad. The next auction is still a pricey piece of jewelry. After several rounds of uninteresting shouting, Jiang Cheng felt a little bored, mainly because there was nothing he looked at. Jiang Cheng got up and stood up, about to be ready to go out. Just at this moment, the booth changed to Patek Philippe enamel lady's watch. The female auctioneer introduced this watch. This enamel watch is the private collection of Ms. Un, a top watch collector. As we all know, although Patek Philippe's enamel watches are not sold at a high price, the design of each enamel is a unique one of a kind, which means that only one watch will be made after the design of each enamel pattern is made, so you don't have to worry about the emergence of clashing models. The starting price for today's auction of this enamel watch is $500,000, and each increase shall not be less than $100,000. The bidding begins. Jiang Cheng, listening to this price, has a little surprised, not because of the cheap and surprised. On the contrary, this affair is actually a little expensive. This is because the official release price of Patek Philippe's enamel watches can be picked up for as little as $100,000, and Patek Philippe launches a few unique enamel watches every year. But the world is so big that these enamel watches are directly booked by certain super VIP users every time before they even hit the shelves, and ordinary buyers don't have the chance to buy them at all. So suddenly can understand why it in the secondary market or auction price will be so high. After all, things are rare is expensive. While Jiang Cheng was thinking about it, the price of this enamel wristwatch had already come to $800,000 apiece. Looking at this exquisite wristwatch in front of him, Jiang Cheng suddenly thought of his own mother, Li Yan. This watch and her mom's temperament is very match. Although at this time he cannot directly take out to send Li Yan, but there will always be an opportunity to do so. Just when $800,000 was about to be sold, Jiang Cheng raised his hand. After Jiang Cheng raised his hand, the host on the stage quickly quoted the price. $900,000. Anyone else want to bid? $900,000 once, $900,000 twice, $900,000 three times. Congratulations to the gentleman at number 35 who has won the auction for a Patek Philippe enamel lady's watch. After the hostess tapped the hammer, the people sitting in the front row turned back to look at Jiang Cheng. A 100,000 plus watch hardened so many times is indeed ho-hum. Soon a new auction item was pushed up on the stage. The next watch in the auction is still offered by Ms. Anne, a top watch collector. It is Richard Mille's RM056. Richard Mille. I believe you have heard of this brand. Although it is a young brand, but only established more than 10 years, it will become a top watch brand comparable to Patek Philippe. And today's live auction of this Richard Mille's RM056 is worth $10 million. Can be said to be the king of the family's many models of the watch. This model is limited to 10 pieces worldwide, and the starting price is $15 million. Each increase in price must not be less than $500,000. Let the bidding begin. Listening to this price, Jiang Cheng was a bit confused again. This time not confused because it was a bit expensive, but because $15 million was a bit cheap. Before he was reborn, Jiang Cheng remembered that the price of this cool little genius phone watch Richard Mille RM056 in the secondary market had long been speculated to $25 million. But soon Jiang Cheng reacted, only to see him frowning and thinking quickly. It's 2017 at this point, and according to the presenter, the brand Richard Mille has only been around for a decade or so at this point. And when he really had some popularity would have been when the Shake Shack short videos exploded. That time period would have been 18 years ago, and it was only at that point that Richard Mille gradually started to come into the general public's consciousness because of short videos. Jiang Cheng also recognized this watch because of Foxtone's big data recommendation agency. His own dad, Jiang Jianmin, had been wearing various Rolex watches and was influenced by them, so Jiang Cheng paid more or less attention to watches on weekdays. And since he played the Foxtone, the big data every day to recommend him a variety of often 10 million level of the name table. At that time, Jiang Cheng often spat at Foxtone for looking up to him too much as a poor rich second generation, recommending all the series that he couldn't afford. But at this moment, Jiang Cheng is suddenly a little grateful to Pak Xian's recommendation mechanism. So this is for him to do after the rebirth of Patting Ah. Before he was born again, he could only look at the picture, but after he was born again, he casually bought one to wear on the hand. Seems to be not impossible. To be with or without all depends on Jiang Cheng's personal preferences. At this point he didn't hesitate at all to raise his sign. When the female host saw Jiang Cheng raise his hand again, she couldn't help but look at him more. 15. 5 million for Mr. 35. Any more bids? As soon as the host said this, a young man with slender arms and tattoos on his lower arms raised the sign in his hand. 16 million for Mr. 8. 16 million for Mr. 8. Anyone else want to bid? Jiang Cheng sniffed and raised his hand again. 16. 5 million for Mr. 35. After Jiang Cheng raised his hand, the skinny, flower-armed man raised his hand again. 17 million for Mr. 8. Jiang Cheng frowned and raised his sign again. He was a bit surprised. He didn't expect anyone to look at this watch as much as he did. In fact, they were the only two people on the scene who were raising their hands, and no one else was going to participate. The people who are more familiar with the Richard Mille brand at this time are still the rich and wealthy of their upper-class circles, while the average person swiping through the videos might see it. He's not particularly famous yet, after all, but in a couple of years, when it spreads more, maybe when you go to a nightclub at night, you can see many rich kids start to wear this brand of watches. The timing is just right to get this watch at this time compared to the price that will fire up later. After all, this RM056 is known as the ticket to the billionaire, the symbol of the top rich kids. Chapter 11, Hello, Emperor Shanghai. Jiang Cheng directly raised his card twice and increased the price by $1 million. $18 million for Mr. 35. After the host shouted this price, the flower-armed man grimaced and whispered towards a boy with dyed white hair next to him. Asterisk 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 asterisk, who is this number 35? So fierce. After saying that, he also turned around and looked behind him. The white hair next to him saw that he wasn't lifting, and asked with a smirk on his face as he watched the show. Brother Chin, aren't you lifting? My ass. How do you talk? Who's not lifting? And where do I get that kind of money? The flower-armed man said in annoyance. Seeing the flower-armed man glaring at him, Whitehair duly changed the topic and continued. Brother Chin, let's not talk about lifting or not lifting. You don't have that much money? Only to see the flower-armed man smacked his mouth. Shrugged, forget it. It's not a matter of money or not. The key is 18 million to buy this is not cost-effective. With this money I might as well buy 2 Patek Philippe to wear and play. The man with the flower arm thinks that it is indeed a bit silly to buy this watch at $18 million now. Although the style of this watch is good looking, but the spread is not as good as Patek Philippe. Seeing the flower-armed man say so, the white hair also nodded approvingly. I think so. Who is this? No. 35. It looks as if he is younger than the two of us, and it is very familiar, as if he has never seen it before. The flower-armed man stroked his chin, his eyes revealing a rakish gleam as he seemed to be thinking about something, and then said, I don't recognize it, but it's a good taste, and it's the same watch as the one I've been looking at. Yo-ho, he robbed you and you still praise him. I didn't expect you to be so broad-minded. Brother Chin, he's rich, that's what he's got. What do I have to say? I'll just praise him for being great. What's the point of being jealous of him? Wow, this is worthy of Brother Chin. This height makes me worship. Roll. With the two of them having a hot chat, Richard Miller was taken down directly by Jiang Cheng without any doubt. The next auction items, and nothing special, are what jade and jadeite and so on. Look at the Jiang Cheng board directly play the phone. And that flower arm man at this time with the white hair is also boring. Two people muttered a few words after they stood up, walked over towards Jiang Cheng. Only white hair took the lead towards Jiang Cheng and said, Hello, buddy. Jiang Cheng raised his head at his words. Only 2 more young men were seen in the seat beside him at that moment. The boy who opened his mouth to talk to Jiang Cheng had white hair dyed on his head and was wearing Armani clothes. The whole aura of the man looks a bit gangly. Apart from the hairstyle, the Patek Philippe he wore on his hand and the big name clothes he wore added some strange airs to him. With an array of money added to the mix, it was a direct indication that he wasn't just a simple street punk. The boy who greeted himself Jiang Cheng did not recognize, but the other skinny, hands tattooed with tattoos beside him Jiang Cheng recognized at once. Isn't this the Emperor of Shanghai Qin Bern, who was often seen on Shake Shack in his previous life? Seeing the other party extend his hand, Jiang Cheng also shook it back and said, My name is Jiang Cheng. Hello, my name is Qin Bern. His name is Wang Zhang, and by the way, I'm the one who just competed with you for the Richard Mille watch, Qin Bern said as he stretched out his tattooed hands towards Jiang Cheng. After shaking back as usual, Jiang Cheng spoke, I did read your news. Shanghai Emperor? That's right, he is the rich second generation of the Magic City Shanghai Emperor, often seen in the Shake Shack. In the city of Shanghai, he is known as the first rich second generation of Magic City. When everyone mentions the term rich second generation, maybe the first impression is Wang Tsongtsong. After all, Qin Bern is not as high profile as Wang Tsongtsong, but that's also because his background is really not as clean as Wang Tsongtsong's family. Once Wang Tsongtsong posted a sentence on Weibo, I make friends don't care if he has money or not. Anyway, are not as rich as me. Then Qin Bern commented at the bottom with 3 simple words. What about me? That time Wang Tsongtsong but counterintuitively did not reply. I do not know whether it is because of the disdain to respond or because of other reasons, but he and Wang principal 2 people always have intercourse, but also was photographed 2 people together shabu shabu hot pot. The reason why Qin Bern is so famous is still because of that very pretentious and out-of-the-loop picture in the rain on the news. $30 million Ferrari supercar crashed and he sat in the car playing with his cell phone like it was nothing, and calmly tweeted that he takes everything lightly. though he appears to have a powerful background and an enigmatic family in the eyes of many commoners. But Jiang Chang knew that the rise of their family relied on nothing more than stacking horses to make a fortune, and the history of their fortune was indeed unclean. But then again, while the history of the Harry family is not on the table, by his generation it was already starting to wash. Now he is also a representative of the rich second generation. Qin, burning to see Jiang Chang, said so, smiled and shrugged his shoulders, waved his hand and said, "Shanghai, then I'm more powerful. This name our netizens blindly say, you cannot take out to say, I hear their own shame. And look at you, just now is not much more powerful than me." Jiang Chang didn't explain, and smiled lightly. "It just so happens that I like that watch." "You like name lists too?" Qin Burn asked with interest. Jiang Chang shook his head honestly. "Not to say I like it. I haven't bought it before. It's my first time to buy it. It's just a fresh picture." Seeing Jiang Chang say that, Wang Zhang and Qin Burn couldn't help but look at each other, before secretly sizing up Jiang Chang once again. Seeing that Jiang Chang really didn't wear a watch on his hand, he couldn't help but be even more surprised. "The first time you buy a watch you buy more than 10 million. You are too much. To be honest, in the Magic City I know the circle is not less. You are a little bit of a face. It is reasonable to say that you such a character I should have seen it." Wang Zhang looked at Jiang Chang and said, "I just arrived in Mordor yesterday." "No wonder. I said how come you're a character that brother Qin and I don't recognize. So you're not from this circle?" After solving the doubts Wang Zhang then asked, "Come to Magic City to develop?" Jiang Chang shook his head. "I am going to study at the university here. So I came over to have a look first." The moment the two people heard Jiang Chang's words they couldn't help but let out a cry. "Dare I say you're only 18? That's a bit of an oxymoron." Both of them couldn't help but be secretly surprised at this moment. Surprised naturally by the financial power Jiang Chang had shown at this age. Although both of their homes were also well off, they didn't have that much liquidity at their disposal in their 18th year. At best, the monthly pocket money is only a few $100,000. How can you take out more than $20 million to buy a watch in one go? Just an ordinary family. Jiang Chang said honestly. "Look at what you're saying. For you to be ordinary in this condition, wouldn't the two of us be garbage pickers?" Wang Zhang responded with a big grin. "All right, don't pretend, alas. The next estimate is not much to shoot. This watch should still be tonight's grand finale. Why don't we go to see that watch of yours?" Qin Burning proposed said. After all, he is really very interested in that watch. Jiang Chang shrugged and nodded casually. "Okay." After saying that, the three people went to the notary's side together. Jiang Chang filled out the auction certificates and confirmations and other information, then the money directly to their account. Just then the system dinged. "Ding! Congratulations to the host on another level upgrade. The host receives $1 for every second of existence in the world. Name, Jiang Chang. Age, 18. Height, 182. Face value, 85 points. Level, 7. System reserve, $367. 280, can be withdrawn at any time. System, $1 per second. Upgrade experience, 23,900,000/50 million. The $1 you get for every second. $60 a minute, is $3, $600 an hour, and $86, $400 a day, which turns into $2, $592,000 a month. The annual salary went straight through $30 million. Now this situation, even if Jiang Chang did not do anything, lying flat every day, has exceeded 99.9% of the people. But Jiang Chang was not satisfied, because $30 million may be a lot for ordinary people, but it's just a drop in the bucket for those who are at the top of the heap from birth. In terms of current housing prices, just that place in Rongcheng, a single room will cost $100,000 to $200,000, and if you want to buy a villa, it will cost at least $50 million to start with. In Rongcheng, $50 million can still buy a villa, but when changed to the Magic City, this inch of land, $50 million can only buy a few hundred square feet of suite. If you want to buy a villa in the Magic City, you'll need at least a couple $100 million, and in the case of the Townsend here, suites with a small target of 1 or 2 abound. If you want to go a step further and buy a house in our capital city, Yanjing, the price is another story. Then again, Richard Mills RM056 costs $18 million, while Patek Philippe's astronomical tourbillon costs more than $17 million. It may seem like the watch Jiang Chang bought now is already very flashy, but it's really just a knockout. And with the luxury cruise ships that Papa Ma and the others drive, private jets are even more of a small target to get. That's why Jiang Chang felt that he couldn't call himself a truly rich man yet. It was only barely enough to be the tip of the earth. And in this world he still belonged to the segment of unyielding silver. A life that wants to step into the clouds needs to continue to be fought to the end. Looking at the system's reserve has reached $367,280. then clicked on the withdrawal. The next second the text message received the transferred funds. After getting the table, Jiang Chang generously placed it on the table for both of them to see. The three men couldn't help but sigh as they looked at Richard Miller inside the beautiful box on the table. It's so damn pretty. Just see, its entire strap is full-bodied sapphire. Azure-colored dial above the pointers rotating second by second. Countless precision gears directly in front of you, like a wild engine generally full of wild charm. This Richard Mille RM056 is really full of new wave, futuristic, a sense of technology. It's simply pure mechanical aesthetics. After seeing the real thing, Jiang Chang realized why Richard Mille, a brand that has only been established for 15 years at this point, can directly catch up with the king of wristwatches, Patek Philippe, in terms of price and status. Because in contrast to the calm and gentlemanly Patek Philippe, Richard Mille, on the other hand, looks more like a vigorous young hipster, full of sharpness and edge, very suitable for the aesthetic of young people nowadays. The three of them were watching and chatting away, and just then Jiang Chang inadvertently glanced at the beautiful women around him, but saw a familiar figure sitting by the corner of the reception. Jiang Chang looked at that figure and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly. After adding the prestige of Wang Zhang and Qin Bern, Jiang Chang couldn't wait to walk towards that figure. Yu Xiaoxiao? As soon as Jiang Chang opened his mouth, Yu Xiaoxiao slowly raised her head, only to see her frown slightly as she looked at Jiang Chang. 3 seconds later she looked a little flustered and covered her mouth, and a slender, crystalline finger slowly pointed at Jiang Chang. You are. That night. Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's panicked expression, suddenly felt a bit interesting. Subconsciously Jiang Chang stretched out the tip of his tongue towards Yu Xiaoxiao, and showed her a skill of putting the spirit on the tip of his tongue, rolled his tongue directly into 3 flaps. Chapter 12, Yu Xiaoxiao got married? Faced with Jiang Chang's expression, Yu Xiaoxiao's long legs underneath her black hip skirt couldn't help but clip. Cannot help but recall the scene of the first time to see Jiang Chang. At this time inside is even more panicked abatch. Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao's reaction, those pink and juicy thoughts came back to Jiang Chang's mind. Seeing that she was wearing a white hanging neck shirt underneath a tight wraparound skirt tonight and nude-colored high heels. Her slightly curly hair was slicked back and she wore a pendant necklace above her slender swan neck. Jiang Chang lowered his head and looked at the peaks in front of him, remembering the Mount Everest in the books that was covered with ice and snow. How upright and deep it was. After staring at the necklace for dozens of seconds, Jiang Chang still couldn't see whether the pendant was encrusted with gemstones or diamonds on top, for the pendant was at that moment hidden inside 2 large bowls. It was so tightly blocked that it was really hard to see clearly. Yu Xiaoxiao's exquisite face near at hand, as well as the snow-white legs, all make Jiang Chang cannot help but a burst of heart. Numb nuts. Is the feeling of falling in love? Yu Xiaoxia saw Jiang Chang looking at herself without hiding it, and gave Jiang Chang a flirtatious blank look. Stinky brother, have you seen enough? Jiang Chang said playfully. I haven't seen enough. Why don't you come to my place later and take a good look? That's quite a thought. That's for sure. Why wouldn't I want it when I have such a beautiful beauty like you with me and money to get it? Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but blush when she saw Jiang Chang mention this. I see that you are only 18 years old. Thought you were still a student before taking care of you. After all, you also contributed. Just didn't realize that it is still a rich second generation? Those who can come here tonight are all rich in their families. And the reason why Yu Xiaoxiao was also an internal member of their Yang Yunaman was because she was the operations manager of Tiancheng Entertainment. We usually help some investors and partners to book hotels for their stay. Their company usually arranges their clients in Amman, a high-class hotel in Yangyun, and she has become a platinum member of Amman after booking it more often. It was only because she was bored tonight that she thought to stop by. I didn't expect to actually meet Jiang Chang. Overthinking it, I am indeed a student and in particular need of your care. Yu Xiaoxiao laughed a little, but at that moment, her afterglow caught a glimpse of Jiang Chang wearing the Richard Mille on his hand as well as the bag he was holding in his hand. Are you number 35 from earlier? Jiang Chang nodded. How is it? The reception is almost over. I've booked a courtyard villa here. Why don't we go over together and have a cup of tea to sober up? Jiang Chang nodded. How is it? The reception is almost over. I've booked a courtyard villa here. Why don't we go over together and have a cup of tea to sober up? Yu Xiaoxia's interest in Jiang Chang intensified when she learned that Jiang Chang was a super rich second generation. After all, she felt that rich, wealthy second generation people like Jiang Chang liked nothing better than to get what they wanted, and they usually didn't have true feelings, and it just so happened that Yu Xiaoxia wanted that the most. We all hang out together and don't get attached. This was also why she hadn't left her contact information even after meeting Jiang Chang for the first time. Although the first time between them was because of drinking, Yu Xiaoxiao didn't regret it after waking up. Thinking this way, Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes flirtatiously looked towards Jiang Chang and said graciously, "Good, the wine is almost gone anyway, so let's go now." Chapter 13, New Skills Arrive. Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao's attitude towards himself, Jiang Chang felt a little puzzled. According to the tips given by the system, Yu Xiaoxiao's privacy value was 1, and Jiang Chang knew that this one was himself. He was supposed to be her first man, and she wasn't supposed to be a casual kind of girl. Moreover, Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness value towards herself was only 65 points, a value that was even lower than Zhou Ying's. To be honest, this friendliness value is nowhere near enough to get a girl to get close to you. But at this time, Yu Xiaoxiao had already wrapped her arms around Jiang Cheng's arm. As a good man, he naturally couldn't refuse a woman who took the initiative. The two of them walked out of the entrance of the reception intimately towards the side of the Ting Villa that Jiang Cheng had booked. After arriving at the Ting Villa, Yu Xiaoxiao visited and said, "This is the first time I've been to this side of the Ting Villa. It's worthy of being an 80,000 a night room type, ancient and colorful. Even the chairs used are all of sedum wood." Wang Yuyan, who was on the side, saw that Jiang Cheng had brought a very beautiful woman back. Seeing that Jiang Cheng didn't have any other requests, he was very sensible and led the people back. There were only 2 people left inside the room at this point. Jiang Cheng took out a red wine and 2 highball glasses from the wine cabinet on the side. After opening it, he poured the glasses full and handed one of them to Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the wine glass Jiang Cheng handed over. The corner of her mouth hooked and said derisively, "Stinky brother, trying to get me drunk again?" Jiang Cheng smiled and replied, "I remember that you can drink better than me, right? Last time you drank more than me?" Yu Xiaoxia gently shook the wine glass before starting to take a big gulp of the wine. The look seemed to be a bit of an attempt to get drunk. Jiang Cheng could see Yu Xiaoxiao's emotions, but he didn't ask why. The two soon walked to the open-air chairs of the Ting Villa, enjoying the moonlight while drinking and chatting. Soon a red wine was pretty much split between the two. Jiang Cheng was a little surprised at his own alcohol consumption. The previous 2 cups down is already the limit, but at this time but still remain sober. Could it be that you've gotten better at drinking since you were reborn? Looking at the scarlet-faced and somewhat inebriated Yu Xiaoxiao, Jiang Cheng knew that it was almost time. Putting down the wine glass and walking over to Yu Xiaoxiao's side, he leaned down beside her and said in a low voice, "You're drunk? I'll carry you back to your room for a rest." Feeling a hot breath coming from her ears, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shake a little, only to see her drunken eyes looking at Jiang Cheng, smiling and asking, "Really rest?" Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes and sexy lips, Jiang Cheng's heart couldn't help but thump. Holy shit, isn't that what it feels like to be in love? Of course I am, but let's give you a sobering shot before we rest. Really, just one shot? She remembered that last time it had taken several shots to make her go back and slow down for a few days before she felt a little better. Jiang Cheng smiled at his words and directly answered Yu Xiaoxiao with his actions, only to see his lips directly affixed to Yu Xiaoxiao's sexy red lips and slowly began to invade the territory. After 10 seconds or so, Yu Xiaoxiao's hand that was lightly pushing Jiang Cheng suddenly stopped. After resisting for a few more seconds, Yu Xiaoxiao began to emit an emotional murmur, and then her hands began to take the initiative to climb up Jiang Cheng's neck. More than an hour later, the system suddenly ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the milking skill. Mastering a wide variety of hand skills is a necessary skill for a godly man, so please explore the subtleties of the host. Jiang Cheng strongly agreed with the system's words. Now their own bank card still lying above the balance of 63 million. Plus they also have the God Magnificent system. The future of the money will only increase, impossible to reduce the money. Money is not money now on the Jiang Cheng is not important. He just wanna have a skill side. Chapter 14, Su 1. When he woke up the next day, Yu Xiaoxiao was gone again. Looking at the empty spot beside the bed, Jiang Cheng couldn't help but look at his hands that had become fully flexible, and remembering the shape of last night, the corner of his mouth unconsciously curved up into an arc again. Jiang Cheng secretly sighed. This is really moist. After last night, Yu Xiaoxiao's favorability towards him directly soared by 20 points to 85 points. Part of the reason why Yu Xiaoxiao's friendliness towards herself had soared so quickly was still due to the new skill she had gotten since. After dinner, Jiang Cheng took the Rolls-Royce, the special car of Yang Yunaman, to the Ferrari house on Xintai Road, located on the north bank of Suzhou Creek in the business district of Magic City. The security guards at the gate took one look at it and then directly released it. The Rolls-Royce was really big. The Ferrari salesman saw a customer come into the store, still in a Rolls-Royce, and rushed to welcome him. The salesperson enthusiastically said to Jiang Cheng, "Hello sir, this is the Ferrari sales center. We are glad to serve you. May I ask if you have an appointment?" Jiang Cheng shook his head and said, "No." "Okay, what's the name, please?" "Last name is Jiang." "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm the salesperson here. You can call me Xiao Yun." Xiao Yun inquired thoughtfully, "May I ask if you have a clear goal in mind? If not, I'll take you to the parlor for a cup of tea and introduce you to the various Ferrari models. Do you have any cars in stock at your store?" I'd like to take a direct look, Rue replied after freezing for a moment at that. Yes, this way please, let me introduce you to our Ferrari. Though Xiaoyun didn't let Jiang Chang's excessively childish face slow her down, but looking at Xiaoyun's slightly mature cheeks, Jiang Chang then looked a little disappointed. Where's the bridge in the novel that says you can bag a luxury car sale? Real life ones though, if you want to be a luxury car salesman, you need to have a resume of at least a couple years in the business, and in previous years, the sales target to reach the standard to be eligible to apply for employment. Like Ferrari, this grade of car sales staff should at least annual turnover in the hundreds of millions of dollars or more in order to be eligible to apply for employment. After all, their basic salary is also relatively high, generally at least in the 5,000 to 10,000 yuan or more. Can have this kind of sales experience of luxury car sales staff? Unless you are out of the community, sales means is very good, otherwise simmer to that position. The age of the general in the 30s to 40 years old interval. After all, this kind of personnel sales experience is certainly very rich, so there is generally no such thing as a luxury car salesman right out of school. If it's a common brand of car sales, there's still a little chance, but this kind of top luxury car sales, you want to apply for a fresh graduate? I advise you to go to sleep, dreaming of everything. With the sales staff into the store, Jiang Chang looked around the week. The entire store is very quiet. Obvious seems to be only one of his customers. However, with Xiaoyun taking herself around to introduce the tour, Jiang Chang also noticed that there was another man and woman in the store looking at cars. Those two people standing together looked very out of place. The male client was a middle-aged man of about 170, short and fat, with a greasy smell. Jiang Chang could even see the reflections on the top of his head. On the contrary, the woman standing next to him not only had an exquisite face, but even her body was unusually hot. The highland undulating curves on the side alone are a complete blow to 80% of the girls. The two of them were surrounded by 3 salespeople at the moment. Several people took turns giving them both a serious tour of one of the store's fire-red Lafayettes. Sue Knight, if you think this car is good, then I'll buy it. How about taking you for a ride when you pick up the car? That middle-aged man even winked greasily towards her after he finished speaking. The woman known as Sue Evening eyebrows could not help but wrinkle. Then some embarrassed said, Mr. Huang, you are polite. Buy a car is a prudent thing. You have to look at yourself to see the right only. After all, open the person is you well. My opinion is not important. Hey, why are you being so formal? I'll pick you up every day after the movie. I'll bring you any car you want. No need. Mr. Huang, we shoot the movie day and night upside down. Where is good to trouble you? Besides, that is the assistance thing. Today I come out mainly on behalf of the company to explore with you under that movie. Only to see that before she finished her sentence was interrupted by that greasy man. As long as you promise well, the female lead is naturally yours. After saying that, he was immediately ready to go up and wrap his arms around Suwon. Suwon seems to be accustomed to seeing this kind of thing, only to see her reaction is very agile. Immediately awkwardly took a step back. Mr. Huang, I still say, you're welcome. I just want to shoot the movie properly. The other is not considered. Just as the two of them were talking, the commotion of Xiaoyun bringing Jiang Chang over caught everyone's attention. Seeing Xiaoyun walk over with a very handsome-looking man, not only the sales staff, even Suwon couldn't help but look at Jiang Chang a few more times. With 4 eyes, Jiang Chang suddenly felt that the delicate-looking woman in front of him was very familiar. Su, a star? Sunan? After scrutinizing for a while, Jiang Chang finally remembered the woman's identity. Su Evening, one of the newest 4 little flowers in the entertainment circle a few years later. Although she was still a nobody now, she was really on fire before Jiang Chang was reborn. I didn't realize that the real person was quite a bit more refined than the TV above. Bright peach blossom eyes coupled with a sweet child's voice. What man wouldn't be mesmerized by hearing that? And the most impressive thing about her is that picture of her getting out of the pool. It is known as the Big Bull. This figure is really top. This kind of woman who saw anyone is probably the first reaction is, strive to develop into artillery battalion comrades. Chapter 15, Buying a Car. Looking at Su Wan's humble appearance, Jiang Chang knew that he hadn't remembered wrongly. This situation is indeed a small starlet, right? Otherwise how would you accompany a middle-aged man who was already bald to see the car? The 3 saleswomen standing beside Su Wan had looked Jiang Chang up and down with their eyes. After being in the luxury car sales business for a long time, there is a subconscious mindset that makes it easy to look at people with colored eyes. Although the outfit on Jiang Changyi did not stand out, the 85-point face value still made the girl's present feel refreshed. 5'2", naturally messy hair without any perms, fair skin coupled with clean, handsome cheeks. This clean and handsome big boy belongs to the kind of person that a normal woman would look at twice when she sees him. That middle-aged man saw that the several women around him were all attracted to Jiang Chang, and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Jiang Chang in annoyance. but just a little younger and more handsome, a little taller, nothing else special, and dressed in a nondescript way. What's there to look at? After taking a look at it, that middle-aged man immediately secretly satirized these women in his heart for being too shallow. Can good looks be a meal? He also just saw the watch Jiang Chang was wearing on his hand, and looking at the watch's transparent body, he couldn't tell what brand it was. For an old man like Huang Ming, he usually only pays attention to Rolex and Patek Philippe, and he doesn't recognize any of these other new brand watches, so at this time he automatically classifies Richard Mille as a low-grade watch. Just now, Jiang Chang had also heard some of the conversation between Su Wan and that middle-aged man. It looked like that middle-aged man should have used certain bargaining chips to get Su Wan to promise him something. As for what's going on, we all know it by heart. Jiang Chang didn't give Su Wan and Huang Ming more than a glance, but instead took it upon himself to visit a series of furnishings in the store under Xiao Yun's introduction. See Jiang Chang's first visit to this Ferrari home. Xiao Yun introduced the history and philosophy of Ferrari to Jiang Chang in great detail. At this moment, she stood in front of a huge wall of car molds, pointing to their Ferrari's most typical models and said, "These molds are built according to the prototypes. Look, this is our Ferrari's most famous model, the Ferrari Lafayette. Ferrari Lafayette and McLaren P1 and Porsche's 918 are known as the three great god cars. This car, to live a new life." Jiang Chang is still the first time to walk into such a high-level showroom to look at so many exquisite models, molds as well as leather samples, which makes Jiang Chang feel very fresh. With Xiao Yun's introduction, Jiang Chang's attention was completely on the positively red Ferrari Lafayette in front of him. Honestly, aren't these supercars the little toys that all men want to own? To be honest, although supercars weren't practical, Jiang Chang admitted that he did have a bit of a heartbeat when he saw the supercars whizzing by on the side of the road before he owned one. Even though he already owns a 918, what's the harm in having one more? And it's still keyed to the white whoring system. The Ferrari Lafayette would be the most expensive of all their models, and this supercar voucher for myself could only buy one car, so it would be worth it if I could buy this Lafayette. Although Jiang Chang hadn't bought a Lafayette, he had heard that there were some strings attached to purchasing this kind of car, but he really didn't know exactly what they were. Jiang Chang also did not squirm. To know that money strengthens a man's guts. He is not the former teenager who would blush after being casually talked to. After all, only people with low self-esteem would feel embarrassed and angry when others catch a little mistake. And it just so happened that Jiang Chang was at this time in the state of being young and not inferior. With the idea of asking questions if you don't know what you don't know, you spoke directly. "I've heard that there are some conditions required to buy your Rafa?" When Xiaoyan saw Jiang Chang ask this question, the corner of her mouth was covered with a standard smile and she nodded. "Yes, this honorable guest. Since Lafayette is our store's limited model, buying this kind of car requires a capital inspection, and can only be purchased if the capital inspection is passed. And the purchase is also contingent on owning 5 of our Ferrari models first and becoming a regular customer before being eligible to purchase a Lafayette." Seeing Xiaoyan say this, Jiang Chang sighed with some regret. "So I'm not qualified to buy it?" Xiaoyan was instantly a little surprised to see Jiang Chang's expression of regret. The Ferrari Lafayette has a guide price of upwards of $20 million. 20 plus million is just the price of the frame too, plus interior options and prices and car tax on imported cars. The whole series of processes of the car down very easily to reach more than 50 million. And someone who can buy a $50 plus million Rafa must be worth more than a few $100 million, even well over a couple $100 million. Although she didn't think someone of Jiang Chang's age could afford a Rafa, the look of regret on his face didn't look like an act. Ru pondered for a few seconds before speaking. "It's not impossible if you really want to buy this Rafa." Jiang Chang suddenly raised his spirits when he saw Xiaoyan say this. "Oh, how? The Ferrari Pista just hit the market with its excellent design, looks a big hit. It is because of too hot production and slower led a variety of suppliers to open a variety of speechless limited purchase conditions. It's like the conditions they just said about membership and purchase history, and even more outrageous markups on purchases and so on. However, with the development of time and the push of other well-known supercar brands, as well as China's environmental policy, Ferrari doesn't have the same arrogance over the market as it used to have. Now that all sorts of restrictions have been lifted a long time ago, a price increase is even more unlikely. There's even a discount on the no markup condition yet. After all, a Ferrari costs several $1 million at the lowest price, though a couple million doesn't sound as if it's very much. But suppose we take Mordor as an example. If you add up all the real estate such as property, cars, funds, cash and even stocks, etc., to calculate private property, that half of the magic people can reach a fortune of $5 million. After all, $5 million in assets is normal these days, with real estate like an old house and a bit of savings. But how many people are joining the group who can shell out $5 million in cash flow at their fingertips without cashing in those real estate assets? In 19 years, Ferrari only sold a total of 836 units in our entire country, including Bend Island, Menlo Island, and more than 80% of those sold were still cars under $5 million. As for the $20 million plus Ferrari Lafa, not to mention the fact that only a handful of people buy them. Chapter 16, Wang Zhang. So now, a price increase is not possible, and the restriction on purchases is more like real estate is just talk. That's the rule in principle. But as you know, Ferrari orders take time, due to the length of time it takes to deliver. Some orders don't go as smoothly as expected at the end of the day, so there are some more specialized spots that can be additionally topped up on. If you're sure you want it, you can register your order on top of those that have delivery problems in the middle of the process. But in that case, the prepayment may be a bit higher than normal. I wonder if that's acceptable to you. Zhang Chang raised his eyebrows after Xiaoyan said this. Sure enough, there was this special operation. He bought the car with the system's money, not his own, so it didn't matter if it was extra. Yes, if there is such an order, I pay full price for it. No installments. Seeing Zhang Chang say this, Xiaoyan's eyes instantly widened. Full payment. Does Zhang Chang know how much the car costs or not? Not only Xiaoyan, the other people present couldn't help but open their mouths wide when they heard Zhang Chang's casual words. Many monologues were born within them all at this time, but when the words came out of his mouth, not a single word could pop out. All that could be done was to stay with a slightly open mouth. Even Su Wan couldn't help but look back at Zhang Chang. She was also both shocked and curious at this point to hear that she was going to have to pay full price for the car. After all, even Huang Ming, the rich movie and TV investor next to her, has to buy a car in installments. Huang Ming is the boss of the Huang Family Entertainment Company. Although Huang's entertainment company had a market capitalization of several $100 million, in reality, Huang Ming's liquidity was only a few tens of millions. And every time he invests in a movie or television it's a small production, around $5 million at most. If you asked Huang Ming to buy a Rafa, he would never lay his hands on one. In other words, it would be simply unaffordable. Even at this moment, with this $3 million Ferrari in front of him, he had to think twice. But Zhang Chang says he wants to pay full price for the Ferrari Lafa. How did that not shock and intrigue her? Shocked, Xiaoyan immediately spoke again to confirm. This, Mr. Zhang, the bear car price of the Lafa is more than 20 million. And with customization, the price is at least more than 50 million. I know, it's acceptable. Seeing Zhang Chang's unchanged appearance, Xiaoyan this time completely taut. She's been with Ferrari for a few years now, and today would be the day to sell their Ferrari heavyweight. The Ferrari Lafa. That would be the highlight of her sales resume, and as long as she sold the car, this generous commission alone would be enough to cover all her expenses for the next 2 years. Although this single business was a bit special, Zhang Chang was the one she received, so the due commission was still there. The salespeople on Huang Ming's side all couldn't help but envy some of the face contortions when they saw Xiaoyan's look of excitement. At this time, they all couldn't help but think how good it would be if Zhang Chang was received by himself. Although Huang Ming was dressed expensively and wore a Vacheron Constantin watch. So what? The car in front of him, the three of them had been presenting it to him in great detail for the better part of an hour. But he just dawdled and didn't place his order. Instead he kept talking to Su Wan about investments and evening dates. Looking at the situation, the chances of a deal are slim. So it's probably just a matter of bringing the actress over to play the part. Huang Ming's face sank once again when he saw Su Wan's eyes tightening on Zhang Chang. Out loud reminded. Small bowl, this car you look how. If you can, you help me choose accessories with. After all, by the time you pick up the car you have to sit in the co-pilot. On the side, Su Lian heard Huang Ming call her by her nickname, and her brows began to frown unabashedly. If it wasn't for the work that got in the way, she would have thrown her head back in a heartbeat. Although it wasn't the first time she had met Huang Ming, but there was a clean slate between the two of them. At this moment, being called so by Huang Ming, it seemed as if it appeared that there was something unspoken between the two of them, but there was no way around it. Although Huang Ming invested in small production movies and television, he was still an investor in their company. Today he specifically named Su Wan to accompany him out. The company asked, "What can she do?" "Boss Huang, I don't know much about car stuff. You decide for yourself. And I'm usually very busy shooting. I don't have time to go out." Seeing Su Wan refusing again, Huang Ming on the side had obviously begun to have little patience. At this moment, he blamed the sudden appearance of Zhang Chang for his inability to take down Su Wan. Ever since Zhang Chang had appeared, Su Wan's gaze had begun to gather on him from time to time. He didn't know if Zhang Chang was bluffing or if he really had that much money. Huang Ming wanted to make a mocking remark, but his mouth just opened and closed in annoyance, and after thinking about it for a while, he decided to watch from the sidelines first. If Zhang Chang was really a super rich second generation, then even if he stepped on a mine, this matter would end there. After all, a super rich second generation. He can't afford to offend. At best, Su Knight even. And then another unremarkable actress is. But if Jiang Chang's was just a bluff to get Su Wan's attention, then he would have sprayed him so hard he wouldn't even recognize his parents. By the way, let Su Wan have a good look at who is really rich. Soon, Xiao Yun hurried over with two people. One was a middle-aged man dressed very well, while the other was a young guy dressed fashionably and also dyed white hair. Xiao Yun said to the middle-aged man while walking, "Supervisor, Mr. Wang, this is Mr. Jiang." Jiang Chang turned his head at the sound of his voice, and with such a look, he quickly recognized the young guy with dyed white hair among them. Isn't this man with dyed white hair the Wang Zhanyi met at the auction yesterday? The moment he looked at each other, Wang Zhang also said with a surprised face, "Yo, it's you, Jiang Chang. I heard old Wang say that someone wants to buy a Ferrari Lafa with full payment. I didn't expect it to be you." Chapter 17, Invitation to an Appointment. Jiang Chang nodded casually. "Yeah, quite a coincidence. Just arrived in Magic City. Thought of casually buying a replacement car first." "You call this random? Ferrari Lafa as a substitute car? Versailles up ah," Wang Zhang said sourly. The male supervisor on the side saw that Wang Zhang knew Jiang Chang and asked smilingly, "Is this a friend of Mr. Wang?" Wang Zhang excitedly stood on his tiptoes and patted Jiang Chang's shoulder. "I just met him yesterday. Brother Jiang Chang. Look at the Richard Mille MR056 on his hand. Bought at the auction in Yan Yunaman yesterday. 18 million. Originally Brother Qin also wanted to buy this watch, but it turned out to be directly taken by this to the tycoon." Those present couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air when they heard this. Jiang Chang is actually so rich. Looks like he's only in his mid-20s, too. The male supervisor also instantly looked at Jiang Chang with glowing eyes, and for a moment his expression became respectful and humble. Anyone who can afford a $10 million watch, then surely they can afford a $50 million Rafa. Only to see that he immediately bowed his waist and enthusiastically extended his right hand towards Jiang Chang. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I've already heard about your situation from Xiaoyun just now. Thank you very much for choosing our Ferrari. I heard that you need to check your capital to buy your Ferrari?" Jiang Chang asked. The male supervisor immediately waved his hand. "That's how it should be. Capital inspection is a procedure we always need to perform. And it's not for you alone, please understand. However, Mr. Wang said that you can even afford a watch that costs more than $10 million. So Rafa is naturally fine. Originally, the Lafa needed to be ordered, but it just so happens that Mr. Wang customized a Lafa with us some time ago, and then asked us to help him resell it, so we can transfer this spot to you." Jiang Chang glanced at Wang Zhang. From the way the Ferrari supervisor was treating him, Wang Zhang didn't seem to be simple either. After all, a normal purchase of a Lafa requires conditions, which means Wang Zhang has to own at least 5 cars from Ferrari in his own name. Jiang Chang looked at Wang Zhang and asked curiously, "You don't want your customized Rafa anymore?" Wang Zhang smiled brightly. "Originally I was stimulated by old Qin before I impulsively ordered this Lafa. It is the Qin burning with me yesterday. He has a Lafa. Look thief handsome. But Lafa's customization is too long. Have passed a few months has not been customized. My enthusiasm is also faded almost. I want to see if you can resell. Take a chance. If you can't then it is also even if. I did not expect to actually wait for you." Jiang Chang nodded. "Then how long will it take to pick up the car?" Seeing Jiang Chang ask this question, the male supervisor immediately said, "Mr. Jiang, you can pick up the car in about 2 months. Normal customization requires at least half a year, but if you take over Mr. Wang's car, you can pick it up in 2 months." After a few people chatted for a while, it was settled. Jiang Chang's main purpose was to glean a supercar blitz card, and if he bought a random supercar, the price couldn't have been so high, so he finally decided to buy this supercar from Wang Zhang. Seeing Jiang Chang really want to take over his car, Wang Zhang happily said towards Jiang Chang, "Thanks, buddy. To be honest, it's not easy for me to find someone to take over this car, although this car is indeed very handsome, but the price is really too high. I just customized that car's interior to spend more than 20 million. This customized price will directly scare off most of the people." Jiang Chang understood the meaning of Wang Zhang's words. With that kind of money, wouldn't it be better to buy a house? It's true that not many people can accept over $20 million for an interior. The color and interior you chose for this car just happened to fit my aesthetic as well. So let's just say it's a coincidence. When Wang Zhang heard this, his eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up towards Jiang Chang. "Good vision. Then we'll let old Wang arrange the handover of the car's formalities." The male supervisor saw that the two people stopped chatting, and immediately took out the document signed when Wang Zhang ordered the car before with a respectful face, and then contacted the personnel of the notary to handle the next series of things. After the transfer was notarized and signed, the customized Rafa belonged completely to Jiang Chang. At this time, the male supervisor also led all the staff towards Jiang Chang and said, "Dear Mr. Jiang, from today onwards, you are our Ferrari's valued owner. Your information will be uploaded to the Ferrari's headquarters for you, and in the future, if the Ferrari has any activities or new cars on sale, we will notify you at the first time." Wang Zhang smiled and said to Jiang Chang, "Buddy, you can't lift this car right now. I have a few unused ones somewhere. If you don't mind, I can let you drive it first." Jiang Chang unexpectedly glanced at Wang Zhang. This was the second time the two of them had met, and Wang Zhang was ready to lend him his car? After all, wives and cars are not loaned out to understand. Wang Zhang read Jiang Chang's eyes. "To be honest, you helped me buy this car to solve one of my big problems, so I'm still quite grateful to you. If you don't mind, make a friend and play together in Magic City in the future?" Wang Zhang's words made Jiang Chang's impression of him go one step further. He liked this kind of person who was big-hearted and spoke straightforwardly without beating around the bush. "Okay, I should be in Mordor for a while. The car is even. I'll just rebuy a current car again." See, Jiang Chang refused. Wang Zhang also did not force the bund. In a few days there is a car show. Ferrari, Lamborghini, Porsche, McLaren, and what brand have? The key is the seam to look good on the car can be lifted. Have time to go over to see? Jiang Chang nodded casually when he saw Wang Zhang take the initiative to invite himself. "Okay, when?" Chapter 18 shocked Su Wan. Su Wan, who was on the side, witnessed the scene in front of her, and her heart couldn't help but well up with a burst of sourness. She had to stoop so low for a $5 million investment, while Jiang Chang had squandered tens of millions of dollars in just 10 minutes. This huge contrast made her feel overwhelmed. Her pair of soulful fox eyes stared tightly at Jiang Chang, as if she wanted to see through him. Jiang Chang's wealth strength was undoubtedly a crane among the rich second generation that Su Evening had seen. You know, even those rich kids, their monthly pocket money is only 100,000 or so at most, and a little more than that is just $1 million. Rich kids in their teens who are worth tens of millions of dollars abound. But Suwon, who can take out more than $50 million of savings to buy a car at once, has never seen. And that's just the real money liquidity in River City's cell phone bank. What if you add in other assets? That means he must be worth more than $100 million. Although stars look glamorous on the surface, they actually have different curiosities and their incomes are vastly different. The highest paid actor and actress in the same drama. For example, a first-tier traffic star can be paid as much as $10 million for a movie, but when it comes to male and female spouses, it's usually a couple million. The pay for other supporting roles has even plummeted, with hundreds of thousands and hundreds of thousands of dollars being paid everywhere. And Sue Knight belongs to these small actors who are paid more than $100,000 for their work. After these paychecks arrive, they still have to be split with the agency. So more than $50 million is indeed a sky-high price for her right now. Also, every traffic star has a flowering period, and once that period is over, they are topped by a newcomer. This is why many celebrities want to marry rich people. Through marriage, they hope to find a stable financial dependency to maintain their quality of life. Congratulations to the host on another level upgrade. The host receives $1.20 for every second of existence in the world. Name, Jiang Chang. Age, 18. Height, 185. Face value, 90 points. Level, 8. System reserve, $86.410, can be withdrawn at any time. System, $1.02 per second. Upgrade experience, 68. 9 million/100 million. The $1.20 you get for every second, $72 a minute, is $4.320 an hour, and $103.680 a day, turning your monthly salary into $3.11 million. It's almost $40 million a year straight up. And the payment was made at the same time Jiang Chang used the sports car purchase blitz card. Ding! The sports car purchase blitz card was successfully used. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary blitz card triple blitz. The amount of the blitz is $130 million. $130 million was obtained in a single moment. Of Jiang Chang this time is really excited gill or purple. This money belongs to the stage where an ordinary person can lie flat for the rest of his life. Huang Ming looked at the car ordering session in front of him, suddenly felt his face was not bright, and then said to Su Wan, small bull, suddenly not in the mood to buy a car. Go with me to have a drink? Boss Huang, I have to go back to the company for a meeting later. Su Wan politely rejected him. Huang Ming's fire bubbled up when he heard this, only to see him say warningly, how much more of a face does a small star want to have? Su Wan, I'm telling you, either this investment falls through, or you'll wash up and wait for me. This, Boss Huang Yu. Su Wan was also a little angry when she heard this. What me? What to pretend? What identity do you have and still pretending to be innocent? I told you in a nice voice and you're still wasting time with me here. I'm telling you, either wash up and wait for me, or you're waiting to be snowed in. Suwon also said stiffly. Mr. Huang, whether you invest or not, I still say that I won't give in. Whatever you want. Ding. Triggering special mission. Help Suwon out. Gain Suwon's willingness to sign, and you'll receive a special reward upon completion of the mission. Jiang Chang laughed a little as he watched the system in action. Boss Huang, what a big mouth. Perishing early in the morning. Miss Su, don't worry. I'll invest if he doesn't. Suwon's eyes widened in surprise when she saw Jiang Chang suddenly strike up a conversation with her. As for Huang Ming, who saw Jiang Chang say this, he didn't dare to fight with him. After all, he had already seen Jiang Chang's strength, so he could only give an angry cold snort, and then he just walked away. Su Lian stood up straight, organized her emotions, and asked Jiang Chang, hello, I'm Su Lian. Jiang Chang, Mr. Jiang, is the investment you just said true? After asking, Su even felt that she was a bit abrupt, so she explained, it's like this. Huang Ming is the investor of our Tianchang Entertainment Company, and now that he's not investing anymore, it'll be hard for me to explain back to the company. Suwon was just a third or fourth tier starlet, not qualified to pick her own scripts at all. Moreover, the company has been making all sorts of excessive demands on her from time to time, and since she has never given up her bottom line, she has been in a state of semi-hiding since her debut. She knew that her rejection of Huang Ming this time might actually cause her to be completely snowed under by the company. Tianchang Entertainment? I think I heard Yu Xiaoxia mention it when I was interacting with her last night, and she works there. The system had already released the task, so Jiang Chang naturally had to complete it. After all, the system has always been generous with its rewards. Jiang Chang nodded. Of course, Mr. Jiang, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely try my best to act well. Suwon said excitedly. She's 19 years old and her best role was a supporting actress. The rest were minor roles. She worked diligently on her movie every day, but never had a breakout role. It's been months since I last acted. Suwon now belongs to the stage of no drama. That's why she agreed to accompany Huang Ming out for shopping in the hope of getting a chance to receive a new movie. Huang Ming, however, kept hinting that she had other requests, and although Suwon didn't agree to them, she still wanted to seize this opportunity to star as the female lead. Just then, Yu Xiaoxiao's WeChat sent over, saying that she had already booked a restaurant and invited Jiang Chang over for dinner. Jiang Chang said to Suwon after reading it, we'll talk about the investment tomorrow. I have something to do tonight. Su Evening nodded, then took the initiative to say, then, Mr. Jiang, is it convenient to add a WeChat? Jiang Chang naturally didn't refuse. After all, Su Lian's peach blossom eyes were really pretty. Looking at people is not only soulful but also exudes a seductive glow. Coupled with her 36D figure, the appeal is truly powerful. Looking at it, Jiang Chang wanted to directly turn on the milking skill. Chapter 19 Michelin Restaurant. After finalizing the order, Jiang Chang took the Rolls-Royce and arrived at the Renha restaurant that Yu Xiaoxia had booked. As soon as you push the door, a rich flavor of the Magic City comes to you. Dark green wallpaper, antique record players, vintage ceiling fans, and vintage beauties in Chong Sam singing old magic songs on the center stage. Jiang Chang nodded. Worthy of being a one-star Michelin restaurant with a great sense of atmosphere. Yu Xiaoxia didn't choose the outside card table. She booked a small private room. When Jiang Chang walked into the box, Yu Xiaoxia was ordering food with her tablet. Seeing Jiang Chang, Yu Xiaoxiao stood up with a slightly shy expression and beckoned towards Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang, come sit over here. Yu Xiaoxiao was seen wearing a Chanel knee-length dress, elegant and atmospheric. Her skin is white as snow, beautiful and touching. Jiang Chang walked to Yu Xiaoxiao's side, wrapped his arms around her slender and sexy waist, his lips pressed against Yu Xiaoxiao's small and delicate ear, and said while softly puffing, why did you change your clothes? Being teased by Jiang Chang's frivolous movements, Yu Xiaoxiao blushed even more and symbolically pushed Jiang Chang gently, blushing scarlet as she said, changing clothes is normal, right? I haven't even talked about you yet. That dress was torn by you. Thinking of last night's state of excitement, Jiang Chang suddenly laughed badly and said, this is also your own fault. Who told you that this wave of problems is very big, and you need to pay close attention to the real work? Before Yu Xiaoxiao could react to her words, her mouth was blocked by Jiang Chang. 10 minutes later, Yu Xiaoxiao blushed as she pushed Jiang Chang away and sat back in her seat after straightening her clothes. It's not good if others come in later. Jiang Chang is not in a hurry. Anyway, tonight there are things time to do slowly. Yu Xiaoxia handed the tablet to Jiang Chang and began to enthusiastically introduce the dishes. The crab meat rice here is the only one in the Magic City. Their rice is full of crab meat. And this dish has been officially recommended by Michelin, so you'll have to try it later. There's also this awful fish fillet, roasted opossum fish head with scallions, and shredded chicken and cabbage phyllo. As Yu Xiaoxiao spoke, Jiang Chang watched, and when Yu Xiaoxiao ordered 4 dishes, Jiang Chang nodded. That's it then. It should be enough. You can order a few more. You'll see later. The food here is good, but there really isn't a lot of it. Jiang Chang looked around and casually ordered 3 more recommended dishes. By the way, do you know Su Wan? Last night I seem to remember you saying that you were also from Tianchang Entertainment. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Chang and asked suspiciously. Su Wan, she's an artist of our company. What's wrong? Jiang Chang told Yu Xiaoxiao the general story, and mentioned the matter of wanting to sign Su Wan to Yu Xiaoxiao. After Yu Xiaoxiao heard this, a hint of sourness appeared on her face as she said snidely, canceling her contract for her? That's a breach of contract to be paid. You're treating her. Jiang Chang understood what Yu Xiaoxiao meant and shook his head. I don't have any thoughts about her for the time being. I just think she has great potential. Great potential? Her current curiosity isn't even 3rd tier. The company is giving her even less resources. And she didn't get her new investment yesterday. Yu Xiaoxiao didn't take Jiang Chang's words seriously. After all, as long as it was a man, which one didn't like pretty girls? Especially the likes of Sunan. But Yu Xiaoxia didn't care at this point. In her opinion, she and Jiang Chang were just getting what they wanted. If Jiang Chang didn't want to play with her one day, she could leave in style. She's an unmarried person anyway, so as long as she doesn't talk about her feelings, anything is fine. I know, but I still think highly of her, and I'm planning to start an entertainment company, and she's the first artist I've contacted, Jiang Chang said seriously. During the exchange with Yu Xiaoxiao, Jiang Chang learned that she was actually the manager of the operations department of Tiancheng Entertainment, which made Jiang Chang feel very surprised. You know, it's pretty impressive to be in that position at 25 years old. Although it is only a department manager, but without the background, 25 years old may not be able to sit in this position. Yu Xiaoxia said she did not rely on the background, entirely on their own strength. She is very good from the university period, a variety of scholarships to get soft. If such a capable woman could help herself manage the company, then wouldn't Jiang Chang be able to just lie down? Thinking of this, the corners of Jiang Chang's mouth secretly smiled badly. Su Wan, although the company isn't paying much attention to her right now, but her condition is really good. If you like it, I can help you get her out of her contract. Hearing Yu Xiaoxiao's generous reply, a trace of strangeness rose within Jiang Chang. Still, it was the kind of thing he could initiate and not be responsible for, and he was happy to do it. That would be a pleasure. Yu Xiaoxia nodded and said, Su Lian's contract shouldn't have expired yet. If you want to sign her, the compensation for breach of contract is estimated to be several $1,000,000. Our company basically signs once every 5 years. I have to go through the detailed treaty. The food was being served while the two were talking. Jiang Chang looked at the 138 servings of Yoshi's braised pork he had just ordered before he realized what Yu Xiaoxiao meant when she said that the servings were small. It looked like a huge portion on the tablet, but I didn't realize it was only a tiny plate when it was served. The same goes for the bad fish fillets, which looked like a lot on the tablet, but turned out to be only a dozen or so. Luckily, Yu Xiaoxia ordered a few more at the end, otherwise it really wouldn't have been enough. Chapter 20 Accidents. Jiang Chang. This age is the time of great appetite. Although ordered a dozen dishes, but without exception all of them he finished. As Yu Xiaoxiao said, it is worthy of being a 1-star Michelin restaurant recommended by the Magic City Ben Kai Gang. It's a small amount, but the flavor is worth the price. Jiang Chang nodded in satisfaction after eating and drinking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for an unforgettable taste treat. The system rewards the gourmet cashback card. The cashback multiplier for a cashback card is 1-100x, plus the actual number of people invited by the host, counting up to 5. Jiang Chang tapped and carefully looked at the explanation of the system prompt. The card meant that he had invited someone to dinner. If you spend $10,000 and the cashback is calculated at the highest multiplier of 100 times, it will be $1 million, plus the number of invited heads, up to 5 people, it will be $5 million in cashback. I didn't realize that this mediocre-looking food rebate card was so great. No matter how unlucky you are, you'll be able to cash back 20 or 30 times. You can get $1 million or so for a casual dinner. Not bad for a dream-come-true godly system. After dinner, Jiang Chang naturally took Yu Xiaoxiao back to Yang Yunaman once again, just before crossing the doorway to the hotel lobby, only to suddenly see an alluringly dressed woman bump into Yu Xiaoxiao as she brushed past. Oops. A pretentious voice came over. Jiang Chang looked over to Yu Xiaoxiao, who was covering her shoulder, and asked thoughtfully, "Is everything all right?" Yu Xiaoxiao shook her head, but the look on her face suddenly turned a red with indignation, her eyes staring deathly at the woman in front of her. "Jiang Wu, What are you doing here dressed like that? When that woman saw that she had bumped into Yu Xiaoxiao, a trace of panic rose on her face, but she quickly forced herself to calm down again, only to see that woman end up saying with a hint of a pretentious and shrill voice, "Yu Xiaoxiao, what are you doing here again? Who is this man?" Seeing the woman in front of her pointing an orchid finger at herself, Yu Xiaoxiao's face suddenly flashed with a trace of disgust. "Forget it, I'm too lazy to care about you. What I'm telling you, you'd better make it clear to your relatives over there." Zhang Yu looked at Yu Xiaoxiao and said with a cold smile, "Don't forget that we are already engaged. It's useless even if you back out. I won't back out of the marriage. Engagement? Do you want to be shameless? You're a big man dressed like this and you still dare to mention engagement. You're cheating marriage." Yu Xiaoxiao sarcastically and agitatedly scolded in a low voice at the sight. Zhang Yu took a deep breath before glancing at Zhang Chang and said, "We've all said goodbye to each other on the relative side. It's useless for you to back out. Zhang Yu, point your face. I won't hold you accountable for your own problems, but you actually screwed with my best friend. And more than once. The two of you are simply wolfish. If it wasn't for my mom and them forcing me, why would I be engaged to you? Since you are engaged, get married honestly," Zhang Yu said unforgivingly. Hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao eagerly broke away from Zhang Yu's hand and directly wrapped an arm around Zhang Cheng's arm. The force under the struggle was a bit heavy, causing her rather large peaks to hit Zhang Cheng's arm directly. "Don't be disgusting. You don't like me. You're just pestering me so I can cover for you so you can go out and meet those men of yours, right? How would that good girlfriend of mine feel if she knew you were bisexual? I wonder, what do you care about me so much? Anyway, this is two families have long been booked. You backtracked on it is useless. He himself has still not turned around and come to open a room with someone else. What qualifications do you have to talk about me?" Hearing this, Zhang Cheng finally sorted out the connection between the two of them. It was a bit of a surprise that Yu Xiaoxiao was already engaged. However, looking at the Zhang Yu in front of him, Zhang Cheng instantly understood Yu Xiaoxiao somewhat. It turns out that this woman named Zhang Yu is a man. No wonder there's a whiff of siren. If Yu Xiaoxiao did not say, at first glance, it is quite difficult to find out that the woman in front of him is actually a man dressed as a woman. Modern society's makeup technology is really heavenly. Still, on closer inspection there were a few telltale signs, especially one of the male features, the knot in his neck's throat, and the size of the heels on his feet was much larger than the average woman's. After measuring some, Zhang Cheng now finally some understanding of those after a night of sexual intercourse, suddenly found that the other party is actually a man of those news. It was really hard to tell under the heavy makeup and wig. It turned out that Yu Xiaoxiao's fiancé was not only a sissy, but also green with Yu Xiaoxiao, and the key was also bisexual? This amount of information was also a bit too much. Zhang Yu began to pull and tug at Yu Xiaoxiao, cursing and swearing, and the number of people watching nearby began to grow. Chapter 20 Physical Attributes. "Brother, now that you know the relationship between the two of us, I advise you to leave first. She is my fiancé." At this time, the pleasant lowly voice sounded once again. "Ding dong, host. You will now be faced with a choice. Choice 1. Listen to Zhang Yu and leave. You will receive a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Kajuit. Choice 2. Directly give Zhang Yu 2 slaps to wake him up. You will receive +5 body constitution points. 1 bad luck card." Zhang Chang was dumbfounded as he looked at the sudden choice in front of him. The first choice himself was naturally disdainful, and Zhang Chang directly passed it off. And the second option actually has body points. Zhang Chang viewed the explanation of the body attributes, referring to the strength, speed, physique, but also includes the eyesight and hearing, the ability to recover, the ability to resist the fight, and most importantly, the ability of that what. It's a bit of a tawdry system. The key is that if this body physique is strengthened, together with the unclogging card, rewarded by the system after buying the house, doesn't that boost the time shock? Zhang Cheng directly chose the second one without hesitation after reading the introduction. At once his body felt a warm current pass through it, and he was filled with strength. Zhang Cheng couldn't help but secretly feel good. It's fucking unbelievable. Other people work hard and work out every day to get the 8-pack abs and the enhanced physique they get from desperately getting high. It seems like you're starting to get a little better yourself. Listening is even a step up straight away. At this time he could even hear the thin stream of water inside the girls' restroom not far away. Zhang Cheng squeezed his strong arm and smiled as he glanced at Zhang Yu before directly opening his arms left and right. Pop! Snap! Zhang Cheng's 2 big slaps directly slapped Zhang Yu to the ground. The friction of the left and right movements against the again of Yu Xiaoxiao's peaks that were close to her made her blush and shy again. Pressing the feeling of friction starting electricity, Yu Xiaoxiao panicked and let go of Zhang Cheng's arm. Zhang Yu was slapped to the ground by Zhang Cheng. He angrily covered his face and stood up, and before he could open his mouth, he saw Zhang Cheng flinging his hand and said, "TSK, this cheek is really thick. You have a problem yourself and still have the face to say these words." My hand is rubbed painfully by your face. Yu Xiaoxiao was also stunned by the scene in front of her. She completely didn't expect Jiang Chang to make a sudden move. This actually hit me. What? I'm not done with you. Zhang Yu covered his reddened cheeks that had been hit by Jiang Chang and looked like he was about to cry as he glared at Jiang Chang aggrievedly and fiercely. After saying that, he clenched his two petite fists again, stepping in an inner 8-foot posture towards Jiang Chang and rushed straight over. Seeing Zhang Yu was about to rush towards Jiang Chang's favorability increased greatly. She hurriedly once again hugged Jiang Chang's arm tightly again, wanting to pull Jiang Chang to her side. Her heart felt that Jiang Chang was so handsome that he actually slapped Zhang Yu to the ground for her. But at the same time, Yu Xiaoxiao was afraid that Jiang Chang would get into some trouble for helping her out. Jiang Chang reacted extremely quickly at this time. The foot reached out and directly kicked Zhang Yu out. Zhang Yu, who had fallen to the ground again, saw that he was not Jiang Chang's opponent, and with a difficult and unusual feeling, he covered his aching chest and collapsed on the ground, not daring to get up again. At that moment he felt unprecedented humiliation as well as pain. Jiang Chang's kick was extremely heavy. Zhang Yu looked at the hotel personnel who had gathered around and did not come forward to stop them, and was furious, started spilling his guts and pinching his throat and yelling, "Where's the security guard? Hit people? Did not see What do you hotel for food? I'm your guest here. I'm being beaten up. Come on people, help woo." When Zhang Yu shouted like this, the hotel staff began to react. Since Jiang Chang had registered to stay at the top of the line Ting Villa at 80,000 a night, the personnel at the hotel's front desk had already recognized him. So at this point there was also some dilemma looking at the scene in front of him. Zhang Yu could see the somewhat perfunctory and hesitant attitude of the hotel staff and became even more furious. Wanting to vomit blood directly, he once again shouted loudly, "What are you waiting for? Brother, security guards, quickly arrest him, or I'll call the police. It's either that or forget it. Two gentlemen, it's all a small matter. Just settle it privately. Don't ever hurt the peace. Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. There's something to be said for that." The hotel personnel couldn't help but secretly all be a little disgusted when they looked at the showy orchid finger that Zhang Yu was pointing at them. But out of their own professionalism they could only be on the sidelines and persuade in a nice way. Zhang Yu was frantic when he saw that they did not want to make a big deal out of it, and even looked as if they wanted to suppress the matter. You're all bullying me. Wait for me. I'm going to call the police, and I'm going to file a complaint against you and expose you all. Zhang Yu wasn't stupid, and after he said that, the hotel personnel started to get nervous. They knew that Zhang Yu's purpose of saying this was to make a big deal out of it. Although none of them wanted to actively offend Jiang Chang, they even more so didn't want to lose their jobs. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at the chaotic scene in front of her and frowned angrily. She looked at Zhang Yu with disgust and after taking a deep breath whispered to Jiang Chang, "It's fine. If he calls the police then I'll just say that he's the one who pestered me, and that you stepped in but to protect me. Don't be a bloodhound. There's a surveillance camera here, and so many people saw you hit me, they can testify for me." After Zhang Yu said this, he saw that none of the people around him were willing to agree with him. There were even some who were ready to leave quietly, not wanting to get into this mess. Zhang Yu became even angrier and yelled loudly, "You bastards! Softies! I'm calling the police!" The hotel's response was surprisingly quick, and soon two police officers were walking toward them. The two cops pulled out their IDs and then began the routine of getting the information. Just before Jiang Chang could say anything, Yu Xiaoxiao, who was on the side, quickly rushed up. Chapter 21. The two cops pulled out their IDs and then began the routine of getting the information. Just before Jiang Chang could say anything, Yu Xiaoxiao, who was on the side, quickly rushed up. She shook her head and said hurriedly, "Mr. Police, it's none of his business. This person, he wants to cheat marriage, because we have been engaged before by the elders of our two families. But after I came into contact with him, I found out that not only is he a bisexual, but he also likes to dress up as a woman. So I made it clear a long time ago that I wouldn't marry him. And today it was he himself who came over to harass me. And this gentleman helped save me from harassment out of the goodness of his heart." Jiang Chang couldn't help but feel an inner satisfaction as he watched Yu Xiaoxiao's actions. It was because he found that Yu Xiaoxiao's look and actions towards himself had become more intimate than just a moment ago. At this time, Yu Xiaoxiao's peaks were already tightly next to her arm again, and she was still taking the initiative to stick to it. Jiang Chang soothingly touched her shoulder again. "Don't worry, is this some kind of misunderstanding? It's all a little dispute. Just talk away and deal with it." Once the officers understood what was going on, they began mediation. Only to see his face suffocated red said, "What misunderstanding? What do you mean? Here is a surveillance. I demand." Just before he finished speaking, Jiang Chang used the bad luck card that he had just rewarded directly onto Zhang Yu's body. Put. Several strange sounds came out from Zhang Yu's body, only to see him stop the words coming out of his mouth with a strange look on his face. Eyes rolled nervously and her legs clenched involuntarily. The ass slowly puckered. Hands were even more slowly covering his stomach. At that moment he felt as if a warm current began to run uncontrollably inside his stomach. Intestines began to run out. The subtle yet awkward feeling brought back memories of a memorable former part of his childhood. He was young then, just in the 3rd grade. One day the teacher called his name to answer a question. He happened to have diarrhea all the time that day as it turned out. He stood up nervously, and just as he did he accidentally tried to fart out of nowhere. It was then that the young man first understood a phrase. That is to never trust any fart when you have diarrhea, because that very day, naively, he thought he just had to ease his farts out in response to a question, and everything will be unknown. Instead, he was proven wrong in this idea. Back then he let out more than just farts and a pantload of. He could never forget the pale and disgusted look on the faces of the class and the teacher at the podium at that moment. And just now that long-lost feeling came back again. Jean Yu at this moment held his red face inside his heart and slowly told himself, never trust a fart. After silently reciting a few sentences, Jean Yu began to slowly take deep breaths to try to control his body. After all, there's surveillance here, and there's a lot of people. He would never allow this to happen to him a second time. It's just that things don't always work out in this world. Jean Yu realized that at this moment, the gas inside his body was growing more and more. Cold sweat continued to pour out of his body. At once he remembered that he had eaten nothing for lunch today, just having a quickie with his old flame inside the hotel. Could it be that the old lover's stick had poison in it? Is that why it's suddenly such a shock to your gut? Jean Yu blushed as he asked towards the group. May I ask where the restroom on the 1st floor is? With great effort he slowly controlled his breath to utter the words, but even if he controls it again at this point it is no longer helpful. A familiar warmth and his dignity of over 20 years began to flow once again, a little at a time. Seeing his pale face and strange movements, the police officer couldn't help but ask with concern, this gentleman, may I ask what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong somewhere? Jean Yu clenched his buttocks even more at this point, only to see him inhale slowly and verbose his mouth trying to speak. It's a bit quick. Jean Yu didn't dare to say anything else before he finished his sentence. He found that as soon as he opened his mouth, his sphincter loosened a few more points. It had only leaked a few drops sporadically, but after this movement of his it leaked a dozen more, and it's vaguely about to explode in a big way. Jean Yu knew that he had done his best to control this though, but it only prevents a bigger bomb from blowing up. What's coming is coming. At this point he felt his crotch getting wetter and wetter. The others only found his behavior a bit strange at this point, while Jiang Chang, who had used the bad luck card, had vaguely guessed Zhang Yu's situation at this moment. That look for no reason means there must be something wrong. And Zhang Yu couldn't even be bothered to clamor for the police now. Jiang Chang gave a bad smile and walked to the side of Zhang Yu and patted his shoulder hard and said, brothers, if you are not comfortable, just say don't be polite. The police officer uncle will help you. Zhang Yu was shocked a few times by Jiang Chang's hand, and immediately took a deep breath to clench his sphincter even harder. He slowly turned his head, his face suffocating, red eyes wide open as he glared at Jiang Chang. Every time Jiang Chang shook him, he was 1 point closer to exploding. Take me to the restroom. Zhang Yu didn't dare to speak again after uttering these words through gritted teeth. A bad smell wafted out at that moment. Asterisk 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 asterisk? How come it stinks so bad? Yeah, is the restroom broken? It shouldn't be. The restrooms are a long way from here. It can't be the shit truck coming through, can it? Oh my god. It feels fresh. Who stole a poop? Grown up enough to know to keep it under control. Chapter 22 Yu Xiaoxiao's past. With everyone talking, Zhang Yu froze and held back his last word, because he doesn't know how to pick up the slack. At this point he just wanted to become transparent. Slowly, he left to settle inside the restroom by himself. Please, sir, let's register your statement now. The officers were also overwhelmed by the smell and wanted to get done quickly and leave. The one leading the group looked around in disgust, and suddenly remembered his apprentice next to him. This brat usually knows how to eat, and in the morning he said he had diarrhea, so it couldn't be him, could it? At once he covered his nose, lowered his voice and started to curse. You brat! I told you not to eat all the time when you're working and you didn't listen. And now you're pooping? Tell me how you're still living like this in your 20s. Being incontinent at such a young age? What's the difference between you and the roadside? Zhang Yu listened to this sentence, and suddenly his face turned even more red. He was about to open his mouth to ask for help when he swallowed his words. He doesn't want to be being lectured by his own master to his face like that. That obese police officer instantly stopped. Master, I didn't although I have a stomach ache today, but I am so big. How could I possibly do such things that only I would do? It's not me. It must be someone else. Seeing the master look at himself with a face of disbelief, he was on fire and said, I am telling the truth. I swear, Whoever fucking pulls the shit on the body who is a dog mongrel. Cannot be hard. Surely a dog. Only to see that he too stopped before he could finish his sentence and began to look at his master with an odd expression. The master has been taking him out on the police force for several years now. The master has gotten older over the years, and he had just suspected shit as soon as he smelled it. There's only one reason to be in such a hurry to put this shit hat on your head. That means this shit could be from the master. His old man. To divert everyone's attention, the battle was drawn to him. After all, the master is old, and sometimes he can't control his sphincter justifiably. So brainstorming, he suddenly swallowed bitterly. The master had taught himself a lot of lessons over the years, and it was time to return the favor. Shame on you. It's only right to take the fall for master. His old man. After such a thought, that obese police officer immediately said with an ugly face, "Master, I'm sorry." Zhang Yu, who was on the side, saw that someone was going to help him take this pot off his back. The corners of his instantly happy mouth slowly rose, and the feet began to shuffle slowly, withdrawing toward the absence of people. As he walked away, he said, "No, I'm not going to call the police. You guys go back." Jiang Chang immediately covered his nose when he saw this and interjected, "No, this stench is coming from our side. It won't be." After saying that, Jiang Chang looked meaningfully at Zhang Yu, who was now withdrawing 2 steps in triumph. Seeing that all the people inside the hotel had all their eyes locked on themselves, Zhang Yu instantly became a bit flustered and wanted to leave this place quickly. It's also the movement of these steps. The ass side finally couldn't take it anymore. The torrents began to pour out. The faces of the people inside the hotel stared in horror as they listened to Zhang Yu's body begin to erupt in a series of earth-shattering chain farts. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng quickly pulled Yu Xiaoxiao back 10 meters away. And the rest of them haven't even reacted yet. At this moment, all of them looked at Zhang Yu with petrified faces as yellow liquid dripped out of his body. Equals degree smiley face. After the shock, everyone started to cover their noses and start dry heaving as they fled around. Sigma_OO angle. You. At this point inside the hotel there were all kinds of dry heaving hair noises. Holy crap. I'll actually thank you. Growing up with diarrhea? How can anyone even control their asshole? A group of people began to blush furiously while dry heaving and looking at Zhang Yu in disgust as they discussed. Zhang Yu couldn't care less about keeping up his image at this point, and even less about calling the police, only to see that he covered his persistently writhing intestines while starting to run haphazardly in search of a restroom. 20 minutes later, the scene finally registered, and Jiang Chang and Yu Xiaoxia finally arrived inside the Ting Villa. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had returned to the hotel room again, was unusually considerate of Jiang Chang, only to see her slender jade hand enthusiastically come to the side of Jiang Chang's thigh. Gently rubbing it, he said, "Good brother, let's sisters see if you're alright. Are you hurt?" Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's banshee-like appearance, Jiang Chang pulled out a bad smile. "How could I be injured? Just that level of trash can't hurt me." "That won't do. As good as you are, it's better to have your sister check it out." Seeing that Jiang Chang was unmoved, Yu Xiaoxiao gave a bitter smile and said, "Do you dislike me? I know I don't deserve you." Jiang Chang saw that Yu Xiaoxiao's tone was lost, so he instantly didn't have the heart to tease her anymore. Taking her by the arm, he said comfortingly, "How could I resent you? Just kidding with you." When Yu Xiaoxiao saw Jiang Chang say this, her eyes instantly flashed with a glimmer of light, but she soon lost it again. Yu Xiaoxiao lowered her head and lost her head. "Isn't it surprising that my fiancé is actually a..." Jiang Chang nodded. "It was a bit of a surprise. In fact, my marriage with Zhang Yu was set by my grandparents when I was a child, and my grandfather insisted that I marry him before he died. And even though I didn't like it, in order to be able to let my grandfather leave in peace, I eventually chose to get engaged to him." Yu Xiaoxia was somewhat relieved after seeing that Jiang Chang didn't react that much. Although this was her second meeting with Jiang Chang, she was still prepared to tell Jiang Chang this secret that had been hidden in her heart. Promises were most important in her grandfather's day, so no matter how much she resisted, she ultimately couldn't argue with her grandfather's obsession. Right at the time of her grandfather's critical illness, the old man blackmails her to make sure she marries Zhang Yu or he will die in peace. Yu Xiaoxiao was pressured by all her relatives to finally get engaged to Zhang Yu, but after meeting, the attentive Yu Xiaoxiao realizes that Zhang Yu is actually bisexual. Chapter 23, Stinky Brother. There's actually tons of pink stuff inside Zhang Wu's home and room. He signed an agreement between the two of us in order for me to keep it a secret, not touching each other and not interfering with each other. At first Yu Xiaoxia accepted it gladly. Not only would it put her grandfather's mind at ease, but Yu Xiaoxiao also disliked Zhang Yu, so it was simply a 2-for-1 deal. To cover up his homosexuality in front of their relatives and friends at work, Zhang Yu has been using Yu Xiaoxiao as a front to get her to cooperate with his various performances. As Yu Xiaoxiao acquiesces, Zhang Yu becomes more and more egotistical. Until recently Yu Xiaoxiao also finally realizes that he is actually a bisexual. because Jiang Wu got into it with her BFF. Yu Xiaoxia simply couldn't stand it when she found out, and that's why she repented of the marriage. Jiang Chang was a bit saddened when he heard Yu Xiaoxiao's story. Let's just say the world is a big place. She touched Yu Xiaoxiao's hair and comforted her. It's really bitter for you to meet such a ridiculous thing. Jiang Chang, do you really not care? I mean, are you willing to maintain this kind of relationship with me? Seeing Jiang Chang looking at himself in surprise, Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly opened her mouth to explain and said, "Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying I want to be your girlfriend. I just want to have someone who can accompany me occasionally. I don't want to get married in the future anyway, and you're my first man. So, don't worry, if we're together, I won't interfere in your personal life." Yu Xiaoxia is usually a very good workplace career woman, but at the same time she is also a very normal woman. Her grandfather has also been dead for 5 years. As a new age woman she is very eager to have her own love. Jiang Chang was her first man, although her liking for Jiang Chang wasn't particularly deep right now, but she found the relationship 100 times easier than a serious relationship. Disappointed with family and love, Yu Xiaoxiao only wants to have a casual relationship at this time, and it just so happens that the person she bumps into is Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang was pleasantly surprised when he heard Yu Xiaoxiao's words. Mind a hairline ah. In this kind of casual opening is sky-high bride price world, this kind of white whoring thing actually exists around him. What is there to pick on yourself? Moreover, Jiang Chang remembered that he still had an unused, unclogging card, unable to resist a tug at the corner of his mouth. Originally, Yu Xiaoxiao's friendly value towards herself wasn't high, so Jiang Chang wasn't prepared to use this card, but now Yu Xiaoxiao's friendly value towards herself was almost close to 90 points. In the face of such a flavorful beauty, how can she live up to her trust in herself without a few thousand strokes of effort? Jiang Chang intimately embraced Yu Xiaoxiao and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, I will treat you well." Yu Xiaoxia surprised Jiang Chang by listening to this. "Well, tired. Let's go to the spa first. I heard that the spa here is very famous. I'm also a bit tired. Let's go and relax first." "Okay." Looking at Jiang Chang's expectant eyes, Yu Xiaoxiao fled and went directly to the side of the arranged girls' spa room. The spa room at the Aman Hotel Yangyun is claimed to be the largest spa room in the world, and an hour's spa service in it costs $3,000. Jiang Chang directly booked a 2-bell spa. After all, he was on the road for a few bells today and needed to relax. Jiang Chang, who had finished his spa treatment after soaking in the hot springs, was now lying on the large bed of golden nanmu wood in the villa room. The super soft imported mattress made Jiang Chang fall into a deep sleep only shortly after lying on it, and it was inexplicably comfortable. Jiang Chang opened his eyes and lifted the covers. What met his eyes was Yu Xiaoxiao's delicate little face that looked like peach blossoms. Jiang Chang was a bit anxious when he looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's natural charming appearance. He scooped up Yu Xiaoxiao, and all of a sudden fragrant softness filled his arms. Jiang Chang couldn't control it anymore. Lips covered them hard. He pressed down on Yu Xiaoxiao's head and passionately kissed her. After more than 2 hours of World War, Jiang Chang sighed comfortably before getting up and heading directly inside the bathroom. Looking at himself inside the mirror, Jiang Chang opened the system page. Just see the system page prompt. Ding! Unclogging card, used successfully. Given the opponent's satisfaction level of 100 points, the host's frequency count is 2,500. Comprehensively calculated. Rewarding the host with $250 million. Jiang Chang looked at the system's prompt inwardly, could not help but be happy. Fortunately, he just so hard to facilitate the hundreds of millions of dollars of business. 10 minutes later, Jiang Chang walked out of the bathroom. At this time Yu Xiaoxia had already fallen asleep from exhaustion. Jiang Chang walked over to the sofa and sat down. Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao, the blanket covering her body fell off a bit, and her fragrant shoulders were slightly exposed. Black hair like a waterfall was falling loose over the snow-white upper half of her body, revealing a small, delicate and flawless face. After sighing, Jiang Chang leaned down and tenderly kissed Yu Xiaoxiao's smooth fragrant shoulders. Inside the villa's room there were 3 cleaning staff who were cleaning and replacing the toiletries inside the room for Jiang Chang. Inside the room, by the queen-sized bed, a young woman was changing the covers with another middle-aged woman in her 30s. The middle-aged woman looked at the crumpled marks on the bed and said to the young girl, "TSK, TSK, 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 TSK. Young people nowadays have good stamina." The young girl couldn't help but blush at that. "Sister Zhang, keep your voice down. It's not good for the guests to let people hear you. What are you afraid of? You can't hear it from so far away." "Alas, old Chen, come over and see. How is the physical strength of your family's mouth? Is it like this?" That Sister Zhang excitedly shouted another middle-aged woman to come over to watch. "If my family's mouth is that majestic, and that handsome man looks better than a star, just think of the happiness." Jiang Chang, who had exceptional hearing, had already heard the mutterings of the three people inside the room. He was sitting in the dining room with Yu Xiaoxia eating lunch. Yu Xiaoxia was currently giving Jiang Chang a piece of raw marinated seafood with a happy face. Jiang Chang, try this. It tastes fresh and not too fishy, with a sweet flavor of seafood. Jiang Chang opened his mouth and chewed seriously for a while before saying, It's really quite delicious. Yu Xiaoxia's face heated up when she heard this. She gave Jiang Chang a pouty look. Hate it. I told you not to eat it, but you insisted on eating it, and now you're still poking fun at me like this. That's not a jab. I'm telling the truth. Yu Xiaoxia shyly and gently slapped Jiang Chang. Stop it. There are others there. Jiang Chang smiled and pinched Yu Xiaoxia's face. If only she knew that the cleaning staff inside was talking about the sheets they had slept on, that would definitely be shy and pull Jiang Chang straight away. After having breakfast, the strong woman Yu Xiaoxiao had wanted to go to work. Hardly was Jiang Chang forced to take leave to stay at the hotel to rest. Jiang Chang was brushing his friend's circle at this time, and saw that their class president, Li Sudong, was pretending to be his 18-year-old bar mitzvah gift in his friend's circle. Jiang Chang patted Yu Xiaoxiao's slender black silk thighs. Xiao, lend me your leg for a picture to celebrate my 18th bar mitzvah. Is it your birthday? No, I've long passed my birthday. Recently I've been watching people in my circle of friends basking in the various bar mitzvah gifts their parents have given them, and looking at them I want to bask in them too. So just bask in your beautiful legs. Yu Xiaoxia tangled her face for a moment and said, That's not a problem, but how do you want to film it? Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's cheeks that were red like a peach and said with a bad smile, We're that close and you're still so shy? Yu Xiaoxia heard Jiang Chang's words and was really ignited. Who said I'm shy? You come here. After Yu Xiaoxia finished speaking, she pulled Jiang Chang to sit on the leather sofa next to her. Generously, he put his slender legs directly onto Jiang Chang's neck. Stinky brother, shoot. This posture raises the early has already felt Yu Xiaoxiao beautiful legs of Jiang Chang instantly cannot be some top. Jiang Chang took out his cell phone and clicked a few shots before tapping on his friend's circle. My 18th bar mitzvah doesn't have a Mercedes-Benz BMW, but this car is faster than a supercar. Jiang Chang skillfully selected the visible grouping and then posted the friend circle. After sending a friend circle, Jiang Chang then directly threw his cell phone to the side. It didn't take long for Jiang Chang's circle of friends to suddenly have exploded, only to see that their classmate's class president, Li Sudong, was looking at the likes of his circle of friends at the moment. The bar mitzvah tanning friend circle he posted yesterday was a $20,000 piano. He took about 100 photos and then carefully selected 9 to send to his friends. Once the circle of friends was posted, it undoubtedly received a lot of likes and comments. Just as he finished replying to everyone's compliments with gusto and started browsing through his circle of friends, I actually saw that Jiang Chang had also sent a friend circle. Looking at the few black silk legs that Jiang Chang had randomly photographed, Li Sudong immediately couldn't stop his nosebleed from falling down. Jiang Chang usually flicked him, the class president, a lot in school, so Li Sudong's relationship with Jiang Chang was not considered good. But at this moment, he had to admit that this bar mitzvah of Jiang Chang's made him jealous. That's a real mitzvah. Compared to having multiple girlfriends inside your own computer, he preferred to have a real shot like Jiang Chang. Watching within a few minutes, this circle of friends of Jiang Chang has exploded, and there are already more than 20 likes and dozens of comments below. Chang Jipeng, grass, kill the heart, let me see this in the morning for what? Zhou Jiyun, suddenly I feel that my mom gave me a house that doesn't smell good. I also want black silk ladies. I also want to be an adult. Li Ziroe, brother, strong, you win. Nosebleed stays. Zhang Chushi, Jiang Chang. You, Shuya, God, you men are so sick. Li Shuemin angrily typed a comment on Jiang Chang's friend circle. Li Shuemin, Jiang Chang, I'm going to tell the principal that even though you've graduated, it doesn't mean you can mess around. Zhou Jiyun and Li Shuemin wake up, have graduated, the certificate has received. The principal still cares so much. Jealousy is useless. Chapter 24, do you want to sign me? After casually freshening up, Jiang Chang went out in Yang Yunaman's Rolls Royce, and the car quickly arrived at the location that Su Wan had given the location. The neighborhood where Su Wan lived looked to be a mid-range apartment complex, not too new and not too old. 5 minutes or so later, a delicate figure was seen hurriedly trotting towards his car. Jiang Chang fixed his eyes on the person who came was none other than Su Wan. Today she was wearing a goose-yellow thin blouse. Her feet stepped on a pair of black thick-soled Martin boots, and a pair of snow-white straight legs were greatly exposed. It was still a typical evening wear. After sitting in the back seat of the Rolls-Royce, Su Wan took off her black duck hat and mask. Seeing Su, evening car special driver respectfully asked, Mr. Jiang, may I ask where to go now? Seeing Jiang Chang glancing at her, Su Wan immediately spoke. Master, please go to the Baiwa Hotel in Lujiazui. Okay. The driver sniffed politely. After the car started, Soo-won straightened her bangs at the screen of her phone, then she blinked a pair of bright peach blossom fox eyes at Jung Chang and said with a smile, Mr. Jung, good noon. You came down pretty fast, but aren't you hot? This speed of coming downstairs showed that Soo-won should be ready at all times. Soo-lan covered her mouth and laughed a little. The places we're going to later are air-conditioned in shopping malls, and in our line of work, it's a normal operation to wear cotton clothes in the summer and dresses in the winter. That's true when you put it that way. Mr. Jung looks very young. I'm a little curious about what you do for a living? Soo-won asked tentatively. Jung Chang smiled and replied, I remember I told you I'm here to travel. I'm going to enroll in Mordor University. How about coming over to see this side first? Soo-won sniffed and a hint of shock appeared on her face. I thought about it when I went back yesterday, but I thought you were joking. Are all the rich kids nowadays so arrogant? At 18 years old, they have so much cash flow at their disposal? Seeing that Jung Chung just laughed, Soo-lian sighed with emotion. Really envious. Your family is not really a mine, so young Ferrari can just buy it. When she finished speaking she couldn't help but think back to her own 18 years old when she was still running the Dragons while attending college. Jung Chang shook his head lightly. Just an ordinary family. Seeing that Jung Chang didn't tell the truth, Soo-won didn't pursue the matter any further. Looking at Soo-lian sitting beside himself with a well-behaved face, Jung Chang asked, by the way, what happened to Huang Ming won't have any effect on your work, right? Soo-won smiled bitterly at his words. The impact is there, but it's not that big. He visited our company as an investor and selected me. Halfway through her words she glanced at Jung Chang again, hesitated and said, our circle. I don't know if you have any understanding. There will be certain rules. The investors choose you to be the leading lady, the money to hold you. Sometimes it is not unconditional. It will incidentally come with some other conditions. Jung Chang naturally understood Soo-won's words. It wasn't like he was really only 18. It's a subterfuge. Anyway, the play is going to be shot, and the money is going to be invested. So picking someone you like who listens and can still play together is what most investors look for in a casting call. Unless you are a top-tier star and the play needs to rely on you to attract popularity. In which case you can then circumvent the rule. After all, the investors need to rely on your fame to get the word out about the show. Otherwise a third or fourth tier starlet like Soo-won was the fate of being picked. Huang Ming made some conditions with me, and if I accept them, the female lead will be me. But of course if I don't accept them, then I'll choose someone else to replace me. And that's what the company meant when they sent me to receive Huang Ming. So you're prepared to accept? Soo Evening shook her head. Of course I won't accept it. I've been on the scene for so many years. If I had accepted it earlier, I wouldn't still be such a tiny third-tier star. The most I'll do to accompany him out is to accompany him for shopping. I won't accept any other conditions. Jung Chang didn't doubt Soo-won's words. After all, her privacy value was 0. By the looks of Huang Ming you should have usually made this kind of request to a lot of actresses, right? Soo Evening nodded. Of course, if I don't accept it, naturally someone else will. Don't you ever think about accepting it? Soo Evening sniffed a glance at Jung Chang, and then said bluntly, of course I thought. Even the agent has advised me. After all, this investment script is really very good. There is a big fire are possible, but I do not want to rely on the lie flat on the throne. Jung Chang didn't pick up on her remark. Since she had said so, wasn't it a hint to him that she wasn't going to accept her subterfuge? But his own main purpose of investing in Soo-won was certainly not subterfuge, but for the reward. After all, he was such a shallow person. Is your show a big investment? Soo-won shook her head. That's not true. Where would it be my turn to be the female lead if there is a big investment? But it's just a small web series. Netflix? Jung Chang sniffed the kind of very roughly produced web series scenes in his mind, and his interest was directly reduced by a large portion. Seeing that Jung Chang lost interest at once, Soo-won hurriedly spoke out to explain. Small productions have the benefits of small productions. Low cost, fast payback. The most important thing is not afraid of losing money. And the plot of this drama is really very good. I've already read the script. I think this drama has a lot of potential. Seeing that Jung Chang didn't say anything, Soo-won couldn't help but say nervously, Mr. Jung, if you can, please help me. I really need this opportunity. Well, if you say so, then I'll just have to ask for a hard-on. Are you serious? Really promise? Of course it's hard. Don't you want to show it? Soo Evening heard this and quickly waved her hand. I don't mean this. I'm just a little surprised. We are meeting for the second time today. You think it's too fast? I think it's okay. Soo-won had a face of excitement at this time, and her breathing became a bit rapid. You are the investor. You have the final say. Relax. Don't gasp so hard. It's fine if I want to invest in this web series and let you be the female lead, but the prerequisite is that you get to be an artist in my company. Instead of relaxing at the words, Suwon breathed more sharply. You want to sign me? She was just a half-old, not new, not hot actress. Why would Jiang Chang sign her? Jiang Chang nodded. Yes, sign you. I'll invest in you if you become an actor in my family. Mr. Jiang, my contract hasn't expired yet. Do you know this? Su Lian's good-looking fox eyes looked at Jiang Chang inquisitively. I know. Ha? That signing me is going to help me pay for the breach of contract. That's not a problem at this point. I know. Jiang Chang now has more than $430 million in his hands. On this value of Su evening now at most lose a few million on the finish. Suwon fell into silence as she listened to Jiang Chang's words. She knew that no one would hold themselves up for no reason. After so many years in the business, she had long since ceased to be an unworldly little girl. At this moment, she couldn't help but guess whether Jiang Chang had any intentions towards her. Could it be? Suwon at this time could not help but to have a lot of inappropriate images of children floating inside her brain. Chapter 25 Hong Chang Investment Company. She admitted that Jiang Chang was exceptionally handsome, and on his condition, if he really had any intentions for herself, she could not count herself as having much to lose. After all, in the future, they are also going to talk about their boyfriends. If they agree to Jiang Chang's conditions, not only can they sleep with such a fresh meat like Jiang Chang but also let him hold himself up. Isn't it two birds with one stone? Don't blame her for being realistic. After all, an old man like Huang Ming and a handsome rich man like Jiang Chang, everyone knows what to choose, right? Mr. Jiang, do you have an entertainment company then? Jiang Chang shook his head. Not for now, but if you promise, it will be soon. Looking at Su Wan's hesitant expression, Jiang Chang continued. I know your company's operations manager. I heard her say that you are not valued in the company. If you sign up for my company, I will take care of the liquidated damages. In addition, I can assure you that the company's focus will be on you within 2 years. When Su Wan heard this, her mouth opened slightly, and for a moment she didn't know what to say. It was true that she was underappreciated in the company. That much was true, and the company was always arranging for her to accompany some investors and producers, as one always refuses to cooperate. Coupled with the fact that she had already messed up Huang Ming's investment yesterday, the company side had already indicated that they were going to start snowballing her. The flowering period of actresses is short in itself, and if they are really snowed in, it will be hard for them to make it big in the future. What? Still not willing? Seeing Jiang Chang frowning, Su Wan immediately waved her hand to show her willingness. No, willing. How could she not want such a good deal? It's not like she's a big, popular star. What's not to like when someone is willing to hold her up like that? Moreover, she had already seen Jiang Chang's strength yesterday. How bad can someone be who can buy a Ferrari Lafa outright in full? Su evening speech and some tangled bite the lower lip. Then may I ask you to invest if there are any special requirements? At this moment, her pair of peach blossom eyes stared tightly at Jiang Chang. There was an indescribable flirtation on her face. Jiang Chang understood the meaning of her words, but still played dumb and asked, requirements? Like a request like Wang Ming or something like that. Would you say yes if I mentioned it? Su Wan shook her head hesitantly as she listened to Jiang Chang's words. Su Wan's friendly value towards him now was only 50 points, still above the passerby relationship. It's not necessary, although a strong twisted melon is sweet, I guess. It looked as if he hadn't eaten any good food. Yu Xiaoxiao wasn't inferior to her, okay? Don't worry, as long as you're an artist of my company, I won't ask you to have any unseemly contact with other investors. Jiang Chang was talking about other investors, except for the boss. Though, seeing Jiang Chang's look of righteousness, Su Wan was instantly even more heartened. These days there can be such a brokerage company. Neither demand but also take money to hold you. Oneself still hesitate what? Su Knight, friendly value plus 10. Su Wan's friendly value suddenly increased to 60 points, and she officially stepped into the category of ordinary friend to Jiang Chang. She licked her mouth and asked anxiously, so when are you going to sign me? I'll let Dash help with this matter, and you can talk to her about the annual salary split. Su Wan unconsciously raised an eyebrow when she heard Jiang Chang mention Yu Xiaoxiao, but she had the good sense not to raise any objections. That's fine. Then should I change my name to call you Boss Jiang from now on? Su Wan said in a good mood. How strange to call the boss. Call your brother to listen? How old are you? Brother? 20 it is. 20? Are you that big? Jiang Chang nodded affirmatively. Of course, don't you believe me? I thought you said you were just starting college, so shouldn't you be about 18? Oh, so you're talking about age. I thought. Then what else? Su Wan said in a confused voice. Seeing Jiang Chang look at Su Wan and smile meaningfully, as a surfing expert, Su Wan naturally understood in a second, only to see her face suddenly red like a red apple. Her eyes blanked Jiang Chang as she pouted. You little rascal. Ahem. Half an hour later the two finally arrived at the Hayakogashi Hotel. The store Sunaicho's is located on the 87th floor of the World Financial Center on Century Boulevard, the high point of Lujiazui. Just as I entered, I saw the walls of the long dining room corridor covered with awards for various honors. Zhang Chang looked at the glass view outside the restaurant as he walked. Like a halfway house, the 87th floor of the upper floors looks out on a sea of clouds, and it really does have the feeling of being in the clouds. The waiter soon led the way to the reserved private room. Suwon immediately handed Zhang Chang the tool for ordering food after she sat down. Zhang Chang didn't excuse himself and spoke. It's better for me to treat you for this meal today. It's not good to let you treat yourself as the boss. That's no good. It's on me. I appreciate you being so helpful. Be thankful that you'll be shooting well in the future. And a pop-up is the greatest return on my investment. Got it, boss? Promise to behave. After Suwon finished saying this, the system went ding. The system prompted with a sound. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Suwon's intent to sign. The reward is being distributed. Mission reward, rewarding 20% of the shares of the virtual currency, Hongqing Investment Company. Remark 1. The system has supported the event on a legal level, and all of the host's funds will be accessed through the Hongqing Investment Company, thus obtaining an open source of funding. Remark 2. The host initially bought shares of Hongqing in the establishment of Hongqing Investment Company, and all information with Hongqing is legal and documented. The information has been put into the system and can be extracted directly. Zhang Chang looked at the rewards this time. After deciphering it all over again, it finally became clear what the reward meant. This reward is the one that will explain to everyone all the reasons for his sudden wealth. Originally, he didn't know how to explain to his parents about his sudden wealth. This can be completely explained clearly, and if you do not believe it, his father can also check Hongqing Investment Company. A check will know the details. This reward was by far the most valuable reward Zhang Chang felt. Chapter 27, Confessing to Your Own Mom and Dad. Zhang Chang sent the various information on top of the system to his own father and mother while eating. Let them digest this thing about their kids suddenly getting rich in advance while they're not at home, so as not to go back to the time they still have to explain half a day. Across the phone is always easier than face to face. Anyway, with his own father, Zhang Jianmen's character will certainly be the first to seek confirmation. Since it was arranged by the system, Zhang Chang naturally didn't worry about any loopholes. As expected, half an hour later, Zhang Jianmen's phone called. You kid. Investment vision is good. In such a short period of time Hongqing Investment will develop into a large company. Then you are not earning a lot. Zhang Jianmen's voice carried a hidden pride. I didn't think of it myself. Zhang Chang replied carelessly. Well, what's the cut for a month? The current situation is around 600,000. Zhang Chang said conservatively. Listening to Zhang Chang's words, Li Yan's surprised voice came from the other side of the phone. 600,000. Wouldn't that be an annual income of more than 7 million? Old Zhang. Your son is close to surpassing you. Zhang Jiancheng snorted coldly as he listened to Li Yan's flirtatious words. This brat is just lucky. Less stiff upper lip. Who was the one who got the better of him just now kept bragging to his friends that his family's son had made it. Seeing that his mind was pierced by Li Yan, Zhang Jianmen hurriedly exchanged a few words with Zhang Cheng before hastily hanging up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Cheng chatted with his own mom on WeChat again. Li Yan rambled on, as if it were water breaking the dike, telling Zhang Cheng about Zhang Jianmen's reaction just now. After Zhang Cheng read it, he replied back in a happy mood. By the way, do you guys have any gifts you want? I'll bring them back for you guys when we go back. Li Yan knew that her own son would make money now, so naturally she didn't have any politeness. There is a Patek Philippe over there in Mordor, but it seems that you need to make an appointment if you buy it. See if you can buy it. Buy me a piece that isn't too flashy. If you can't buy it, even if you can't buy it, and the rest you can see for yourself. Zhang Chang knew that Li Yan had a few Patek Philippe watches, but he didn't take a close look at exactly what kind they were, and occasionally she would bring them during their company reunions. But Patek Philippe is the world's #1 king of watches. It's a real hassle to buy, and without an appointment, it's pretty much a look-see. You can't buy a watch in stock, unless you are very lucky, but odds are you will only be able to purchase those entry-level watches. However, he had already auctioned off a women's enamel wristwatch to Li Yan yesterday, so he didn't have to worry if he really couldn't buy it. But that enamel wristwatch felt almost interesting after all. After all, the enamel one was okay as a collection, but the public price was really too low. Okay, I'll go over there later then. After Zhang Cheng said this, the system prompted with a ding sound. The Patek Philippe appointment has been made for the host. Please go straight there. Is not a bad system. Seeing this tip, Zhang Cheng was immediately a bit surprised, not expecting the system to have this kind of service. Although the dishes at this Baiwei hotel that Suwon chose were very good, she didn't eat any food card rewards this time. Maybe it's because the flavor isn't amazing enough? and the price at the checkout was just over $5,000, and the number of people was only Suwon. That's why Jiang Chang didn't use the food rebate card. To the Magic City for 3 days. Has not formally go out to shop a little. He came with a set of change of clothes. It's only natural to brush up now that your wallet is bulging. By the way, let's see if we can upgrade the system. It's still early. Walk me around a bit? Seeing Jiang Chang say so, Suwon naturally did not refuse. After all, Jiang Chang is now her gold master father. Yes, golden father. Where do you want to go shopping? Su Lian's tone was light-hearted, and it could be seen that she was in a good mood right now. Go shopping. I didn't bring anything with me when I came. 20 minutes later, the two had arrived at the entrance of the Patek Philippe house in a special car. Seeing that Jiang Chang came here, Suwon couldn't help but have her eyes confused. Is this what rich people call shopping? She thought that Jiang Chang should be going to Hang Lung or the newly expanded IFC of IFC. After all, it's a centralized hub for all kinds of big-name luxury goods. I didn't realize that the first stop of the shopping was actually Patek Philippe. Knowing that the entry-level watches of Patek Philippe are at least 200,000 to start with, and they do look forced with this advertising slogan placed on their door, no one can own a Patek Philippe. You are keeping it for your next generation. Following Jiang Chang, he stepped into Patek Philippe's source residence. A salesperson soon greeted him immediately. Hello sir, may I ask if you have an appointment? Jiang Chang nodded. Yes. After reading Jiang Chang's reservation information, the female salesperson said enthusiastically, Mr. Jiang, my name is Xiao Chen. Please follow me upstairs. This way please. After arriving on the second floor with Xiao Chen, he found that there were other guests upstairs. A man and a woman plus another salesperson. The girl who was looking at the watch was trying on a watch full of diamonds and showing it to a middle-aged man with an excited look on her face. The man said appreciatively after looking at it, I think this watch looks pretty good on you. Mr. Wang's vision is just fine. Both men turned their heads to look when they saw some other people coming up the stairs. When they met, Suwon instantly recognized the woman. Senior Lin Ru. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Lin Ru nodded condescendingly when she saw Suwon greet her. You come to see the watch too? Chapter 28, The Taste of Money. I will accompany. Suwon hesitated. After all, it seems a little too early to call Jiang Chang boss now. A friend came over to look at the watch. Lin Ru glanced up and down at Jiang Chang. Seeing that Jiang Chang was both young and faceless, there were plenty of handsome men in their circle. A handsome face is not the most important thing that can attract them, only the taste of money. Jiang Chang looked at the somewhat familiar faces in front of him and opened the friendly value system scanning system. Name, Lin Ru. Age, 27. Height, 165 centimeters. Face value, 90. Stature, 88. Privacy, 78. Friendship value, 20. Passerby status. At this moment, Jiang Chang finally remembered who she was. A second-tier actress. But after looking at the privacy value, Jiang Chang instantly lost interest. Rather, it was the middle-aged man beside Lin Ru who immediately showed light in his eyes after glancing up and down at Suwon. Although the two people, Suwon and Lin Ru, were not too far apart in terms of face value, and their temperament was not similar, but compared to the panda, naturally Suwon was better. The middle-aged man looked at Suwon with interest and inquired to Lin Ru. Who is this? Brother Wang. She, previously played a little maid by my side inside the costume drama I filmed. Her name seems to be called something like Evening. Lin Ru held a lofty stance and introduced Suwon with a disdainful face. In her opinion, Suwon was not in the same weight class as her. She takes on a movie and at least gets to be the second girl, and the boss of the investor will bring her in to buy a watch. But if you change into Sue Evening, want to shoot a drama, receive not only a variety of small corner role, and want to act, also have to take turns to play accompany sleep. Wang Hai took out a business card from inside his trouser pocket and handed it to Suwon. Hello, my name is Wang Hai. I specialize in film investment. If you need to shoot a movie in the future, you can look for me. Suwon smiled indifferently when she saw Lin Ru's condescending look. Over the years, she had experienced too many setbacks and tribulations, and as a result, her mental capacity had become exceptionally strong. In their circle, the reality is so cruel. When you are unknown, people can't even remember your name. And when you're suddenly famous, you'll find a lot of inexplicable best friends popping up all of a sudden. These good friends will not only rub you the wrong way on various occasions, but some of the cheekier ones will even take the initiative to @you on Twitter. After Suwon politely accepted the business card, she said faintly, "Thank you, then I won't bother you anymore." Seeing that they had finished chatting, Xiao Chen immediately asked, "Mr. Jiang, may I ask if you have any special goals today?" Jiang Cheng shook his head. "No, I bought the right ones when I saw them. Women's and men's watches are fine. Which ones are in stock?" Xiao Chen listened to this and pointed to the watch Lin Ru and the girls were looking at. The two guests are looking at the 7122 series. There are rose gold and white gold models of these two in stock. In addition, there are a few other models also happen to be in stock. As for some of the popular Starry Sky models and so on, there is no. You need to book a queue. That's something I don't really understand. How much is the one they're looking at? Jiang Chang asked. The price of the women's watch from the 7122 series is $380. 000. So if you buy it now you can basically sell it for the public price. Seeing that it is this kind of price, Jiang Chang instantly did not even have the desire to see. The gift for your own mother should have to buy a little better at 300,000 yuan watch, and the Patek Philippe is really not very good. He shook his head. Check to see if there are any women's watches that start at $1 million. Don't bring up any cheap ones. Seeing that Jiang Chang opened his mouth to ask for $1 million or more allotment, Xiao Chen immediately nodded and answered in a loud voice. Yes, Mr. Jiang, please wait for a moment. I'll bring it over for you. Bring over a few more. And some of the men's watches too. Okay, right away. After Xiao Chen bowed respectfully to Jiang Chang, he left the VIP area with quick steps. On the contrary, the atmosphere on Lin Ru's side became unusually awkward. Lin Ru's eyes glared at the two of them in disgust, her heart very unhappy. She had thought that this $380,000 watch she had chosen was already luxurious enough, but she hadn't expected to be disliked as cheap by Jiang Chang. You should know that she had softened up with Wang Hai for a long time in order to buy this watch, and only then did he agree to accompany her to buy it. And Wang Hai immediately sank his face when he heard Jiang Chang's words. 380,000 may not sound like much, but that amount would buy a nice little car for the average person. When Su Wan saw that Jiang Chang had helped her dislike Lin Ru, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, and she was secretly happy in her heart. Normally, Lin Ru always had a snotty look on her face, plus she had just green tea connoted Su Wan, saying that she was her little maid. It was rare to be mocked like this, so Su Wan's heart couldn't be more painful. She coughed lightly, and after giving Jiang Chang a grateful look, she casually picked up the magazine on the table and pretended to read it. Jiang Chang saw that Su Wan was at that moment staring motionlessly at a simple lady's wristwatch on the magazine in a daze. It was a watch with a brown crocodile leather strap and a rose gold case that complemented the watch and looked very sophisticated and generous. The price stated is 217,000, which seems to be the entry level of Patek Philippe's women's watches. You like this? Seeing Jiang Chang suddenly open his mouth to ask himself, Su Wan waved her hand. Just take a look. I can't afford it anyway. Ding. Release a randomized quest to send a female watch to Su Wan. Mission reward, finalized based on results. Penalty for failure. Jiang Chang looked at the system's prompts with some surprise. Although he didn't know what the rewards were, he certainly couldn't go wrong by following them. I'll give it to you if you like it. Jiang Chang said generously. No need. I'll buy it myself when I make money in the future. Su Wan said with a pushback. Lin Ru, who was at the side, couldn't help but roll her eyes at the words. For a third or fourth tier starlet like Su Knight, even if she shoots a dozen or so side washes a year, it is estimated that she won't be able to earn $380,000. To know the difference between the pay of different actors is very big. Align actors and flow actors' pay can be as high as 10 million or more. But like her, this kind of female second, the general pay can reach $1 million, has been considered very high. And like Su Knight, this kind of camera is not much. At most 100,000, a few tens of thousands of yuan. And this money to the hands of the company still have to share. And Patek Philippe, this kind of watch. Look at the watch, more people. But really buy people are very few. If Jiang Chang later only look at not buy, Lin Ru will let them see what is the real art of green tea. Soon Xiao Chen was carrying a wristwatch organizer tray and placed it in front of Jiang Chang and Su Wan. Mr. Jiang, these are all priced at more than $500,000. Like this 5160/500-001. This men's watch is a super complex functional chronograph. And the most special thing about it is that it has a reversible hand engraved back cover. And you can see the running status of the super complex movement of this watch when you turn over the back cover. And this 5178. Xiao Chen carefully and meticulously introduced the 6 watches in front of Jiang Chang, and then introduced the prices of a few more after he finished. After saying that, Xiao Chen then glanced at Jiang Chang from the side without moving to see if he had any reaction. However, Jiang Chang listened to it but was as flat as water. The expression on his face did not have the slightest change at all, and he did not even blink his eyelids, as if what he had just said was $50. After listening to the introduction, Jiang Chang pointed to the two word tables 5160/500-001 and 5270R. The 5160/500-001 is priced at 127 public dollars, while the 5270 or gold dial platinum model is $1. 385. 500. After buying the Richard Mille Jiang Chang had no feeling for watches that cost more than $1 million. Richard Mille is not as well known as Patek Philippe though, except for Wang Zhang and Qin Bern, who were the kind of rich second generation. The general public had no idea that the watch he wore on his hand was worth more than $10 million. Give these two a try. After Jiang Chang finished speaking, Xiao Chen immediately took out his wristwatch and helped Jiang Chang try it on. Jiang Chang did not refuse. After all, why stand when you can sit? Why sit when you can lie down? And why move yourself when you can move someone else? Chapter 29, Like Tighter. With the help of Xiao Chen. At this point Jiang Chang was wearing a watch on his left and right hands. Well, seeing Jiang Chang's two hands on himself, Su Wan looked at it seriously. I think the 516500-001 is a better fit for you. It looks good on you, but I think the wristband is worn loosely. Jiang Chang nodded. I also think this is good. Xiao Chen is a bit loose and not too comfortable. Why don't you take it instead? After Jiang Chang said this, Xiao Chen on the side was dumbfounded, thinking to myself that I don't have too many of them. Why are they loose? In justice, she was tempted to ask Jiang Chang to try, but seeing that the opponent was Su Wan, he shouldn't stand a chance if he went hard. Unlike Xiao Chen, for Jiang Chang's words, Su Wan didn't think much about it and directly got on and helped him adjust the strap, only to see Jiang Chang said with satisfaction, tighter is better or you make it comfortable. I like it tighter. At this time, Su Wan finally felt that what Jiang Chang said seemed to have some meaning. Seeing him with a smirk on his face, he frowned even more. But combine that with the scene in front of you, there really is nothing wrong with liking it tight. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Obviously Jiang Chang was only 18 years old. One really shouldn't think too much about it. Jiang Chang said towards Xiao Chen. Okay, these two watches help me wrap it up. 5160/500-001 This Jiang Chang is ready to wear himself, while 5270 are gold dial platinum model he is ready to give his dad Jiang Jianmen. Xiao Chen was instantly surprised at his words. Mr. Jiang, are you talking about both of them? At this moment, even Lin Ru and Wan Hai couldn't help but turn to look at Jiang Chang. Seeing that Jiang Chang really wanted to buy a Patek Philippe, Lin looked at Su Wan with some envy from time to time. I didn't expect this man she brought here. I bought two watches in less than 10 minutes of shopping, and those aren't entry-level watches. They're $1 million watches. It seems to be really rich. For $1 million you can buy a nice house in a small place. Well, you can help me pick out the women's watch again, Jiang Chang said to Su Wan. Seeing Su Wan look hesitant, Jiang Chang continued. Which two of these three do you think look good? I'll buy them for my mom. He knew that at this point if he directly said it was for her, Su Wan would definitely not agree. Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Su Wan immediately analyzed it seriously. Auntie's words, I think this one, is noble and introspective. After Su Evening finished, Xiao Chen immediately said, Miss Su's vision is really good. This case is inlaid with 450 sparkling diamonds. The total is 2.5 carats. And it is also a complicated function chronograph watch. The total price is only $883,000. In addition, Mr. Jiang said this one is very suitable for the aesthetics of the current fairy. This watch has 4 dials, on which you can see the month, the calendar, the surplus and deficit of the moon phases, the leap year display. It is a little cheaper than the one just now, only 850,000 yuan. Xiao Chen's attitude is more attentive and respectful than at the beginning. After all, to be able to close the deal, she can get 1% of the commission. Jiang Chang had already ordered 2 watches just now, and if she bought another one, she would have her bonus for this month. Jiang Chang pointed to the 2 watches on the plate and said to Su Wan, these 2 you try on for me. Su Wan didn't think much about it and directly put both watches on her hand with Xiao Chen's help. Looking at the way the 2-character wristwatch was worn in Su Wan's hands, Jiang Chang nodded with satisfaction and said with a slightly indebted mouth, not bad, much better than that 380,000,7122. Lin Ru instantly stopped after Jiang Chang said this, only to see her stand up somewhat angrily. Before she could get mad, Jiang Chang had already pulled out his bank card and said to Xiao Chen, wrap these 4 up and swipe your card. Xiao Chen sniffed and took it with both hands with a big smile, and said respectfully, okay, Mr. Jiang, it will be handled for you right away. Please wait for a moment. Even if Lin is so anxious, see Jiang Chang really swiped the card, at this time can only endure the anger to sit back. After all, one shot to buy 4 watches, millions of rich second generation can be rashly offended themselves? Even Wang Hai, who had a blue face, turned his head at this time and pretended to look as if nothing had happened. His mind was the same as Lin Ru's. Why should he offend someone who didn't know the bottom line just for the sake of a shred of face? Besides, this person didn't look like an ordinary rich second generation. After Xiao Chen left, Su Wan was ready to take off her wristwatch. Jiang Chang helped her take off the left wristwatch and then pressed her right hand and said, "This one doesn't need to be taken off. It's yours." Su Lian sniffed, immediately froze, immediately followed by the opening of the mouth to push back and said, "Ah, no, this is too expensive. I cannot want. It's just a trinket. Don't think too much of it, and besides, it should have been checked out by now, so you can't return it. So wear it." Suwon still felt that this gift was a bit hot, and once again opened her mouth to refuse. "That will work. Or you can give it to Auntie or..." Together. The price of this watch she had just heard, $800,000 is not $80 after all. Although this money might be just over $80 for Jiang Chang, Suwon still didn't dare to ask for it. Although Jiang Chang didn't like this kind of scene, he did his best to convince Suwon for the sake of the system's reward. "It's also inappropriate for my mom to bring this." Seeing Suwon still want to shirk, Jiang Chang then said, "It's a deal. It's going to be a company soon, just as a meet and greet gift for you." Having said that, plus there were other people at the scene, Suwon felt like she had brushed off Jiang Chang's face a bit by pushing it off. One could only nod helplessly. "Thank you." Then, "Boss Dirtbag. Sunite, friendly value plus 15. Seeing that the friendly value came to 75 points in one go, Jiang Chang had to sigh with emotion. It's true that when a woman's mouth says don't, it means yes. What's the point of being polite? Jiang Chang said in a good mood. "Mr. Jiang, this side has already made the payment for you. The total is 388,500. This is a small check, please keep it. Thank you very much for your support of Patek Philippe. Here we would like to present you with a Patek Philippe ladies perfumed silk scarf, 3 Patek Philippe keychains, and 6 Patek Philippe Karayovan cross cufflinks. I hope you like them." After Xiao Chen finished speaking, he laid out the complimentary items. Seeing that Patek Philippe had given them so many freebies, Lin Ru on the side was inwardly envious and jealous, and looking at the $850,000 wristwatch on Suwon's hand, she instantly felt that the $380,000 wristwatch she tried on didn't smell good at all. His own curiosity was so much higher than Suwon's, yet the wristwatch he wore was not as good as hers. Chapter 30, Anger Attacks the Heart. Lin Ru asked to her sales with some reluctance. "Then do we get a free gift if we purchase this watch?" She glanced at it just now, and she was very fond of the lady's silk scarf with the Patek Philippe logo on it. The salesperson who received Lin Ru sniffed and replied with some embarrassment. "Ms. Lin, this is not available." Lin Ru's face became even more ugly after being rejected. Wang Hai, who was on the side, also had a gloomy face when he heard this. He's also bought a couple of Patek Philippe's, but they usually don't give him freebies. Patek Philippe, this brand of table, are very expensive. The lowest price is more than 100,000. So a one-time purchase of hundreds of thousands of tables in these sales seem to be a rare thing. Patek Philippe will not give you a gift at all. The reason why Xiao Chen gave Jiang Chang so many freebies just now was because Jiang Chang had spent more than $4 million in one go. Wang Hai originally wanted to bring Lin Ru out today to pretend to have a great battle for a few days and nights. In the meantime, being hit by Jiang Chang like this instantly made him feel like he had lost face, only to see him say to Lin Ru with a sullen face, "Forget it, we'll see it next time." After saying that, he didn't pay any attention to Lin Ru's at all and directly left the VIP reception area with big strides, leaving Lin Ru sitting awkwardly alone. Seeing this, the salesman was a bit anxious and asked, "So, Ms. Lin, do you still want this watch?" Watching Wang Hairen leave without any manners, Lin Ru's heart was suddenly furious. She naturally wants it, although her watch is not as good as the one Suwon is holding, but at least it is worth $380,000. Just blowing it off? Lin Ru gasped and unhooked the watch, her face suffocating in redness as she snorted coldly. "Let's talk about it next time." Seeing Lin Ru glaring at herself purposefully before she left, Suwon nonetheless did not care at all, and even felt some pain. On Jiang Chang's side, at the same time Suwon agreed to take the wristwatch, he heard a system alert. Ding! Mission completed. Given that Suwon's friendliness towards the host continues to increase, the mission evaluation is very high. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a specific consumption cashback reward. The host's consumption in Patek Philippe will be randomly 1 to 3 times cashback. May I ask the host whether to obtain the reward immediately? Jiang Chang looked at the system and nodded in satisfaction. After all, it's a white-knuckle affair. Why not get cash back for giving away a wristwatch, even if you win the lottery and double the rewards? Jiang Chang secretly said inside his heart. Extract immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing a 3x consumption rebate. The total rebate amount is 13,165,500 yuan. Is it immediately withdrawn to the host's bank card? Drawing more than $10 million in rebates in one go, Jiang Chang said that it was worthy of being a dream come true system. Extract immediately. The next moment Jiang Cheng's bank card received a text message, deducting the more than $4 million he had just spent, another $13 million or so in revenue. After leaving the Patek Philippe source residence, Jiang Cheng asked the driver to drive in the direction of Plaza 66. In addition to Hang Lung on the Magic City side, there is also the newly expanded IFC at IFC. Both are luxury shopping centers. However, Hang Lung is located on Nanjing Road, which may also be a bit more lively in comparison. Inside, the investment for the brand control is more strict, positioning high-level luxury, popular fashion, and many international flagship stores. Boutiques and concept stores have a lot to offer here. As a veteran high-luxury department store, Plaza 66 is also decorated with the ultimate in luxury. Very high pickup heights on each level, and the whole mall is almost full of international top luxury flagship stores, including Hermes, Louis Vuitton, Cartier, Chanel, Dior, Celine, Escada, Bulgari, Fendi, Loewe, Prada, Versace, Lanvin and other top international brands. Chapter 31, A man under the roof has to bow down. Whether it's a big domestic brand or an international first-tier brand, you'll find everything here. And if you have enough money, you can buy any brand you want. For the point of having money, Jiang Cheng was still very confident now. The exquisite and luxurious window displays and huge advertisements of major brands in Plaza 66 will take your breath away and make you stop and stare. Of course, the real attraction is the new clothes for each season that are displayed in these stores. Each store has a black suit, wearing white gloves in front of the brand's flagship store. Female sales standing quietly. They are elegant, as if to show people the brand's charm and strength. Jiang Cheng led Su Wan graciously into Plaza 66. As soon as he walked into Plaza 66, the tall and beautiful Su Wan instantly became the center of attention of the passers-by. Although she wore a mask on her face, her snow-white straight iconic long legs as well as her exquisite figure still made many men's eyes itching to grow on Su Wan's body. Even if their female companions around them were jealous of the men's left and right pinches, it didn't stop them from wanting to look at beautiful women. And although the clothes on Jiang Cheng were very ordinary, but the bottom of the money let Jiang Cheng face these female sales' eager eyes seemed quite calm. The two just strolled around casually. Bol, what brand of clothes do you usually like to shop for? Jiang Cheng called Su Wan in Huangming's tone. When Su Wan heard Jiang Cheng call her this, she couldn't control herself and gave Jiang Cheng a blank look. She knew Jiang Cheng's was poking fun at her. But Su Wan didn't correct Jiang Cheng, who asked Jiang Cheng to be his future golden father. You have to bow down when you're under the roof. Jiang Cheng naturally saw Su Wan's darkly poking blank stare. He didn't mean anything else by that. It's purely just boring banter. I pay more attention to the season's popular colors and styles. Our line of work must follow the trend, but I will also pick the style that suits me. I'm not very picky when it comes to brand names. As long as it's design clothes, whether it's branded or not, I'll buy it. I don't like to wear conspicuous brand names all over my body if I'm on my own, and I can't afford so many expensive brand names either. Su Lian shrugged after she finished speaking. Hearing Su Wan say this so bluntly, Jiang Cheng laughed a little. Su Wan really only had a Chanel bag all over her body today, and the rest looked like ordinary clothes. According to Jiang Cheng's impression, Su Wan's dressing had always been very much her own style. All of her outfits are of a more lifestyle yet stylish nature. Okay, so help me pick some out. It doesn't matter if they're famous or not. They'll fit me. Su Lian puffed and laughed. Come on, what do you buy if you come to Hang Lung and don't buy a famous brand? The big brands do have a lot of very good looking and designer ones. You look good in anything you wear with this body and face, and you're not short of money. Saying that, Su Wan pulled Jiang Cheng into the Louis Vuitton on the side. Compared to other brands, there are not many customers in the LV store. Once inside, there was a sweet-looking counter girl walking towards the two of them. This, sir, miss, I'm Guide Sally. Welcome to LV, the guide lady said gently. Su Wan pulled Jiang Cheng to look at the new expensive new models in front of the showroom. She pointed to the new product in front of her and said to Jiang Cheng, this casual outfit is quite suitable for you. Try this one? Chapter 32 Unimpressive University Students. Jiang Cheng looked at Louis Vuitton and raised an eyebrow at Su Wan. Didn't you say that you don't like wearing conspicuous name brands all over your body? LV is one of the most famous luxury brands. Its design is not only high profile, but also likes to be covered in logos. Whether it's shoes, coats, or its most famous bags, they're all densely covered in logos. This is what has made LV so successful. Now, whenever the average person mentions a name brand, it is probably the first thing that comes to mind. So much so that even Hermes now has to learn from LV. Put your own brand logo on it in a big way. After all, if it is too low profile, a little logo cannot be seen. Who knows, you are carrying hundreds of thousands to a million Hermes. That's why the new Hermes models now also show off their iconic Big H logo. Seeing this, Sally hurriedly and enthusiastically said. This young lady has a good eye. This is a new model from our store. Perfect for this gentleman. Su Evening pointed to the set of new in front of the eyes. To Jiang Cheng playfully said, I am so, but the key is still I am too poor. Cannot afford to buy a lot of brand name clothes. If I buy up, I believe that my vision will certainly change. And where not you well. This logo style I think only LV this brand of doing better. There is a sense of design is also very avant-garde. On the contrary, you see across the Gucci family logo clothing is difficult to say. This kind of logo style I think at present only LV brand do better. Have a sense of design and also very avant-garde. On the contrary, you look at the opposite Gucci family logo clothing is a difficult to say. You mean you can't generalize? Su Evening nodded. Yeah, how can a big boss like you dress too low-key? I was almost fooled by you at first, thinking you were just a mediocre college student. I really am a mediocre college student. Su Lian looked at Jiang Cheng speechlessly and joked nonchalantly. Do you look at yourself and see if what you're saying is human? If you're mediocre then I'm not a difficult person. The two joked around as they picked out their clothes. Looking at the enthusiastic female guides in the store, Suwon couldn't help but say with emotion. I remember I used to be treated coldly when I first bought something from a luxury brand. There's such a thing? Although Jiang Cheng had also seen a lot of videos of this kind of cabinet lady looking at people in his previous life by brushing Jane. But so far he hadn't met one. Well, I remember at that time I wanted to try on a gown. And that counter girl said that this gown was the most expensive one in their store. And asked if I could afford it. And if I couldn't afford it, I shouldn't try it on. Su Lian said with her mouth cocked. Then how do you answer? Jiang Cheng asked curiously. Su Lian shook her head and said. It was too wimpy at the time. Plus I really couldn't afford it at that price. So I left. Looking at Su Lian's somewhat bitter look, Jiang Cheng smiled and said. Next time you meet this situation, you just go back to her. Is that as expensive as you standing here for a month? Suwon's mouth opened in surprise. Jiang Cheng's words gave her a feeling of sudden realization, and she couldn't help but give Jiang Cheng a thumbs up. If only I had reacted the way you did back then, it wouldn't have haunted me as soon as I look back on it now. She sighed. Those big name counter girls have a bad habit of acting as if they think they are superior because they work here. Most will act based on what you are wearing on you. You see most of the bloggers on the internet take segments where they'll wear some normal clothes to shop these big brands. The end result of all of this is that most will be treated coldly and only a few will be received normally. Jiang Cheng is most accustomed to these phenomena. No money before he shopped a common clothes store. People will be handsome girl handsome call. You have to be yacked at for shopping at a brand store? Soon enough, the two people finished buying their favorite items and only spent 1,200,000 when they finally checked out. Chapter 33, Random Thoughts. Leave the stuff here for now, and help me take it to the garage later. Jiang Cheng said to Sherry. Okay, no problem. You leave a phone number. Later you call me, I send you down. Sherry was all smiles as she escorted Jiang Cheng and Suwon out of the store. After reserving a phone number in the LV store and depositing the merchandise, Jiang Cheng took Suwon into the Chanel next door. Soft carpeting, luxurious and bright crystal chandeliers. A piece of bag that looks extremely luxurious and beautiful under the spotlight is quietly placed on top of the display case. As we all know, no girl can resist Chanel. Jiang Cheng remembered that the two bags Suwon carried yesterday and today were Chanel. Suwon looked at Chanel and asked, You like Chanel? I don't think it looks good for boys to wear Chanel. Indeed, I can't appreciate their knitted clothes. Help me with the bags. Which ones do you think look good on here? Suwon listened to Jiang Cheng's words and said hesitantly, A woman's bag? Bought for auntie? She was a little afraid that Jiang Cheng would give herself another gift. After all, no merit, no reward. That's fine too. If you were to pick, which one would you like? Jiang Cheng asked again. Su Lian hurriedly shook her head and said, I'm not picky. I still have my own bag. Usually if I have a movie to shoot, I'll buy a bag to reward myself. You don't have to buy it for me. Jiang Cheng laughed when he saw Suwon's guarded look. It was obvious that she really didn't want to take her stuff. However, Jiang Cheng felt that Suwon was quite good at this point. It doesn't matter if she means it or pushes it, at least on the surface. Seeing Jiang Cheng smiling at himself, Suwon's heart throbbed for no reason. Somewhat sheepishly, he said, What are you looking at me for? Seeing as you're good looking. Okay, then pick out two of the more mature ones for me and give them to my mom. Seeing Jiang Cheng say this, Suwon blankly glanced at Jiang Cheng again, then nodded briskly. This is fine. In the end, Suwon picked two bags, and Jiang Cheng added another one. When he checked out, Jiang Cheng realized that he had spent over $92,000. After buying the stuff, Jiang Cheng didn't continue shopping. The time was still early, so he sent Suwon back to the apartment. Arriving at the apartment downstairs, Suwon tentatively asked Jiang Cheng, Want to go up for a drink? Drinking water? Su Lian's good-looking eyes twinkled. Wine is fine. Anyway, it's time for dinner. Su Wan only had 75 points of friendly value towards herself at this time, and this friendly value had only just stepped into the stage of being a close friend, and hadn't even reached the stage of being a crush yet. Jiang Chang knew that she was only asking because she wanted to see what she was thinking. Forget it, boys have to be clean and protect themselves out there. If they get drunk, those girls will have chickens to fry. Su Wan couldn't help but laugh out loud as she listened to Jiang Chang's stinky words. You're really stinky. Jiang Chang opened the trunk, took out one of the Chanel bags inside and shoved it directly into her hand, turned around and got into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. I'm off. You get an early night. Thanks for shopping with me today. Su Knight stood in place, looked at the bag in her hand, and then glanced at the Rolls-Royce that had already driven away, and suddenly smiled helplessly. Jiang Chang was quite unexpected. Originally she thought that Jiang Chang would at least come up and sit down, but she didn't think that he actually didn't have that aspect in mind. Su Knight, friendliness value +5. Seeing that Su Wan's friendliness towards him had risen to 80 points because of the gift he had given her, Jiang Chang instantly smiled. Or that, the woman said don't is to be. Send a girl gift, don't ask her to want, like it or not, directly send on the end of the matter. 80 points of friendship value has already reached a crush relationship, as long as we work harder. Upgrading to an intimate relationship is sooner or later, once intimacy is achieved. Is it far from two people dealing with the road together? Ha 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 ha. After all, it's not easy to meet a woman with a big bull. Cherish it if you can. After returning to Yang Yunaman, the personal butler Wang Yuyan had already put out the bathwater for Jiang Chang and had also measured the water temperature. Her long, dark hair fell behind her, and her black professional wraparound skirt showed off her rounded ass perfectly. At this moment, she was wearing a gracious smile as she said to Jiang Chang, Mr. Jiang, welcome home. The bath water has been put on for you. May I ask if you are ready to bathe now? Jiang Chang looked at Wang Yuyan and thought to himself, although she was not as good as the beautiful young woman Yu Xiaoxiao in the fashion star Su Evening. When placed in an ordinary school, she was also a school flower level character. The so-called personal butler is actually a senior waiter who takes care of the guests' travel service and check-in service. Moreover, they are basically on call 24 hours a day. Just wait, I'll swim a lap first. Help me open the champagne first, Jiang Chang said with a smile. Chapter 34. Okay, you wait a moment. Wang Yuyan turned around and went to the liquor cabinet to take out a champagne for Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang with Yu Xiaoxia and Hibiscus opened a luxury suite to more than 5,000 a night, but the service is far from Yang Yun Aman to intimate. After all, Aman's $80,000 a night villas not only have open-air balconies and private pools and spa baths, but also aromatherapy spas, spa rooms, and game rooms. Staying here you can enjoy the whole day even if you don't go out. After opening the champagne, Wang Yuyan took out an elevated glass and poured half a glass of wine. Then she brought the wine tray over and placed it next to the pool. After doing everything, Wang Yuyan once again respectfully stood aside and watched Jiang Chang swim back and forth inside the pool. After a few laps, Jiang Chang went ashore. When Wang Yuyan saw Jiang Chang come ashore, the first thing she did was drape the bath towel over Jiang Chang's body. Feeling Wang Yuyan's thoughtful movements, Jiang Chang smiled at her and said, Manager Wang, thank you. When she helped Jiang Chang cover the bath towel, her hand happened to accidentally touch Jiang Chang's tight abs, and at this time Wang Yuyan's heart was slightly flustered. Only her eyes looked at the pool next to her, hiding her emotions as she replied, You're welcome, it's what I'm supposed to do. Although she had been working here for 3 years, the occupancy rate at Court Villa had originally been very low. After all, there is a price threshold. In an unusual month, there will be a day or two at the most when a client will move in. With a bit of luck, sometimes you'll occasionally run into a dirtbag who's been driving 2 nights in a row. But a year down the line, the service is full of only dozens of customers. It was very rare to have a direct drive for a week in a row like Jiang Chang. Wang Yuyan was shy and hooked the corner of her mouth and smiled, not caring about her little mood. Jiang Chang walked straight to the poolside lounge chair and comfortably lay down on it. By the way, Manager Wang, do you have any meals here that are a bit more special but expensive? Jiang Chang asked while drinking champagne. When Wang Yuyan saw Jiang Chang say this, she immediately organized her emotions and straightened her face. A suite as expensive as the courthouse villa is of course paired with a high-class chef. Guests can also have the hotel chef cook for them on site at the court villa for as long as they need. After all, there is a special dining kitchen restaurant inside the courthouse villa, and there's a wide range of menu prices here. Yes, our hotel has a wide variety of meals, including Chinese food, French food, Italian food, Japanese food and so on. And the Aman Hotel is also the most expensive hotel in Huaxia at the moment. The hotel's restaurants are of a relatively high specification class. of which the Italian restaurant's price is even more expensive. To say more special, there is a kind of yellow-lipped fish. This kind of fish meat itself is more delicious, but also more expensive and rare. Cooking is also a variety of ways. Sautéing is more often done in our hotel, but also the most can keep the food fresh flavor of a practice. Wang Yuyan introduced seriously. There is also the Alba white truffle, which is also a specialty of our place. It is similar to the Eastern mushroom and porcini mushroom, produced in Italy, very precious in price, also known as the white diamond, revered by the world. This white truffle can be made into salads, pasta, and can be paired with steak as well. The yellow-lipped fish Jiang Chang has heard of, a large size if at least a few million. The Alba white truffle is even more expensive by the gram, and the price of a gram is even calculated in hundreds of dollars. Jiang Chang did some internal calculations and seemed to have found his place to use this food cashback card. Jiang Chang nodded and hummed, then said, "Manager Wang, can you help with a massage?" Wang Yuyan looked at Jiang Chang's slightly exposed 8-pack abs and couldn't help but swallow nervously. "Okay, Mr. Jiang." Soon she placed her hands on Jiang Chang's shoulders and began to slowly massage them. In contrast to Wang Yuyan's small-mindedness, Jiang Chang looked much more serious. At this moment, his entire mind was on that food rebate coupon. And just then, Yu Xiaoxiao walked in from outside. Yu Xiaoxiao's appearance caused Wang Yuyan's face to immediately flash with a trace of unnaturalness. Even she didn't know why this was happening. Not only her, even Yu Xiaoxiao also secretly poked and prodded Wang Yuyan. Hearing the sound of footsteps, Jiang Chang opened his eyes, and when he saw that the visitor was Yu Xiaoxiao, he said to Wang Yuyan, "Manager Wang, it's been hard on you, go and rest." "Alright, Mr. Jiang, call me anytime you need me." After Wang Yuyan finished speaking, she nodded to Yu Xiaoxiao in a gesture before turning to leave. Looking at Wang Yuyan's departing back, Yu Xiaoxiao walked towards Jiang Chang with a flirtatious smile. She stretched out her leg and with a single stride, she directly sat on Jiang Chang's body. At this moment, the ambiguous posture of the two people made Jiang Chang, who was lying on the recliner, directly moved his heart. "Xiaoxia, why don't we first carry out a turtle tasting operation first?" More than an hour later, Yu Xiaoxiao took the bathrobe by the recliner and wrapped herself in it before lying in Jiang Chang's arms once again. Jiang Chang touched Yu Xiaoxiao's tender skin and said, "Xiaoxiao, if I set up an entertainment company, can you come and help me?" Yu Xiaoxiao raised her eyes to Jiang Chang and asked, "Setting up a company just for Su Wan?" Jiang Chang scraped Yu Xiaoxiao's nose. "Well, but she's definitely not the only artist if you follow up. I signed her because I wanted to see her, but the main purpose of opening a company is still to make a profit, so you don't have to think about it that much." Seeing Jiang Chang say that, Yu Xiaoxiao reached out and hugged Jiang Chang tightly. "Of course it's no problem. I can help you if you need it." In the past few days, under the many deep exchanges between the two, Yu Xiaoxiao had long since developed a different sentiment towards Jiang Chang. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao agree, Jiang Chang began to draw her a pie. "Thank you, Xiaoxia, I've thought it over. The name of the entertainment company will be called Star Entertainment. The manager will be given to you. The salary will be calculated according to the highest salary in the industry, and you'll be in charge of the company's big and small things in the future." Yu Xiaoxia sniffed and looked at Jiang Chang in surprise, meaning she went straight from being an operations manager to a general manager. It had to be said that Jiang Chang's big cakes were very effective. Yu Xiaoxiao at this time inwardly looked touched by a mess. "Jiang Chang, you're so good to me. Well, I'll go ahead and register the company in the next few days, and then I'll leave the location of the company and various other matters to you. I trust you. Starting a company is a trivial and troublesome thing. If you have a professional to help you manage, you do not smell good? Don't worry, I'll do it right." Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao's half-bitten sexy red lips, and for a moment he couldn't help but pull it over again. As a white-collar woman, Yu Xiaoxia is a very strong learner. She quickly learned the points Jiang Chang taught her. 20 minutes later, Yu Xiaoxiao picked up the mineral water on the side and rinsed her mouth, pouting, and glanced at Jiang Chang. "Bad egg." Jiang Chang hemmed and hawed with a bad smile and said, "You're full, but I haven't eaten yet." After Yu Xiaoxiao blankly glanced at Jiang Chang, she straightened her hair. Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Chang's handsome and open face and couldn't help but reach out and touch Jiang Chang's cheek. "Good husband, drive slower. That won't do. Speed is what makes it exciting. I'll take you to the last name in a minute." At noon on the following day, Jiang Chang received a message from Wang Zhang, saying that he had something temporary that prevented him from attending the appointment. Jiang Chang naturally didn't care, and rode his own Rolls-Royce of Yang Yunaman all the way to the entrance of the car show. By now it was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Just looking at the crowds of people at the entrance you can see how busy this car show was. After all, it's a big international exhibition and attracts crowds one after another. Not everyone can afford a car, but that doesn't stop people from coming over to look and eat. Whether you're looking at luxury cars or beautiful women for sale or car models, it doesn't pay to look anyway. Wang Zhang had already helped Jiang Chang make an appointment last night to get tickets into the exhibition. After showing his ticket voucher, Jiang Chang quickly entered the arena. Looking at the field doorway publicity label, Jiang Chang secretly sighed, worthy of the magic car show. As Wang Zhang said, the world's leading car manufacturers participated in the exhibition. Not only were there Ferraris, Lamborghinis, McLarens, Porsches, but even the relatively unknown Pagani was inside this exhibit. Jiang Chang walked slowly all the way as he looked around, dazzled by the sights along the way: high-end Audi URUS, Audi RS7, McLaren's new GT, BMW M8 Thunder version, Mercedes AMG GTR. Although these models and performance are not bad, but it is the price is still not up to Jiang Chang's requirements. Like the BMW M8 Thunder version, this car is a standard 4-seat comfort sports car. 0-second brake time is also very strong, only 3.2 seconds, but the price of $2,200,000 is still dissuaded Jiang Chang, mainly because it's so cheap. Jiang Chang shook his head and left the Mercedes-Benz BMW booth towards the crowded Ferrari side. Even though he just bought the Rafa yesterday, it didn't stop him from taking another side trip to browse the current car. Almost to the Ferrari's booth, Jiang Chang spotted a few familiar faces standing inside. Chapter 35, Zhou as a car model? They were Zhang Yun, Suya, Ma Xiaoli, and Cheng Jipeng. These guys were surrounding a car model wearing a tight sexy black dress, and that car model was obviously Zhou. Jiang Chang didn't expect Zhou Ying's job in Magic City to be a Ferrari car model. Jiang Chang stood in place, frowning and glancing up and down at Zhou Ying in disbelief. The first thing that entered Jiang Chang's eyes was a pair of straight and slender legs. On her feet was a pair of black heels made of small goatskin material suede, and her legs were tightly fitted. Further up, there was a simple black strapless dress. The back of the dress is backless, revealing about a third of the high shoulder. The tight-fitting dress wrapped her rounded, shapely buttocks in a particularly tantalizing way. Cheeks like a baby angel plus a devilish figure make people wonder how there could be such a perfect person in the world. The eyes traveled further up, resting on her chest as her breath rose and fell. So big. To be honest, Zhou Ying's body is already considered very conservative compared to other car models, but her beauty was just too dazzling. Compared to several other car models who showed their backs and breasts and legs just short of showing their forests, the conservatively dressed Zhou Ying was not compared, relying on her beauty to stand out amongst a crowd of sexy women. However, at this time, Zhou Ying did not have that arrogant, eyeless feeling inside her eyes from before. Instead, it looked more than a little inferior and timid in front of a group of familiar classmates. As soon as Jiang Chang approached, he heard Li Sudong say to Zhou Ying, "Zhou Ying, let's go together. I'll pick you up after work?" Li Sudong said this just finished. Beside him Suya immediately toned slightly sour, then said, "Forget it, Sudong. You see, Zhou Ying now value is not the same. She is a car model, all we don't bother her. And your graduation tour invited her. She is not refused? People like this kind of golden girl simply don't care about us. Why do you invite her to go with you?" Seeing Zhou Ying's face look very awkward and abnormal, Jiang Chang opened his mouth towards them and said, "Hey, how come it's such a coincidence? Am I traveling back to Roncheng? How come everyone is here?" Several people turned their heads when Jiang Chang spoke like this. "Jiang Chang, why are you here?" Suya changed her somewhat snarky face from earlier and said with a surprised look on her face, "Lao Jian, I didn't hear you were coming?" Zhou Zhiyun also glanced at Jiang Chang in surprise at this moment, then walked over quickly and excitedly patted Jiang Chang's shoulder. Zhou Zhiyun is Jiang Chang's best friend. Usually in school the two play very close. Jiang Chang sniffed and immediately gave Li Sudong a meaningful look. "What do you mean? Does it sound like you guys are secretly organizing something I don't know about?" This bastard Li Sudong always intentionally left out Jiang Chang when organizing activities, sometimes for no other reason. Where there was Jiang Chang, he would always be overshadowed by certain sharp edges. Seeing Jiang Chang said so, Li Sudong shrugged his shoulders and said with a smug face, "It's not a class activity. All have graduated. I just called a few usually better classmates together with graduation travel." "How? Zhou Zhiyun didn't tell you?" "Alas, Li Sudong, don't sow discord. Even if I told Jiang Chang, he wouldn't follow along. You guys aren't exactly ironclad. What am I doing talking to him about this?" Li Sudong was disliked by Zhou Zhiyun and immediately ignited his anger. "Then why did you follow me here?" "I followed Suya here." "What? Is Mordor not yours? I still need your permission to come here?" Zhou Zhiyun disliked back stiffly. Suya saw Li Sudong and Zhou Zhiyun quarreled again, and immediately covered his ears and said impatiently, "How did you two start again? Can you stop quarreling? All the way to all the noise." Jiang Chang glanced at Zhou Zhiyun. This guy's relationship with Li Sudong had always been like water and fire, for no other reason than because of this little witch Suya. Jo Ji-yoon likes suya, and suya likes to fish for kaiju. Any guy who has some small amount of money and is okay looking is a target for suya. This included Jiang Chang and Lee Sudong, whose families were still in good condition. And of course Jo Ji-yoon came in behind the two of them. Jiang Chang usually poked and prodded with Jo Ji-yoon several times, in order to let him wake up early. But unfortunately this goods just cannot listen to it. Suya finished staring at Jiang Chang with some doubts and said, Jiang Chang, how long has it been since I've seen you? Why do I feel that you've become handsome again? That is, no wonder I always feel Jiang Chang strange. The will not go to the Magic City plastic surgery it. The other one has short hair with steel straight female nicknamed Jiang Yun came close to Jiang Chang seriously scrutinized. Yeah, still not as handsome as me, but it does look quite different? Jo Ji-yoon picked up the conversation. Surrounded by a few people, Jiang Chang helplessly waved his hand. Now that he had a big name through and through, his temperament was certainly different. Fuck off. What are you guys doing here? Buying a car? Where can we afford a Ferrari? But we just met our old classmates and came over to catch up. Jiang Chang, are you here to see our class flower too? She's a big car model now. Look at how many boys are surrounding her just now taking pictures. Jo-ing is a big star now, Suya said as she looked at Jo-ing in a conspiratorial manner. Jo-ying's face showed a hint of unnaturalness when she was teased like this by Suya, but she still dutifully stood next to the car. Suya, what happened to the car model? Jo-ing said that she's just a temporary worker. Don't talk so harshly. Lee Sudong was mesmerized by Jo Ying's beauty blitz and immediately spoke out to defend his goddess. Sudong, what did I say? I know Jo Ying doesn't lack this money. I'm just a little surprised to see her in this appearance. Is this still the unattainable pure school girl we remember? Look at how sexy she's wearing. It's so pretty. Jiang Chang listened to Suya's somewhat White Lotus words and quietly opened the friendly value relationship scanning system on her. Name, Suya, age, 19, height, 163 centimeters. Face value, 89, stature, 88, privacy, 30, friendship value, 90 points, intimacy, name, Jiang Yun, age, 19, height, 165 centimeters, face value, 85, stature, 90, privacy, 2, friendship value, 75, close friends. Looking at the scanned values, Jiang Chang couldn't help but give Jo Ji-yoon an inwardly complicated and sympathetic look. Shuya actually had a privacy value of 30. How many people have you been close to? According to the system's explanation, that's 30 no more. The key was that her friendly value for Jiang Chang was actually as high as 90 points. This is very speechless. He is very Suya. Usually apart from speaking there is no actual interactions at all. Jo Ji-yoon, who was beside him, saw Jiang Chang staring at him with an inexplicable gaze and couldn't help but be stunned as he opened his mouth to ask, why, brother, one more word to you, take care. Did you take the wrong medicine? Jo Ji-yoon pushed his hand away, his head full of fog. After the joke, Jiang Chang took the initiative to greet Jo-ing after him and said, Jo-ing, haven't seen you for a few days, you've become beautiful again. Jiang Chang's generous compliments made Jo-ing unable to muster a trace of resentment. Chapter 36, Buy a car and get a model? Jo-ing nodded towards Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang, you came to see the car show too? Well, it's okay to stop by. Are you guys ready to buy a Ferrari if you don't leave around the goddess? Lee Sudong saw Jo Ying's kind attitude towards Jiang Chang. He couldn't help but say with a dark face, Jiang Chang, don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. This is Ferrari 488, one of the latest models they developed this year, and also one of the highest positioning models among the 3 models of the new model. Do you think it's a single car that you can just buy when you say you want to buy it? Worthy of being our class president. I didn't expect you to actually know Ferrari so well. Jiang Chang took the initiative to praise Lee Sudong. Lee Sudong saw Jiang Chang rare did not dislike their own immediately continue to pick up the conversation. Show their own insight, of course. This Ferrari 488, 9 liters of V8 turbo engine. This one produces over 640 horsepower and brakes 100 in just 3 seconds. All of its buttons are electronic touch controls. Very futuristic and technological. And since the interior options on this car are at a very high price point, the entire car plus interior customization and after tax is $5. 5 million. How's that for awesome? It is indeed good. It's hard for you to do so much homework without buying a car, Jiang Chang said flirtatiously. Seeing that the scene was getting more and more chaotic, Jo-ing glanced in the direction of the supervisor's side and said to them with some difficulty, sorry everyone, I'm in the middle of my work. Can I get in touch again when I'm free? It's not good to gather here. Seeing that the goddess was in a difficult position and had just been disliked by Jiang Chang, Lee Sudong immediately pretended at this time and said, Jo-ing, in fact, I came to the car show today to see what suitable cars there are, so that I can buy one when the time comes. After all, I'm about to go to college, and my college entrance exam score is very ideal. 625 points. My parents they decided to reward me with a car. You help me introduce this car of yours. I'll buy it if it's suitable. I don't really know much about it. If you want to know about the car's performance or something, you can ask the sales lady over there, Joing said with a somewhat awkward smile. Isn't it the same to ask you? They are all old classmates. They are more familiar with you. Lee Sudong continued to stalker said. Jiang Chang snorted a laugh without hesitation and demolished Lee Sudong's mind. Lee Sudong, listening to your introduction just now, didn't you go into quite a bit of detail? You can recite it. What else do you need to know? If it's suitable, just buy it. What era is it that you still want to find this kind of excuse to chat? Jiang Chang, I said I speak with Joing off your business. Buy a car is a big deal, and not a few dollars shall not no more. Or you directly buy a? Okay, Joe, if I buy this car, do I get a car model? Joing smiled at his words and replied. Jiang Chang didn't expect you to be so humorous. I'm telling the truth. Seeing Jiang Chang molesting Joing, Lee Sudong's face became even more gloomy as he spoke up in displeasure. Jiang Chang, can you stop acting like a pussy and affecting Zhou Ying's work? Lee Sudong said. This Ferrari's male supervisor walked over with a sullen face. He'd noticed this side of the room a long time ago, and a couple of student-looking people had been chatting around it. The male supervisor instantly saw that Lee Sudong and the others were not potential Ferrari customers. Having so many people around will only hurt their sales. Zhou Ying, what's with chatting all the time during working hours? Paying you a salary isn't for you to chat here? The male supervisor opened his mouth to reprimand. Yes, sorry supervisor. I'll pay attention. Zhou Ying immediately bowed carefully and apologized to the male supervisor. She works here as a part-time car model and gets paid $2,000 a day. At this point she needed the job badly, and she herself didn't expect to meet her former classmates when she arrived in Magic City. The male supervisor putting on this air of reprimanding Zhou Ying was also a side warning to Jiang Chang and the few of them not to gather around here to chat. Chapter 37, What's there to say? Lee Sudong, look at this. I've said it all. Being accosted by Zhou Ying, and now I've caused her to be lectured. Look at what you've done. Seeing Jiang Chang dump the pot on himself, Lee Sudong immediately exploded in place. Jiang Chang, you're deliberately targeting me, aren't you? You didn't bother Zhou Ying yourself? Haven't you been watching for so long? Can't I take a look? If you're capable, you buy one. Jiang Chang nodded and looked at the Ferrari 488 beside Zhou Ying. The guide price is more than 5 million. The car appearance is very novel, is very to Jiang Chang's appetite. Just what I want. Although the price of this car is quite general, but Zhou Ying stood next to it. It looks quite fragrant. Scented car beauty is quite match. I just want to ask, buy this car cannot give me a Zhou Ying such a car model? The male supervisor listened to Jiang Chang's words and immediately replied with a smile. This customer, if you really buy this Ferrari 488, send the car film. Just a moment ago, far away, did not look carefully, at this time approached a look. All of a sudden sharp-eyed saw Jiang Chang hands wearing Patek Philippe. With the male supervisor's insight, he could tell right away that the watch was not an ordinary model. It had to be at least over $500,000. Although Jiang Chang knew that the car film the male supervisor was talking about wasn't the same kind of car model he was talking about, he still nodded. That's what you said. Swipe your card. After saying that, he directly took out his bank card and handed it to the male supervisor in front of him. The few people present were stunned as they watched this operation by Jiang Chang. Old Jiang, you are serious? Awesome. This car, even if the bare car price is more than 5 million. Plus he selected a good configuration. Just now we have to understand over. Plus the configuration of this car directly to more than 8 million. It. Chang Jipeng, who has been silent on the side, said excitedly at this time. He's usually a supercar enthusiast, and although he can't afford a car, he talks about supercars all the time. Aside from him opening his mouth, everyone else looked like they had seen a ghost at this point, staring blankly at Jiang Chang. Even Suya, who had 90 friendly points towards Jiang Chang, couldn't help but frown at this moment. After all, this is a Ferrari, not some hundreds of thousands of dollars car. Although Jiang Chang's family was in good condition, everyone didn't believe that he could come up with more than $8 million at once. And if you put more than $8 million in Rongcheng, you can buy a very nice suite. Lee Sudong was the first to laugh out loud. Jiang Chang, don't act like a pussy. Zhou Ying works here. I advise you to be kind. Don't cause her to lose her job later. Lee Sudong, your brain is not good, is not it? I bought a car, how to harm her? I bought a car because of her. Supervisor, you say is not it? Jiang Chang said that the male supervisor immediately reacted, only to see him smilingly and respectfully took the bank card in Jiang Chang's hand. This honorable guest, what you are saying is that if you buy this car, this commission will be counted directly to Zhou Ying, the male supervisor said in a very eye-catching manner. as long as we sell this car. What's a little commission for Joing? Joing gave Jiang Chang a grateful look as she listened to his words. She knew that without Jiang Chang's words, the car's commission wouldn't have been her turn at all. After all, she's not a salesperson, just a car model. Joing, friendliness value +5. That's a must. But as promised, buy the car and get the model. Seeing the way Jiang Chang had ruffled Zhou Ying's blush, Li Sudong was instantly furious. Seeing Jiang Chang flirting so much, the supervisor also smiled and chimed in. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Then let's sign the purchase contract first. I'll bring the contract? Okay, go full payment. The procedure is easier. By the way, this car is the current car, right? The male supervisor saw Jiang Chang said full payment, but could not help but look surprised. Immediately took the POS machine handed over by the female sales beside him, only to see her fawningly smiling. She replied, of course, it's a current car, you can just drive it away. I'll take care of it for you, said the male supervisor, and immediately those bank cards cannot wait to operate. Soon the POS machine spit out a long line of receipts. A drop sounded, which meant that the swipe was successful. There was a brief silence as he watched the string of receipts spit out. Even Li Sudong, who had been voicing out sarcasm against Jiang Chang just now, silently withdrew his clenched fists at this moment, only to see one of his faces turn red with shame. Just now he had been talking to Jiang Chang to popularize the awesome features of this Ferrari, but he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye Jiang Chang would have bought it. At this moment, Li Sudong felt like a dog. Seeing the way Zhou was looking at Jiang Chang at this moment, Li Sudong instantly snapped out of it. People who can afford an $8 million Ferrari are in a different class than they were originally. What makes him feel resentful? And who was he to compete with Jiang Chang? If you can't figure out how to pounce on it at this point, wouldn't you be making a fool of yourself? Thinking this way, Li Sudong could only secretly sigh at this time and slowly retreated to the back. The male supervisor looked at this long string of receipts with a big smile and handed the bank card back to Jiang Chang. Mr. Jiang, I'll arrange the relevant procedures for your car right away. Thank you very much for choosing our Ferrari. Would you please move to our VIP lounge over there for a cup of tea? Jiang Chang shook his head to indicate that he didn't need it. No need. You go about your business. That's fine. Zhou, greet young Jiang properly. Zhou nodded at the male supervisor. I know, supervisor. As soon as the male supervisor left, Zhou Zhiyun was the first to wake up, only to see him excitedly patting Jiang Chang's shoulder. I can't see Lao Jiang. You're actually a super rich second generation. And you're still whole so low-key when you're in school. Suya at this time is also eyes glowing a face of adoration looking at Jiang Chang. Yes, Jiang Chang, I have not sat in a Ferrari yet. Later you have to take me to sit. Everyone knows that Jiang Chang's family is not poor, but it didn't expect Jiang Chang to be rich to such an extent. Shuya, friendliness value +5. Jiang Yun looked at Jiang Chang and Zhou with a wink, and said with a snicker, Suya, Jiang Chang bought this car for Zhou, and besides, there are only 2 seats in this Ferrari. So you don't have a place to sit. Why don't I have a place to sit? I'll sit on the passenger side. Doesn't Zhou have to go to work? And she works as a car model. I guess there are quite a few men who let her test drive this car every day. Seeing this, Suya once again acidly taunted Zhou. Seeing Suya's friendly value towards herself directly soaring to 95 points, Jiang Chang immediately became even more vicious. He didn't pick up on Suya's words. Instead he raised his chin at Zhou who was on the side. Jiang Yun is right. This car still has to look good with Zhou in it. Suya didn't expect Jiang Chang to actually show his meaning so bluntly, and after a cold snort followed by an unwilling glare at Zhou. Right, Jiang Chang, I heard that you broke up with Zhao Jia. It's not because you're interested in Zhou, is it? When Zhou heard Suya's words, she couldn't help but look at Jiang Chang with wide eyes. Of course she didn't think that Jiang Chang broke up with Zhao Jia because of herself. She was just surprised by this matter because she had seen Jiang Chang's attitude towards Zhao Jia, very gentle and considerate. The reason I broke up with Zhao Jia has nothing to do with you guys, but it also has nothing to do with Zhou. But Zhou is so good looking that any man would like it. Jiang Chang replied with a big smile. Zhou looked in the other direction a little shyly as she listened to Jiang Chang's reply. She knew that Jiang Chang was defending herself by saying that, and then whispered, Thank you, Jiang Chang. All classmates, what are you polite about? And I came here because I really just happened to want to buy a car, not to recite. After saying that, Jiang Chang also gave Li Sudong a meaningful look. At this time, Li Sudong was very naturally looking down and playing with his cell phone, as if the person Jiang Chang was talking about was not him. At this moment, Chang Jipeng, once again glowing eyes toward Jiang Chang, came over. Jiang Chang, this watch would not be Patek Philippe 5160 it. Jiang Chang nodded. Okay, you not only know about cars but also watches? Jiang Chang so boasted. Chang Jipeng more eyebrows to tell. I just saw, but not too sure. but even 8 million Ferrari bought. More than 1 million Patek Philippe must be true. Chapter 38, I'm showing my cards. Chang Jipeng said this, a few people immediately blew up again. Especially has been showing off his hands of that 20,000 yuan Langin's Li Sudong at this time even more want to find a crack in the ground directly drilled into it. And Suya just doused the enthusiasm at this time once again rekindled. Jiang Chang, you're too good. Over $1 million. You can buy a house. You're the most showy in our class. Right. Zhou Jiyun followed suit at this time and said flirtatiously. Thanks to the fact that you used to let you treat yourself at school and you still cried poor. It turns out that you were pretending. Old Jiang turned out to be a super rich second generation. Jiang Yun followed suit. Jiang Chang listened to Zhou Jiyun's words and expressed that he was wronged. Although their family's conditions were good, they did not reach the standard of the second generation of the rich. $4,000 a month can only be said to be better than the average family, but it's still a far cry from those really rich kids. Okay, I show my cards. This is not a graduation. Plus the high school entrance examination is not bad. My parents, they rewarded me. No way. I cannot refuse. Jiang Chang copied Li Sudong's pretentious words from earlier as they were. Li Sudong, although some annoyed, but also know their own caddy, no longer dare to hard with Jiang Chang, can only cold snort said, time is not early. We should to prepare to go to eat dinner. Late the traffic jam. When Suya saw Li Sudong say that, she immediately invited Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang, let's go eat with us. And how about we go shopping afterward? Jiang Chang shook his head. No, I already have an appointment tonight, so I'll get together again when I'm free back. Seeing Jiang Chang rejecting herself, Suya had a reluctant look at Zhou Ying. Then when will you return to Rongcheng? In a couple days. Seeing this, Suya nodded willingly. Then we'll get together again when we get back. We'll leave first. After sending off a few people, Jiang Chang didn't linger here in Zhou Ying's place, because he saw that the Lamborghini next door was actually parked with a big bull in pink livery. Jiang Chang thought of Yu Xiaoxiao as soon as he took a look at the car. As we all know, next to a car show with a Ferrari is definitely a Lambo. And Jiang Chang took advantage of the gap between the Ferrari 488's formalities to walk over to the Lamborghini showroom. The people on the other side of the showroom immediately swarmed up when they saw Jiang Chang come over. That's right, the sales manager was truly the first to trot to Jiang Chang's side. After all, the exhibition, see, although many people, but really buy is rare. The personnel on Lamborghini's side had long seen Jiang Chang spending at the Ferrari just now. This honorable gentleman, what model do you need to see? I'll introduce it to you. Jiang Chang looked at the male salesman's work tag. It's their sales manager, all right. He pointed to the pink Lamborghini Bull. That's a nice pink color for a girl. Sir has a good eye. This pink Bull is not rare. It's very eye-catching to drive out. And we at Lumbo just customized this pink color specifically for our female customers. The sales manager patted Jiang Chang's ass while rubbing his hands with a flattering face and continued. Not only that, his safety braking system also includes lane keeping, night vision function system, deviation warning, and parallel assist and so on. There are also 7-color ambient lighting is very attractive to the lady customers like. Jiang Chang saw the sales manager and continued to say, then raised his hand. Okay, how much is this car? The sales manager saw Jiang Chang so asked instantly, some excitement said, because the car's preparation is also quite high. The total price down is 9.5 million. If you buy this car, you can gift you 3 years of maintenance fee in our Lamborghini Unique 200,000 customized car clothes. Chapter 39 Pink Rambo. Okay, just swipe your card. See Jiang Chang so that the male manager was overjoyed. Less than 5 minutes directly swipe the card. Okay, then I'll get right on that for you now. By the way, I need a delivery ceremony. No problem. Manager Nan listened to this and immediately nodded, and patted his chest and said, that is certainly no problem. The delivery ceremony I guarantee to give you a proper and ceremonial. You please come over here and sit down. No, I'll just look around on my own, so do it for me as soon as you can and drop it off somewhere for me later. Okay. The male manager immediately turned his head and jogged back to get the POS machine. Just then a flirtatious-looking girl who was still holding a live stream while shooting everywhere saw a big pink bull on the side of the Rambo and immediately walked over at a fast pace. Everyone of the live broadcast Big Brothers. You see the big bull pink. This color cannot see full of girl heart. This car think no girl can refuse it, right? I don't know how about its air conditioning? How is it? All of you list a brother is interested in let me feel the air conditioning of this car? Pink is not good. The bull has to be yellow and red? If you give this car to a girl, you will be successful. Everyone look at the scene. There is a little brother like me looking at this pink bull. He even went up to try to sit. Let me interview him. How does this feel? The flirtatious finished anchorwoman was stopped by Lamborghini's customer service just as she approached. Excuse me, young lady, Are you ordering or looking at a car? I want to see that car. Would it be convenient for you to show the capital inspection? Do you need a capital check to look at it? I just clearly saw that boy walk straight in. The flirtatious female anchor said with some disbelief. Of course she knew that some luxury cars required a capital inspection if you looked at them, but this was a car show. You don't need a capital inspection to take a look, do you? The waitress still refused with a smile. I'm sorry, we're in this program. The reason why that waitress was like that was firstly because she saw that the flirtatious anchor wasn't their potential customer, and secondly because Jiang Chang was there and their manager had already explained to serve Jiang Chang properly. She naturally couldn't let other people disturb Jiang Chang, and it was still a female anchor. At this point, the live streaming netizens began to send out pop-ups. Tiny anchors are so pathetic. Rambo's capitalization must be at least 7 figures. Another day of bullying for the little anchor. Look at our little anchor broadcasting in front of their door for so long with no takers. Anchor, hurry up and interview the big guy. The anchor woman was stopped outside, and although she was upset inwardly, she could only mumble a few times before turning around and leaving. Jiang Cheng bought another Lamborghini. On this side of things, Ferrari side of course also saw. Zhou Ying, who was still dutifully standing next to the car, couldn't help but be surprised again at this time as she watched Jiang Cheng swipe his card again. The big Lamborghini bulls are at least $5 or $6 million, and with the equipment down they are straight up in the tens of millions. Zhou Ying didn't expect Jiang Cheng to be so rich. Jiang Cheng spent $20 million in less than half an hour? Even if it was on the same terms as your own family used to be. Although Zhou Ying's family also had a lot of luxury cars, there was no way they could splurge like Jiang Cheng. Not to mention that now her family is broke. Zhou Ying was even less able to live as she pleased. Not only did they move around a lot to avoid debts, and she had to come out of high school and work part-time to earn money for college, she still has no choice but to work here. Who told her that car modeling pays well? College was 2 months away and she had to make more money to live on. Zhou Ying now has neither an education nor any specialties. It's not easy to find decent jobs with good pay that she can get. After spending more than 2 minutes before and after, Jiang Cheng completed all the formalities. Since Lembo Jiang Cheng was prepared to get Yu Xiaoxia's license plate, he left it alone. The male supervisor of the Ferrari handed over the Ferrari's car keys and relevant information to Jiang Chen and then, tentatively, he asked Jiang Cheng, Mr. Jiang, how are you going to handle the license plate conveniently? Male supervisor, he had a reason for asking. Although Ferrari can also help Jiang Cheng with license plates, but since Jiang Cheng wasn't from Mordor, he wasn't able to have a Mordor license plate. But nowadays there are some very special license plates that can be obtained by some special means as well. Just then the Dreams Come True system sent out a prompt. Ding! The system randomly rewards the host with a license plate, Shanghai A. JC111. The license plates have been randomly selected at the DMV and the appropriate personnel are in the process of dispatching them and assisting with them on site. Jiang Cheng looked at the tip and smiled. For the license plate, someone will come over later to install it for processing. Just install it later as they sent it over. The male supervisor froze for a moment when he heard Jiang Cheng's words. It was several seconds before he spoke with deliberation. I see. That. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw several uniformed officers walking towards Jiang Cheng and bowed respectfully. Mr. Jiang, your license plate has been processed, and we will now assist you with the registration. Okay, thanks a lot. You're welcome. When the people concerned brought out the HUA JC111, the people at the Ferrari site were once again petrified with shock. It was actually a local license plate of Mordor, and what was even more terrifying was that JC was the abbreviation of Jiang Cheng's name. The male supervisor looked at Jiang Cheng with an incredulous expression. First time I've seen someone with so much energy in all my years at Ferrari. Seeing the male supervisor's white face, Jiang Cheng smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't think too much. I just booked the car number in advance. That's all. Make an appointment in advance? The male supervisor felt at this point that Jiang Cheng was coaxing him like a retard. This is really outrageous, okay? You can get these plates by appointment and have them delivered to your door straight away? Although his heart had 10,000 words to spit out, at this moment, his face did not dare to have any skeptical face at all. Zhou Ying, who was on the side, had an inner monologue at this time just like the male supervisor. What kind of person was Jiang Cheng in the end? Why was his energy so great? Zhou Ying's gaze towards Jiang Cheng at this time had a hint more probing. In less than 10 minutes, the license plate was on. Zhou Ying saw that Jiang Cheng was almost done with the process and took the initiative to walk to Jiang Cheng's side. Jiang Cheng, thank you very much for today. Why don't I treat you to a meal? Just as Jiang Cheng was about to agree, Zhou Zhiyun's call came through. Jiang Cheng, I've fallen out of love. Are you free to have a drink with me? Out of love? Where are you? After hanging up the phone, Jiang Cheng said to Zhou Ying, Zhou Zhiyun, he seems to have fallen out of love. Let me have a drink with him. Tomorrow, I'll treat you to dinner. He fell out of love? It looks to me like he likes COA. Jiang Chang shook his head helplessly. I'm not too sure about the situation. Go over and take a look first. Okay, then I'll take you to dinner again sometime. Okay, it's a deal. Chapter 40, Beautiful Chauffeur. Jiang Chang lightly drove the Ferrari 488 that had just landed to the address sent by Zhou Zhiyun. After half an hour or so, it was parked not far from a nondescript hot pot restaurant on the side of the road. After the next time, Jiang Chang walked over in the direction of the store, and when he arrived, Zhou only saw that Zhiyun had already ordered the food, but hadn't moved his chopsticks yet. He was seen sulking alone in the corner drinking a bottle of Budweiser. Looking at Zhou Zhiyun's disheveled look, Jiang Chang walked over and patted his shoulder and spoke. What's going on? It's only 5 o'clock and you're drinking? Zhou Zhiyun raised his head, angrily took a deep breath, and then began to voice his grievances. Li Sudong, that guy from the car show after leaving, has always been shady, provoking me? You know, he said. I certainly do not recognize the goat. He a sentence. I dislike, but Suya, she, today, actually always favored to help him. Finished. Zhou Zhiyun picked up the bottle of wine and took another sip, then said, this I also tolerate, but the worst thing is that the two of them don't know how to get it. When they eat, they actually went to the toilet together, and I fucking looked at the two of them frowning, and at a glance that the atmosphere was not quite right, so after thinking about it, I secretly followed the past. As it turned out, true to form, those two actually wrapped their arms around each other and kissed on the path next to the restroom. It's really fucking disgusting. Seeing Zhou Zhiyun's red eyes with excitement, Jiang Chang comfortingly patted his shoulder. Thinking differently, seeing that is a good thing. Ah, if you never saw it, that terrible. I know that too, but it's hard for me. Lao Jiang, I lost my love. After saying that, Zhou Zhiyun started to look miserable. You two aren't in a relationship, so where did you get the love lost? Grass. No shit. King of poison. Alright, listen to your brother. Although we've always adhered to the principle that good girls should be cherished and bad girls shouldn't be wasted. But Suya, she can't. Did you already know that? She's bad but she's good looking. Didn't you say don't waste it? You're contradicting that. Jiang Chang naturally couldn't tell Zhou Zhiyun that he had seen Suya's privacy value. My brother is talking about bad girls, not broken girls. And from what I've heard from others, she's pretty messed up in her private life. Zhou Zhiyun glanced at Jiang Chang, suddenly had a second to understand, patted his head. Hated to say, previously as the head by the door folder. Forget it, accompany me to drink a cup. Drink and then say. Zhou Zhiyun couldn't do it after drinking 5 whole bottles of beer. But Jiang Chang didn't drink much. After settling the bill, Jiang Chang said to Zhou Zhiyun, I can't drive you after drinking, so I'll give you a ride. Where do you live? Vianar. This. How much is it? I'll transfer it to you first. All drunk like this and talking about money or not? Let's go. Zhou Zhiyun looked at Jiang Chang and giggled. Right. I forgot that you're a tycoon. That's fine. The next time you fall out of love, I'll treat you instead. Who's out of love? Fuck off. After sending Zhou Zhiyun to the car, Jiang Chang then ordered a chauffeur on top of a platform, then walked in the direction of his Ferrari while waiting for the valet to take the order. When he walked over to the car, he only saw that there was a coolly dressed girl holding a cell phone next to his car at that moment, leaning in front of the car and snapping away. Looking at this woman with a face full of technology, Jiang Chang instantly put the car keys in his hand back into his pocket, and then quietly waited by the side for the chauffeur to appear. As the saying goes that what is whiter than the shoulder, clips through all kinds of whips. For this kind of woman Jiang Chang cannot mention a trace of interest. After a minute, the girl suddenly raised her head and said to Jiang Chang with a face full of disgust, Sorry, I don't have prestige. You don't have to wait. This car belongs to my boyfriend. I'm waiting for him. When Jiang Chang heard this, his head was filled with confusion. When did he have a girlfriend like this? Name, Chen Li. Age, 25. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 85. Stature, 90. Privacy, 65. Friendship value, 30. Passerby status. After reading it, Jiang Chang let out a light laugh, then felt the key in his pocket and directly pressed the unlock. Looking at the lights of the Ferrari that suddenly lit up, the expression on Chen Li's face suddenly changed, and her stiff face suddenly became a smile, and she said with a fawning face, I told you, how do you look so much like my boyfriend? Chen Li, friendliness value plus 30. Chen Li, friendliness value plus 30. Ha! I don't see you looking like my girlfriend at all. Although under the power of technology, that girl's face value was okay, but it was so web-red looking that Jiang Chang said he couldn't appreciate it at all. And in knowing that he was the owner of a Ferrari, his friendliness value towards Jiang Chang directly rose wildly by 60 points. One should know that at the beginning, her friendly value towards herself was only 30 points, and now it had come directly to 90 points. This heart quality was simply professional. You said that if a beautiful woman with 90 points in looks and 0 points in privacy score had done this to herself, Jiang Chang might still consider a straight-up friendship that said fuck it. After all, it is understandable that everyone is more or less a bit of a gold worshipper these days, but a snake face with a privacy rating of only 65 points, Jiang Chang can only say, I will really be thankful. Handsome, you're such a joker. If you drive this car, you should be able to drive a Ferrari with one hand, right? If you would, Chenli said while showing her proud figure to Jiang Chang. I'm sorry, I don't know how to. If you don't, I'll just give you a little bit of science. Ferrari, a high horsepower rear drive performance car? Anyone who says they can drive a Ferrari with one hand doesn't have a Ferrari. Chenli listened to the words of Jiang Chang's straight man, a little embarrassed smile, and concurred. Little brother, you know a lot, but I'm very good at playing chicken. Oh, just the way to eat chicken, I will be more than 10 kinds. Little brother, want to play with me? Sorry, I only like to play King's Honor. That's not what I'm talking about. Why don't we add a wiki? It's not good. I don't know if you really don't have any prestige, but I haven't had any since I met you either. When Chenli saw Jiang Chang rejecting herself, her expression was a little stiff, but she didn't give up, because she didn't want to miss out on this kind of license plate Ferrari big brother at all. Chenli continued, but joking with you, I certainly have prestige, and on call, no matter what time of the night can be. Oh. Just when Jiang Chang was about to start disliking Chenli again, he only saw a pretty girl wearing a white halter dress and a small jacket trotting towards him with quick steps. That heaven-defying face value made Jiang Chang froze for a moment. The key was that at this moment, she was panting, and an idiom came to mind, waves. The girl looked up and down at Jiang Chang, and saw that Jiang Chang was very much in line with what the chauffeur software had described to her, white clothes, a handsome man standing next to a supercar. She only saw her looking at Jiang Chang in a daze and asked politely, hello, may I ask if you called for a chauffeur? Jiang Chang couldn't help but be a bit puzzled by what he heard. So young? Right, you're the driver? The other smiled very lightly, then nodded, somewhat breathless. You, hello, my name is Xiao Yinin, the valet you found for. Driver, Xiao Yinin, due to running a little too fast, momentarily forgot to adjust the lens of her cell phone over, and at this time the live broadcast's lens just happened to be aimed at Jiang Chang. The netizens in the live broadcast room began to boil at this point. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's actually a big handsome guy, but this handsome guy looks like he looks a bit familiar. Isn't this little brother the little brother from the new Lamborghini? Asterisk 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 asterisk. So it's the big guy who drives a Ferrari. No wonder Lamborghini's waiters treat it special. Looking at Xiao Yinyan's cell phone aimed at him, Jiang Chang frowned and walked over, stretching out his hand to cover the camera. Miss, it costs money to take pictures of me being so handsome. Chapter 41, Sister Joe. The girl smiled awkwardly and looked at the pop-up before pointing her cell phone camera elsewhere. Sorry little brother. I just remembered I saw you there today, in the Lamborghini showroom, when you were trying out a big pink bull there. Jiang Chang probed his head to look at the phone, then asked, you're an anchor? Working as a chauffeur? Xiao Yining nodded and said politely, I do chauffeuring during the daytime when I'm free. I'm an outdoor anchor. Can I get a shot of this car of yours? Jiang Chang looked at the time. It was only 6 in the afternoon, so he nodded indifferently. Seeing Jiang Chang agree, Xiao Yining blossomed into a bright smile, then picked up her cell phone and took a shot. Dear big brothers of the live broadcast, I didn't expect that I would actually be able to meet the Ferrari 488. So excited. This car is also the premier model at Ferrari's car show today. Xiao Yining finished and then said according to the information found, this car uses the same 4.9-liter V8 engine as the F8, plus 3 electric motors. Total output 640 horsepower. It's Ferrari's fastest current production model, with 0-100 in just 3 seconds. The moment that flirtatious-looking female anchor introduced the netizens in the live room instantly popped up. That's not the kind of license plate an ordinary family can get? Oh, I laughed. What kind of a normal family drives a Ferrari? Privilege and assets license plate. Everyone take a blind guess. The little anchor might be able to make some indescribable things happen with the tycoon directly across the class jump. Xiao Yining looked at the pop-up screen and laughed helplessly, not replying to the flirting of the water friends as well. These days when the anchor is not easy, especially their own kind of chat anchor with no special skills, compared with the kind of female anchor by dancing eyeballs. The popularity difference is not half a star, so Xiao Yining usually can only rely on the whole job to maintain the heat of the live room. I did not expect that today such good luck ran into the owner of the Ferrari. The sight of Chenli see Jiang Chang to Xiao Yining so kind, jealous face or some twisted, only to see her not dead to Jiang Chang said, little brother, I can also chauffeur, and free no need. I'm afraid of blisters on fire with the free ones. Let's go. After Jiang Chang handed the car keys to Xiao Yining, He got into the passenger seat himself. After receiving the car keys, Xiao Yining skillfully opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. After coming in, she asked politely to Jiang Chang, "May I drive while live streaming? My camera is only on myself. It won't capture you." Jiang Chang opened the interpersonal scanning system. Name, Xiao Yining. Age, 20. Height, 165 centimeters. Face value, 94. Stature, 90. Privacy, 0. Friendly value, 50. After reading it, Jiang Chang's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. 20 years old? Is it 2 years older than you are? But is it up to the qualifications of a chauffeur? It's important to realize that a chauffeur needs at least 5 years of driving experience, which Zhou Yining obviously can't meet. In the way of Xiao Yinyan's live broadcast, Jiang Chang didn't directly point it out and then asked, "Are you like this every day? Do you drive a supercar?" "That's not true. Today happens to be a whole day is not much to do. I will be in the car show live after the end of the incident to receive a little extra money." "Well, don't worry, big brother. I've test-driven a lot of sports cars. I used to be a car commentary blogger." After saying that, Xiao Yining skillfully adjusted the bracket before starting the car, while driving also said excitedly to the cell phone camera, "Dog viewers, I never thought that one day I would actually be able to drive a Ferrari, and it is still the top version of the 488. This car is indeed as rumored to make people hot. Don't get me wrong, I said hot is nervous hot. This is a Ferrari. I have to concentrate on driving seriously." Seeing Xiao Yining skillfully driving while live streaming to her cell phone, Jiang Chang couldn't help but look at her. This kind of girl who drove at the exit. If it wasn't for the fact that she had a friendly value scanning system, maybe Jiang Chang would have thought that Xiao Yining was a random anchor woman. After seeing the car start steadily, Jiang Chang put his heart down, then came over to look at Xiao Yinyan's live broadcast. The anchor's name, Zhou Girl, is still hot, but not many people are rewarding it, and her weekly charts are so miserable. It's already Thursday and yet her chart 1 is just over $300 and her chart 2 is over 200. Jiang Chang took a look at her growth value this week and it was only about 8,000. That means this week's reward is only about $800? There was $100 a day in bounty, but for a small anchor like her with a rank of only 12, the signing share was around 30%. That puts her at almost $60 a day. And it's amazing that a great beauty like her hasn't even filled 50 weekly lists. This makes Jiang Chang can't help but think of the Netroots Chow by Luo that burst out before. Just her fake beauty monster can become a live broadcast first sister. It's amazing that this real beauty in front of me has such a dismal live streaming record. Like Jiang Chang's dream come true system, the savings value for just one day was already close to $80,000. In such a comparison, Jiang Chang couldn't help but open his mouth. Your weekly list is also too miserable. The number of people more than 10,000, only so little money? It seems like not many people give you a reward. No wonder you need to find extra money. I think you might as well focus on being a chauffeur. Earn more. Seeing Jiang Chang spit, the netizens in the live broadcast room instantly became furious. Ha ha, Big Brother Toho is right. Real miserable little anchor. What do you mean no one is rewarding? Anchor, I'll backhand a fishball and give you a walk. Brothers, quickly let the earthy Big Brother see the real strength of our class of water friends. Come on, free small gifts go up. Anchor, you can have all my free flowers this month. Xiao Yining looked at a wave of free gifts coming, helplessly deflated his mouth. There is no way. Who called me? I will not be able to do anything, and will not be able to please the list of a Big Brother. Usually can only be nothing to hunt and hunt, to the Big Brothers to drive a car, so that the majority of the netizens of the live broadcasting room to see how congested we are on the roads of the Magic City. Jiang Chang swept another glance at Xiao Yinyan's live broadcast. Good lord, all freebies, and not a single actual reward for this live effect. Looks like these viewers are masters of the pie. Chapter 42, No Initiative. The condition of cars in Mordor is indeed comparable to that of Rongqing. I had thought that the condition of cars in Rongqing was exaggerated enough, but I didn't expect it to be no different from Mordor. I see your destination is Yangyanamon. You're not from Magic City? Jiang Chang shook his head and returned. Came over to travel. Worthy of being a tycoon, traveling to stay in such an expensive hotel. Little brother, there is a question I am very curious about. I wonder if you can answer it for me. You ask? I saw you at the Lamborghini showroom today. Why were the Lamborghini account managers so attentive to you? I clearly saw you go in very smoothly at that time. You didn't need to check your capital. You just walked right in. And the others even served you tea right away. So why can't I go in and take a picture? Xiao Yining asked curiously. Anchor, don't you know Patek Philippe? Can't the anchor see little brother in that new season's LV Louis Vuitton? The anchor is stupid. The anchor's soul has been hooked? The Patek Philippe in that little brother's hand is not an entry-level watch. It's a 5160. This watch has to be over $1 million. The flirtatious-looking female anchor was fully focused on her car at the moment and didn't see the pop-ups. Probably because I bought a car from Ferrari today, and Lamborghini saw it? Seeing Jiang Chang say that, Xiao Yining turned her head to look at him in surprise. You mean, you even bought a Ferrari today? You bought that model? It can't be this 488, right? Well, you've just described this car very carefully. It's a hot new car, and you're the second to drive it. After Jiang Chang finished speaking, the live broadcast room began to boil again. I threw up. There really is a difference between people. What the big man means is that he's casually spending $10 million. And that's why the waiter at the Rambo is being so anticlimactic. Another day of real name envy. Xiao Yining sniffed this and was now completely convinced. What's so unconvincing about this kind of bigot himself? Ferrari has been bought. Lamborghini still need to let him check the capital? It's simply redundant. So it's Biggie. No wonder. May I ask Biggie, how did you feel on the test ride of that Lumbo Big Bull at noon? Did you finally choose the Ferrari because the Lamborghini Big Bull wasn't as comfortable as this Ferrari? This 488 is indeed very energizing to drive. If it wasn't on the main road right now, plus the fact that the car wasn't her own, Xiao Yining would have wanted to just race it. Who says I only picked the Ferrari? The Big Bull is pretty comfortable to sit in even though I haven't driven it, and I haven't noticed any problems with the air conditioning for a while, but soon I'll be able to find out about that Big Bull and whether the other girls will be hot in it or not. Xiao Yining was a little bit unable to sit still now, only to see her but shift a little bit without being able to help it, and then said, You mean you bought that big pink bull too? Yeah, is there a problem? Jiang Cheng finished, Xiao Yining choked, sourly said, Of course there is no problem. Water friends, look, this is the difference between the rich and me. Like me, eat a snail powder and spicy hot pot have to choose for a long time, but the big brother is able to order together. The reaction of the netizens in the livestream was no less than that of Xiao Yining. Raising clouds Amon's parking lot. Xiao Yining ended this time the chauffeur. Get off the car before Jiang Chang said to Xiao Yining flirtation. I did not expect you. This little anchor driving is quite a set. Not slow and not fast. The frequency is just right. Not too loose and not too tight. It's very comfortable. The next time also look for you. Jiang Chang suddenly drove at Xiao Yining, only to see her face turn red directly in the flesh. Although she was usually very liberal when she was live streaming, it was only when she was facing these netizens that she didn't need to meet that she was like this. With a living, breathing, handsome man like Jiang Chang standing in front of her, talking about this kind of car speed joke, she would still be shy. Xiao Yining directly ignored Jiang Chang's words and said as she changed the topic, to Heyo, what type of live broadcasts do you usually like to watch? Naturally, I'm looking at chicks. Didn't you see that dirtbags like to look at pretty girls too? I thought you'd be looking at cars. Why are you looking at cars? Can't we just buy it? As the saying goes, looking at girls is good for your health, prolongs your life and fights aging, and it can also make your body and mind happy and prevent depression. Xiao Yining tootled her mouth and hummed, saying to Jiang Chang, if the tycoon thinks I'm comfortable driving, do you want to give me a real miserable little anchor? A little practical support? Compare it to a hit list support or something? Look at me. I'm also considered a beautiful anchor woman, right? Jiang Chang took the car keys handed over by Xiao Yining and directly shook his head. Sorry, White John account to understand. Seeing Jiang Chang directly turn around and walk away after saying that, Xiao Yining was a bit confused. Alas, it's all in front of the hotel. You're not going to treat me to a glass of water? Jiang Chang instantly laughed at Xiao Yining's words. It was this routine again. How come all the pretty girls like to come to his door and drink his water? Oh, the water in the hotel is not clean, so it's fate to treat you to milk. The netizens in the live broadcast room watched Jiang Chang's unrelenting back and suddenly felt a bit messy as well. After all, just now in the car, Jiang Chang was still chatting very hot with Xiao Yining, and he didn't expect to pull out his legs and disown him in the blink of an eye. Asterisk being shown up. Is it because our anchors aren't good looking? The tycoon is actually a whoring account? Then am I still qualified to reward the anchor? The tycoons are all whoring for nothing. I've at least put in a $10 bounty. It's solid. Xiao Yining froze for several seconds before responding. Where am I? What happened? Was she so unattractive? She thought Jiang Chang would at least let her add a WeChat. It was no wonder she thought so, because just now in the car, Jiang Chang's attitude towards her was indeed quite okay, and even a little ambiguous. I didn't expect to turn my back on him. Scum. Xiao Yining, plus 10 to friendliness. Jiang Chang looked at the rising friendly value and instantly smiled. He was right. The code of a good man is not to initiate. No rejection. And he had a hunch that with this little anchor's seductive streak, he could treat her to a $6 spicy hot meal next time. Chapter 43, Gourmet Cashback. Just then, Jiang Chang received a message from Wang Zhang's Prestige. Said that he wanted to arrange a table at Yang Yunaman tonight and asked Jiang Chang to please enjoy his face or something like that. Jiang Chang read the message and didn't reject it. If you are going to study in Mordor in the future, the necessary social activities are definitely indispensable. If you want to thrive in this society, then you can't do it alone. As the saying goes, many friends make a difference, which is a bit of a bad thing to say, but it's the reality. And I just happened to be in Amman, the raising cloud, and happened to be able to arrange for that food rebate card that I haven't used yet. Jiang Cheng called Wang Zhang to indicate that he was staying at Yangyun Amman and asked him to come over directly. Seeing Jiang Cheng return, Wang Yuyan immediately greeted her respectfully. Mr. Jiang, welcome home. Manager Wang, later I want to feast my friends. You let the chef come over. Build up by the most expensive. The number of people tonight plus me is a total of 5. The swim bladder of the yellow-lipped fish, and that albo white truffle. The illusionary sundae is also on the table together, and the rest of you will see to it. Seeing Jiang Chang order 2 yellow-lipped swim bladders, also known as fish glue, Wang Yu instantly froze. The yellow-lipped fish, also known as small bearded money slate, is our endemic fish species in China, distributed in the southern part of the river outlet sea, up to 150 centimeters in length, belonging to the family of fishes in the large fish. Its swim bladder is highly prized and was once purchased for about $3 million human dollars. Wang Yuyan quickly responded, only to immediately nod her head. Yes, Mr. Jiang, currently the price of the swim bladder of the yellow-lipped fish in our hotel is about $1 million or more. If you guys only need a portion of it, the price should be around $500,000. May I ask if you can accept it? $500,000. No problem at all. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of ordering more than he wanted to appear a bit of a thug, he would have had no problem ordering 10 bars. But even if you want to woolgatter, you have to spend wisely. Enjoying life is what makes you a goddamned hero. In his current situation, even if he loses his money every day, he still has enough to keep himself clothed and fed. Jiang Cheng smiled and nodded. Yes, you look after it. If it's not enough to eat then serve more. Definitely enough. I'll get ready now then. Half an hour later, Wang Yuyan appeared at the entrance of Jiang Cheng's Ting Villa with 3 masters and a few waiters, pushing several carts of ingredients. Only Wang Yuyan wiped the sweat from her head and looked at Jiang Cheng and asked, Mr. Jiang, are we starting to prepare now? Looking at the red and green fresh ingredients on top of the cart, Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. Now start. Wang Zhang has just sent his prestige, according to what he said. By now they were almost at the entrance of Yangyun Amman. 10 minutes later, Jiang Cheng then asked Wang Yuyan to greet Wang Zhang and the others at the entrance of Amman. See the personal butler come out to greet him. Wang Zhang and the other boy who was wearing a big brand of clothes through and through acted all very calmly. On the contrary, the other 2 girls following beside them looked as if they had never seen the world. And as soon as they stepped into the hall of Yangyun Amman, they were shocked by the splendor of the place. After Wang Yuyan led them to the court pavilion villa where Jiang Cheng was located, the 2 girls were even staring with their eyes wide open. Panoramic sundeck, pool, and spa area with a natural stream running through the door. This was a world away from the hotel they usually stayed in, and both of them couldn't help but secretly exclaim inside their hearts. This is the presidential suite of Yangyun Amman. It really is a long time coming. Just as the 2 women were shocked beyond belief, Jiang Chan walked out from inside and said to them with a smile, Here you are. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Wang Zhang smiled as he walked towards Jiang Cheng and put his arm around his shoulder in a self-conscious manner. Sorry brother. I was supposed to treat you to dinner, but I didn't expect to end up bringing so many people over to dilly-dally. What's the point of saying this? A meal. What's the difference between your treat and my treat? Everyone, inside please. Jiang Cheng's words gave enough face to Wang Zhang, making the atmosphere of the scene instantly warm up as well. Come, let me introduce to you. This is my brother Chen Hao, young Master Chen. His family sells coal, and he uses the train to pull goods out every day. And these 2 are the female companions I brought with me. Wang Zhang said towards Jiang Cheng. This introduction of Wang Zhang was very obvious. Obviously of the 3 people who came, only Chen Hao was in the same circle and grade as him. As for the 2 unnamed female companions, they would be unimportant, and should just be called together for dinner. Chen Hao took the initiative to extend his hand towards Jiang Cheng. I've always heard Lao Wang talk about you in the past 2 days. I'm glad to know you. Jiang Cheng stretched out his hand and shook it back, then glanced at Chen Hao, who was wearing a string of green, oily, round beads of emerald around his neck and a pair of LV shoes on his feet. This dress, but it's quite refreshing after all young people. Not many like emerald. Chen Hao spoke again. I heard old Wang say you bought his Lafa? Jiang Cheng nodded. It's also fate. Ha ha, this kind of fate doesn't come around often. If you buy it later, this guy will have to pick up the car himself and sell it at a discount. Hemorrhaging money. To be honest, old Wang really has to be grateful to you. Wang Zheng immediately said. Hey, you're good at tearing me down. I'm just destined to be with Jiang Chang. The three chatted as they walked inside. Jiang Chang glanced at the other two young ladies dressed in Netflix. Both were probably around 80% in face value, and were above average beauties. Moreover, their friendliness values for Jiang Chang had all reached 60 points, which fell into the category of ordinary friends. This value was already considered high for people meeting for the first time. After going in, Jiang Chang greeted them. I heard manager Wang say that the food here is quite unique, so let's try it together. Chen Hao nodded in agreement. The hotel meals here at the Aman Hotel are indeed at a pretty high level. It's just that I haven't tasted their live cooking yet, and I've dipped into your light today. Brother Jiang, how long have you been in Mordor? Jiang Chang waved his hand at the two of them. Don't call me brother. You guys should be older than me. Just call me by my name. Today should be the 4th day. Jiang honestly couldn't stand the idea of a man older than him calling him brother with his mouth open and shut. And Wang Zhang and Chen Hao are not children of an ordinary family. People call it that, but it's just pleasantries and politeness when you meet for the first time. If you pretend to be a big spender and take it seriously, you may not be able to be a friend. Okay. The three of us shouldn't engage in that false ritual. Wang Zhang opened his mouth to chime in. He belongs to a big personality. But this kind of character Jiang Chang quite like. Compared to the deep-minded, this kind of character play instead more comfortable. Then Wang Zhang asked Jiang Chang, did you see any good cars at the auto show yesterday? Shop around for a Ferrari 488 and a Lambo Big Bull. Yo, buy two as soon as you buy them. Landlord, when will that car be arranged for the road? Chen Hao asked after taking a sip of red wine. The Ferrari was scheduled yesterday, and that bull said he'd arrange to have it delivered to me today. The speed is quite fast. For 88 has to be more than 8 million, right? The fastest it can take is 2 days if you do it normally. You actually got it in 1 day. Chen Hao exchanged glances with Wang Zhang after saying this. Both men knew that Jiang Chang wasn't poor. After all, someone who even paid full price for a Ferrari Lafa wouldn't have to pay for these two in installments. Would he? The two girls on the sidelines listened to the conversation between them with another secret inner surprise. Just then, Wang Yuyan led the way and started serving the food. After a table of dishes was set up, Jiang Chang looked to greet the crowd and ate the dishes. Wang Zhang looked at the dishes on the table. After examining for a while could not help but exclaimed, brother, you're really a big deal. Give me the whole embarrassed. This is the Alba white trufflet. Right. This is the fish swim bladderet. Jiang Chang nodded. The swim bladder of the yellow-lipped fish. Wang Zhang sniffed and also came closer to take a look, and nodded as he fixed his eyes on it. Jiang Chang, this is too extravagant. This must not be cheap. One of the girls looked at the plainly cooked swim bladder on the table and asked cautiously, is the swim bladder of this yellow-lipped fish expensive? The other girl licked her mouth waiting for an answer. Wang Yuyan on the side saw the guest had a question and immediately answered thoughtfully. The yellow-lipped fish is one of the 4 most expensive seafoods in the world. Especially its fish purser is even more precious. And the price of this pot today is more than $500,000. And this one is an Italian Alba white pine deer, which is also very golden and costs the same several $100s a gram. After hearing Wang Yuyan's introduction, both girls' eyes instantly widened. The point was that Jiang Chang perceived that both people's friendliness values towards him had suddenly risen by 20 points. Almost $1 million was eaten in one meal. At that price, they could have bought a large suite of several hundred square feet in their hometown. And now the two of them are actually going to eat the million inside. When they thought about it, the two women were vain and heartbroken. But it was what it was, and the two had to turn their grief into an appetite, and began to poke and prod at the delicacies in front of them, which they had never eaten before. During the meal, the two girls had been taking all kinds of pictures, an act that made Wang Zhang blacken his face somewhat helplessly. After a harmless little interlude, Wang Zhang said to Jiang Chang, Old Jiang, thank you for your hospitality tonight. Why don't we go over to the Bund for a drink later? Jiang Chang looked at the time. At this time it was almost 10 o'clock at night, and just now, he had already drunk himself. At this time, he just wanted to have a good sleep. Then he politely refused and said, to tell you the truth, I've already drunk with my classmates just now, and now I'm a bit sleepy, so I'll go with you next time to liven things up. Wang Zhang didn't force himself and said with a smile, then I'll book a big card at TAXX early tomorrow night and we'll have a good time. After Jiang Chang treated Wang Zhang to this $1 million meal, Wang Zhang immediately said to please come back. Jiang Chang appreciated this act of courtesy from him. After all, it's best to make friends. This behavior of not wanting to take advantage in the least is the right way to make friends. After sending Wang Zhang and the others away, Jiang Chang comfortably soaked in hot water inside the bathtub, and then directly lay on the leather sofa and swiped his cell phone. Just then, Wang Yuyan walked in with the bill for tonight's meal. Mr. Jiang, this is the cost of tonight's meal. Please take a look. Jiang Chang took the bill and looked at it, spending a total of 1.58 million. After reading it, he took out the bank card from inside the wallet in the cabinet and handed it directly to Wang Yuyan. Okay, swipe your card. Okay, you wait a moment. After swiping the card successfully, Wang Yuyan retreated, leaving the private space to Jiang Chang. Yu Xiaoxia didn't come to Jiang Chang tonight. It had to be said that Yu Xiaoxia was a woman who was not very knowledgeable. Jiang Chang wouldn't take the initiative to come to Jiang Chang when he didn't look for her, much less check in. Laying on the bed, he checked up on the payment information he had just received. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful use of the gourmet cashback card. The total amount spent this time is 1,580,000. Congratulations to the host for receiving 20 times cashback. The cashback multiplier will be multiplied by the number of diners as the final cashback amount. The total cashback totaled 158 million. Please ask the host whether to withdraw it to the bank card. Looking at the value of this cashback money, Jiang Chang was in a happy mood and clicked immediately withdraw. I didn't realize that inviting a few people to dinner would actually result in over $1 billion in cashback. The meal was so worth it. Chapter 44 Minor Anchors. After boringly brushing the circle of friends for a while, Jiang Chang opened the Teasing Fish live broadcast and searched to enter the live room of Xiaomei. After all, a girl with a 94-point face value is not something you see all the time. I didn't add the wizards, but check out the live stream, and maybe all of a sudden there will be a follow-up collaboration on various actions. After entering the live broadcast room, he only saw that Xiao Yinin was walking around inside the room, seemingly preparing for a live broadcast. Just then, Jiang Chang heard a system prompt. Ding! Detecting that the host's live account is too poor, the system gifts the host 3 million shark fin coins. Listening to the system's prompt, Jiang Chang couldn't help but smile. This dreams come true divine system is really sick. Thinking of all the ways to give yourself money anytime, anywhere. Once the system's 3 million fishbone coins were charged in, his own number, which was a level 10 white whore, somehow rose directly to level 65 in a flash. At this moment, Xiao Yinin was sitting in front of the table with some frustration. From inside the background of the livestream you could see that the place she was staying was a very small bedroom. Jiang Chang casually typed and asked, "Anchor not going out hunting tonight?" Seeing an unfamiliar level 60 plus large number come into her live room, Xiao Yinin was instantly energized. Xiao Yinin looked at it for a moment then said, "Big brother Tinghai goddess, welcome, there's a guild PK mission tonight so I won't be going out. In fact, the heat in her booth sometimes isn't that bad, and there's even a small amount when she goes out hunting. But there just aren't any of those big and rich list ones to hold her up, and the waterbenders who give her bounties are some of the leading lights. Usually the bounties given to her were free gifts, some small gifts, and almost nothing in large amounts, and Xiao Yinin won't be able to keep her big brother's hearts with some special tricks. Ever since the ranking 1 big brother, who had previously rewarded her with $20,000, had begged for a meeting to mess with the colors and was rejected by her, Xiao Yinin's live broadcast had been unable to pick up any color. After all, who's going to support an anchor woman who can't facepalm? At this time, Xiao Yinin's live room was still popular, but most of them were ordinary water users. Little anchor, why are you so miserable? The weekly list is still so miserable? Xiao Yinin looked at the scattered pop-ups and helplessly laughed as she replied to Jiang Cheng's question. Because the dogs in my live room just like to make me lose. Ha! Just then the pop-up screen had some water friends start to get colorful. Little anchor, how many babies have you had? Xiao Yinin looked closer and then read out. How many babies have you had? 19 babies. You're my 20th. Ah. Well, let's give you a band package first. After Xiao Yinin said this, Jiang Cheng instantly laughed. This Xiao Yinin is really, as she herself said, that she neither knows how to please big brother Pengjiai nor speak some nice words. No wonder she can't keep anyone. Other live female anchors are hugging and sticking. Big brother called all the time. She is good. Directly shouting dog, and even yin and yang up the water friends. Fire cannot blame Hua. However, Xiao Yinin's temperament was quite to Jiang Cheng's liking, and right at this moment someone actually connected to Xiao Yinin's live broadcast. Xiao Yinin looked at the connection and helplessly clicked on it, only to see the opposite side is wearing a deep V halter nightgown anchor woman. The name is Bilo Little Sister. Looking at the beauty screen that was turned on a bit blurry, Jiang Cheng turned on the scanning system at her. Name, Huang Ling. Age, 28. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 55. Stature, 89. Privacy, 70. Friendship value, 10. Passerby status. After reading it, Jiang Cheng could not help but let out a cry. This is not the typical Zhou Biluo? The heavy filters coupled with a somewhat distorted beauty face made her face in front of the camera look like it had to be at least a 90. I just didn't realize the real face was only a 55. After watching it, Zhang Chang had to once again marvel at the power of beauty software, only to see that Bai Luo's little sister smiled after seeing Xiao Yinyin, her eyes all full of laughter that she couldn't hide. He began to cover his mouth and teared up. Sister Qiao, it's actually you. I didn't think I'd be so lucky to meet you on my first connection, and this time you should also bail me out of the first round, just like last time, right? Although Xiao Yinyin was very upset inside, but she could not help that her strength was like this, and she had never won a PK connection since her live broadcast career was so long. So much so that a lot of the anchors at Tease Fish like to connect with her, because there is only one outcome of connecting with her, and that is a sure win. Although Xiao Yinyin didn't really care about winning or losing. Just now, her guild had specifically called and said that she had to win at least 2 games in a row, or else her full attendance for the next month would be yellow. During the week, she was barely surviving on this full-time paycheck and her own income from chauffeuring. If she didn't have full attendance next month, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to keep up with the rent on her small apartment. Xiao Yinyin faked a couple of smiles and kept her politeness as she spoke. Hello, please ask your big brother Pan Yi to show a little mercy later. He. No problem. Big brother Daju, we can take it easy in the first round, so we can save our strength for the next round. Oh, said Biluo's little sister proudly to her rank 1 brother. Zhang Chang looked at this false scene and shook his head breathlessly as he prepared to cut out directly, but unexpectedly the system prompted at this time. Ding! Leading Xiaoyin to win the PK tournament will earn you a reward rebate with a rebate multiplier of 1 to 50 times. Zhang Chang, who had just received more than 100 million cashback, looked at the system's prompts and became interested. It's all money anyway, don't want it. Zhang Chang directly typed, little anchor, PK so long past only received $5? Real miserable. Xiao Yinyin wasn't angry either, and said with a smile, Big brother Ting Hai God Pin, you see that I'm so miserable. Do you want to support me with a little bit of medical expenses to comfort me? Your family's weekly list should only cost $1 to get on, right? Being asked by Zhang Chang, Xiao Yinyin suddenly said with some broken defense, yes. Other live room. There are emperors, dukes, counts, viscounts, and everything. My live room is not even a night, and the weekly list is also. Normally she could still comfort herself, but today she was mocked one after another, and with the union's pressure. At this point, Xiao Yinyin's mood couldn't help but be a bit low. Oh, I whore for nothing and I'm proud of it. I'll never fill it up. Looking down on us white Johns? I came in to watch the anchor lose. Xiao Yinyin looked at the live pop-up screen for a while and couldn't help but roll her eyes directly. Anyway, she was already prepared to stop broadcasting next month. Her live broadcast was meant to make money, and if she can't make any money and is still upside down, then what is she doing live? Anchor, what do you mean you rolled your eyes? Anchor, no more flipping today's free flowers for you. I was going to give you a fishball walk. Anchor, you're disgusted with us. The crowd of sailors opened up the spitting mode. Xiao Yinyin also did not show any weakness and said, you're looking at it wrong. How can I dislike you guys? The water friends in my live room are getting better and better when they speak now. Every one of them is talented. Zhang Chang directly rewarded 5 underdogs after listening to her. 5 weaklings for exactly $1. Xiao Yinyin smiled helplessly and bitterly, but still stood up and thanked Zhang Chang. Thank you big brother Ding Hai Shinpin for the medical expenses. Even 65's big brother became petty when he arrived at her live room. Is she a live insulator? Anchor, what skills do you know? Me, does driving count? Usually just give chauffeured rides. So if I take you to win a guild war, you'll give me a chauffeur? Xiao Yinyin didn't take Zhang Chang's words to heart. She nodded. Okay, brother Tinghai goddess, if you can guarantee me the title, I'll give the chauffeur free of charge. My driving can be stable. You can sit with confidence. Okay then. Let me see if you're a steady driver tomorrow night or not. At this point, there were only a few dozen seconds left in PK time. The reward from the other party, by Luo's little sister, had already amounted to more than $300, while Xiao Yin's side had only received $20. Looking at the PK bar that had a sliver of blood left, Zhang Chang directly chose 3 of the most expensive $2,000 super rockets and threw them down. Chapter 45, Turn Off the Face? Anyway, the teaser coins in his backstage were given to him by the system, which was equivalent to whoring for nothing, and if Xiao Yinyin won he would still get 1 to 50 times the cashback. At this time, Zhang Chang didn't feel any pain at all when he rewarded it. Xiao Yinyin, who had already lost hope, jumped out of her seat in excitement when she saw the 3 super rockets suddenly appearing in the air on her live broadcast. Thank you big brother, fixing, for the 3 super rockets. Thank you very much indeed. Brother, what show would you like to see? I'll walk you through one. Xiao Yinyin didn't expect this level 65 bigot to actually reward himself with such a high amount of super rockets. Usually, Although his own live room would be patronized by bigwigs, these bigwigs never took a look and said a few words before slipping away. Xiao Yinyin was already used to it, so she didn't bother to ask for another gift, not realizing that Zhang Chang actually swiped $6,000 for himself in one breath. In one fell swoop. The score was 6,203 versus 380. *******, little anchor get lucky? Finally, a big man has taken a liking to our little anchor. Big brother is confused. Doesn't it smell good to whore it out for nothing? The Bilo little sister, who was on the verge of a solid win, watched as the big man who had suddenly stolen the tower appeared on the opposite side of Xiao Yinyan's live room. Can't help but face puffed up, then sourly said, "Wow, Xiao sister, your live room to big brother Dinghai God needle big brother. Hello you beat people good pain oing oing, please comfort. Free time can come to see me Xiao Yinyin see by Luo little sister take advantage of the opportunity to pampered digging. Immediately said to Zhang Chang, Ding Hai Shinpin big brother, I give you on a room management. On the room management can be my family, but do not run to someone else's home Seeing that Zhang Chang didn't say anything, Xiao Yinyin added, Are you still there, big brother? I don't dance well, why don't I sing you a song? Xiao Yinyan's pop-up screen drifted up after saying this. Anchor, I beg you not to sing, big brother will be scared off by you later. Better dance. Looking at the screen full of trolls, Zhang Chang laughed out. Just feel free. Okay, big brother. I'll sing then you're my good brother. How did I get such a good brother? Xiao Yinyin immediately sang pleasingly to Zhang Chang at this moment, not caring at all about any reserve or running tone. People have already given you a reward of 6,000 but also what to be reserved. We must know that other female anchors but reward 0. 66 yuan can give big brother to a deep squat. That's 3 serious rounds of super fire from her. If Zhang Chang had offered to let Xiao Yinyin squat deeply at this moment, she would have definitely done the same. Sister Joe, you're not right. Joe's turned into a dog licker. Xiao Yinyin didn't even care about the pop-up trolls, still singing excitedly to herself. The reason why she was so agitated was also because she had long been looking at this Bibiro-chan in a bad light. In the past, Bai Luo's little sister used to taunt her after winning, but this time, she finally beat her once herself. On the other side, Biro-chan was depressed. The situation that had been a sure win was broken by the sudden fall of a tycoon from the sky. Seeing that Zhang Chang didn't pay attention to her, she immediately wooed again and pouted at her Pengji brother. Brother Daju, begged to bail out of the first round. Oh, if we still lose in the next round, then I'll be eliminated. Daju typed, no problem. When do you enter your first round? 2 out of 3. Steady, don't worry, it's worthy of brother Daju. I know brother Daju is the most stable, never flips the car. Wahahaha. Soon the second round of PKs began, and Zhang Chang went straight to the sky with 2 super rockets as in the previous round. Across the street, Oju quickly followed up with 3 rounds of super fire. Zhang Chang didn't have any nonsense, and directly ordered the chase to follow the 3 rounds of super fire over. Daju looked at Zhang Chang's catching up with the super fire, and inwardly, he added 5 more rounds. Is this a big deal for the first round of PK? I didn't expect to see so many hyperfire launches in a small anchor's booth. Fancy the anchor. The anchor is going to be carried away. Undoubtedly. In the end, after Zhang Chang's 20 rounds of ultra fire were fired, Daju went offline without saying a word. Xiao Yinyin happily said to Bai Luo's little sister, Sorry to admit, I didn't expect to win you in the first round. Ha ha ha. Bai Luo little sister at this time, although by Xiao Yinyin face, but still smiling and said, Xiao sister luck is really good. Can have a fixed see god pin big brother such a tycoon support? Big brother. Free time can also open to see me. I give you dance. I drive is also super stable all day will not be leg sore kind of. Bai Luo's little sister immediately picked up her cell phone to comfort Daju after saying some suggestive words to Zhang Chang. After all, Daju had also swiped 15 rounds of ultra fire for her today, and even though she had lost in the end, she had still earned it. After finishing her work she had immediately used a small number to enter Xiao Yinyan's live room. After all, there are not many real big brothers now. After disconnecting, Xiao Yinyin immediately got up again and said to Zhang Chang, Thank you big brother Ting Hai Shin Pin. I haven't received super fire for a long time, or 20 super fire. I really don't know how to be grateful to you. Tell me, what do you want to see me do? 20 rounds of super fire is $40,000. She could have gotten over $10,000. Due to Zhang Chang's super rocket dominating the screen, at this time, Xiao Yinyan's live room inside directly harvested a small wave of heat. At this time the number of viewers in the live room has reached more than 10,000 people. I'd like to see you turn the beauty off. Xiao Yinyan's face value score is as high as 94. This kind of skinned and thin face beauty not only did not add points but even gave her original beauty minus points. If Jiang Cheng didn't know that her live room was called Xiao Mei, I'm afraid that she would be a bit unrecognizable if she watched the live broadcast directly. This is just like some celebrities were originally good looking. Once to the Netflix bandwagon, live room will let those heavy beauty to ruin the body. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Big Brother bullish. Anchor, turn it off and see the anchor's real face. I'm just afraid that if I turn it off, the big guy will run away. This is punishment, right? Big Brother is the show. Xiao Yining is a little speechless at Jiang Cheng's request. How to broadcast live without turning on the beauty face these days, But Jiang Cheng had swiped so much money for her. She was afraid that if she didn't do as she was told, she would be cold again. Xiao Yining said while still turning off the beauty button of the live broadcast as Jiang Cheng requested. Without the effects of skin peeling and enlarging her eyes, Xiao Yining looked at herself inside the camera and instantly felt a little unsure of herself. Just as she was about to receive a pop-up tirade, I didn't realize that the netizens in front of the screen at this point instantly heated up. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't believe it's so positive. How come I didn't realize such a beautiful looking anchor before? Follow decisively. Biggie got the bet right this time. Miss, don't turn on your beauty face in the future. Beauty is a mistake. Teasers live streams are all internally rolled up as required for this to work. Xiao Yining didn't realize that not only did she not collapse the room, she even gained a huge wave of fans and positive reviews. He was in a good mood and said to Jiang Cheng, "Brother Dinghai Shinpin, please bail out another round. If I win this round I can continue broadcasting next month. Please please please." Chapter 46, let's see who's tough. If there wasn't a system to return money to the task, Jiang Cheng wasn't even here to spend time. Looking at the money, Jiang Cheng typed, "Hurry up and start." After receiving the affirmation, Xiao Yining immediately nodded happily. Right away, realizing that these straight-up super rocket swipes are really big, maybe she's really solidly over in the second round again. Soon the second round of connections began, and Xiao Yining was still connected to Missy this time, only to see that across the street was a little lowly in a beautiful girl's battle uniform, only to see her open her mouth with a sweet and greasy clip sound and say, "Miss, how are you? I'm sweet Xiao Tian. I'm very happy to link up with you. Miss, your big brother of list 1 is also too raw. 20 rounds of super rocket, looking at us all quite envious." Not yet waiting for Xiao Yining open mouth, Xiao Tian then said, "Fix see God pin brother. Hello, I am Xiao Tian. Your super rocket hit my heart. Have time to come to Xiao Tian here to sit. Oh, Xiao Tian has a lot of talent, will also be a lot of dress up, chatting and blowing water blowjob, singing and dancing all proficient, to ensure that the big brother is satisfied with Seeing the opposite anchor blatantly start robbing big brother again, Xiao Yining couldn't help but despise it inwardly, but despise as she did, she couldn't say anything. After all, we are all anchors, and what can she do when big brother Tingle goes wherever he wants to go? Besides, the anchor is not to rely on the big brother reward life. Rob big brother is no excuse. It's hard to find a real bigot these days. Xiao Yining laughed a couple of fake laughs before speaking. "Xiao Tian, hello, shall we get started straight away? Missy, don't you want to walk a show PK first?" "No, I'm pentatonic, and the only performance I got out of the way was turning off my beauty face at the request of big brother Stingray." After Xiao Yining said this, Xiao Tian on the opposite side was instantly embarrassed. She didn't expect Xiao Yining's big brother to have this kind of requirement, knowing that a lot of anchors are seeing the light of day, relying on beauty to hold them up in front of the camera. Now Xiao Tian didn't dare to make a sound anymore. After all, if she turned off her beauty face, her face value would be 100,000 miles different from Xiao Yining, only to see her say in a raw voice, "Well then, here we go. Ha ha, Kota is scared? Big brother is bullish. Actually coming up with this method. I also want to see how Kota turns off her beauty face. Compared to the opposite anchor, Kota's beauty face is a bit wide open. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Before how did not find that there is this kind of extreme anchor. Body top face value is also very high. Do you think that the pin big brother stupid? Out of money, of course you have to find the real thing." Xiao Tian's face became stiff with anger as she watched the pop-ups, but she still had to force a smile and speak in a whiny voice to her live stream's ranking 1 brother. "Brother Ichika, the PK has already begun. Please don't let Xiao Tian get brutally beaten up." Ichika also already knew that there was a big brother coming from the opposite side of the PK Joe sisters. Seeing that Jiang Cheng had already swiped $50,000 in the last round, he thought that this round shouldn't be so raw, and Kota had just secretly messaged him that she could go on a hotel date with him this Sunday. Thinking this way, Ichika directly rewarded 5 airplanes, and together with the other bits and pieces of rewards, Ota's side had harvested a total of about $1,000. Seeing the opposite side start to power up, Jiang Cheng directly casually swiped 5 rounds of super rocket to directly crush over After 5 rounds of super rockets lifted off, the fire of the opposite side of Ichika was extinguished. Casually swiped 50,000. This is still the first round. If you directly follow him on, not to mention whether or not you will lose, even if you win, it is still a loss of money. If it's the same as the last game, where the two of them swiped over $50,000, what's the point? Wouldn't it smell good to take this $50,000 and build a club by yourself? Why do you want to brush it here? After Jiang Chang's 5 rounds of Super Rocket, Ichika simply said she wasn't going to follow and told Oda to give up on himself. Oda was a little sad but didn't dare to force himself. After all, he was his older brother in the list one. Without a doubt, the second round of PK Jiang Chang was still a solid win. The next scene, due to Jiang Chang's Super Rocket with no money as if flying straight up to the sky, also did not appear. Some big brother came out to carry hard with him. After all, these days the list one big brother of the resentful species only exists in fiction. The reality of the rich is still more sensible and restrained. No one will eat their fill of hard labor for a union war. Jiang Chang is the system has a mine, and there is a mission. Otherwise he would not be stupid to brush here. The big brothers of some of the other smaller anchors certainly wouldn't brush off half of their own houses because of a union war. After all, why must the anchor woman who can usually be asked out with a 10,000 swipe be doubled today? A green light straight to the final round. This time the opposite side was a big anchor of a teeming fish. Dull little sister. Dumb little sister has been on a very hot streak lately, and her chart-topping big brother is a real powerhouse of a dirtbag big brother. Seeing Xiao Yining picked up the PK, she first opened her mouth and said enthusiastically, "Hello Sister Xiao. I'm dumb little sister. I'm very happy to do the final PK with you in a row. May I ask if I should start straight away or go talent first?" Xiao Yining still said dryly, "Hello miss, I can't sing or dance. I don't have much talent. Why don't we just start?" Dull little sister hesitated for a moment. She had taken the last step. Their guild had naturally helped her to find out about Xiao Yining. Xiao Yining was nothing but a small anchor, and today was also lucky that a wild big brother had appeared to help her work the club wars, and that big brother had already swiped nearly 800,000 or so at this point, only to see the dull little sister smiled sweetly and said, "That's good. Since Miss Sister does not have talent, then I myself first give my big brother in dad's door to dance a dance. The opposite big brother can also look at it." Oh. After dull little sister's dance was finished, Jiang Chang immediately typed, "The dance was very good. I liked it very much. Watching it made me want to go over to dull little sister's side." After Jiang Chang posted this, the water friends in the live streaming room started to haha uproar. Dumb little sister's face is also very not much talent. Joe can't do anything but a face. She's really lucky to be in the final. It's just a small anchor. Can't do anything? Big brother Ding Haishan Pin is probably just on a whim. Xiao Yining instantly panicked as well. "Ooh, big brother Ding Hai God Pin. Are you leaving me behind? We're so close to the last step that we can both be on the king." Jiang Chang continued to spit. "You can't say it. Look at what people's dull little sister called. You will only call big brother. With you on the king? If you're talking about a multiplayer campaign, I can still think about it. Asterisk really show. All swiped more than 800,000. It's not too much to really play the king's multiplayer campaign. Ha. Just ask the anchor if he's panicking right now." Xiao Yining instantly understood the meaning of Jiang Cheng's words for a second, and she didn't make any pretense, and directly the Gold Master father called to hand over the mouth. "Daddy Gold, beg to be bailed out for the last round. I'll enroll in a class right after the next broadcast, and I'll learn whatever dance you want to watch. Friendly reminder, Ting Haishan Pin big brother. The opposite of the dull little sister's big brothers to see our real big brother. The list has 300 level big brother, although big brother Ding Haishan Pin is very topsy-turvy. I don't know if he can top the 3 true big brothers. Depends on who's hard." Chapter 47. Treating the money I swiped as air. And after the PK officially started, the opposite side of dull little sister started to power up. The opposite side of the 3 super emperors directly each of them swiped 3 rounds of super rockets. A total of 9 rounds of super fire ascending to the sky. After swiping it, one of the opposite sides called Bully even ran over to Xiao Yin's live room to come over and swipe 2 rounds of ultra fire. After swiping it, he also sent out a mouthful of "Please laugh at the small medical bill." Xiao Yining looked at the opposite side of the provocation as also nonchalantly fake smile sarcastically said, "Thank you Batty and brother, 2 rounds of super fire. Oh, without your these 2 rounds of medicine, I simply cannot broadcast." After Xiao Yining said this, Jiang Cheng breathlessly sent several question marks. Dare I say that the hundreds of rounds of super fire I just swiped were candles in the air? The live broadcast room is also following Jiang Cheng's steps at this time and sent a large number of question marks. Ha. I didn't realize that Sister Joe was quite powerful when she got shady to the point. Just now, Brother Dinghai Shinpin only gave you a few 100,000 brush you cannot broadcast. You just continue to act. Sister Chow actually dared to satirize the super emperor. Floating. Jiang Chang saw the opposite side so provocative. Backhanded directly to Chow In brush 20 rounds of super fire after running to the dull little sister's live room directly to her brush 5 rounds of super fire. Anyway, the system had charged itself with 3 million fishbone coins, and now there were 2 million left. The last round of PK Jiang Chang does not believe that his 2 million cannot get down. If really cannot get down. Their bank card has so many more than 100 million funds. Jiang Chang said at this point that he wasn't panicking at all. Seeing that the battle was so hot as soon as it came up, dull little sister was instantly a little happy inside. After all, when the gods fight, they, the mortals, have meat to eat. Dull little sister smiled and said to Jiang Chang, "Thank you for fixing Dad's medical expenses." Dad's atmosphere. The next superfires took off one after another like they didn't want money. The 3 senior super emperors and Jiang Chang, the new super emperor born tonight, went hard in head-on. Until the first round was about to end. Jiang Chang's side had already swiped $1.5 million. As for dull little sister's side of the list, the 2 or 3 people on the list, list 1 swiped $500,000, and list 2 and 3 swiped $200,000 each, which made a combined total of $900,000, but it's still $600,000 behind Jiang Chang. All 3 were decisive in not following after considering it. The previous rounds have only brushed more than 100,000 one after another. To Jiang Chang here only the first round has directly doubled several times. Seeing her own big brother stop, dull little sister shouted with intent. "Big brothers, why did you stop? Don't stop. Come on. Faster. Faster, okay? Step up." Though dorky little sister shakes it while saying suggestive things that come to mind. But can't carry it is can't carry it. Punji directly conceded defeat and said, "Dull little sister, let's forget about it today. We'll talk about it next time." Without the support of Big Brother List 1, dull little sister's side quickly lost the battle. The second round was even easier, as Jiang Chang won directly after swiping only 2 super rockets. Although nerdy little sister's side was still working very hard to canvas for herself, the results were still unsatisfactory. Xiao Yin was still a bit confused the moment she got the victory. She covered her mouth and watched her popularity skyrocket in the live room, still feeling like she was dreaming. After all, just an hour ago she was still in the skeptical stage of her life and even wanted to end her live streaming career at one point. "I didn't realize that in so little time I had gotten the Guild Wars Championship and gained over 50,000 new fans, and more than 1,000 of which were licensed. Finally no more of those cold zombie fans." What was more crucial was that she had gotten a whole $2.5 million in rewards herself, and according to the contract she had signed, Xiao Yin would get around $700,000. Xiao Yin, who had suddenly stepped onto the pinnacle of her life, was in the midst of a complex emotion at the moment. Is this little anchor stupid? Why is she covering her mouth and not speaking? Happy as can be. Can you believe I could be dumber for a change? Rich people operate in ways I just can't imagine. A house with no money left. But this young lady's face value is indeed high. The tycoon's vision is really good. It's a pity that such a beautiful young lady, just attention on, will be taken down by the list 1 big brother. Xiao Yin looked at the screen full of 6,666 at this time, finally reacted, only to see her bowing to Jiang Chang continuously to thank him. "Big brother Tinghai Shinpin, I really don't know how to thank you. Can I add you on WeChat? If you like anything in the future I'll immediately go and learn it, and promise to do it until you're satisfied." Seeing Xiao Yin so excited, Jiang Chang replied lightly, "No need, just passing by." "Big brother, then how can I find you to give you a chauffeur in the future? Just really give me a chauffeur ride to Raising Cloud Amon. I'll be around for the next 2 days. Bye-bye." Xiao Yin's eyes widened when she looked at Jiang Chang's words. It was actually him. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Rich people's world I really do not understand. Brush more than 2 million do not add prestige? May I ask if the big man still lacks a pendant? Little brother wouldn't be little brother Ferrari today, would he? So it's little brother Ferrari. No wonder. How can the world be full of landlords? Xiao Yin was also shocked at this time and asked, "You're Ferrari's little brother?" But the whole network at this time can't wait for Jiang Chang's reply, because Jiang Chang, who got the system prompt, has gone offline again. At this point, not only was Xiao Yin truly full of questions, even the aquatic friends in the live broadcast room were beginning to boil over. Everyone was filled with question marks while at the same time being more and more curious about Jiang Chang. What kind of family is it that can be so arrogant? More than $2 million bounty out of the result is so casual? Even because it is too unbelievable. Some netizens began to question this live broadcast must be the guild to create momentum and the Xiao Yin hype to pull popularity. But would a female anchor who can't do anything with her talent really have a guild spend so much money to build her up? At this point the water boys started arguing again. On the other hand, Jiang Cheng on the other side didn't have the heart to pay attention to those people's problems on the internet at this time. He opened up the system and scrutinized it. Jiang Cheng looked at his list spending records, and sure enough, this reward wasn't counted on his daily spending either. It seems that as long as the system gives you a charge, it won't be counted as part of your upgrade spending if you spend it again. Jiang Cheng opened his Douyu backstage, and after swiping more than $2.5 million for Qiao Yinyin, there were still 490,000 shark fin coins left in the backstage. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng's backstage messages had exploded, by which were friend ad messages and private messages from various female anchors. Jiang Cheng found the private message sent by Qiao Yinyin after brushing through it, and as expected, Qiao Yinyin was also begging to add Jiang Cheng's prestige. Jiang Cheng directly sent his prestige over. Just now, he had already used the friendly value system to take a fresh look at Qiao Yinyin and found that her friendly value towards Jiang Cheng had come straight to 85 points. Jiang Cheng naturally wouldn't be polite to such a young lady with a 94-point face value. Chapter 48, All Good Girls. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully leading the host Xiao Mei to win the Guild War. Given that the host's satisfaction with the is very high level, the system rewards the host with 100 times the Super Blast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 100x Blitz cashback totaling $230 million. Will the host withdraw it immediately? Jiang Cheng looked at the system to give $230 million immediately clicked on the extraction. Although Jiang Cheng does not know how the system in the end to run the amount of these storms, but at this time Jiang Cheng and cannot help but excited purple. I didn't think I'd make more than $200 million in one night. Jiang Cheng instantly felt that money was really damn good. You can get cash back after you've pretended to be on top of the internet and experience the joys of spreading your money. That would be really outrageous. Jiang Cheng, who slept until he naturally woke up the next day, looked at the friend ad that Qiao Yinyin sent over and hooked the corner of his mouth to naturally click through. After all, a beautiful woman has taken the initiative. What reason is there for you to refuse? A few minutes later Qiao Yinyin sent a private message. Brother Tingle, do you need a chauffeur today? I'm waiting 24 hours to be summoned. Oh. After sending it, Qiao Yinyin stared motionlessly at her chat interface with Jiang Cheng. Ever since she realized last night that Jiang Cheng was Ferrari's little brother, Qiao Yinyin had lost sleep. She didn't know why such a handsome guy would suddenly look at himself and give himself a one-time reward of more than $2 million. Looking at the message, Jiang Cheng thought for a moment that he really needed Qiao Yinyin's chauffeur tonight. Last night, I already made a date with Wang Zhang to get together in TAXX tonight. If you go to a bar, you're sure to have a drink. DUI is definitely bad. In order to save his life, Jiang Cheng directly sent the time of the substitute driver to Qiao Yinyin. You've spent over $2 million. It's not too much to ask to drive a car, is it? At 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Cheng arrived at the underground parking lot of Amman after casually cleaning up. When he arrived he found Qiao Yinyin already waiting by his car. A pair of slender legs stood straight and was playing with her cell phone with her head down. Jiang Chengxin raised an unexpected eyebrow, then whistled at her and spoke. Yo, here so early? Didn't I tell you to finish your drink and come back to me? Qiao Yinyin raised her head quickly at the sound of the voice. Today's Jiang Cheng is dressed in a black leisure suit plus a black LV sunglasses, lining his whole person with handsome. The handsome face looked at Qiao Yinyin's eyes straight. She admitted that she was a face controller, and Jiang Cheng was undoubtedly the most handsome and best-built boy she had ever seen. After all, after going through the system and remodeling, Jiang Cheng's face value had now reached over 90 points. Qiao Yinyin blushed slightly and said, You helped me so much last night, how could I let you drive by yourself? Of course I came to be your driver. Today's Qiao Yinyin was dressed in a hot girl's outfit, wearing a small black halter on top of her super short hot pants, plus very personalized silver jewelry, which seemed to be a real outfit for the nightclub. The outfit framed her rather sizable upper body to perfection. The dimpled figure coupled with the slender arms and long, straight and somewhat fleshy legs made Jiang Cheng's little brother instantly unable to help but raise his head a bit. Steadying his mind, Jiang Cheng sat in the driver's seat of the car and raised his head towards Qiao Yinyin. Get in the car when you're here. The big brother had spoken, so Qiao Yinyin naturally did as she was told. The cold light, eerie gray Ferrari 488 attracted a lot of attention as soon as it hit the streets. Plus its high-pitched roar simply blows up the street. The silver gray-colored supercar is especially cool under the magical night lights of Magic City. Which bar are we going to? Qiao Yinyin asked with some anticipation. She hadn't been to a bar in a long time and was instantly looking forward to it. TAXX. Wow. TAXX is the biggest and most lively bar in Magic City. It is said to be the star called Little Cheetah who joined to open it. I heard that it can be fun inside. There are super many handsome girls and netizens, and a lot of celebrities will go there to play. I heard that even the principal of the Wang often go there. Seeing Qiao Yinyin talking with a look of yearning, Jiang Cheng laughed a bit. You do know quite a bit? I've been surfing the internet a lot and learned about it. I haven't actually been there yet. I'm kind of looking forward to it. When Jiang Chang arrived, both sides of the doorway were already full of luxury cars at this time. At this time there were many fashionably dressed young people at the entrance of the bar taking pictures of themselves in a variety of poses. There were even several Netflix-wearing men and women making videos live from the doorway entrance. Jiang Chang looked at Tax lively and full of vitality, but at the same time some pandemonium of the door. Suddenly felt that if you can open a bar seems to be not bad. Nothing to do but come here and help the young lady relax and be charitable. As soon as the young ladies at the door saw Jiang Chang coming down from on top of the Ferrari supercar, their eyes began to glow. Which little brother is this? I don't think I've seen him before when I come here every day. Look at this outfit, it's so handsome. With a Patek Philippe on his hand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. All in LV new models. Rich second generation. Sensei whoever it is. Look at this, face value can be really handsome. Never seen such a handsome one. Get on it first. As soon as Jiang Chang stepped out of the car, a few young ladies started to swarm around, not caring about Xiao Yinin, who was standing beside Jiang Chang. Hello little brother. My name is Haley. Can you add a wiki? Brother, I also want to add wizards. I'm at your beck and call. Oh, little brother. First time over here, right? I can take you to play. Oh, eat chicken. Not only was Xiao Yinin on the side speechless, even the boys on the sidelines were envious. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's the difference. The privilege of the rich. I've been to TAXX so many times, and every time, I'm the one hitting on these internet ladies. If you show up in a car of this caliber, you're good. Look at how unbelievable the other co-pilot's lady is. Let's just look. In a short while, Jiang Chang had been squeezed in the middle by 5 or 6 women, slowly walking towards Tax's front door, in which his sight was also accidentally darkened twice. Little brother. I'm sorry, my chest slipped and bumped into you. It's fine, it doesn't hurt. It's quite comfortable. All of you are good girls. Let your brother go in first, okay? Jiang Chang said with a helpless smile. After only a few steps, Jiang Chang realized that the necklines on these girls were already lower than one another. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold it if I keep this up. Chapter 49, the hottest bar in Magic City. When Xiao Yinin saw so many Sailangjian pouncing on Jiang Chang's body, she couldn't help but feel a trace of uncomfortable feeling in her heart. To say that she had genuinely fallen for Jiang Chang in such a short period of time was impossible. At most, she was a little dazed by Jiang Chang's money last night. And this kind of super-rich second generation was originally the most standard condition for choosing a spouse in her heart. Xiao Yining glanced at Jiang Chang and then walked over to separate the girls and said with a smile, "Excuse me, he already has a master." Sorry. After being pushed away by Xiao Yining, a few girls all looked at her with an unhappy face. But since first come first served, and Jiang Chang didn't seem to have a problem with it, they could only leave the scene helplessly. Seeing that they had all dispersed, Jiang Chang stared at the amazingly sized softness of Xiao Yining, who was leaning close to his arm, and asked with interest, "I have a master." Seeing Jiang Chang surveying her chest, Xiao Yining instantly smiled. She knew where her advantage was, but she didn't let that advantage be displayed for too long. Then he left Jiang Chang's arm and continued, "Seeing that you couldn't refuse them, I helped you." For Xiao Yining, this kind of reserved and gold-digging woman, Jiang Chang naturally likes. Anyway, I do not lack of money myself, but he also understands that he wants to take it as soon as possible. Or to talk about the method of a catch and a release. What about catching is to let her watch her play, creating a sense of crisis and jealousy, and letting go is to hang her out to dry appropriately. Jiang Chang smiled indifferently. "Thank you, it's not necessary next time. I think it's fine for them to be like this." After saying that, he didn't care about Xiao Yin's dismayed expression and directly walked around himself towards the gate. Having just broken through the encirclement, Wang Zhenghis Chen Hao, who was waiting outside the doorway, quickly spotted him. Asterisk 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 asterisk, so it was you who was just surrounded, Wang Zhang said with a smile. The two immediately greeted Jiang Chang as soon as they saw him, glancing in the direction of those young ladies surrounding them, and said in a snarky manner, "Not scared, right?" "No, it's fine. Everyone's been incredibly welcoming." "Ha ha, I wasn't as exaggerated as you when I came here. None of these young ladies would take care of me." Chen Hao shook his head helplessly and looked at Jiang Chang with some envy. "With your reputation, those young ladies should be afraid. Still talking about me? You're not much better, are you? You can only fool the kind of new young ladies." Seeing the two of them spitting at each other, Jiang Chang laughed and shook his head. "So these young ladies like strangers. Old Jiang, this 488 is yours, right?" Wang Zhang pointed at the Ferrari behind them. "Yeah," Jiang Chang said casually. Asterisk 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 asterisk. "That's an awesome license plate. By the way, I remember you're not from Rongcheng? It's no wonder the ladies are so excited to get this kind of number." The Ferrari car show can even arrange this kind of number now? I didn't get this kind of license plate with my previous purchase. Did I? Didn't give it away. Got it myself. Got lucky with the draw. The two of them instantly tensed up after Jiang Chang said this. Wang Zhang glanced at Jiang Chang and the Patek Philippe in his hand, secretly passed a wink toward Chen Hao, and then said, "Guess if I believe it? That's right. With the two of us still stranded, where to pretend? Alas, this young lady is?" After Chen Hao finished speaking, he woke up and brushed aside the topic, looking down at Xiao Yining beside Jiang Chang with interest. There were some things that should not be asked, so they should pry less. This point the two of them naturally understood. What rich man doesn't have a few connections and contacts? Can you get a license plate of this caliber without some connections? The reason why the two of them wanted to befriend Jiang Chang, that was also because they looked at Jiang Chang's strength. The opposite is also true for Jiang Chang. Rich people have an even greater need to have their own network of connections. I found a chauffeur to play along. She'll drive later. Jiang Chang didn't focus on introducing Xiao Yining. He just casually said so. Wang Zhang and Chen Hao smiled meaningfully after looking at each other. Immediately following this said to Jiang Chang, "Worthy of you, martial arts master. Go, inside has been arranged. Tonight the three of us good fun." Seeing the three of them walk in, Xiao Yining also followed behind Jiang Chang in a very well-behaved manner. As soon as you walk in the door, you see an oversized wall filled with the exciting ace of spades. The decor of the tax bar is of an industrial sexist style. There were already quite a few people seated inside, blasting loud and deafening subwoofer music. Hot and sexy babes are gyrating their sexy bodies on the dance floor. As soon as Wang Zhang and Chen Hao appeared with Jiang Chang, the few beautiful women sitting on the card seats in Area 0 immediately stood up in unison. Wang Zhang had already told them earlier that a big brother would be coming later, and he wanted the girls to treat Jiang Chang well. A few girls looked at the handsome Jiang Chang and were instantly more riveted. "Call Jiang Xiao," Wang Zhang said to the girls. The coolly dressed long-legged sisters immediately and obediently called out in unison at the words, "Good day, Jiang Xiao." Most of the girls at this time have shown an expectant and shy expression, for no other reason. Who doesn't like handsome men? Jiang Chang nodded with satisfaction as he looked at these beauties on the card seat whose face values were all around 85 points. Turning to Wang Zhang and Chen Hao, he politely said, "Thanks this is a proper arrangement." The two who received Jiang Chang's affirmation were in a great mood as they replied, "Hey, that's a must." After Wang Zhang said this, the bar sales manager immediately walked towards them. "Mr. Wang, Mr. Chen, good evening." Wang Zhang sniffed and introduced to the sales manager, "This is my brother, Jiang Chang." "Hello, Jiang Xiao. I'm Xiao Li, the sales manager here. Welcome, welcome. You can find me if you have any needs. I'm always ready to help you on my side." After hanging out in the bar for so long, Xiao Li naturally had some eyes. From the way Jiang Chang was dressed and the name list he was carrying in his hand, he could tell that Jiang Chang was on the same path as Wang Zhang and the others. At least the family is almost the same, and Jiang Chang is still sitting in the C position, so it is all the more important to treat it well. Don't look at the fact that everyone inside this bar is wearing designer labels, but there are some people who are wearing designer labels that are long out of season. There were even some people who were wearing designer clothes and designer shoes that were half old and half new, and the above mentioned these two, generally as the kind of bite the bullet to buy brand name clothes will be put up. Very important occasions to wear people, so repeated, old also do not want to throw away. And Jiang Chang this one, through the body of the latest department model's dress, at least to tens of thousands, plus the hands of the millions of watches. This is really big brother. After all, only the really rich kids buy designer labels every day, much less wear a pair of shoes for a season. Li, first arrange for a 2-set Grand Divine Dragon to liven things up. Seeing that Wang Zhang wanted $100,000 of Great Divine Dragons at the drop of a hat, and 2 sets at that, Xiao Li's eyes lit up, only to see his eyes stored full of smiles. Respectfully said, "Okay, 3 brothers, immediately arrange for you to the Great Divine Dragon, in addition to our bar, and then send you a variety of snacks and fruits as well as ice-cold beer." Xiao Yining looked at the charge card on the desktop. Can't help but smack my lips again. Worthy of being the most lively bar in Magic City. Expensive. Each card holder has a minimum spend, and the spend in Zone 0 where they are sitting right now starts at a minimum of 10,000, or a minimum of 40,000 if they are coming on a Saturday or Sunday, and the minimum spend for the most common booth in a bar starts at 3,000. After Xiaoli left, Xiao Yining whispered to Jiang Chang, "Wow, a big divine dragon, ugh. I've never seen it before. I've only seen it on top of the video." Jiang Chang also said generously, "I've never seen it either. Thanks, brother Wang." Atmosphere. Seeing Jiang Chang say so, several girls also immediately voiced out exclamations of surprise and said, Thank you, Mr. Wang. Boss atmosphere. Chapter 49, Prude? Seeing Jiang Cheng giving himself so much face, Wang Zhang immediately waved his hand. Naturally, he wouldn't take it seriously. Saying so was just a polite gesture on the spot. Wouldn't he have a little 200,000? Wang Zhang opened his mouth and said, how can this great divine dragon be compared to the yellow-lipped fish you had last night? You guys know? The meal he treated me to yesterday was the real atmosphere. More than $1 million luxury meal. Wang Zhang deliberately placed Jiang Cheng's position in the middle at this time. The so-called networking is to befriend these people who are of similar strength to yourself. The reason why Wang Zhang elevated Jiang Cheng so much, putting Jiang Cheng on an equal footing with himself. But it was because he felt that the strength Jiang Cheng had displayed made him think that the two of them were on the same page. People at their level definitely make friends with people of equal status. Otherwise, if you make friends with people who are not as good as you are, and they ask you for help every day, aren't you looking for things to do for yourself? Over $1 million. The girls in the room all gasped when Wang Zhang said this. The eyes that looked at Jiang Cheng suddenly became even hotter. Based on their observations, everyone could see that Jiang Cheng and Xiao Yining didn't seem to be boyfriend and girlfriend. The main reason was that Xiao Yining had been looking for a chance to speak to Jiang Cheng, but Jiang Cheng's attitude was slightly cold. This sparked a fire of hope in the hearts of the group of girls present. This was actually a state that Jiang Cheng had deliberately created. He just wanted to air out Xiao Yining to know that he didn't lack her as a woman at all. It also lets Xiao Yining know that she doesn't take it to heart at all, thus making her doubt herself and subsequently have a crisis. After a while, Li made a grand entrance leading a dozen or so sexy bunny girls, each one holding a liquor stand symbolizing the ace of spades high above her head. Jiang Cheng, who was sitting in the C-seat, felt the screams and attention from the scene and felt a bit embarrassed. But seeing Wang Zhang and Chen Hao's excited expressions, Jiang Cheng still smiled and didn't say anything to spoil the fun. After all, this is the standard for nightclub pretentiousness. As the saying goes, nightclubs do not pretend. Do not go to karaoke. At this point the bunny girls slowly wriggled their bodies to set the wine on the table. The table was densely packed with over a dozen bottles of ace of spades in various colors. Thank yous and shouts from the DJs on the floor. The darkness of a nightclub coupled with the ace of spades that reeks of money. The colorful, glittering scene began to bring the nightclub to a boil. When the atmosphere of the scene got high, some of the more daring girls began to lean over to Jiang Cheng's side, only to see a girl wearing a short champagne-colored skirt twisting her sexy ass with flirtatious eyes walking towards Jiang Cheng, and sitting on the empty seat on Jiang Cheng's right as soon as she could. She was seen holding a glass of wine in one hand, the other wrapped around her under her own towering height, close to Jiang Cheng as if anything close to Jiang Cheng's arm, dainty to Jiang Cheng toast. Jiang Xiao, my name is Xiao Cheng. I'll toast to you. I'm glad to hang out with you tonight. Jiang Cheng felt the softness of Xiao Cheng leaning on top of his arm on an amazing scale, and couldn't help but nod in secret satisfaction. To Xiao Cheng, he secretly opened the friendly value scanning system. Name, Xiao Cheng. Age, 22. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 85. Stature, 98. Privacy, 5. Friendship value, 70. Intimate state. Although Zayaharu's face value is only 85, it's 90 points with makeup. I think privacy is worth 5 times, which is not a huge number for someone who hangs out in clubs a lot. The key is still the body image one. 98 points. Cow level. This one is really hard to top with guys anymore. Jiang Cheng looked at his hands deep inside the pile of meat and shook his head and sighed that he couldn't stand it either. This place to rest your hand is not really suitable. There are more suitable positions. Rest on the kind that can be moved. Seeing that a girl with a rather high face value had suddenly appeared, Xiao Yinyan's face on the side suddenly looked a bit ugly, and the other party also unabashedly took the initiative to stick to Jiang Cheng at this time. For this powerful competitor, Xiao Yinyan immediately developed a sense of crisis. Jiang Cheng was her big brother on the list, right? But nothing had been asked of her to begin with. Moreover, at this moment, he was still in front of her, making love to another girl, and this look of enjoyment made Xiao Yining a little puzzled by Jiang Cheng's thoughts for a moment. Logically, Jiang Cheng should be interested in her. What else is his series of practices for? If Jiang Cheng really didn't mean anything to her, why did he spend so much money for her again? Xiao Yining wanted to find a chance to get closer to Jiang Cheng, but the cow in front of her kept waving around in front of Jiang Cheng's face seductively. It made her teeth itch a little in anger to watch, seeing Jiang Cheng and Xiao Cheng clinking their wine glasses ambiguously. Xiao Yining immediately picked up the wine glass beside her and said to Jiang Cheng, "Big brother Punji, I'll toast you too." On the side, Xiao Cheng had prepared a lot of topics to talk hotly with Jiang Cheng, suddenly cut off by Xiao Yining. His sharp eyes couldn't help but glare darkly at Xiao Yining. However, she was very sensible and didn't dare to interrupt Jiang Cheng's conversation. Jiang Cheng looked at Xiao Yining and said with a raised eyebrow, What kind of wine do you drink? After saying that, Jiang Cheng handed her the wansai milk on the table and said flirtatiously, look at other people's and then look at you. Drink this to make up for it. Xiao Yinyin remembered that she still had to drive for Jiang Cheng later, so she could only regretfully take the wang chai milk handed over by Jiang Cheng. She looked at Xioro for a moment, then deflated and said, I'm okay with that too. I don't need to make it up. Oh, can't tell. You're okay? You can't even see this. Take a good look again? After saying that, Xiao Yinyin defiantly straightened her back towards Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng laughed when he saw Xiao Yinyin's more serious look, though he himself was craving for the cow that was Xioro, but his main mission tonight was still Zhou Injin. One could only regretfully let Xiao Qing go first. Xiao Qing saw Jiang Cheng pull out his arm and put his arm around Xiao Yinyin. Bored, she stood up to follow the other sisters next door and started bouncing to the music. His left hand naturally wrapped around Xiao Yinyin's slender little waist, and his mouth was close to Xiao Yinyin's ear as he whispered, it's really hard to see out of this way, or else go back at night and let me take a good look. At the same time, Jiang Cheng's hand began to be dishonest, rubbing back and forth against the root of Xiao Yinyin's thigh. Seeing that there were so many people at the scene, Xiao Yinyin instantly blushed. No one had ever done that to her in her entire life. In her haste she pushed Jiang Cheng away in some panic. What are you talking about? Do you think I'm such a casual woman? Jiang Cheng's face instantly turned cold when he heard Xiao Yinyin's words. You're still talking to yourself after dropping more than $2 million. If you don't want to, why did you follow me here tonight? You're going to follow me here and then you're going to make a show of it? You're going to say no to me? Was this gesture an attempt to get Jiang Cheng to coax her? It's not like he's one of those spare, little licking dogs. Don't even think about wanting Jiang Cheng to do that. He knew that Xiao Yinyin's privacy value was zero, but for the current Jiang Cheng, it wasn't an uncommon thing. Realize that for tens of thousands of dollars you can go to colleges and get a ton of girls with zero privacy. Don't even think about trying to play this kind of tactic with Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng let go of Xiao Yinyin and picked up the ace of spades on the table and took a sip before looking at Xiao Cheng, who was writhing next to him. Worthy of being a cow. The hot and sexy body twisted so much, directly making Jiang Cheng look straight. After pulling out a smile, Jiang Cheng snapped twice towards Xiao Cheng and the other girl's peachy ass. Chapter 50, Sticking to the Plan. The two girls who were playing high were suddenly slapped on their asses, and they screamed with a frightened awe. He was blushing and even a little fried, but turning around and seeing that it was Jiang Cheng, he instantly changed to a pop with a surprised expression and said, Jiang Xiao, scared me. Yeah, who did I think it was? But it was you. Why are you so good at this? If at this time, patting the two of them on the buttocks and is an ordinary man, then it is called playing a hooligan. But if it is replaced with a high-flying handsome such as Jiang Cheng, then it is called a love interest. That's right, it's reality. Jiang Cheng patted the seat beside himself and said to the two of them, don't get twisted. Come over and sit down to have a drink with me. Seeing that Jiang Cheng had suddenly invited herself, Xiao Cheng subconsciously glanced at Xiao Yinyin beside Jiang Cheng. Seeing Xiao Yinyin's face turn white and show a difficult expression, Xiao Cheng immediately came back to her senses. Ha ha ha, it must be that Xiao Yinyin did something to upset Jiang Cheng. Otherwise, why would Jiang Cheng suddenly look for himself? A girl like Xioro, who often hangs out in bars. She deep like Jiang Cheng, such a broad young man in front of him had better not end up with a frame. After all, his kind of men simply do not lack of women. Otherwise one accident is the end of Xiao Yinyin like this. They're all out to make money, and they want to set up some kind of chastity workshop. Xiao Qing's awareness was high, and she wasn't pretentious at all. Immediately, he pulled his good sister to sit on either side of Jiang Cheng, left and right. At this time, she had a face of spring, only to see her red lips lightly opening, and her whole person directly snuggled on Jiang Cheng's arm. She knew extremely well how to utilize her figure to her advantage, directly allowing Jiang Cheng to feel the difference in her close-up. Due to bouncing around earlier, Xioro let her coiled hair down. At this moment, her makeup was exquisite, plus the wavy hair that naturally fell behind her, plus the muddy yuan on her chest, making her exude a seductive flavor all over her body. Young Jiang, how do you think I danced just now? Jiang Cheng nodded. Not bad, not bad. Can't you see my brothers are applauding for you? Yeah, I haven't seen your brother yet. Young Jiang is so handsome. Your brother must be very huge and mighty too. That's natural. Why don't we go back later and introduce you guys? My brother can play hard to get. You should like it. Hate. How do you say pretend? How can people not understand? So Xiao. Jiang Xiao. My name is Sun Yan. You just hit people so comfortably. People also want to know your brother. My sisters are lacking a brother who can act tough. Another sweet-looking girl also hurriedly interjected when she saw this and said in a whiny voice to Jiang Cheng, although her body is not as strong as Xiao Cheng's, she wins because of her sweet voice. No man can carry off a song, especially at night. Jiang Chang looked at Sun Yan's pure and lovely face and reached over to resist the urge to pinch her somewhat baby-fat cheeks. But just as it was about to get close, it was discovered that the foundation seemed to be a bit thick, and after hesitating for a few seconds, Jiang Chang turned his big hand and naturally slapped on her butt, snapping it with a crunching sound. No problem. Pretending to be something like that, I'm pretending to be two at a time. Small problem. Seeing this, Xiao Chang next to her immediately pulled Jiang Chang's hand and said, Jiang Xiao, you can't be biased. I also want to be beaten by you. After saying that, the two round pots moved towards Jiang Chang of their own accord. 2 more pops. Jiang Chang said, what? Do you still know how to do magic? Why does the butt grow on top of the chest? Heck, I'm a bear. Is it? I don't believe it. Where is it that big unless I see it? Jiang Xiao, you're so bad. I'm the real deal. You'll know when you try it. How to try? This way or this way? Jiang Chang was sandwiched between the two women and couldn't help but shake his head. It was true that where there were women, there was war. That's where the adjective plastic sisters comes from. Although the other girls also wanted to get close to Jiang Chang, they all immediately backed off when they looked at Xiao Chang and Sun Yan. Xiao Chang and Sun Yan were the best of them, and it would be a bit humiliating for them to get together at this time. So the other girls were very self-conscious and scattered around Wang Zhang and Chen how to play. After all, the spectacle of 2 great divine dragons was not usually seen. As Jiang Chang and the 2 women jostled, the scene began to heat up. Sitting aside, Xiao Yining looked at Jiang Chang, Xiaoqing, Sun Yan and the 2 of them laughing and joking, just like a playboy. Strangely enough, Xiao Yin's heart didn't feel anything wrong. Sadness wasn't so much, but a twinge of frustration rose within her. Jiang Xiao, what do you usually do? Nothing doing, nothing to kill time, mucking about and sitting on my ass, nothing to fix the sewer again. Man, you still fix sewers. Ha, of course, I'm most proficient at fixing those perennially clogged drains. 1 poke and it's done. Jiang Xiao, you're so bad. So what are your usual hobbies? Fitness? You have a good body. It seems like you have 8-pack abs. That's not true. I have one hobby, I think, and that's shooting. Intercourse. Socializing? It's so annoying you don't say it separately. Xiao Chang and Sun Yan leaned left and right in Jiang Chang's arms, smiling shyly. What? Thinking out of the box? Didn't you guys come out tonight to socialize? Oops. That's bad. Just came over here tonight to relax and unwind. Didn't think I'd actually meet you. It's fate. So is this relaxation proper relaxation? Jiang Xiao, you're so annoying. It's up to you. Wang Zhang and Chen Hao on the side couldn't help but sputter with laughter as they watched Jiang Chang say this in a serious manner. Xiao Yining this side several times to find another opportunity to talk to Jiang Chang, but Jiang Chang is not given the slightest opportunity. The whole scene down, to her, are like a blind eye. Hard cold to the side of this taste, so that she could not help Jia Bei, teeth clenched, instantly feel unusually stifled. She really didn't get it. Hadn't she just said that she wasn't a random girl? What's wrong with that statement? Although he himself was not casual, he would still consider it as long as Jiang Chang brought it up. She had come here tonight prepared for this. At this moment, Xiao Yin's heart was truly depressed. She knows what she should do. She just won't do it. Why can't you just give yourself some time? Xiao Yin, +5 to friendliness. Jiang Chang couldn't help but secretly pull out a smile as he watched Xiao Yin's friendliness value come to 90 points all of a sudden. At 90 points, wouldn't that be reaching the hemming and hawing threshold? Chapter 51 Unexplained. For the rest of the time, Jiang Chang continued to ignore Xiao Yin, as if there was no such person as her. It made Xiao Yin sit on pins and needles all night. It was because Jiang Chang was not warm and cutting towards Xiao Chang at first. He even put his arm around himself, and as a result, just because of his own words, Jiang Chang let Xiao Chang and another girl come after him, taking away all the aura that should have belonged to her. How could this balance Xiao Yin's heart? With the longer Jiang Chang was cold shouldering her, the more uncomfortable Xiao Yin's heart became, and the more apprehensive and entangled she became. It wasn't just Xiao Yin, it was also Xiao Qing at the beginning. She knew that although her face value wasn't as high as Xiao Yin's, she wasn't much inferior to Xiao Yin after she put on makeup, especially his pride and joy, his greatest weapon, the pounds of white meat on his chest. This weapon of his own was much bigger than Xiao Yin's. However, no matter how much he took the initiative to please Jiang Chang looked indifferent. This was no doubt also a blow to Xioro, who was usually never frustrated, though Xioro usually didn't bother to take the initiative. But isn't Jiang Chang an ordinary man? Regardless of how much money Jiang Chang had, his handsome face was enough to make Xiao Qing unusually fascinated. The fact that such a superb man was actually ignoring her made Xiao Qing feel bad at first. I didn't expect that Jiang Chang would suddenly be interested in her now, and also put her in her arms to be pinched softly. The situation was directly reversed. making Xiao Chang feel great joy at once. The more jealous Xiao Yining was, the more pain Xiao Qing felt. That's the strange female climbing mentality. Jealousy, as they say, has always been the same from time immemorial. The time finally came to 1 o'clock midnight. When the show dispersed, Xiao Chang and Sun Yan bid farewell to Jiang Chang reluctantly. Originally, I thought that I could have some good fish and water fun with Jiang Chang tonight, or have a threesome. I didn't realize that in the end, I actually only added a WeChat and said that I would make another appointment next time. Sun Yan was unwilling but didn't dare say anything more. On the contrary, Xiao Qing's face was all crooked with anger, and she also directly threw her face away after Jiang Chang left. As for Xiao Yining, she followed behind Jiang Chang very carefully. In fact, to Xiao Chang, Jiang Chang was very reluctant to let go, but there was no way, because he had a feeling that the 90-point friendly value Xiao Yining would be pinched softly by himself tonight. Jiang Chang still chose Xiao Yining if he had a choice, because all things considered, Xiao Yining is actually the best. The point is that the first blood hasn't been taken, and that's urgent. Along the way, Jiang Chang had a very high-cool look, sitting straight on the co-pilot and playing with his cell phone. This action made Xiao Yining not know how to react. She admitted that she wanted to climb the tree of Jiang Chang, but again, reason told her that it seemed a bit premature. There were no words along the way, and when they arrived at the underground garage of Yang Yunaman, Xiao Yining handed the car keys to Jiang Chang. After receiving the hand, Jiang Chang walked away without looking back. Looking at Jiang Chang, who turned to leave, Xiao Yining stomped her feet and unwillingly followed. Regarding Jiang Chang's actions today, Xiao Yining felt a bit bottomless inside. Jiang Chang, who was walking in front of him, saw Xiao Yinyan's white, sexy little feet in high heels following behind him in his afterglow. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but quirk. Seeing Jiang Chang about to walk into the house, Xiao Yining could no longer resist chasing after him. Carefully pulling Jiang Chang's hand, said with determination, "It's so late. It's not too safe to take a taxi. Can I sleep here with you for the night?" Looking at Xiao Yinyan's suffocated red face, Jiang Chang let out a light laugh and said, "Didn't you say that you're not that kind of casual woman?" Just saying. Take a cab back yourself." Seeing that Jiang Chang still looked cold, Xiao Yinyan's big beautiful eyes widened slightly. For some reason, at this moment, she felt a bit betrayed. Although she carried some purpose with her, but Jiang Chang had really made her suffer all night tonight. Xiao Yining huffed, "I'm not going back." Seeing Jiang Chang looking at her with a probing expression, Xiao Yining took a deep breath and walked straight into the courtyard villa, though she didn't know if Jiang Chang would have someone kick her out. But at this point, Xiao Yining didn't care. Her subconscious told her that she couldn't just go back. Going back would be the end. Wang Yuyan, who was waiting for Jiang Chang to come back, saw that Jiang Chang had brought another strange woman back. The look froze for a second, but soon she dutifully stepped forward and bowed to Jiang Chang. "Mr. Jiang, welcome home. May I ask if you're ready to bathe now?" Jiang Chang nodded after glancing at Xiao Yining. "I'll take a shower first. There's nothing more to do. Manager Wang, go back and rest." Seeing Jiang Chang dismiss himself, Wang Yuyan couldn't help but glance enviously at Xiao Yining. Jiang Chang still ignored Xiao Yining and walked straight in towards the direction of the bathroom. As much as he craved for Xiao Yining to be okay, he did get a lot of smell on him after being in tax for so long just now. After a quick rinse, Jiang Chang still had a cold face and walked towards the bed and laid down on it, swiping his cell phone. Xiao Yining gave Jiang Chang a helpless look before quickly walking into the bathroom. The unclothed and naked Xiao Yining was standing inside the bathroom, looking at herself in the mirror, her face scarlet and her eyes slightly wet. She kept cheering herself up. She didn't stay inside the bathroom much longer, and before long, the bathroom door opened, only to see Xiao Yinyan's hair slightly wet carefully holding onto the doorframe, poking out a large part of her body towards the outside. Looking innocently at Jiang Chang, who was lying on the bed, Jiang Chang, who was swiping his cell phone, looked at Xiao Yinyan's delicate and sexy face, as well as her snow white and smooth shoulders with his afterglow. I couldn't help but sigh secretly. What a vixen! In order to wear down Xiao Yinyan's temperament, God knows how long he had endured it, forced himself to resist the urge to pull Xiao Yinyan right over as soon as he could. Jiang Chang spoke indifferently. "There are a lot of rooms here, so pick one at random." Seeing Jiang Chang drive himself away, Xiao Yining said with a deflated mouth in aggravation, "Your bed is so big, can't I sleep together?" These words made Jiang Chang's heart burst with ecstasy though, but he still had a look of indifference on his face. "I'm not used to sleeping with other people." Saying so on the mouth, inwardly I thought, "Just come over by yourself." Yakking, "Not come over, I'm going to rush over and hurt you right away." Just when Jiang Chang was secretly happy, Xiao Yining walked out with a despondent face, only to see her slowly squatting down with an aggrieved beak. Her face was buried in her lap, and her shoulders shook slightly as if she were sobbing. "What are you crying for?" Jiang Chang felt a bit puzzled at once. Do you hate me a lot now? Why do you hate me? At first it was fine. You were cuddling me. Now you don't even want me to sleep together even if I take the initiative to do so. Oh. Just finished bathing. Xiao Yinyin was originally like a blooming flower. At this time pear blossom with tears. Charming big eyes inside the reservoir full of tears. This appearance. There is no one man to resist. Adding to the fact that she was now wearing Jiang Chang's bathrobe. The one that originally appeared to be a bit wide. Now slightly open because of crouching down. Xiao Yinyin was a little agitated and questioned Jiang Chang. Not noticing that her state at this moment had already been made visible. This kind of impact. Looking at Jiang Chang wanted to directly rub her on the ground. Sighing, Jiang Chang said with some urgency, "Come over here." Seeing Jiang Chang say that, Xiao Yinyin froze for a second, and after a few seconds, she only saw her take a deep breath, and then immediately stood up and walked over to the bedside. Xiao Yinyin's hand somewhat clumsily touched Jiang Chang's angular face, seemingly mimicking some scene, and immediately afterward took the initiative to gently kiss Jiang Chang. This move made Jiang Chang laugh a little. This was a sure thing. After kissing her for a while, it was only after Xiao Yinyin was once again apprehensive that Jiang Chang began to respond to her. The two kissed each other with their lips. Jiang Chang broke away Xiao Yinyin's hands to turn the guest, holding such a beautiful face in front of him, starting from her jaw and kissing all the way upwards, drying Xiao Yinyin's tears slowly. After a long time, Xiao Yinyin stifled a grunt. She opened her teary eyes to stare at Jiang Chang and said, "Jiang Chang, I like you." Although Xiao Yinyin liked money, she felt that she also liked Jiang Chang. After all, what girl doesn't like her boyfriend to have status and position, to drive a luxury car and stay in an expensive hotel, or even to save her from herself when she's at her most desperate? For now, Jiang Chang was her dream Prince Charming to her. Xiao Yinyin's arms tightly hugged Jiang Chang's waist, burying her face on top of Jiang Chang's strong pectoral muscles, listening to the sound of Jiang Chang's light and powerful heartbeat. Early the next morning, Yu Xiaoxiao arrived at the company on time, only to see her pick up her cell phone and send a sentence to Jiang Chang. "Good morning, husband." After sending it, Yu Xiaoxiao put her cell phone to the side and began to deal with today's work report. As the company's artist, Su Evening, who had also broken the law today, also came to Star Company. Today her assignment for the day was to come to the office and take a few promotional photos. Jiang Chang hadn't contacted her since the last meal, and at this time Su Wan was standing in front of Yu Xiaoxiao's office with some hesitation. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, she knocked on the door and spoke. "Manager Yu." The sound of Yu Xiaoxiao's response soon came from inside. "Please come in." Seeing that the person who came in was Su Wan, Yu Xiaoxiao's face and expression was a bit surprised. "Manager Yu." "Hello, excuse me." Su Wan greeted with a bright smile. "Su Nan, come, have a seat here." Yu Xiaoxia stood up from her work chair and headed over to the sofa for guests. Sitting by the sofa, Yu Xiaoxiao picked up the teacup on the table and poured a cup of tea for Su Wan. She probably knew that Su Lian was looking for herself just for something, but she didn't say so explicitly. Instead she tentatively asked, Lian, looking for me for something?" Su Evening didn't fake pleasantries and asked directly to the point. "Manager Yu, you know Jiang Chang, right?" Seeing that Su Wan was asking about Jiang Chang, Yu Xiaoxiao's face mildened. She only nodded and said, "Yeah, I met her on a business trip earlier. And did he tell you that he was going to sign me?" "There is such a thing. My side is also preparing. When I finish the handover of the company I will do this thing. It may still have to wait for a few days." "Don't worry, I will do it." Su Wan sniffed and was instantly relieved. There had been no movement, and she had thought that Jiang Chang was talking about playing. "So you're quitting?" Yu Xiaoxiao nodded. "I've already handed in my resignation. I'll go to Jiang Chang's company to help out when the time comes. And the company has already registered today. So I'll release you from your contract when the time comes, and you'll be the first artist in our company." "This, Manager Yu, that's a new company. It's not easy for you to reach this position now. Do you trust Jiang Chang that much?" Yu Xiaoxiao knew what Su Wan meant, only to see her take Su Wan's hand and pat it gently, as if she was a good sister. "Evening, I know what you mean, but I definitely trust Jiang Chang 100%. You'll know in the future. He's a trustworthy person. We're all sisters. You can just call Sister Yu from now on." Just as Su Wan was about to open her mouth again, she only saw an employee knocking on the door and walking in all of a sudden. "Manager Yu, the front desk downstairs called up and said that someone sent a surprise to you and is now downstairs. Please go down and sign for it." Yu Xiaoxia couldn't help but frown slightly at that. There weren't a lot of people who gave her gifts. Usually it was some flowers and necklaces or something. They never needed to go downstairs to sign for them. What surprise? Who sent it? Tell them to reject it. I don't want it. It seems to be a car that can't be refused. The other party has already paid for it. After that employee finished, Yu Xiaoxia and Suwon couldn't help but let out a gasp. What? Car? Yu Xiaoxia flashed through many faces inside her head at this moment, and in the end, she couldn't help but fixate on Jiang Chang's handsome face and, Sister Yu, someone actually sent you a car. This is too sick. Why don't we go down together and take a look? Suwon said with some excitement. After saying that, she suddenly frowned again. She suddenly had a premonition. It couldn't be Jiang Chang. Not only did Suwon think this way, Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but feel like a deer in headlights at this time. I'll go down and see what's going on. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiao's expression of delight, Suwon said with some envy, I'll go too. Soon, Suwon rode the straight elevator with Yu Xiaoxiao to the lobby on the first floor. Just after arriving at the elevator on the first floor, a young man wearing a suit and white gloves said to Yu Xiaoxiao, Miss Yu, hello, there is a car that needs your signature. Yu Xiaoxia was a bit cloudy following the staff to the entrance of the company, only to see the door at this time is parked in a car covered with a red car coat, and the side of the car has been surrounded by a large group of eaters. Seeing Yu Xiaoxia walk out, 6 Lamborghini staff members raised colorful spray canisters and salutes to start spraying in 3 left and 3 right. The Lamborghini staff smiled and said to Yu Xiaoxia, hello, Ms. Yu, please uncover it. Looking at the colorful salutes scattered all over the company's entrance, Yu Xiaoxiao was instantly a bit confused. She was seen slowly undoing the car coat in front of her, revealing the pink body, and then the Lamborghini logo was presented. Yu Xiaoxia couldn't help but cover her mouth in surprise at the sight of such a beautiful car. Oh my god, Lamborghini pink, it's so beautiful. I'm sour. Manager Yu is so happy. I heard that Manager Yu broke up with his fiancée and that he has a new boyfriend now. If only I had a boyfriend like that. I'm sour. Looking at this pink Lamborghini, Suwon on the side instantly thought of Jiang Chang's Ferrari Lafa. For some reason, at this time, her heart was very sure that this car was a gift from Jiang Chang. Who else could be so generous? Ms. Yu, here are your car keys. Who is this from? Yu Xiaoxia did not take the car keys at the first opportunity, but instead asked somewhat defensively. It's Mr. Jiang Chang, this is what he told us to do. I hope you like it. Upon hearing Jiang Chang's name, Yu Xiaoxia then excitedly took the Lamborghini's car keys. Yu Xiaoxiao, who had always claimed to be a strong woman, was moved to tears inside at this time, and the tears began to flow downward uncontrollably. There had never been a man as good to her as Jiang Chang. Yu Xiaoxiao, friendliness value +5. Jiang Chang woke up when he heard the system's prompt. Ding! Due to Yu Xiaoxiao's 99 points of friendliness towards the host, unlocking the life and death seal, the host has obtained a special reward packet. Please ask the host whether to open it or not. Jiang Chang silently chanted, Open! Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spending cashback card. Maximum spending amount is 5 million. Cashback multiplier 1 to 100 times. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the card, reward card. When the hosts, Chapter 52, Imperial Cuisine. Jiang Chang woke up when he heard the system's prompt. Ding! Due to Yu Xiaoxiao's 99 points of friendliness towards the host, unlocking the life and death seal, the host has obtained a special reward packet. Please ask the host whether to open it or not. Jiang Chang silently chanted, Open! Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spending cashback card. Maximum spending amount is 5 million. Cashback multiplier 1 to 100 times. The host will receive 1/10 of the number of children and grandchildren, which is multiplied by the satisfaction of the other parties used to calculate the final cashback. Jiang Chang looked at the system's prompt and instantly laughed. This system really does come into its own. That kind of reward can be thought of. And there's a crucial point. Although there is only one of this reward, the system does not limit how many of the opposite sex can be used at a time. That means it's okay for Jiang Chang to use this card again if he's lined up with a person of the opposite sex. But what if one day Jiang Chang is in multiple rows or 3 rows and 4 rows? Wouldn't that reward be doubled? But if there were more rows, wouldn't that be a problem as well? That is inevitably this, and that will be poorly taken care of, causing a drop in satisfaction. Jiang Chang looked at the card for a moment in deep thought. Though whether it's single or multiple rows. Anyway, this reward card will bring you at least 10 million or more rewards. Ding! Congratulations to the host to obtain a stable boutique investment company. The host needs to invest at least 10 million investment amount by themselves. After the investment system will send the host a gold medal investor, elite management general manager A, thus ensuring that the investment company's stable benefit. Remarks, the investment company at least annual return rate of 10%. Looking at the system mentioned, Jiang Chang couldn't help but sit up in surprise. This reward was really good. It was only after Jiang Chang glanced in the direction of the bathroom that he picked up Yu Xiaoxiao's phone immediately afterward. Jiang Chang, thank you for the gift. I love it. Yu Xiaoxiao choked and said, It's good that you like it. Why are you still crying? Jiang Chang said helplessly. For you Xiao Xiao. Jiang Chang still has some favoritism. Not only because she is his first woman. The key is that you Xiao Xiao, this woman is very understanding and generous. Plus the fact that she's now up to 99 points of friendliness towards herself. Knowledgeable and sexy. Coupled with an undying affection for herself. How can a woman like this call herself anything but partial? You've been so good to me. I don't know how to repay you. If you really want to repay me, learn more about chicken skills. Bummer. I know. Jiang Chang hung up the phone after getting tired of Yu Xiaoxiao for a while, and looking in the direction of the bathroom. Jiang Chang estimated that Xiao Yinyin should also be washing up soon. Jiang Chang switched to the systems page, and this investment company rewarded by the system had undoubtedly raised his stature by a layer. It is important to learn how to invest while you have money, or else you are just sitting on your ass. The establishment of the company can not only improve Jiang Chang's social status, the greater benefit is the real estate, which will be able to directly solve the problem of real estate local restrictions. For example, when he bought the Ferrari, under normal circumstances if it wasn't for the system's hand, Jiang Chang wouldn't have been able to get a license plate from Mordor, because he is not a Mordor account. He is not able to buy a car or a house in Mordor. The purchase restriction policy to understand. But if Jiang Chang set up a company in Mordor, then the problem of purchasing a car and a house will be solved. Jiang Chang considered it for a moment, and according to the prompts of the Dreams Come True system, the minimum requirement was 10 million. The ROI for each year is at least 10%. This premise naturally means that the more money invested, the greater the return. Looked at his bank card balance. After considering it for a while, he decided to take out $500 million and put it directly into this investment company. After all, the more the amount of money invested in the company, the higher Jiang Chang's social status would be. When the size of your company's investment in financing reaches hundreds of billions or trillions of dollars, then this has really become a side of the big brother. Jiang Chang silently recited. Turn on the investment company. Opening an investment company for the host is in progress. What are the input land and capital and the name of the investment company respectively? Put in the land Magic City, capital of $500 million. The company name will be Star Investment Company. Ding! The investment company has been processed. The gold medal investor and elite management manager will contact the host within 3 days. Please pay attention to the host to check. Congratulations to the host on another level upgrade. The host receives $1.50 for every second of existence in the world. Name, Jiang Chang. Age, 18. Height, 185. Face value, 92 points. Level, 10. System reserve, $786. 410, can be withdrawn at any time. System, $1.05 per second. Upgrading experience, 633. 17 million/billion. His own move of using 500 million to establish an investment company directly caused the system to jump 2 levels in a row to the 10th level. Now at $1.50 per second gained in $90 a minute. That's $5.400 an hour. And $129.600 a day. Which turns into a monthly salary of $3.88 million. It's almost $46 million a year straight up. A few minutes later, Xiao Yinyin also walked out from the bathroom, only to see her wearing a bath towel and looking at Jiang Chang with a shy face. Did I wake you up? Jiang Chang shook his head. Aren't you sleepy? Xiao Yinyin shook her head. I slept quite well last night. Although Jiang Chang's left and right hands were placed on her key points last night in a beautifully named way to help her heal her injuries, for some reason she actually slept very sweetly and felt very secure. Jiang Chang's eyes darkened as he listened to Xiao Yinyin's words. Yeah, hungry then? I've got a dish I need you, a budding food blogger, to weigh in on right now. Jiang Chang grabbed Xiao Yinyin's hand as soon as he finished speaking. Ah! Xiao Yinyin exclaimed. Instantly understanding the meaning of Jiang Chang's words, she tried to escape but by now it was too late. One could only honestly and seriously gauge the food of the super empire in front of them. Jiang Chang sighed in satisfaction. What a wonderful morning. Not only did I get a generous system reward, but even my body was unusually comfortable. After freshening up, Jiang Chang and Xiao Yinyin finally had lunch. That's right Jiang Chang, you shouldn't give me any more rewards in the future. After last night's in-depth discussion between the two. At this point, Xiao Yinyin's friendly value towards Jiang Chang had directly reached 95 points. If I don't give you a reward, do I give someone else a reward? I don't mean this. The platform takes 70% if you reward it. You rewarded me with more than $2 million. It's too wasteful. Jiang Chang sniffed and didn't answer directly. He gave or didn't give Xiao Yinyin a reward depending on how the system squeaked. Last night to Xiao Yinyin rewarded a direct return of more than 200 million. This kind of good thing, why should he refuse? Jiang Chang pinched Xiao Yinyin's puffy cheeks. Why don't we just transfer it to you? That's not what I meant. It's just that much money hurts me. Wang Yuyan, who was waiting at the side, couldn't help but open her eyes slightly when she heard the amount of this reward. Is this what rich people do? More than $2 million bounty to the female anchor? Wang Yuyan couldn't believe her ears at once. Although she admitted that Xiao Yin's body and face value were indeed high, but over $2 million was too much. Don't think about it so much. It's just a little money. Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Xiao Yin asked in a somewhat tangled whisper, then will I still be able to broadcast live in the future? I wanted to know if you minded my status as an anchor woman. If you did, I wouldn't be on the air. I'm still in school anyway. Jiang Chang knew that some female anchors would withdraw from the circle and not broadcast when they were looked at by Big Brother List 1, but Xiao Yin, and not the kind of dancing live. And on her steel straight girl look will not say flirty words to please the Big Brother. So live streaming is better than nothing, I guess. What are you thinking? You can go live if you want to. You're not one of those messed up dominatrixes. I trust you. Xiao Yin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Jiang Chang say that. She said with a flirtatious smile, I've thought about it. In the future, we should either broadcast live food and hunt live, and see if the effect will be better. Well, you can do whatever you want. I won't mind you normally. But remember, if any other anchor dares to bully you in the future, you must tell me. Understand? Xiao Yin nodded. Well, in fact, most of the anchors are still quite good. There are only individual more snobbish ones, and I'm just that strong. I usually don't have much to do with those anchors. Where did you go to college? Magic City Polytechnic. Jiang Chang nodded. It was quite good. At least it was different from the school he had chosen. I'm going back in a couple days. Seeing that Jiang Chang was going back, Xiao Yin said with some reluctance. Then when will you come back? See, it'll probably come back before school starts. Then isn't it a bit hard for me to see you in the future? Xiao Yin instantly felt a little lost. She actually hadn't thought about this before. Difficult what? It's only a few hours from Tianfu to Mordor. And I'll be over here when school starts. And I'm enrolled in Mordor's school. Really? That's great. Xiao Yin instantly turned starry-eyed. Jiang Chang nodded, then thought of something and looked up at Wang Yuyan, who was pouring juice for herself, and asked, Manager Wang, my room charge is due today, right? Wang Yuyan nodded. Yes, Mr. Jiang, it's due tomorrow morning. Then renew it for me for 2 more months. It's still a month until I start school, and I'll be able to come back and stay once in a while until I buy my own house. And just now when the big gift package got the consumption rebate card, the maximum limit that the consumption rebate card can be used is only 5 million. To be honest, 5 million can't buy much of a house in Mordor, and it's simply impossible to solve the problem of Mordor's purchase limit in a short period of time by yourself. Don't say anything about rich people having a solution to the house limit. There were only a few people that Jiang Chang knew right now, and they were all just casual acquaintances. Not enough for him to solve the problem at all. Seeing Jiang Chang say this, many question marks immediately surfaced in Wang Yuyan and Xiao Yin's minds. Both men couldn't believe their ears. Wang Yuyan licked her dry lips and spoke with some difficulty. Mr. Jiang, are you talking about 2 months? Another 2 months? Xiao Yin on the side also nodded along and looked at Jiang Chang. Yes, Jiang Chang, are you saying it wrong? Aren't you going back? Looking at the two of them with shocked eyes, Jiang Chang nodded calmly. Yes, but this doesn't affect my room renewal fee, right? Chapter 53, Wang Yuyan's Little Thoughts. After Jiang Chang said this, Wang Yuyan and Xiao Yin were both speechless. It's true that it doesn't affect the renewal fee, but who in their right mind operates this way? Why renew the room for 2 months when you are leaving in a few days? The room rate here is 80,000 a day, not $80 a day. Even Wang Yuyan, who has the title of gold medal housekeeper here, was shocked by this. Couldn't help but get weak in the knees. There would have been fewer customers for the usual week-long opening of Court Cottage. The one that was open for 2 months was simply unprecedented. Jiang Chang, this was the first of its kind, though she knew it was true that she shouldn't talk much about her guests when standing up for her professional operation, but she still couldn't help but open her mouth to remind Jiang Chang. Mr. Jiang, if you feel comfortable staying here, you can contact me directly before you come, and I'll help you open a reservation for this room so that you don't have to keep renewing the lease. Xiao Yin nodded approvingly. Jiang Chang, I can also come over and make reservations for you in advance. Xiao Yin's mind flew to do some math. $80,000 a day, 2 months, $4,800,000? After doing this math, she finally understood why Jiang Chang was able to reward himself with more than $2 million in one go. It's almost as if the family runs a money printing press, or else they have a mind. Seeing the way they both stopped him from spending money, Jiang Chang couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. The maximum amount of the consumption rebate coupon is $5 million, and it's too much trouble to buy luxury goods all at once for that price. but take this money to buy a house in Mordor. It is estimated that you can only pay a down payment. 5 million full payment in Mordor can buy how big the house. By a few dozen square feet are bad enough. Their own bedrooms are dozens of square feet. Okay? Anyway, this coupon, no matter how to use, in the end is just for the cashback. Stingy this money for what? And only just now did he himself get this, descendant, card because of you Xiao Xiao. As long as you take this card to find a young lady whose face value is higher than 90 points. And immediately after that, when you surpass her, treat her first, then you can get at least hundreds of millions of harvests. And then buy a big house after you get this money. Doesn't it smell good then? Interrupting Wang Yuyan's words to analyze for herself, she said helplessly, Manager Wang, you can't do this. Shouldn't you be happy that the hotel is open for business? If I were your boss, I would definitely be upset. When Jiang Chang reminded her of this, Wang Yuyan was immediately a bit flustered and said, what you said, Mr. Jiang, she tried to explain herself, and as soon as she opened her mouth she realized she couldn't seem to find any reason to explain herself. Jiang Chang was right. Why should she stand in Jiang Chang's shoes and save him money? The situation now was clearly that the longer Jiang Chang drove, the higher Wang Yuyan's commission would be. She should be happy now. Why did she block Jiang Chang instead? Not to mention Jiang Chang, even she herself couldn't figure it out. Xiao Yining on the side could not help but frown at Wang Yuyan when she saw this. As a woman herself, she certainly knew why this was. It was just like the case of Jiang Chang giving her a reward, when she didn't know that the Dinghai goddess was Jiang Chang. Xiao Yining of course hoped that this unfamiliar netizen would reward herself as much as possible. But when she really with Jiang Chang together after they do not want to Jiang Chang more spend the money to give her reward. Xiao Yining felt that Wang Yuyan was similar to her situation at this time. Great men are just missed by women. The problem Jiang that Xiao Yining could notice. Makoto of course noticed it as well. And soon he opened the friendly value scanning system on Wang Yuyan. Name, Wang Yuyan. Age, 24. Height, 165 centimeters. Face value, 90. Stature, 94. Privacy, 0. Friendship value, 80. Intimate status. Jiang Chang was a bit surprised about this matter of Wang Yuyan's privacy value being 0. Everyone subconsciously carries some tinted glasses for a career like a hotel room manager. Especially one in this kind of high-class suite. More advanced means more chances of meeting temptation. And Wang Yuyan's own face value is not low. 90 points of face value although not compared to Xiao Yining this kind of beauty so flamboyant. But in the school at least is also a department flower level. The point is, she's still 80 points friendly to herself? Since moving in, Jiang Chang had brought 2 women back for the night. The relationship between him and Yu Xiaoxiao and Xiao Yining was even more clear to Wang Yuyan. The sheets after they played were still changed by Wang Yuyan herself. The fact that one could still have 80 points of friendliness towards oneself under such circumstances was a situation that revealed an unusual fishy odor. It was no wonder that Wang Yuyan was so desperately looking out for herself. And he opened the room. Like Wang Yuyan, the housekeeper service is a commission. I did not expect that she actually do not want this commission. He himself treated Wang Yuyan as a proper housekeeper, but he didn't expect Wang Yuyan to have other plans for him. Rather interesting. Jiang Chang collected his mind and put on a sparse appearance and spoke. It's fine. You can directly help me drive. Anyway, I have an uncertain schedule and I don't know when I'll leave and when I'll come back. I don't like trouble. After saying that, Jiang Chang directly handed the bank card to Wang Yuyan. Since Jiang Chang had already ordered so, Wang Yuyan could only take the bank card, and she felt she had just been a little too obvious. Okay, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. I'll go out now and handle this for you. After saying that, Wang Yuyan quickly walked out of the Ting villa. After walking out of the villa, Wang Yuyan shook off those unrealistic thoughts in her mind, and sadly took her bank card in the direction of the lobby. Before she could take 2 steps, she was greeted by another woman wearing the same uniform. Yuyan, what's with the sad face? Is it hard to serve the customers? Wang Yuyan shook her head towards the girl. Chang, that's not true. The guest is very well served. Then you still have this look on your face? You don't know how much we envy you, but I don't have any business today. The guests just checked out and I'm about to go back to take a rest. So I guess I'm at the bottom of the list again this month. Chang said bitterly. The biggest fear in their line of work is taking a break. And a break equals no money. Seeing Chang a little depressed, Wang Yuyan immediately cheered for her. Come on, pull more business. I also want to where to find a tycoon really envious of you. This month has only begun, you received a week's worth of orders. Even our manager is praising you. Big customers are not common. The basic salary of a housekeeper like them is only $3,000, but the commission is very high. As long as a guest opens a room and it's their turn to serve, then their commission is 5% of the room rate. So as long as Jiang Chang drove the Ting villa for a day, Wang Yuyan's commission for the day would be $4,000. But the courthouse villas are not available every day, normally 2 or 3 times a month at most, even sometimes just for a day, 2 days. If you're lucky you get 5 or 6 days, but most of the time it's still empty. That's why gold medal butler isn't all that great. Because of Jiang Chang, Wang Yuyan's commission easily reached 30,000 this month. This month has just begun. Maybe tomorrow you'll come with a big order. Wang Yuyan comfortingly was saying. On your honor. Hey, by the way, your guest's room bill is due today, isn't it? So you can get some rest and relaxation tonight. Chapter 55, Does the rich get their money from the wind? Wang Yuyan really didn't want to hit Chang Chang. She could only pull out a bitter smile. I would like to take a break. Chang, do you think rich people's money comes from the wind? I don't know if it's a gale, but it's certainly not like us, staying up 24 hours a day. You don't know. My guest didn't sleep from 2 to 5 last night. 1 minute he had to change the sheets and the next he had to open the champagne, so it can be a lot of work. Then go back to rest quickly. Look at the dark circles under your eyes. Chang nodded. Let's go back to the dormitory together and get a good night's sleep. Wang Yuyan spoke up shyly. I've thought about it for a while, and I'm going to go find the general manager, because my guest said that he wants to renew his room charge for another 2 months, so I'll see if I can go and apply for a little bit of a discount for him. What? 2 months? Yuyan, are you telling the truth? Chang covered her mouth in shock at her words. Wang Yuyan nodded affirmatively. You do not know that after he opened the room is not every day to live here. I told him, he does not live here during this time cannot open, but the guest still insisted on opening, so I'm prepared to hit a. You say the difference between people and people how so big? For million in my hometown can sell villas. He actually used to open 2 months of the hotel. Yuyan, are you stupid? How can you still let the guests not open? 2 months of commission is 240,000. You got rich ah. Chang was struck and at the same time said breathlessly, but he said he's going back in a few days, and it's weird that I'm charging for a service and not working. My good sister, if you don't want it then switch to me. Switch to me to serve that handsome guy inside your room. To be honest I haven't served such a handsome guy yet. Look at you being a nymphomaniac again. Wang Yuyan said with a snicker. Seriously, good sis, how's the guest's body? Is it topsy-turvy when he swims? Do you have your eye on that handsome guy? That's why you're looking out for him so much? Chang asked this question instantly remembering the way Jiang Chang was swimming backstroke in the water. That place was indeed very top. Big. Wang Yuyan, friendly value +5. After associating it for a moment Wang Yuyan immediately shook her head and pushed those inappropriate images for children out of her head. Don't be ridiculous. We in the service industry have to stand above the guest's point of view in everything, so that we can serve the guests well. Wang Yuyan said as she hurriedly made excuses for herself. A booking is 2 months. This is a broken record of our hotel This hotel has been open for so long has not been any tycoon so dry. Could it be that the guest has a crush on you? Chang looked Wang Yuyan up and down and said excitedly. There was a mandatory requirement to be a housekeeper in their hotel, and that was that there were face and body requirements when applying for the job, and the education has to be a bachelor's degree in hospitality, plus a minimum of 6 levels in a foreign language. Otherwise you can't be a personal butler in a fancy hotel like this. A good and beautiful, plus well-groomed housekeeper with excellent posture is actually the equivalent of a first-class stewardess on an airplane. This kind of woman, when serving guests, often stumbles into situations where she is either teased by the guests or secretly makes all sorts of demands. After all, a personal butler is a personal service kind of standard, except that they don't sleep with you, and Wang Yuyan's face value was one of the highest among them housekeepers. So the chances of encountering this normally are much higher. Wang Yuyan regretfully shook her head and denied. How can that be possible? You are not seeing the women he brought back are one more beautiful than the other. Before he brought back a very sexy female imperial sister. Immediately after last night, he brought back another girl, who was also very beautiful. There is no way for me to compare with them. And do you know, that guest of mine also gave her a reward of more than $2 million. Wang Yuyan said this. Chang became even more excited. More than $2 million. Oh my god. MS. Yuyan, what kind of tycoon are you serving? If you're not interested, can I switch with you? If you are not interested, can I switch with you? I'll serve this guest. I don't want to give you any commission. I just want to serve him. If you don't want this opportunity, you let me have it. Okay? Don't be immodest. He's a multi-million-dollar man. That's enough money for him to find a dozen or 20 different girls. We'd better not think too much. Although Wang Yuyan said this on her lips, but in her heart, she still had a hidden hint of anticipation, not knowing how she was in Jiang Chang's eyes. Women have a very high tolerance for rich and good men. If they can't tolerate you having several women at once, you must not be rich enough. Just look at the king of gamblers. The first, second, third, fourth and fifth wives, and you'll see how tolerant women are. Chapter 56 Amon's President's Endeavor. Hey, you're right. If you've got your eye on it, what's the point of spending the money? I'd just give it to you. Do you remember? Last month, a customer opened a courtyard villa for 2 days and was entertained by Yuan. But only 2 days later, she was taken away by the customer and resigned. Chang said with some envy. The similarity between their line of work and that of flight attendants is very high. It's the same service industry, and the quit rate is just as high. The key is that the chances of meeting a quality guy are higher in these two industries. Of course I know. Alright, I'll go and do my business first. Don't let the guests wait impatiently. After saying that, Wang Yuyan left in a hurry. 10 minutes later, Wang Yuyan arrived at the general manager's office, and immediately afterward told Zhang Chang about the matter of renewing the lease. The male manager was shocked for a while before immediately deciding to report the matter to the president of Amon. Amon had been opened for so long, and had received many distinguished guests on weekdays, but there had never been a guest who stayed for more than 2 months at a time, just like Zhang Chang. Moreover, listening to Wang Yuyan, this guest was not the type to stay here for a long time. Isn't that a giveaway? After the male manager's report was submitted, Amon's top management was alarmed. People will always pay more attention to people in the same circle, and this person, Zhang Chang, was obviously not within their circle. Everyone was guessing whether Zhang Chang would be the son or daughter of any high-ranking person, or the son or daughter of any big shot returning from the sea. As soon as you come back, you'll be letting loose and spreading your money. But either way, getting to know each other is still necessary. Thinking this way, the executive president of Amon Mordor immediately rushed over quickly. Half an hour later, the executive president of Amon was rushing over to the Ting Villa where Zhang Chang lived in great haste under the leadership of Wang Yuyan. At this time, Zhang Chang had long received the bank card deduction, but he found that the price of the bank's SMS deduction didn't match what he had calculated. According to his math, 80,000 a day. Wouldn't that be 8 million in 2 months? But this bank card only deducted $3,800,000, a whole $1 million less. Ding! Congratulations on using the spending cashback card. The spending cashback multiplier is 100 times at this time. Ding! Congratulations on your $380 million. Just as Zhang Chang was wondering, Wang Yuyan pressed the doorbell. After opening the door, he only saw Wang Yuyan with a young man wearing an expensive suit and shoes. Mr. Zhang, hello, this is our president of Amon. After Wang Yuyan finished speaking, that middle-aged man hurriedly extended his hand towards and said, Hello, Mr. Zhang, I'm Wang Yang, the executive president of Magic City. President Wang, hello. Zhang Chang extended his hand and shook it back. Listen to Wang Butler said you renewed the lease of the Court Pavilion Villa for 2 months. My side specially come over to pay you a visit. Thank you very much for your recognition of our Amon. This is my business card. You have anything you can directly contact me. In addition, Wang Butler personally help you to apply for a check-in preferential. In the future, your check-in award to enjoy the benefits of the super VIP customers. All 20% discount. Zhang Chang saw the situation and finally understood why the deduction of his bank card was only $3,800,000. So it was discounted. Unbeknownst to him, it was this move that directly cost Zhang Chang a whole $100 million in rebates. Zhang Chang couldn't help but lament inwardly, women are wrong. But since the hotel has already given him a discount, Zhang Chang is not the kind of person who must rush up to give money to others. Cashback although less. But this matter is to let Zhang Chang high Wang Yuyan a glance. Their own discounted 1 million room fee at the same time. Obviously her commission must also go down. $1 million off in one fell swoop. This President Wang is also very uptight. Zhang Chang smiled and politely replied, Then thank you President Wang. After that if something happens I'll really have to bother you. Wang Yang listened to Zhang Chang this smilingly said, What are you talking about? There is something despite looking for me. I am not afraid of nagging. I am afraid that you do not look for me. By the way, this is my collection of poor tea. To give you a taste, I hope you do not mind. After saying that, he handed Zhang Chang an expensive-looking bag. Zhang Chang didn't take it politely. Then thank you Mr. Wang. Come in and have a cup of tea? No. Just leave you alone. Do you mind if I add your WeChat? Feel free to contact me if there's something above. Zhang Chang had thought that Wang Yang was just saying polite words, but he didn't expect him to take the initiative to add microblogging. Taking out his cell phone and tapping on the QR code to scan, Wang Yang immediately took out his cell phone and scanned it. Immediately after that, Wang Yang said to Wang Yuyan, Butler Wang, make sure to serve Mr. Zhang well. Any of his needs must be taken seriously. Yes, President, I understand. Seeing that the time for his rant was almost up, Wang Yang said to Zhang Chang, Then Mr. Jiang, I won't bother you any longer. I hope everything is pleasant during your stay. Jiang Chang nodded. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Chapter 57. Are you going to jump? Seeing that it was almost time for him to harangue Jiang Chang, Wang Yang said. Then Mr. Jiang, I'll leave you alone, and I hope you have all the best for your stay. Jiang Chang nodded. Thank you, Mr. Wang. After Wang Yuyan sent Wang Yang away, Jiang Chang spoke. Manager Wang, thank you so much for saving me so much on the room charge. Jiang Chang really didn't mind Wang Yuyan's good intentions. Instead, he was very satisfied with her behavior, getting Jiang Chang's affirmation. At this moment, Wang Yuyan was in a very happy mood. You're welcome, this is all what I should do. You're missing out on a lot of commission by saving that fee, too. Yeah, it's true that it's less, but you don't check in every day, so it's still more for me. Jiang Chang smiled at Wang Yuyan. Thanks a lot. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Wang Yuyan didn't take Jiang Chang's words seriously. She still said respectfully, You're welcome, your satisfaction is the greatest affirmation for me. Xiao Yinyin on the side listened to their conversation and became even more certain of Wang Yuyan's mind. Although she didn't dare to make any demands on Jiang Chang, she could still declare her sovereignty over Wang Yuyan. Xiao Yinyin immediately walked to Jiang Chang's side and wrapped her arms around him, saying in a petulant manner, Jiang Chang, I can't bear to go back. At this time, Jiang Chang did not discover these small thoughts between the two women, and after feeling the majesty on his chest, he directly backhanded Xiao Yinyin and said, Didn't you say that your good sister specially hitchhiked over to find you to play? Don't go back if you don't want to give up. Xiao Yinyin pouted and said with some reluctance, Ugh, I don't want to, but it's just that we made an appointment before, and she's usually busy at work, so it's not easy to make an appointment, so forget it. I'd better go. Seeing Jiang Chang and Xiao Yinyin getting all mushy again, Wang Yuyan on the side couldn't help but have a dark look in her eyes. After nodding at Jiang Chang, Wang Yuyan consciously evaded and walked out of the room. An hour later, Xiao Yinyin helplessly rinsed her mouth in the mirror over and over again. She pinched her Microsoft mouth to show that she wouldn't even get herself into this kind of thing next time she was jealous. After so many meals in one night, she was afraid she'd get more used to it later and be prone to mouth ulcers. After sending Xiao Yinyin back to her apartment, Jiang Chang drove towards Yu Xiaoxiao's company. When he arrived at the company's downstairs, Jiang Chang dialed Yu Xiaoxia's number. It wasn't long before Yu Xiaoxia picked up the phone, only to see her somewhat stammered to cope with Jiang Chang. After a few sentences Yu Xiaoxiao said she was very busy. Let Jiang Chang wait for her for a while. Just as he hung up, the noisy voice of Zhang Yu seemed to come from the other end of the phone. Jiang Chang, who had exceptional hearing, instantly realized that the sound seemed to be coming from nearby. Jiang Chang frowned and subconsciously drove in the direction of the side. As soon as the sound of the Ferrari supercar approached, the few people gathered around the river couldn't help but look over to Jiang Chang's side in unison. After the car stopped, Jiang Chang realized that Yu Xiaoxiao was indeed over there, and there was another person beside her, which was Zhang Yu. Immediately getting out of the car, he immediately walked towards Yu Xiaoxiao's side. Seeing that the person who got out of the car was Jiang Chang, Yu Xiaoxiao's face instantly flustered. Jiang Chang, what brings you here? Zhang Yu, who was standing at the riverside, suddenly became even more excited when he saw Jiang Chang's arrival. Good actually brightly together? Yu Xiaoxiao, you this? I tell you, you'd better honestly marry me. Looking at Zhang Yu, Jiang Chang frowned and said, Xiaoxia, didn't you say you've taken care of it? Seeing Jiang Chang say that, Yu Xiaoxiao instantly lowered her head. Jiang Chang, he's been pestering me all this time. He even came inside my company today to make a scene. I don't want you to get upset because of this kind of person. That's why I didn't tell you. Fool, what's in this kind of thing? Jiang Chang touched Yu Xiaoxiao's head heartily after he spoke. Jiang Chang, don't mind him. He's just a scoundrel. And now he's going to jump into the river. I've already called security. A few security guards wearing black uniform clothes next to him were patiently calming the agitated Zhang Yu. I'm a scoundrel? Then what are you two? You two sons of bitches. Jiang Chang's face turned ice cold when he saw Zhang Yu cursing like that. Feeling the coldness around Jiang Chang, Yu Xiaoxiao hurriedly pulled Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang, don't pay attention to this kind of person. Nonsense. Let's go. Yu Xiaoxiao, I'm going to shake out all your affairs today. If you dare to leave, I'll jump off. You also know that I don't know how to swim. You won't be able to escape from the relationship if I die. After saying that, Zhang Yu pretended to threaten. The security guard on the side saw this and immediately spoke up. This gentleman, please calm down and talk things over. Jiang Chang laughed softly. You're going to jump? Seeing Jiang Chang walk over, Zhang Yu unconsciously clenched his buttocks. What are you doing? Don't come over. Chapter 58, Money Makes the World Go Round. The last time he had diarrhea is still in his psyche to this day. Aren't you going to jump? Jump? Seeing Jiang Chang looking at himself with a playful face, Zhang Yu's face was very ugly and he said stiffly, "You think I don't dare to jump? If I jump, I'll see how she can explain to those relatives and friends of mine. So much nonsense. If you don't want to jump, do you want me to give you a hand?" said Jiang Chang directly to the next few security guards said, "So, security big brother, I give you one person 5 million. You 4 people rushed up to pretend to pull him. In fact, in the pulling time due to his emotional himself jumped. This time he drowned. You go to save. And finally found that cannot be saved. Drowned. How about you?" Seeing Jiang Chang say this in a cloudy manner, Zhang Yu couldn't help but frown, and immediately blanched under the fine taste. This meaning of Jiang Chang's was to directly get him killed. He only wanted to threaten Yu Xiao. He didn't really want to jump into the river. Only to see Zhang Yu shivering and pointing his orchid finger at Jiang Chang. "What are you talking about? It's a society of rule of law now. You actually want to buy a murderer to kill in public?" The few security guards on the side listened to this plan of Jiang Chang's, first shocked and then heartened. A few of them looked at me and I looked at you, and none of them dared to take the lead. Looking at Jiang Chang's clothes and the supercar he drove, it was clear that he was a rich male. If they could really come up with that much money, they might not necessarily not do what Jiang Chang said. After all, it was impossible for an ordinary person to earn that much money in their lifetime. The big guy in the lead was obviously the most impressed, only to see him ask tentatively, "This gentleman, you're joking, right? What? Do not want. You don't worry. If there is a problem I will find you the best lawyer, guarantee to help you clear the relationship. If you really go in, I will give your family an additional 5 million. How? If you don't believe me, I can transfer it to you first." Seeing Jiang Chang pull out his cell phone, Zhang Yu's face turned a few shades whiter, because he saw the struggle and the blaze in the eyes of those security guards. That look was clearly the kind that seemed like it was really moving. The security guard's salary is only 4,000 to 5,000, 5 million. Even if they go in, their families enjoy the blessings. And it is still Zhang Yu himself who wants to jump into the river. If something really happens, as long as you don't say anything and I don't say anything, maybe they really don't have anything at all. And they can still get a large sum of money. Only to see that the few security guards seemed to have made some kind of decision, and began to look left and right, as if to make sure that there were no other people beside them who had heard them. "What do you want? Do you want to murder people in broad daylight?" Zhang Yu saw this now finally panicked and immediately walked away from the river and headed to a safe place. Seeing Zhang Yu's abashed face, Jiang Chang snorted and said, "What? Not jumping?" Only to see Zhang Yu biting his lips tightly, his face reddening with anger, once again pointing at Jiang Chang with his orchid finger cocked. "Do you know that murder is against the law? I'm going to sue you." "I know. That's why I don't do it myself. And as I said, if you jumped into the river, it was an accident. You were the one who wanted to do it. Money talks. I'm sure you've heard that before." Seeing Zhang Yu walking away from the riverside, those few security guards all felt a sudden pang of regret, and inwardly they even blamed themselves for not acting earlier just now. 5 million is still a lot of temptation. How dare you guys? I'm telling you, I'm going to call the police to expose you, you pair of dogs. Zhang Yu bluffed. "Try another curse. I won't do it myself, but remember, you won't be able to open your mouth the next time you see me." Seeing Jiang Chang staring at himself with a face that looked at a dead man, Zhang Yu couldn't help but shiver. He, do you think I'll be afraid just because you threaten me? If you have the guts, come and beat me up. I'm still too dirty to beat you. And what am I going to do with a dead man? At this moment, Jiang Chang, in his heart, had long since made a decision that Zhang Yu, this person, could not appear again. Seeing Jiang Chang say that, Zhang Yu immediately became a bit abashed. In particular, the hidden sinister light underneath Jiang Chang's eyes, coupled with the fact that he had just tempted those security guards with money, made him shudder. Seeing those several security guards eyeing each other intently, Zhang Yu's face instantly turned even more pale. "I won't let you pair." Before he could finish his words, Jiang Chang grimaced and said to a few security guards, "Give each of you $100,000, and 10 to beat him to death for me." If they were told to kill Zhang Yu, a few of them would still consider it, but if they got $100,000 for punching a person, there was definitely nothing to consider. The 4 of them immediately rushed up to give Zhang Yu a wild blast, and in no time at all Zhang Yu started to get a bruised nose and a face full of blood. Yu Xiao, who was looking at the side, was a bit scared. She pulled Jiang Chang's arm and said, "Jiang Chang, forget about it, there's no need to get into trouble for this kind of person. There's nothing to do today anyway." Chapter 59, The Interesting Yu Xiao. Jiang Chang patted Yu Xiao's palm signaling to put her at ease, and then called out to the security guard who was leading the charge, Jiang Chang took his cell phone and Shi Fu Bao and directly transferred $400,000 of hard work to him. Jiang Chang looked at the beaten-up Zhang Yu and said with a satisfied smile, "Hard work? You guys share this money." The middle-aged security guard who took the lead looked at the transfer record of Shi Fu Bao, immediately nodded and wasted Z with a mouthful of big yellow teeth fawningly said to Jiang Chang, "This young master. You don't worry. The package is on us. This back matter for you to arrange properly. This kind of thing we will deal with." Their company still had the means to deal with those black fans, and the security guards were very well versed in such things. If you pursue the matter, just say that you came to the company to make trouble, and it won't be a big problem. Jiang Cheng ignored the satisfied Zhang Yu who was ghostly crying on the side and pulled Yu Xiaoxiao into the car. Off duty, right? Yu Xiaoxiao nodded. "I'm sorry Jiang Cheng. I just came to the company today to do the final handover. Things I have packed up and ready to go. I didn't expect him to show up. I didn't want him to make a noise in the company so I went to the riverside where there were fewer people. I didn't expect him to be so rogue again, and give you trouble again." Jiang Cheng touched Yu Xiaoxiao's soft hair inside. "In the future, if there's anything, just tell me. Don't worry about Zhang Yu's matter. I'll take care of it." Yu Xiaoxiao, who had been used to being alone and independent since she was a child, couldn't help but blush at this moment as she felt Jiang Cheng's pampering. "Okay, I know." After sending Yu Xiaoxia to the company's parking lot, Jiang Cheng turned on the system. Just a moment ago, Jiang Cheng received a notification from the system. Ding! The host's mood swings were detected to be unusually large. In order to help the host get rid of his worries, the system rewards the host with a private security company. The private security company will help the host to solve all kinds of troubles encountered on a daily basis. Contacting the security personnel can be handled privately and absolutely professionally. The information of the relevant people has been stored inside the system, and the host can check it out on his own. Also, the contact information of the people involved has been added to the host's cell phone. The host's communication system with the relevant people will be saved in an encrypted manner. Jiang Cheng looked at the system's prompts and instantly laughed. It seemed that the system could capture Jiang Cheng's inner intentions. Just a moment ago Jiang Cheng's mind had flashed through various plans. Meanwhile the system but immediately sent the security company that handled these things to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng browsed through the personal data of the security personnel. The people in here were really crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Just picking out one person could directly take Zhang Yu out. Jiang Cheng didn't think that much. The security company given by the system must be guaranteed. Jiang Cheng sent Zhang Yu's quest after reading it and then ignored it. And regarding what exactly they wanted to do with Zhang Yu, Jiang Cheng had no intention of asking. He was only looking for the end result anyway. After sending it, Yu Xiaoxia also came up from behind in a pink Lamborghini. The two of them, one after the other, were heading downtown. Jiang Cheng followed Yu Xiaoxia's back and drove slowly. The two supercars went on the road in a high profile, and there was no one in the middle to cut in line and add to the traffic. And in fact no one dared to add to the traffic. In the past few days, Yu Xiaoxia has been running around a lot for the company's location. In the beginning the two were still in dispute about the location of the company. Yu Xiaoxia chose several addresses were passed off by Jiang Cheng. The reason is that the site is more remote. In the end, Yu Xiaoxia had to follow Jiang Cheng's advice and choose the 58th floor of the World Financial Center in Lujiazui. After synthesizing the opinions of the two, Yu Xiaoxiao chose a modest 1,000 square foot studio. It was originally a branch of a multinational company, and instead of opening another market in China, the company just announced its withdrawal after it failed to do well. Yu Xiaoxia felt that the overall fashionable atmosphere of the decoration here was very suitable for an entertainment company, so she finally chose this place. Chapter 60, The Sexy and Hot Yu Xiaoxiao. Yesterday has let the cleaning company comprehensively clean once. The goods procurement has also been all set up. At this time only need to recruit the talents of various departments can begin to operate. Looking at the office paved with high-grade marble, already simple and atmospheric black, white and gray tones of the decoration, Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. It was worthy of being a big brand multinational company. Although it was poorly run, the vision of decoration was still quite good. According to this renovation of it, only some minor changes in the layout are required. Other major renovations are not required to understand. Instead, it was cheaper for Jiang Cheng. The receiver. After Yu Xiaoxia led Jiang Cheng around the place, she returned inside Jiang Cheng's private office. "President, this is your private office. See if you're satisfied." Jiang Cheng turned the single sofa next to the floor-to-ceiling window and sat down after directing it towards the window. Looking at the scene of the small half of the magic city are in front of their own. This kind of condescending feeling is really too good. Jiang Cheng wanted this kind of compulsion. That's why he didn't agree with Yu Xiaoxiao to locate her company in other districts. Lujiazui in the magic city. But with the Pearl River New City in Yangchang and the CBD of Yanjing Central Business District is ranked as the three major financial centers in China. Being in such a landmark building, the World Financial Center, is a resounding push. For the future development of the company is all good and no harm. Jiang Chang patted his thigh at Yu Xiaoxiao and said, "Come over and do it?" Yu Xiaoxiao looked at Jiang Chang's action, pouted and glanced at Jiang Chang, immediately turned around consciously and unlocked the office, then snapped the window blinds down. Swaying her sexy steps, she slowly walked to Jiang Chang's side, sitting directly face to face with Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang looked at Yu Xiaoxiao being so knowledgeable, pulling out a smile. What do you mean by that? I'm just saying sit down. Seeing Jiang Chang poking fun at himself, Yu Xiaoxiao's face was slightly red as she gently whacked Jiang Chang. "Hate, laugh at me again and I'll ignore you." Despite her words, Yu Xiaoxiao drew even closer to Jiang Chang. "Alright, let me see if you have to change to a larger size." Jiang Chang stared at Yu Xiaoxiao's professional suit and said in a bad way, It's milk-flavored." Jiang Chang couldn't help but let out an exclamation after taking a deep breath. "Hate it. I'm fitted. It wouldn't look good if I wore it any bigger." Yu Xiaoxia said shyly as she tilted her neck back. "You're right. It does look good now. But well, it's even better this way." An hour or so later, Yu Xiaoxia said to Jiang Chang, "Why don't we find a place to rest?" "Okay. Why don't we go to the hotel now?" Yu Xiaoxiao listened to Jiang Chang's words. Her eyes turned. Her sexy little mouth licked nervously, and then suggested somewhat shyly, "Don't go to the hotel. Go to my house." Yu Xiaoxia said this. Jiang Chang naturally nodded his head without any objection. Getting Jiang Chang's affirmation, Yu Xiaoxiao seemed to smile sweetly and shyly. She even took a deep breath as if cheering herself up. 20 minutes later, the two of them arrived inside Yu Xiaoxia's apartment room. Looking at the apartment suite that was decorated in a simple yet clean manner, Jiang Chang nodded his head. It was the first time he had ever been to a place where girls lived, and the women's rooms really did smell as rumored. After Yu Xiaoxiao helped Jiang Chang pour a cup of water, she shyly drank and said, "You sit down for a while, I'll go wash up. Want to wash together?" Jiang Chang pulled Yu Xiaoxiao. Yu Xiaoxiao pushed Jiang Chang. "I want to wash myself today." After saying that, Yu Xiaoxia immediately turned around and went into the bathroom. Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao's perverse appearance, Jiang Chang frowned suspiciously. After visiting once, Jiang Chang lay on the bed in Yu Xiaoxiao's room and swiped his cell phone. More than 10 minutes later, Jiang Chang heard the bathroom door click open. Not long after, Yu Xiaoxiao walked into the room. Jiang Chang raised his head when he heard the sound, and his eyes widened at this look. Hot, sexy, and not too cute. Jiang Chang couldn't help but feel a sigh of relief that this was his sister's charm. Chapter 61 Truce Today. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Yu Xiaoxiao, who had ended the battle, was still asleep. Looking at her tired appearance, Jiang Chang then didn't wake her up and directly went out the door himself. Jiang Chang had a premonition that if he stayed here tonight he would probably go out tomorrow holding the wall. After some consideration still, Yu left Yu Xiaoxiao's house. After returning to Yang Yunaman, Wang Yuyan, who had received the news, greeted him at the first opportunity. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Jiang Chang realized that the position of Wang Yuyan's chest tonight seemed to be a few points lower than usual, and that is indeed what happened. Stimulated by Qiao Yining so much in the morning, Wang Yuyan, who had been suppressing herself all along, was instantly ignited with fighting spirit. Seeing Jiang Chang staring at herself, Wang Yuyan was secretly happy inside while still saying respectfully to Jiang Chang, "Mr. Jiang, welcome home. May I ask if you need to dine or bathe first?" Just now Yu Xiaoxiao had already carefully helped Jiang Chang clean up, and at this time he was in need of a good nutritional supplement after doing some physical work. Jiang Chang said to Wang Yuyan, "Washed it not. Let's eat first." Seeing that Jiang Chang didn't need to bathe, Wang Yuyan felt a loss inside. Originally, she was still thinking of seeing if she had a chance to go in and help Jiang Chang with his services this time. For this reason, she even googled various information and simulated it several times inside her head. Looking at Jiang Chang with a somewhat tired look, Wang Yuyan could only take the initiative to put away her own little thoughts and immediately help Jiang Chang arrange dinner. And at this time sitting at the table, Jiang Chang naturally does not know Wang Yuyan's small mind. Even if he knows today, will pretend not to know. "I can only say that it's not the right time for you to take the initiative. Sister, tonight is a decisive truce." The next day, Jiang Chang, who had had a good night's sleep, finally regained his strength. After arriving at the agreed time with Chen Hao and Wang Zhang, Jiang Chang drove in the direction of the car show. It was the last day of the car show, and the two of them said they wanted to go back and see if there were any cars they could lay their hands on. When they arrived at the entrance of the car show, the three of them, Jiang Chang and Wang Zhang Chen Hao, smoothly converged together. "Old Jiang, this way." Wang Zhang waved his hand towards Jiang Chang. "Brother Wang, Brother Chen, There are obviously not as many people today, Jiang Chang said as he looked at the crowd at the car show. Tu nodded. Yeah, fewer people is better. I just don't know what cars are left. Come on, let's look together. The three of them were strolling around and looking at it. Chen Hao was obviously very fond of supercars and chattered about various models along the way. This Pamela looks like an Audi if you don't look closely. It's a Sport Turismo, right? As we all know, Porsche and Audi are both from the same manufacturer. It is inevitable that there is some similarity in design. This Porsche Pamela is somewhat like Audi 6 rupees, said Jiang Chang, following Chen Hao's words. Looking at this Pamela, Jiang Chang instantly remembered his old man, who was a keen fan of supercars. There are several publicity books of supercar cars placed in the house, and Jiang Chang has read more and more and has some understanding. But Jiang Jianmen never got around to it. For one thing, the supercar isn't quite his age, but that wasn't the main thing. There was mainly one most important reason why Li Yan wouldn't let him buy it. The reason is that Jiang Jianmen is afraid of being too eye-catching in his supercar. After all, a successful man like him plus a supercar would only attract some young girls. Jiang Chang looked at the Porsche Pamela and Porsche 911 in front of him and immediately moved with some caution. What? Brother Jiang wants to buy a Porsche? Well, it feels good. Porsche's performance is really good, and the price is more cost-effective compared to other brands. Let's just say that his supercars under $1 million kill a whole lot of other sports cars. Wang Zheng finished adding, Brother Jiang is right. Take this top match Cayman. The time of 0-100 only needs 4 seconds. The key is the price is only more than $800,000. And the key is that the driving effect Ferrari's car is too much better. Jiang Chang nodded. Indeed. I felt exceptionally comfortable when I drove the Porsche. And the Ferrari was a bit hard to stretch out when I sat in it. Brother Jiang, you still have a Porsche car? What model? Chen Hao said with interest. Porsche 918. 918. Envied. 3 big god car. You already have 2. From now on, you and brother Wang Zhang are the same as my own brother. Brother, when will your Porsche 918 lend me a good time? That car's 0-100 is only 2.6 seconds. I haven't driven it yet. It's not impossible. But I'm from the Celestial Mansion, so you'll have to go to the Celestial Mansion if you want to get high. Chen Hao nodded. Okay, I'll definitely go over there then. You can definitely lend me a good time. But seriously, as cool as the 918 is, I think it's still this 911 that offers more bang for the buck. With a price tag of over $1 million, a critical brake time of 3.7 seconds, and a more than tenfold difference in price side. After Jiang Chang said this, both of them looked at the Porsche 911 at the C-seat of the booth. That is true. 911 price is low, but drive up the old with vigor. But you also know that more than $1 million 911 not optional words do not allow to buy. Do not look at his price as low, coupled with options. The price is not all of a sudden doubled a few times? Chen Hao said spitefully. Wang Zhang also nodded approvingly. Its family has many orders for supercars. No worries about selling today's car. Look at the options are according to the top options. This price probably has to go to 3 million. Options are their house specialty now. And my old man has said that Porsche can't buy a car without matching a certain amount of options. The three men studied Porsche's top-of-the-line 911 for a while. In the end, he did not make up his mind. The key is that the Porsche 911 is still more suitable for young people and not suitable for his family's old man's age. Then wandered next door to McLaren. McLaren's new GT is good, but after analyzing it I still think the Porsche is a bit more cost-effective. Soon after leaving the McLaren booth, we arrived at the Ferrari booth. Only the very sharp-eyed staff of Ferrari recognized Jiang Chang at once. Their manager, in particular, flew over to Jiang Chang's side and smiled fawningly. Mr. Jiang, you're here? Why don't you come over for a cup of tea? After the last show by Jiang Chang's license plate, Jiang Chang's face was deeply imprinted in his mind. After all, that kind of special license plate Jiang Chang not only got it, but also had a special person to send it over. So it can be seen that Jiang Chang is not an ordinary person. After saying that, the male manager realized that Jiang Chang's side was actually standing by Wang Zhang and Chen Hao, and immediately opened his mouth towards the two of them and said, Mr. Wang, Mr. Chen, you guys also came over to look at the car today? Manager Huang, how was the car show? Not bad, thanks to Mr. Zhang's blessing. The three of you please come inside. Several people walked into the Ferrari booth, greeted by the male manager. Jiang Chang looked around, and today Zhou was still standing next to the Ferrari's car. Only to see today's Zhou wearing a champagne-colored backless one-piece gown. The whole person is as delicate as an angel baby. Delicate makeup with cool eyes. It's hard to take your eyes off them after one look. And at that moment she was surrounded by several boys with cell phones in front of her snapping away at her. Chapter 62, Justifiable Defense. Seeing Jiang Chang looking at Zhou, Chen Hao said with a snicker. You guys are awesome this time, Ferrari. You can actually hire this kind of beauty. This height and this leg are too exaggerated. Wang Zhang nodded to indicate some psychological pressure. His height was the shortest among the three of them, only about 1.72 meters. You have to be at least 5 feet 5 inches minus the heels, and while that face looks like it would be easy to fall in love straight away, that kind of height puts me under quite a bit of pressure. Chen Hao patted Wang Zhang's shoulder. Brother Wang, you are indeed a smart person who knows yourself very well. Wang Zhang, who was suddenly connoted, immediately opened his mouth towards Chen Hao. Fuck me. Roll. Zhang Chang looked at the two of them jostling and laughed, shaking his head. It was only when he got closer that he realized that Zhou Ying's face was not looking good at this time, as one of the boys in front of her was at that moment squatting somewhat lewdly in front of her, tilting the camera from bottom to top. The dress Zhou Ying wore today was an open front model, and the fork between her legs was quite high, even though she was wearing safety pants underneath. The act still made her feel psychologically uncomfortable. If it wasn't for her job, she could kick that creepy guy right in the face right now. Zhou Ying could only helplessly turn around and change her position at this point. But what one didn't expect was that the boy also followed her direction and switched places, then squatted down to shoot. Please don't shoot like this, Zhou Ying said with an icy face. Yo, what's a car model pretending to be? If you don't want to be photographed, don't be a car model. That's how I want to be photographed. Zhang Chang looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but secretly spit out. Already in this era there are actually such outrageous and disgusting things. Zhang Chang walked directly over, kicked the man's cell phone to the ground with one foot, and stomped hard with the other. Bang! The cell phone screen instantly ruptured. Look at the degree of rupture. I'm afraid to directly re-exchange a new phone. The man watched Zhang Cheng's movements and instantly his blood rushed straight to his head. You know, the photo album inside this cell phone is what he squatted for days. It contains a variety of different car models of the car show above the elevation of the picture. He hadn't even had time to wash it out and put it on his bedside to enjoy it properly. And this was ruined by Zhang Chang? Zhang Chang looked at the cell phone screen broken into two halves, lightly said, Sorry, feet so slippery. How much is this cell phone? I'll compensate you. Naya, walk without eyes. Grass, my picture. The boy's eyes were red with a face of heartache of the broken cell phone that was still being stepped on by Zhang Chang. In fact, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Zhang Chang's actions were clearly intentional. Still, most people felt that Zhang Chang's action was a real relief, and no one opened their mouths to hold it for the boy. Zhou Ying looked at Zhang Chang's sudden appearance and couldn't help but flutter inwardly. Seeing that Zhang Chang was still stepping on his cell phone, the man's face flushed red as he rushed towards Zhang Chang, stretching out his hand towards Zhang Chang and punching him. Zhang Chang at this time deliberately took several steps back to create the phenomenon of being whacked by him. Then he sank his face and said, You moved first. According to the laws of our country, the next thing is to have a legitimate defense. After saying that, Zhang Chang threw a punch directly towards the man. Zhang Chang threw his punch in a non-trivial position, directly hitting the most vulnerable place below his chest bone. This place was not protected by the chest bone, so Zhang Chang's punch instantly caused the man abnormal pain. He was seen collapsing on top of a lounge seat, his hands gripping the plastic chair on the side. Zhang Chang watched his struggling to stand up and directly kicked him squarely in the lower gear. This time the pain could be several times more intense than just now. The interval between the two actions was only a few seconds, and even the people around him didn't have time to react before the man already fainted on the ground. It was short enough that it was over before even showroom security was alerted. Zhang Chang looked at the crowd of people all staring blankly at himself. Toward the male manager of the Ferrari said, Manager Huang, what are you waiting for? Call the police. Remember to save the surveillance. Remember to talk about it later. The male manager immediately reacted at this moment and immediately nodded. Yes. Quick, call security over. The two of them, Wang Zhang and Chen Hao, glanced at each other and walked over towards Zhang Chang. Brother Jiang. Good hands. Handsome. Zhang Chang waved his hand. AI. My impression of your Mordor is suddenly a few points worse. How can there still be such people in this century? In the face of regional black, Wang Zhang instantly quit, opened his mouth and said, Hey, don't compare our kind of quality talent with him. Yeah, it's not a good comparison. We're all decent people who don't have that kind of hobby. Chen Hao also said in agreement. The male manager of the Ferrari also immediately came over and said, Mr. Jiang, I'm really sorry for bringing you unhappiness. This kind of thing has never happened on our side before. Just now it was our momentary negligence. After saying that, the male manager immediately asked the relevant personnel to drive away all those people who surrounded Zhou Ying to take pictures. Being Zhang Chang showed as Zhou Ying at this time only reacted. She walked to Zhang Chang's side. To Zhang Chang nodded his thanks. Zhang Chang, thank you. Are you okay? What's the matter with me? I think he hit you just now. Zhang Chang waved his hand. That punch was nothing more than an illusion created by Jiang Chang. In reality, his punch was directly empty. So you and Missy are still old friends? Chen Hao said jokingly. I told you that Jiang Chang is out of martial arts for no reason whatsoever. So it's for Missy. Wang Zhang also continued. Zhou Ying blushed delicately as she listened to the two of them. This is my high school classmate, Zhou Ying. This is my brother, Wang Zhang, Chen Hao. After the three greeted each other, the male manager immediately ran over again. Mr. Jiang, I've already explained this matter. It's all trivial. Just wait for him to wake up and then deal with it. I've caused you trouble. Originally, this matter was caused by Jiang Chang, and now the male manager had to please Jiang Chang in turn. I have to say it's the butterfly effect of money. Thank you, Manager Huang. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. You're welcome. Then I'll leave you guys alone. You guys chat. After saying that, the male manager walked away with a sense of humor. Coming over to look at cars again today? Zhou Ying asked. Take a look around. It's the last day anyway. By the way, when are you going back? I haven't invited you to dinner yet. It hasn't been arranged yet. I guess it will be soon. Tonight, Brother Chen is treating us to dinner. Why don't we eat together tonight? After saying that, Jiang Chang looked at Chen Hao. Brother Chen, is there any problem? Chen Hao made an okay gesture. Of course there's no problem. I've invited a good number of people tonight. Let's all have a good time together. After Jiang Chang invited him last time, Wang Zhang invited him back for a drinking game, and today Chen Hao arranged another meal. I have to say that these two people are quite worth befriending. Neither of them are of the nature to take advantage of the situation. Seeing everyone say that, Zhou Ying naturally nodded in agreement. Chapter 63, Four-Door Supercar. Once the appointment was made, the three left the Ferrari booth to shop around some more. Walking to the Mercedes-Benz showroom, Jiang Chang greeted Wang Zhang and Chen Hao to stop because Jiang Chang saw a four-door supercar. Seeing the three uncommonly dressed young men stop, a middle-aged man immediately greeted them and said to the three of them, "Three gentlemen, may I ask what model you're looking at? Let me introduce it to you." Jiang Chang looked at the male manager's work tag, and the other person's name was Zhang Mingfeng. Jiang Chang pointed to the black Mercedes-AMG GTR 54-door supercar in the center. This car seems more up my alley. The best thing about this AMG GTR 54-door supercar is that it's designed to be well controlled whether it's for business or out on the street. It's not frivolous but has the performance that a supercar should have. Jiang Chang thinks that Li Yan should have no opinion about buying this car, and it looks both sedan feeling is actually a supercar with. Jiang Jianmen go to the company when driving is also very suitable. The exterior aura looks very powerful and the AMG design gives the whole car a very sporty attribute. Thanks to the four-door design, the look is again not as sharp as that of the Porsche 911, and 0-100 takes only 3.4 seconds, which is quite good. The Mercedes-Benz AMG GTR 50 you are asking about is very high performance. It competes with the Porsche Panamera and is better than the Panamera, powered by a 3.0T inline 6-cylinder engine plus 48V light hybrid system matched with Mercedes-Benz Zone 9 at transmission. And the entire level of power is that of a mainstream 6-cylinder powerhouse, with parameters to be beautiful than the same engine or rivals in the same price range. Zhang Mingfeng carefully introduced Jiang Chang to the car in front of him. Seeing Zhang Mingfeng gushing, Jiang Chang immediately waved his hand. What's the price of this one? Since this is paired with the top-of-the-line maximum configuration, the whole body adds up to a price of $2 million, and we're also giving away. The complimentary stuff doesn't matter. Do you have delivery? Help me send it to Rongcheng? Seeing Jiang Chang say this, Zhang Mingfeng instantly rubbed his hands happily. He really wasn't wrong. The new designer clothes on the three people, not to mention the expensive watches they wore on their hands, showed that all three people were not bad spenders. One with a Rolex rainbow rings and two with Patek Philippe. And sure enough, just a moment later business was delivered. This is a national package delivery, and we will also assist to help you in the local license plate. This point you can rest assured. Zhang Mingfeng immediately patted his chest and said with assurance. Jiang Chang nodded with satisfaction at hearing this. Alright then, swipe your card. Seeing that Jiang Chang was so bold, Zhang Mingfeng instantly froze. On the contrary, Wang Zhang and Chen Hao had become somewhat immune. Jiang Chang, you didn't just buy this car for your dad, did you? Jiang Chang nodded. I don't think my mom will say anything about this car. It's low-key enough. You call that a low profile? A four-door supercar with the looks of a sedan. That's not understated? You have the money and you say so. Jiang Chang shook his head with a smile and said to Wang Mingfeng again. This car is sent to my dad. When the time comes, can you help me prepare a handover ceremony? I want to give him a surprise. Zhang Mingfeng looked at the bank card that Jiang Chang pulled out, reacted and then subconsciously gulped and said, this is certainly no problem. Wrapped up in me. To ensure that I help you do it in a beautiful and ceremonial way. Jiang Chang nodded before handing over his bank card. Swipe it. Full payment. Hearing the words full payment, Zhang Mingfeng's eyes even narrowed into a slit with a smile. Not bad for a big shot wearing $1 million watch and not needing a mortgage on a $2 million car. Zhang Mingfeng immediately took over Jiang Cheng's bank card and walked to the POS machine side of the operation. A moment do not want to delay to hurry to the single business to sit down. You know that although the car show is crowded these days, the number of people who buy is counted on 5 fingers, and the ones that sell the most are around $500,000. I thought there should be no customers on the last day of the day, but I didn't expect a big order, and it is still a 2 million model. How can you tell Zhang Mingfeng not to be happy? Watching Zhang Mingfeng hand the collection and bank card back to Jiang Cheng, Wang Zhang and Chen Hao once again looked at each other. As far as they knew, Jiang Cheng had already bought 4 cars in just over a week of his arrival, and the most expensive is still half a small Target Ferrari Laffa. Just the car he's driving now is still over $8 million. As far as he is concerned, he does deserve the word ho ho ho. Jiang Cheng, I kind of opened my eyes. I think when I bought my first supercar I had to beg my father for a long time before he bought it for me. I didn't expect that at your age you would be able to buy a supercar for your dad, or the full price. I'm sour. Chen Hao opened his mouth and said, can either of us compete with him? Can't compare. I'm sore too, Wang Zhang said in agreement. He. Okay, if you all say so, then I can be ready for a showdown. Jiang Cheng said jokingly. Alright, brother Jiang. You say it, we are stable. Chen Hao immediately propped both hands onto the chair after saying that he was all ears. Alright, which has so much tomato richest plot? Say what to arrange for me tonight. A little hungry. Jiang Cheng helpless to change the topic of the said. The two men didn't pursue the matter. After all, to make friends, if you ask too in depth will seem a bit snobbish. We decided to make friends with sincerity. I've ordered the pig-killing dishes from the farmer's banquet tonight. Black pork, raised on their own farm, guaranteed to have a great flavor, Chen Hao said. Wang Zhang nodded approvingly and said, their top banquet is the killing of pig dishes. All of the ingredients are produced on their own farms, absolutely organic and pesticide-free. The grade and taste are good. In the Magic City reputation is quite, absolutely no loss of big hotels. Okay, you all said that then it must be good. It says I'm looking forward to it. Farmers' banquets can sometimes taste a lot better than the small portions and fancy dishes of big hotels, and it's not really that bad price-wise. Jiang Cheng remembered going to the farmhouse once before when he was talking business with his father. 10 abalones cost thousands of dollars, a sea bass a few hundred, and a plate of shrimp is measured in thousands. Simply the whole meal costs tens of thousands of dollars. However, the positioning of these natural farms was originally for the rich to consume, and these days the main organic and natural is a word. Expensive. After checking in at the Mercedes-Benz showroom, the three men split into two. Chen Hao and Wang Zhang went ahead to arrange for the evening's food and drinks, while Jiang Cheng returned to the Ferrari's booth. Seeing Zhou still standing next to the car, Jiang Cheng opened his mouth and asked, getting off work? Zhou looked at the time and said embarrassedly, there's still half a clock left. You went over to Mercedes to buy a car? Although the Mercedes and the Ferrari were separated by another 50 meters or so, Zhou still noticed Jiang Cheng's actions just now. Jiang Cheng nodded, ready to buy a supercar to send my old man. Looked around are too ostentatious. In the end can only choose Mercedes-Benz. Mercedes supercar? The AMG GTR? The 2-door one? Jiang Cheng shook his head. Bought the 4-door one. My mom was afraid that my dad was flamboyant and never let him buy a supercar. The 4-door one has the performance of a supercar as well as a more businesslike appearance, which is just right. Hearing Jiang Cheng say this, Zhou covered her mouth and laughed a little. I remember my mom used to be like this to my dad. It seemed that she had thought of something finished. Zhou Ying's expression became a bit odd again. It's almost closing time, so why don't you go ahead now? There's not much left now anyway. Zhou nodded. Then I'll talk to the manager. You wait. Chapter 64 Can't Men Eat Lollipops? Zhou mentioned to their male manager about wanting to go to dinner with Jiang Cheng, and the male manager naturally agreed. She even urged her to get off work quickly, and told the finance to give Zhou a labor settlement right away. Taking advantage of the time for labor settlement, Zhou said to Jiang Cheng, wait for me for a while, I'll go change my clothes. Jiang Cheng nodded after looking at Zhou once again. While the outfit is nice, it's really not very everyday. Zhou turned around and quickly returned to the staff office, taking off this sexy dress and changing into an everyday outfit. The clothes Zhou brought with her today were very minimalist, just a simple tight white tee plus a pair of casual black straight pants, plus a pair of sneakers. After changing, Zhou scrutinized the mirror and changed the big red lipstick to a more everyday grapefruit color. Only then, satisfied, did he fold the removed gown and place it inside the bag. Lifting the bag, he quickly walked out of the restroom in the direction of Jiang Cheng. 10 minutes later, Zhou Ying walked towards Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang looked at Zhou Ying's beautiful and delicate features. The glistening, smoke-like waves of her eyes flowed plus her thin willow leaf eyebrows. The simple dress on her body more highlights her dignified missy temperament. Not bad for a recognized schoolgirl. After settling their labor, the two made their way to the entrance of the car show. Jiang Chang pressed the Ferrari's unlock button. Zhou Ying naturally sat on the passenger side. After fastening her seatbelt, Zhou Ying said to Jiang Chang, "That said, it's also thanks to you this car. Because you this car I also raised 12,000 commission." "Only 12,000? See Jiang Chang face surprised look. Zhou Ying cannot help but smile and nodded. "Yes. I'm not their Ferrari's official staff. I'm a car model. If it is not you open, that commission is not my turn. You this is the full payment, so I can only get 2,000ths of the commission, and also does not count on the price of your configuration. Only count the bare car price of the commission. So that's how it still counts. That really isn't much." Zhou Ying nodded. "If you're a regular employee, you might have to have a 0.05% commission, and if you're buying on a mortgage, it's even more. This is the first time I've learned about these industry insiders. I always thought the commission on luxury car sales was high. For ordinary people is indeed considered high, but the luxury car, well, it is not good to sell is. So many days of the car show also sold a total of 3, one of which is you drive this." Jiang Chang nodded. "Then what is your daily wage as a car model?" "Me I'm working as a car model for the second time. The salary isn't that high, 2,000 a day." Zhou Ying replied while checking her handbag. "Your salary isn't high?" Jiang Chang was a bit surprised. Those famous car model salary is considered high. They are 1 or 2 10,000 a day. This is also my mom know people introduced over to get this job opportunity. And I am appearance is okay. The price is slightly higher. Some conditions of the average day only 500 800. Jiang Chang nodded approvingly and said, "As far as you're concerned I think 10 or 20,000 is more appropriate." "Really? Looks like I have a lot of potential." Jiang Chang appreciated Zhou Ying's open and honest attitude. He thought for a moment and asked, "How come you want to come out to work? Is it a summer job?" Zhou Ying knew that Jiang Chang would ask this question sooner or later. She said frankly, "You should also know that my family went bankrupt in order to pay for my living expenses at the university, so I had to come out and earn extra money on my own." Seeing Jiang Chang froze, Zhou Ying took the initiative to ease the atmosphere. "Isn't it surprising? But it's been over a year now, and I'm used to life now, so it's okay. I know there are a lot of people inside the class who will talk about me in private, but originally I don't have any particularly good friends in the class, so those words are actually nothing to me. And even though life is a bit more difficult right now, working with my own 2 hands is pretty good." Jiang Chang didn't say anything comforting and continued to drive peacefully. "A beautiful woman in your condition doesn't have to worry about making money. Everyone says that beautiful women don't worry about making money, but where the money comes from, again, everyone doesn't say." Zhou Ying said mischievously about the internet stunt. Jiang Chang was directly amused by Zhou Ying's words. "I originally thought she was a high-flying schoolgirl, but I didn't expect her to be quite grounded." After saying that, Zhou Ying took out another lollipop from her bag and stuffed it inside her mouth after unwrapping it. Taking out another one and handing it to Jiang Chang, he asked, "Eating a lollipop?" Jiang Chang waved his hand. "No, men who eat lollipops are pussies." Zhou Ying asked with some confusion. "Why, can't men eat lollipops?" Jiang Chang didn't know how to explain. It wasn't like he could tell her I have a lollipop of my own, and it's the kind that I carry around with me 24 hours a day. And the lollipop was only for the very best young ladies like her. Seeing that Jiang Chang did not answer, Zhou Ying did not pursue the question, and then said, "Originally I should have invited you to have a good meal, but I did not expect to come over with you to dally." Jiang Chang looked down at Zhou Ying and said indifferently, "It's all about eating. There's no difference. You don't have to work after the car show, right?" Zhou Ying nodded. "Well, these days salary is enough to cover my living expenses in college, and I'll see if there are any other part-time jobs I can do when the time comes." "Well, work hard and treat yourself when you're done. I was going to go and treat myself to a nice meal tonight, and buy you dinner as well, but now it looks like it'll have to be another time." "That's it?" Zhou Ying smiled bitterly. "I also only now understand that the happiness of the rich can be divided into many kinds, but for the poor, the greatest happiness is to eat a good meal to celebrate, and then even if you want to do it, there is no way to do it. After all, I still have to pay the tuition fee." Jiang Chang had to admit that Zhou Ying had a point. It was only a short 10 kilometers or so from the dining boycott, but it was a hard drive of 40 minutes to get there. Jiang Chang couldn't help but lament that supercars weren't good when there was a traffic jam. The car drove into a farmhouse, only to see the environment of the inside of the mountains and the water. The view is wide, the air is fresh, look is a good place, only to see that besides Wang Zhang and Chen Hao there were 2 other people on the field. After a few people introduced themselves to each other, The food was served one after another. But when the food was almost served, suddenly there were 5 more people. 3 men and 2 women. A few people got out of the car and then walked towards Jiang Chang and the others. Chen Hao couldn't help but frown as he looked at the line of people walking towards them. Fuck, why is he here? After he finished speaking, he said towards Wang Zhang in explanation. Brother Wang, I didn't call him in this game. Jiang Chang looked at Wang Zhang's somewhat gloomy face and asked suspiciously. What's wrong? The man on the far right wearing Gucci clothes is called Wang Chang. He has some beef with Brother Wang. We don't usually hang out together. I don't know which one of the ungrateful ones asked him to come tonight. Seeing Chen Hao in a difficult situation, Wang Zhang patted his shoulder and said, It's fine. It's not his field. He came as he came. You're the master. Greet him well. Chen Hao nodded. That's a must. Let's go. All the people are here. So let's all serve. Several people sat down at the table together, and Chen Hao began to introduce Jiang Chang to everyone one by one. Until Wang Chang's time, Chen Hao but stopped smiling and asked, Brother Xiao Chang, who invited your great Buddha over today? I remember I didn't invite you either. When Wang Chang saw that Chen Hao actually didn't even call him Brother Wang after not seeing him for so long, and called him Xiao Chang, his face immediately turned black. You know he hates it when people call him by his nickname. Chapter 65 Tension. Wang Chang pulled out an ugly smile staring at Chen Hao and said, Long time no see. I know that you set up a game to specially come to support the show. Don't mind. Brother Xiao Chang, it's still not bad enough for you to have a bite of food. You can eat if you want to. Seeing the atmosphere on the field began to cool down, a sunny-looking boy called Qiangung came out to round off the scene. Said, Chen brother, you look like this pig-killing dish is strong. Is not it necessary to wholesome wine to drink a little? Today's atmosphere, that must be Brother Jiang, wholesome Mao Tai to drink? Chen Hao ignored Wang Chang's grim expression and directly turned his head to ask Jiang Chang. Of course there's no problem. Jiang Chang thought to himself that his drinking capacity was quite good. At least he had never fallen down when he went out to sing karaoke in the past. After serving, the crowd ate the colorful and fragrant pig-killing dishes above. A pig-killing dish is delicious, but also eat the mouth full of oil. Come on, Brother Jiang, let me toast you. Chen Hao picked up his wine cup and said to Jiang Chang, Brother Chen, you're welcome. After Jiang Chang finished his drink, Wang Zhang also raised his glass and extended an invitation to Jiang Chang. Brother Wang, go one. The one who spoke out just now called Qiangung also extended an invitation to Jiang Chang. Brother Jiang, I'll go one with you as well. It's nice to meet you. You guys are trying to fight me in a wheelbarrow battle. Come, Brother Jiang, I'll give you a group. Wang Zhang took the initiative to join Jiang Chang's team. Brother Wang, who doesn't know that you can drink well? Qiangung and I can definitely win against you, Chen Hao said objectively. Then I'll join you. We're 3 against 2. Another one named Lin Feng joined Chen Hao's team. The scene heated up, with some joining in and a few sitting quietly watching the show. Wang Chang looked at the few of them and coldly grunted, pulling the remaining few to start drinking as well. Half an hour later, everyone was slightly tipsy. That's when Wang Chang started talking. Say, I recently got another insider stock. The kind that's a sure thing. Wang Chang said so. Sitting next to him, a slightly chubby boy called Guo Qian immediately opened his mouth and said, Brother Wang, I've heard that you've recently earned more than $10 million from stock speculation. So it's true. After Guo Qian finished speaking, Zheng Ming next to him chimed in, Brother Wang, are you serious? Please bring it on. Wang Chang, see everyone said so, immediately said proudly, I just want to share with you guys today. Make friends, we have to shine eyes. Do not make some meat and drink friends. Have to have access to the development. Wang Chang's words were somewhat sarcastic towards Wang Zhang and Chen Hao at high and low levels. Lin Feng, who was drinking with them on the side, also put his glass down at this moment with a twinkle in his eye. He was a bit moved by Wang Chang's words, but he was embarrassed to directly turn the wind around since Chen Hao had invited him this time. I've been getting all the insider stuff lately, but it's true. Everyone who knows me knows that I just bought a Lamborghini yesterday. There's no way around it. When people get lucky, it's not the same. It's possible. Brother Wang, no wonder I've heard them all talking about you getting rich lately. I want to change my car too. Please take me on board. Hearing Guo Qian flattering Wang Chang, Chen Hao said with displeasure, this Guo Qian has gone overboard. Actually flattering Xiao Chang. They all consciously stood in line after the previous falling out with Wang Chang, and didn't hang out with Wang Chang for a long time. Seeing Guo Qian's attitude, tonight Wang Chang may not bring it in time for him. Wang Zhang spoke out at this time, Xiao Chang brother, I still remember the year before last. You asked me to borrow 2 million to pay off the debt. That was when the speculation failed. Right, people, or have to learn a lesson. That's right. Look at you now mixing it up and coming over to dabble in food and drink uninvited. Chen Hao also continued. When Wang Chang saw Wang Zhang turning over his black history, his face turned black, You two are deliberately messing with me again, right? You don't follow me even if you don't. But you deliberately say this to prevent others from following you? You're just jealous, aren't you? Wang Zhang snorted coldly. Giving you face and calling you brother Xiao Chang. You really think you are something. Seeing that Wang Zhang was getting a bit agitated, Jiang Chang beckoned. Alright, brother Wang. Today is a day to come out with me to have fun. Don't get ruined by unhappy things. Wang Chang's face was immediately disgraced by Wang Zhang's remark. He didn't dare to do anything to Wang Zhang, so he can only take it out on Jiang Chang at this time. Where did you come from, hillbilly? Is it your turn to speak here? After saying this, Wang Chang even slammed the wine glass in his hand to the ground. Chapter 66, Strength of Self. Bang! Instant wine glass full of flowers. Glass bottles exploded at the same time. Jiang Chang beside the Zhouing are startled. Jiang Chang looked at the maddened Wang Chang when his face turned cold as well. Jiang Chang finally knew why this Wang Chang had fallen out with Chen Hao and Wang Zhang and the two of them. We are all people with 9 years of compulsory education. There are very few rich young adults of such low quality anymore. There are also very few people left with this exaggerated display of condescending arrogance looking down on others. After all, it's already the new century, and most rich people have been educated to a high level of quality. Wang Chang was still the first oddball he had met in Magic City. Wang Zhang stood up at the first time and said in a dissatisfied manner towards Wang Chang, Xiao Chang, what do you mean? Chen Hao also sneered breathlessly from the side. Are you mad at us? Chen Geng also looked at Wang Chang speechlessly at this time. Wang Chang, today I'm here for Chen Hao's bureau. Don't mess up. What? A country bumpkin from the heavenly mansion is just a bumpkin, and you all one by one are holding him up to the heavens. But I'm not spoiling him. At the wine table today, everyone was surrounding Jiang Chang, and Wang Chang had long been upset. Country bumpkin? Jiang Chang's face was ice cold as he walked up to Wang Chang. Open your mouth and talk about Hicks. Do you really think you're made of clay? Jiang Chang wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble, but he was never afraid of causing trouble either. Otherwise, do you think the system he got is just for show? Wang Chang looked at Jiang Chang disdainfully. Just you. What's wrong? Country bumpkin. Snap. Wang Chang said this. Two crisp sounds rang out. The people present were all stunned as they watched Jiang Chang's sudden move. You dare to hit me? Wang Chang looked at Jiang Chang with a look of incredulity. I suggest you go hang up a brain unit when you're not doing anything. If you don't have the money, I'll pay for it. Jiang Chang withdrew his hand without slowing down as he finished speaking, provoking him again and again. When he has no temper? Reacting, Wang Chang stood up about to find Jiang Chang to fight for his life. You fucking hillbilly, I'll fight you. At this time, Chen Hao and Wang Zhang saw that he was about to make a move. Both swished and stood up. Wang Chang just rushed over. That instant was kicked over by Jiang Chang, only to see Jiang Chang stomping on Wang Chang's face. What? Does the face not hurt anymore? This Wang Chang's mouth was really too stinky, and at this moment, being stepped on by Jiang Chang, he whimpered and couldn't make a sound. Seeing this, Wang Zhang and Chen Hao walked over to Wang Chang's side and said, Wang Chang, today this matter relies on your own mouth stinking. Now I'll give you a chance. Get lost. Seeing Wang Zhang and Chen Hao say this, Jiang Chang retracted his foot. But how could Wang Chang, who was in the throes of alcohol, be willing to sell this face to Wang Zhang and Chen Hao? He madly pointed at Jiang Chang and said, You wait for me. I won't let you go. Jiang Chang sneered. I'd like to see how you won't let me go. After saying that, Jiang Chang asked Wang Zhang and Chen Hao, What's this kid's origin? Wang Zhang saw Jiang Chang so asked, looked at Wang Chang, shook his head and said, The family is dry food has 2 listed companies. These 2 years listened to the market share accounted for quite a lot, so he is more and more arrogant. Yeah? Then I'd like to see how capable his family is. Jiang Chang said this. Wang Zhang instantly understood. He glanced at Chen Hao with an expression that seemed to say, That guy Wang Chang is going to have bad luck. The other few people who saw the scene like this immediately went quiet and didn't say anything. Wang Chang, although unconvinced but see so many people on the scene are no one to his side, cannot help but let out a harsh words and then huffed and puffed away. Jiang Ming and Guo Qian saw Wang Chang left. The two also stood up and awkwardly opened their mouths and said, This drink is almost the same. I'm Summer's on the way out first. Me too. You guys drink. I'll leave you to it. Thanks for the hospitality. Seeing their 2 wallflowers, Chen Hao coldly snorted and waved his hand. After Wang Chang and the others left, Jiang Chang returned to the dinner table and looked at Zhouing, whose face was white. Jiang Chang opened his mouth and asked, What? Scared? Zhouing nodded. A little. Thought he would fight you. That's impossible. I'm the one who's going to hit him. You? Don't be too impulsive. It's not good to get hurt. After Zhouing finished speaking, Chen Hao continued, I'm sorry, brother Jiang. I didn't expect such a disgusting thing to happen. Say what you will. Little things. After the shopkeeper of the farmhouse cleaned up the scene, a few people dispersed in boredom. Jiang Chang looked at Zhouing. You didn't drink tonight. You can drive, right? Zhou nodded. Of course, I've driven supercars. Right. I almost forgot that you were once a rich second generation as well. Jiang Chang said jokingly. Don't worry, I guarantee to safely send you to your destination. Zhou took Jiang Chang's car keys and said with conviction. When he returned to Anyuaman, Jiang Chang sent a message to his security squad. Wang Chang. This person Jiang Chang had to mess with him, even though he had already beaten him just now. However, in the future, Jiang Chang was going to mix inside the Magic City again, and dealing with Wang Chang was undoubtedly a good opportunity to show the other people his strength, and also a good opportunity to establish his authority. The circle of adults has never been tied to self-interest. Jiang Chang knew that the only way to not be bullied was to show his own self-strength. Chapter 67 Wang Chang's Bad Luck. After sending it, Jiang Chang looked at Zhou in the driver's seat. I didn't expect you to drive quite steadily. It's been a long time since I drove. I'm actually a little rusty, and I was a little nervous when I saw the traffic police just now. Zhou poked her tongue out mischievously towards Jiang Chang. You weren't speeding. What's the point of being nervous? I'd kinda like to drive faster though. It just doesn't handle well in the city. Can't tell you like to race cars? Ha! I haven't soared yet. I didn't have a chance before when my family was tightly regulated, and now it's unconditional. Zhou said. Jiang Chang nodded. That's easy. Next time I have the chance to take you along. Zhou smiled without refusing. Aren't you going back to Tianfu? When Zhou reminded him of this, Jiang Chang nodded. I'll go back when some things are taken care of. It's been more than a week since I came out. My mom should miss me. In fact, Li Yan simply did not rush Jiang Chang well. Jiang Chang is not at home the day she did not need to cook. Not to mention how cool. And the things that Jiang Chang had to deal with were Zhang Yu and tonight's Wang Chang. At this time back home Wang Chang angry on WeChat to find all kinds of relationship means ready to secretly give Jiang Chang a little color. What he didn't realize was that something had happened to the source of their family's product supply that night. The next morning various events on the internet began to fester. Not only was the stinky foot sauerkraut popped, but also the slobbery sour asparagus. The issue of rotting and stinking pasta ingredients that have expired have been turned up. Various videos sensationally started spreading online. And when something goes wrong in the raw material factory, the first to bear the brunt is Wang Chang and his family's products. Due to the excessive number of complaints on food safety issues, consumers began to bring up the tempo online, all of which were comprehensive dissections of Wang Chang Enterprises' food ingredients and recipes. Various video reviews and test results began to spread in large numbers. The authorities also began to intervene quickly and asked major supermarket suppliers to remove the products concerned from the shelves immediately. Within a day, King's Foods was faced with huge losses and a decline in reputation. Wang Zhang and Chen Hao and a few others from yesterday couldn't help but flutter inwardly as they watched the news. It was only last night that Jiang Chang said that. Then I'm going to see just how capable his family is. I didn't expect to wake up to an accident at his house. Chen Hao called Wang Zhang the first time after seeing the news. Brother Wang, did you see the message? I knew something was going to happen to that guy when I saw it. Deserved it. I didn't expect Brother Zhang to have so much energy. This time the Wang family will not say it's going to fall, but at least take off a layer of skin. Brother Zhang, this person is indeed not simple. Anyway, from the first time I saw him, yes, I knew that he is not an ordinary person. That kid Wang Chang doesn't know the sky and the earth. He deserved it. Their family was not easy to get up. Now it fell down again. Do people still have to be humble? Zhang Ming and Guo Qian, who had followed Wang Chang away last night, naturally saw these messages. Things all of a sudden fermented so big. The discerning person at a glance can see things behind someone in the intention to screw Wang. And the party Wang Chang at this time is still waking up did not look at the cell phone message. He brushed his teeth and went downstairs to eat. As soon as he arrived downstairs he saw his father, Wang Wei, fretting and making phone calls. You guys give me a little time to deal with it. This just happened and I haven't had time to deal with it yet. Why are you guys in such a hurry? I told you to give me some time. Hey. Seeing the other party hang up his phone, Wang Wei was so angry that he slammed his cell phone to the ground. He stroked the few hairs he had left in annoyance. Who the hell is messing with me? Wang Chang saw his father, who was usually calm and atmospheric, frowning in disbelief at this time like an ant on a hot nest and asked, Dad, what happened? Chapter 68, The Crisis. Wang Wei raised his head to look at Wang Chang, and his face became even more gloomy at this look. What happened to your face? A bruise? Why is your nose swollen? Wang Chang touched his aching cheek, and immediately said to Wang Wei with aggression and anger, Dad, I was beaten up by a country bumpkin, from out of town, arrogant. I'm thinking of how to mess with him. You have to help me out. Who? Where did you go to cause trouble again? I'm warning you, don't go out and cause trouble all the time. I've been very busy lately and don't have time to give you a ride. Wang Wei helplessly rubbed his eyebrows and said, Dad, I didn't cause any trouble. A hick from Tianfu is just a hick. I said a few words to him and he hit me like this. If I don't give him some color, how can I mix here in the future? Seeing Wang Chang looking like a street punk, Wang Wei stood up and directly slapped Wang Chang on the head. What kind of asshole? You don't say a word about anything. Are you a triad member? Why did I give birth to a son like you? Wang Wei's slap was extremely heavy, and Wang Chang hit the nearby coffee table without standing still. He covered the back of his head with one hand and the knee he hit with the other, resisting the urge to curse his father. He said furiously, "Dad, what are you doing today? I'm hurt like this and you're still hitting me." Wang Chang yelled out in displeasure. And just then, her mother Lin Lian rushed over at the sound. Heartbroken, he helped Wang Chang rub the back of his head while looking at Wang Wei and said reproachfully, "What's wrong again? What are you doing hitting your son so early in the morning?" After taking a look at Wang Chang, he screamed in pain, "My dear son, how did you become like this? Who gave you a beating? Such a handsome face was beaten like this." Wang Wei looked at the two of them, immediately angry, looked at Lin Lian, cold snort pointed at Wang Chang. "Hate iron not steel," said. "Look at him. Last month just messed up. I spent so much money to pay for people's medical bills. That thing just passed today and messed up. See if I do not beat him to death." Lin Lian saw that Wang Wei was about to get his hands on him again and hurriedly shielded her own child in her arms with both hands. "Old Wang, calm down. Changer, what's wrong with you? How did you get beaten up like this?" "Mom, I didn't hit anyone this time but I got beaten up, and even if Dad doesn't help me, he still beats me, so you have to do something for me," Wang Chang said with a mom-and-pop look as he shrunk down on Lin Lian's body and pampered him. "Old Wang, look, your child has been beaten like this, and you still blame him," Lin Lian complained. "Compassionate mothers have many defeated children. Sooner or later he was held back by you. Every time it wasn't him who took the initiative to mess with the goods. Let me tell you, there's a big problem over at the company today. I don't know who is deliberately messing with me. I don't have the time to care about you right now. You two had better give me some peace." Seeing that what he said had no effect, Wang Wei covered his chest in anger, not wanting to talk to them. After taking a deep breath to calm down, Wang Wei suddenly came back to his senses and turned his head to look at Wang Chang again. "You said, what happened to you last night? Who was the person you offended? It can't be that he's the one who's messing with our Wang's company, right? You give me an honest and clear explanation." Wang Chang laughed disdainfully. "Dad, how can that be? Just a country bumpkin from Tianfu who hangs out with Wang Zhang and Chen Hao and the others." After saying that, Wang Chang carefully recalled last night's scene. He remembered that Zhang Chang seemed to say something at the end, as if he was talking about Wang Chang and his family. With that thought, Wang Chang inwardly thumped. Normally, Wang Zhang was self-centered within their gang, but his attitude towards Zhang Chang seemed quite unusual. Could it be that Zhang Chang's identity was unusual? Seeing Wang Chang's suddenly white face, Wang Wei was suddenly furious with his chest heaving. "I got you, didn't I? It's really you who caused the trouble, isn't it? I told you that I was usually fine, and this kind of thing happened without the slightest hint. So it's you, the son of a loser." Wang Wei finished speaking and wanted to get on his hands again to teach Wang Chang a lesson. Lin Lian immediately blocked in front of Wang Chang. "Old Wang, you're crazy. Even if someone is messing with us, so what? Just spend money to fix it. What's the point of hitting your son? Spend money to fix it? Can this be fixed with money? You haven't seen the news today, have you? I've worked hard for 30 years and managed to capture a 70% share of the market, which has shrunk by 40% overnight. 40%! And that's just the beginning now. The company's products were taken off the shelves and people are now there investigating our company. And all those suppliers are suing us for money. How much do you yourself say we can pocket again? You say ah." At the end of his words, Wang Wei even used roaring to vent his inner pressure. Only then did Lin Lian realize that things were a bit serious, and she immediately panicked and said, "What could have gotten so serious? You hurry up and squash things first. Press down." "How to press down? You tell? One of you think you're a triad, and one of you thinks that if you have a little bit of money, you can cover the sky with a single receipt. You know that as soon as our company lost market share, other companies immediately replaced it. Do you think you're the only brand available to supermarkets and consumers? Can you two use your heads? You're telling me I have to work a few more years to get these shares back? It's all your fault for giving birth to such a good boy. I told you to educate him properly, but you didn't listen. And now that such a big thing has happened, what do you think?" Lin Lian saw Wang Wei said he immediately quit. Said shrewdly, "He is your only son. Is not just a little money. Well, the solution is good but also on the line. A little bit of money? This is really the first time I realized how you can be so stupid. Let me tell you, if you had divorced me yesterday you would still have gotten $500 million. If you divorce me today you'll only get 100 million at most. Do you understand? I'm telling you, if this doesn't work out, We're getting a divorce. And I'm sick of you too. I've had it with you too. You're giving me shit all day long. Chapter 69 Knowledge Points. Lin Lian and Wang Chang only realized the seriousness of the matter at this time after Wang Wei completely freaked out. Wang Chang gulped in fear. Dad, what did you say? How can it be so serious? Then our family won't go bankrupt, right? He really didn't expect things to be this serious. Wang Lian also fell to the ground with her feet softened in fear at this time. 500 million turned into 100 million. How could it be like this? Changer, in the end what happened? You quickly say ah. Only then did Wang Chang fearfully explain everything one by one. Dad, after I came back last night I drank a lot of wine and got too sleepy. I didn't even have time to seek revenge on him. How could he have dealt with our family so quickly? Your father. I've been calling all the attention early in the morning but couldn't find out who was screwing with our family. It turns out it's from the Tianfu side. Who else if not him? So what am I supposed to do now? I don't know him very well either. You stupid ass finally realize how serious this is, don't you? I'm telling you. I'm going to roll right now and get this thing over with. No matter what happens to the other guy. Go beg him or your mom and I will get a divorce and you'll go to your mom. After saying this, Wang Wei did not even look at Wang Chang and Lin Lian on the ground and directly turned away angrily. He has been operating for decades of hard work is about to be destroyed. At this time on the Wang Chang bore not a trace of flesh and blood feelings, and even want to personally end him. Mom, what am I going to do? It can't really be him. It can't be. Wang Chang was still unwilling to accept reality at this point. Only last night he let slip that he wouldn't let Jiang Cheng off the hook. And today he's going to go on his knees and lick him? Changer, why don't you go and ask around? Go and beg for his understanding. If your father really divorces me, you'll be ruined. How can that little bit of money be enough for us to spend in the future? Ah, you haven't even got a wife yet. Lin Lian also started to persuade Wang Chang in a good voice at this time. Until now Lin Lian still couldn't spare a word to scold Wang Chang, even if he knew that everything was Wang Chang's fault. No, I can't do it. It's too humiliating. Divorce is divorce. I'm not going. After saying this, Wang Chang angrily shook off Lin Lian's hand and quickly walked out of the house, leaving home in a hurry in his Lamborghini. On the other side Jiang Cheng Securities Company's computer genius, codenamed The Matrix, was still building momentum online. Since Jiang Cheng had issued different missions, the scenarios that their team had created were also different. For example, Jiang Cheng's request for Zhang Yu was to karma him. This request was more difficult to execute in the country. Plus Zhang Yu had just been beaten up the day before and was still hiding at home for the past 2 days. So the whole plan was still in a dormant state. But Wang Chang didn't have a hard time handling this task. After Jiang Cheng released the mission over, several people very quickly made a plan. 2 men were deployed that night, disrupting their company's operations in an instant overnight. Digging out the raw materials issue is a direct blow to them. Not only are the results surprisingly good, the cost is almost zero. On Jiang Cheng's side, due to his drinking last night, he slept almost until dawn. When Jiang Cheng woke up in the morning he frowned at the silk pajamas he was wearing. He remembered that Zhouing had hitchhiked back last night after dropping herself off. As for himself, he fell straight back to sleep due to the amount he had drunk. How come he doesn't remember changing his clothes? Just then Wang Yuyan walked in, only to see her face instantly become a bit unnatural once she saw Jiang Cheng. Wang Yuyan still bowed respectfully to Jiang Cheng and said, Mr. Jiang, good morning. Breakfast is already prepared for you. Is the green vegetables and thin meat porridge okay? If you don't like it I'll arrange something else for you. Jiang Cheng once again looked at Wang Yuyan's slightly lowered collar and smiled then asked, Manager Wang, the arrangement is very good. It's not very comfortable to drink wine after doing it. Drink something light just right. By the way, this pajamas of mine is what you helped me change. Seeing Jiang Cheng talk about this, Wang Yuyan's face immediately rolled even more. Seeing that Jiang Cheng brought back another stunning beauty last night, Wang Yuyan felt that she should seize the opportunity to be a little more proactive. Unable to do so, Jiang Cheng fell asleep as soon as he returned. Even when Wang Yuyan helped her wipe her body and change her clothes Jiang Cheng was oblivious. Helplessly Wang Yuyan could only carefully help Jiang Cheng wipe every part of his body clean. And seeing that Jiang Cheng didn't have much of a reaction, with no one around she even practiced the points she had learned inside the movie in passing. Although after practicing several times it ended up in failure. In retrospect she still found her mouth unusually uncomfortable. But after last night's practice Wang Yuyan felt that she had gained a lot. Not only was he more satisfied with Jiang Cheng as a person, but he had also laid a solid foundation for the next actual battle. Yes, Mr. Jiang, don't worry. I just changed your clothes and did nothing else. Wang Yuyan squeezed and waved her hand. Chapter 70, Wang Yuyan's Little Thoughts. Seeing Wang Yuyan looking like there was no silver in this place, Jiang Cheng immediately pulled out a smile. So it's like this. I seem to have dreamed of Manager Wang last night, and the 2 of us also. What a pity. It turned out to be just a dream. What a waste of joy. When Wang Yuyan saw Jiang Cheng say this, her heart fluttered inside. Did Jiang Cheng mean by that he was expecting it too? Seeing Wang Yuyan shyly biting her lower lip, her eyes glowing as she looked at herself, Jiang Cheng pulled out a playful smile, directly turned around and walked into the bathroom to wash up. He had always kept in mind the one rule of a good man, and that was not to initiate or reject. Anyway, the words have been said to this point. It depends on how high Wang Yuyan's comprehension is. Wang Yuyan had already set up breakfast after Jiang Cheng brushed his teeth. Wang Yuyan thoughtfully served a cup of very plain green vegetable and thin meat porridge to Jiang Cheng. After seeing Jiang Cheng finish drinking, Wang Yuyan took the initiative to propose and said, Mr. Jiang drank so much wine last night, his body must have some deficiencies. I've recently learned a new set of massage and acupressure. Why don't I give you some acupressure? Such a good benefit. Jiang Cheng naturally nodded his head in full agreement. Then let's go to bed? Wang Yuyan asked shyly and tentatively. That's natural. Then I'll trouble you, Manager Wang. After saying that, Jiang Cheng stretched his back and quickly walked into the bedroom. Looks like it's time for an after-dinner workout. Wang Yuyan, who followed him after Jiang Cheng laid down, also quickly took off her shoes and got on the bed, sitting on her knees to the side. Wang Yuyan naturally helped Jiang Cheng press his arm with a seductive smile after taking a deep breath. Just as Jiang Cheng was somewhat wondering if this kind of massage was a bit serious, Wang Yuyan suddenly switched directions and turned her back to Jiang Cheng. The worst thing was that Wang Yuyan actually didn't wear safety pants inside her housekeeper uniform. Jiang Cheng nodded with satisfaction. The anti-human design of safety pants. Finally met one that wasn't wearing one. I didn't expect Wang Yuyan to actually have such trust in herself. It's a good thing he's a man who's been through a lot. With his strong willpower, he insisted on letting two pillars calm down. Just when Jiang Cheng was about to lose control, Wang Yuyan suddenly turned around and said to Jiang Cheng, Mr. Jiang, how do you feel? Very good. Full marks. Manager Wang was very professional. I felt like I couldn't stand it. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. It's actually my first time to operate it. I'm very happy to get your approval. Let me help you press your shoulder next. After pressing for a while only to see her face suddenly a little difficult, hand movements stopped after some shy asked, Mr. Jiang, this position is a little not very smooth. I need to change a position, can? Jiang Cheng pulled out an easygoing smile as he listened to this, only to see him nod in his serious manner. Sure. Feel free. Wang Yuyan at this time seductive smile directly sat on Jiang Cheng's lap. A pair of small hands began to slowly help Jiang Cheng press up the shoulders. The chest that had feigned composure began to pound. Jiang Cheng's eyes reddened as he grabbed Wang Yuyan's soft little hand. Manager Wang, why don't we change places? Chapter 71 Failure of Use. Things proceeded in an orderly fashion, and it wasn't until the end that Jiang Cheng remembered that he still had a sons and daughters without return reward card that he hadn't used yet. The reason why Qiao Yining didn't use it last time was because Jiang Cheng had been drinking that day. Plus the whole person had gotten high at the back, and only thought about it when it was over. Since Wang Yuyan secretly used Jiang Cheng as a tool person to learn a lot of knowledge points last night, at this time, the actual use of the battle is noteworthy. But just as Jiang Cheng was about to use this reward card, it actually didn't work. Jiang Cheng looked at the prompt. It turned out that there was another important prerequisite for luck to use this card, and that was that the face value had to be at least 90 points. Wang Yuyan's face value rating was 90 points, just that 1 point short, which Jiang Cheng had not expected. A beauty with a score of 90 or more is indeed one in a million. A school beauty like Wang Yuyan actually only scored 90 points. Seeing that the use had failed, Jiang Cheng could only shake his head regretfully and put the card back away. After putting it away, Jiang Cheng began to concentrate on playing. On the other side, Wang Chang remained as usual and directly drove the girl who accosted him on the side of the road to a nearby hotel. Wang Chang put his arm around the coolly dressed girl and said to the front desk girl, "Girl, give brother a powerful boutique room." Receiving Wang Chang's credit card, the receptionist said politely, "Okay, please wait a moment." Looking at the sweet-looking receptionist girl, Wang Chang said again in a lewd manner, "Sister, brother is here for the past few days. Have time to come up and play together." Before that receptionist girl had a chance to speak, she only saw the POS display the 4-word swipe card failure. "I'm sorry sir, you can't swipe this card. Please get another one." Wang Chang looked at the bank card handed over and was a bit confused. "It won't swipe? It can't be. Is the machine broken? Try this one." After saying that, he annoyingly pulled out another card from inside his wallet. A few seconds later, the front desk girl added, "Sorry, your card doesn't have enough credit. Do you have another card?" Wang Chang reacted immediately when he heard this. Both cards could not be swiped. It must be that Wang Wei had deactivated his card. He just bought that Lamborghini the day before yesterday and he doesn't have a dime on him right now. You can only swipe your credit card and his dad's secondary card. And I didn't realize that neither of those would work right now. Grass. It must be that old man screwing me. After cursing, Wang Chang scratched his head in annoyance and said to the sister beside him, "Sister, you pay for the room first. I'll give it to you then." The cool girl next to him instantly changed her face when she saw Wang Chang wanting to pay for the room herself. He's seen a lot of men who drive luxury cars and pretend to be rich, so maybe that Lamborghini is a rental. You can't even afford to pay for the room, and you won't even get a dime when you're done. Thinking about it, that woman immediately opened her mouth to spray, "You want a whore for nothing? If you don't have money, don't pretend to be a big spender. Learn others to drive what luxury car. What garbage thing. Waste my mom's time." After blankly glancing at Wang Chang, he turned away in disgust. Looking at Wang Chang's icy and exasperated expression, the little girl at the reception desk also secretly spat in secret. What a trashy thing indeed. Just now he dared to molest himself, but it turned out to be a poor bastard who pretended to be 13. "May I ask if you're still processing, sir?" Looking at the girl who walked away, Wang Chang at this point took his anger out on the little girl at the reception desk. "Do Nima, what are you laughing at?" After saying that, he hurriedly took back his bank card and walked out of the hotel's lobby. After coming out of the hotel, Wang Chang immediately called Wang Wei. Wang Wei was sitting in his office at the moment with a tired face, dealing with various default documents. Early in the morning he had someone who had been dealing with the online buzz and various complaints. According to the information he got this time, the person behind the scene is really the one who offended his own son, Zhang Cheng. This person Wang Wei actually did not find out any details, only know that he has opened a new investment company with a registered capital of $500 million. The rest Wang Wei could not find out at all, and all thanks to the systems. As soon as the phone was connected, Wang Chang immediately yelled loudly, "Dad, what's wrong with you? I can't actually swipe the money. Do you know how I was just snickered at? Quickly restore my card." Seeing that Wang Chang didn't have the slightest intention to repent, Wang Wei was furious and gritted his teeth. "I'll tell you again. Fix the things you messed up. Don't always think that all the 4 C's are your father. If you still don't reflect on this incident and change your stinking temper, you'll be left to your own devices in the future. And this family is about to be ruined by you anyway. Believe it or not, I'll let you two not get a penny." After saying that, Wang Wei directly hung up the phone with a cold snort. Chapter 72 is the same as bankruptcy. Wang Chang looked at the phone that was hung up, his eyes suddenly red with anger. At this time he directly wanted to smash the cell phone in his hand, but the moment his hand was raised he was somewhat abashed. Were things really more serious than he thought? If Wang Wei really stopped giving him money, what should he do in the future? There is no place to go. Wang Chang helplessly began to WeChat above, contacted some usually with him to play Fox friends. After contacting them, Wang Chang was even more flustered, because one by one they were all very abnormal, and each of them rejected him on the grounds that they had something at hand. Wan's Foods had such a big thing happen overnight. Anyone with eyes could see that his family must have offended some big shot, who dares to play with him at this moment, and have shunned him. Wang Chang, who had been sitting on the side of the road for a long time, finally calmed down. In just one day, those who usually nodded to him and tried desperately to curry favor with him had turned 180 degrees towards themselves at that moment. You know, he usually offends a lot of people. In case he didn't have this layer of rich second-generation status in the future, his life would definitely be dark in the future. He is also not really true. He has just carefully studied the Wang's current crisis, and knows that if it goes on like this, their family will sooner or later close down. Wang Chang immediately called Zhang He and Guoqian after considering it for a while. After all, the two of them had treated him the best that night. After the call was answered, Wang Chang expressed his desire to have Zhang He and Guoqian contact Zhang Chang so that the two of them could make a connection. He gave Zhang Chang an apology. Zhang He and Guoqian were already very regretful in their hearts after knowing about Wang Chang's accident. The two of them knew that they had stood on the wrong side that night, and now that Zhang Chang had taken Wang Chang to make an example of him, although the two of them hadn't begun to suffer yet, this kind of thing was enough to keep them on their toes. At this time, they all want to hide far away, and they even immediately and directly set aside their relationship with Wang Chang. And the two of them are really just don't know Zhang Chang, such a big brother, but also met that night, not much more familiar than Wang Chang. The two have said that they can't help. In the end, Wang Chang had no choice but to call Chen Hao. Chen Hao's side saw Wang Chang's call come in and raised his cell phone in a gesture toward Wang Zhang, who was sitting across from him drinking tea. Chen Hao pressed the speaker and picked up. "Brother Xiao Chang, why are you in the mood to call me?" "Chen Hao, I want to find Zhang Chang. Can you help me?" "Xiao Chang, it's not that I don't help. To be honest, I don't seem to be that familiar with you. Besides, last night when we had dinner you also smashed my scene, and you know that I'm friends with brother Wang Zhang. It's inappropriate to help you. You'd better find someone else." After saying that, Chen Hao hung up the phone. Wang Zhang snorted before shaking his head. This bastard has some awareness. I thought he was hardened. He also deserved it. Usually let him be so arrogant. I heard that last month he also robbed a high school student's girlfriend, and also sent the other party to the hospital with a broken leg. And in the end, his father also helped him out to pay $100,000 or so in medical bills. Chen Hao finished this sentence. Wang Zhang's cell phone also rang. Seeing that it was Wang Chang's call, he also picked it up and then clicked on the loudspeaker. Hey, brother Wang. It's me, Xiao Chang. Wang Chang's disheveled voice came from the other side of the phone. Looking at Wang Chang showing weakness, Chen Hao couldn't help but cover his mouth and snicker. Con? So rare? To actually condescend to call me? Brother Wang. Brother Wang. I was wrong before. I now deeply realize my mistake. Can you help me? I really have no choice. Wang Chang sang with a sobbing voice as he begged for forgiveness from Wang Zhang. No, it's my fault. Who have you, strong young, ever been afraid of? Brother Wang. I know it was me who was cheap in the past. I'm really desperate. For the sake of us knowing each other for those many years, will you help me? Wang Zhang's side was silent for a while before saying, I can ask for you, but I can't guarantee anything else. Wang Chang sniffed and immediately said, Thank you brother Wang. Thank you brother Wang. After Wang Zhang hung up the phone, Chen Hao frowned with some confusion and asked, Old Wang, do you really want to help him? Wang Zhang laughed a bit. Why would I help him? Isn't Lao Jiang messing with him? Now that he's sent himself to the door, can you not give someone a chance to make him apologize in public? Chen Hao understood Wang Zhang's meaning. Right. But now even if Lao Jiang let him go, his family is no different from bankruptcy now. The market has long been replaced by the other two seesaw, and Wang Chang, this guy, won't be able to harden up in the future. This Wang Chang person is just too crazy. He doesn't understand that there is a world outside of people. After saying that, Wang Zhang sent a message to Jiang Cheng asking for his opinion. At this time Jiang Cheng is sitting, lying down, standing. All kinds of places were busy. It was only when Wang Yuyan finally stopped moving that Jiang Cheng was willing to give up. Lying on the bed, Jiang Cheng looked at the message sent by Wang Zhang and thought for a moment and replied back. Then I'll see you tonight tax. By the way, call the people from last night to join in the fun? I'll buy them drinks. Wang Zhang understood Jiang Cheng's meaning and returned. No problem. Arrange it. After sending it, Jiang Cheng asked Zhou again on top of WeChat. Something going on tonight? Please go to tax. Ying Zhou's authority came back quickly. No more work. Going drinking again? Don't worry. I'll give you some wanted milk. Okay. What time? Looking down at the time, it was now more than 6 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Cheng returned. I'll go pick you up now. I'll go there myself. I live far away. What time do I need to be there? No, it's early. I'll just pick you up. It took a while before Zhou sent Jiang Cheng a location. Jiang Cheng looked at the positioning. This place to live has enough remote. After glancing at the CPU explosion Wang Yuyan, Jiang Cheng touched her rosy cheeks. It did get a little violent the first time. Jiang Cheng kissed her lovingly before getting up and heading to the bathroom. Chapter 73, Mercy at the Mouth. After washing up, Jiang Cheng drove towards Zhou Ying's place. The car drove almost 40 minutes to get to the destination. Jiang Cheng looked at a very old neighborhood. Soon after receiving the call, Zhou Ying appeared. She was seen wearing a pair of sheer high-heeled sandals and a tight mint green open halter dress on top. It set off her body in a very sexy way. Jiang Cheng looked at Zhou Ying slowly approaching towards him, and suddenly felt as if he was in love. Zhou Ying was undoubtedly one of the girls that Jiang Cheng had seen that caught his eye the most. A face like a baby angel combined with a cool and light temperament has a special magic that attracts people. The point is that she has a good personality too. As soon as she sat in the car, Zhou Ying took the initiative to speak. It's a long drive, isn't it? You didn't believe me when I said I could go there by myself. It's okay, it's just that you're a little out of the way. Is it safe to live here? It is quite safe, although old, but there is a doorman, and there is a bus stop across the street. Usually I take the bus more. The key is that the rent of this neighborhood is cheap. Zhou Ying spoke with a somewhat petulant voice. Hearing that, Jiang Cheng wanted to just hold her in his arms and love her properly. A superb beauty like her should be kept at home and loved. It's too dangerous to let her out there. I should have known I wouldn't let you go back last night. It was inconvenient that late. Zhou Ying looked at Jiang Cheng and smiled. I sometimes work part-time quite late. It doesn't bother me. Soon after 7 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Cheng brought Zhou Ying to TAXX. Wang Zhang and Shen Hao had already arrived one step ahead of Jiang Cheng, and Jiang Cheng looked at Qian Geng, who was also already inside the card table. Seeing that Jiang Cheng had brought Zhou Ying with him again, all three of them took the initiative to greet Zhou Ying. Qian Geng was the first to speak. Brother Jiang. Good day, sister-in-law. Seeing Qian Geng call it that, Zhou Ying couldn't help but blush. but she just smiled and nodded her head with no intention of retorting. Seeing them snickering, Jiang Chang smiled. Came really early. Nothing much. I heard that brother Jiang is organizing a game tonight, so I came over right away. Thanks for the shout out. Seeing that Jiang Chang arrived, Chen Hao immediately greeted Xiao Chen to come over. Xiao Chen came over and then very sensibly called out in turn. Jiang Xiao, Wang Xiao, Chen Xiao, Qian Xiao. What are the arrangements for tonight? Wang Zhang pointed at Jiang Chang. Today, my brother Jiang will order, straight up, 3 big divine dragons, and a couple bottles of foreign wine, snacks and fruits to watch on. After saying that, Jiang Chang glanced at Zhou Ying again. Right, 10 more cans of want milk. Alright Lu. Jiang Xiao, do I need to arrange an atmosphere group for you? Chen Hao spoke up at this time. Little Chen, you have no eyes. Brother Jiang brought his sister-in-law over tonight and you still arranged the atmosphere group. Aren't you messing things up? Xiao Chen glanced at Zhou Ying and immediately slapped his cheeks with his hands. Oops, look at my confusion. It's my fault. I'll immediately go down and make arrangements. You few wait a moment. Zhou Ying saw everyone laughing and blushed even more at this point. Seeing that Zhou Ying was really shy, Jiang Chang pushed Chen Hao. Brother Chen, be merciful with your mouth. Okay, got it. Soon a few others arrived as well, with Lin Feng arriving a few minutes before Guo Qian and Zhang He. Lin Feng was fine. He didn't do anything out of the ordinary yesterday, just more of a wait and see. Guo Qian and Zhang He, on the other hand, looked a bit awkward. After all, they chose to go with Wang Chan last night, and when Wang Zheng invited them over they didn't dare not to come. Only at this time they looked a little embarrassed. After greeting they sat quietly and well-behavedly on the side. Soon the 3 sets of great divine dragons came on stage in a high profile. The rabbit girls swayed again and lined up in a row, and the DJ on stage began to shout excitedly. 3 great divine dragons for Jiang Xiao of Yika. Wishing Big Brother a long journey. Zhou Ying looked at the ace of spades laid out on the table and asked curiously. What flavor is this wine? I haven't drank it yet. Just heard about it. Besides being expensive, it doesn't taste good. If I didn't have to chauffeur you around later, I'd take a sip and try it now. Seeing Zhou Ying's deflated mouth, Jiang Chang smiled. Girls drink less outside. I'll bring you a few bottles back later. You can drink them at home. Seeing that Jiang Chang didn't have the slightest intention of persuading himself to drink, a trace of goodwill rose within Zhou Ying's heart. Zhou Ying, friendliness value +5. Chapter 74 Smashing bottles with empty heads. After the ace of spades and various foreign wines were served, Xiao Chen remained competent and asked, Mr. Jiang, may I ask how many bottles to open first? What's the point of opening a couple bottles? Open them all. Jiang Chang said atmospherically. Xiao Chen couldn't help but secretly spit as he listened to Jiang Chang's 3 sets of great divine dragons in full bloom. Rich people just don't treat money like money. Once dozens of bottles of ace of spades were opened, the scene began to boil over. A number of small, attractive girls began to come up to the stage and initiate conversation. If they could be seen coming up to rub a card in the ace of spades, these girls would be willing to be whored out even for nothing. Their initial targets were all Jiang Chang, who was sitting in the C seat. But after realizing that Jiang Chang already had a Zhou Ying by his side, they all started to shift their targets. Facing these girls, Wang Zheng, Chen Hao and Shen Gong were not polite. Soon all 3 of them had their arms around a couple of young ladies with face values in the 80s flirting and chatting. On the contrary, Lin Feng and Guo Qian, Zhang He was not so relaxed. In addition to sitting quietly and drinking, all the other gaps were fawning and kissing Jiang Chang's ass. It's rather a desperate attempt to express his loyalty. It took half an hour for Wang Chang to arrive. In fact, he had arrived long ago. He had just been at the door, not daring to come in, knowing that he would face some situation if he came in. So it took a long time of mental construction to dishevel and start walking in slowly. Zhou Ying looked at Wang Chang's appearance and instantly leaned towards Jiang Chang's side with some fear. She asked Jiang Chang in a low voice, why is he here too? Jiang Chang patted Zhou Ying's hand. I invited him. Ha! Hearing Jiang Chang's reply, Zhou Ying was a bit puzzled. Seeing that Jiang Chang had called so many people, and all of them were people who were present last night, Wang Chang instantly knew what Jiang Chang meant, and although he was furious to the core, he didn't dare to show it on the surface at this moment, only to see him hanging his head in shame. He walked to Jiang Chang's front and bowed after him. Jiang Xiao, I was wrong last night. Please don't take it personally. Don't take it personally with me, okay? Jiang Chang sighed and shook his head as he said, I'm just a country bumpkin. How dare I bother with you? Wang Chang really has no choice at this point. Everyone knows that something happened to his family not to play with him. He had offended so many people in the past, and if their family really went down, then he was probably going to be screwed as well. Jiang Xiao, I drank too much yesterday and said drunken things, so you can take it out on me any way you want. I just beg you to let me go. Wang Chang said in a humble tone. Jiang Chang looked at the bottles on the table and said lightly, "Weren't you quite arrogant when you smashed the bottles last night?" Wang Chang looked at Jiang Chang's eyes, took a deep breath, made up his mind and said, "Young Jiang, as long as you can get rid of your anger, you can smash me. That won't do. We are all people with 9 years of compulsory education. Not like you. Like this. I'll buy you 3 bottles of Ace of Spades. I heard that you know how to smash a bottle with your empty head. I haven't seen it yet. Why don't you perform one for everyone?" Wang Chang listening to Jiang Chang this instantly seconds to understand, only to see him violently raised his head, eyes wide open to look at Jiang Chang. Obviously did not expect Jiang Chang will actually come up with this way to humiliate him. But at this moment, even if it is full of anger, he did not dare to open his mouth to say a word of not. Only Wang Chang took a deep breath and stared fiercely at the several bottles of Ace of Spades on the table and said to Jiang Chang, "You're right. I do know such a stunt. So of course I have to perform one for Jiang Xiao. Okay, hey, then let's ask Brother Chang to perform one for all of us. And let's all record a video for young Wang to record his masterpiece." Jiang Chang said this. Everyone naturally opened the video recording. "Come on, Django. Say something. I'll give you all a performance. I hope you like it," Wang Chang said with a bitter expression. Then he gritted his teeth and picked up the Ace of Spades on the table and slammed it directly onto his head with his eyes closed. Then through the pain he picked up a second, and a third, slammed it into his head. After the 3 smashes, Jiang Chang led the applause. "Thank you, young Wang, for your performance. It was so powerful. Worthy of Xiao Chang. This performance is too strong." Wang Zhang echoed. "Yeah, eye-opening. I only know that Brother Chang is usually ruthless to others, but I didn't realize that he's also quite ruthless to himself." Chen Hao also clapped his hands at the side. By this time, Wang Chang was already dizzy and even blood started to stay on his forehead. After saying thank you to Jiang Chang, he couldn't help but faint. Xiao Chen had long been watching from the sidelines, and at this time immediately walked up. Jiang Xiao, do we need to call an ambulance for him?" "Call it, clean it up again. Don't zap anyone," Jiang Chang said calmly. Yes. Xiao Chen immediately arranged for someone to come over to clean after he finished speaking. After the scene was clean, Jiang Chang once again picked up the wine cup and said to everyone, "Come on. Thank you all for coming over to support the scene today. I'll toast you all." Chapter 75, Don't Be Like That? After seeing Jiang Chang raise his glass, everyone raised their glasses very facetiously. Even the frightened outsider ladies all picked up their glasses quickly with trembling hands. At this point they were all devastated and regretful. Had they known better, they would not have come up to rub the Ace of Spades. The handsome man in front of him with a handsome face and a voice that was against all odds was actually so scary. It's almost scary how a few light words can make someone voluntarily empty their head and smash a bottle of wine. The 3 people, Wang Zhang and Chen Hao and Chen Geng, didn't react much, but Guo Qian, Zheng He and Lin Feng and the 3 of them were different. At this point the hand holding the wineglass was trembling slightly. Wang Chang is a typical bully. In addition to Qin burning in the Magic City, Jiang Xin, such as the top of the rich second generation, he did not dare to provoke. Other people he did not put in the eyes. I didn't expect to actually admit defeat in front of Jiang Chang and smash his own bottle. How does that not scare them? After the dispersal, Jiang Chang then informed the security team on top of WeChat to stop the retaliation plan against Wang's food, and Wang Chang was rushed to the hospital. Soon the hospital side notified Wang Wei and Lin Lian. They both arrived at the hospital soon after being notified as well. Lin Lian cried out when she looked at Wang Chang, who was wrapped in bandages on the hospital bed. Since childhood, Wang Chang has been heartbroken for a long time, even if he has a scratch. Lin Lian, "I didn't expect to be beaten like this today," he grumbled and said to Wang Wei. "Which murderer did this to my son?" "Wang Wei, why don't you hurry up and kill him? This is your son. You have to help him take revenge." Wang Wei saw Lin Lian rushing over to whack himself and immediately slapped him across the face. Angrily, he said, "He can have today. All thanks to you. Why don't you say anything when he beats others? Did you come to see him when he was lying in the hospital? What? Other people's sons aren't sons, and your son is that valuable?" Wang Chang's pride was shattered to pieces tonight by Jiang Chang without reservation. At this point, he was also too regretful, not to mention unable to say a word in his own defense. One could only say to Lin Lian, "Mom, I smashed myself. Let's just leave it at that." Lin Lian looked at Wang Chang with eyes full of incredulity. "Son, you're crazy. Come on, you're such a dead pig. The other side has taken the heat off, but our family isn't what it used to be. It's only been a day and you've done this. Do you know how you should behave now? I've told you 1,000 times that it's not as bad as the one time you fell down today. Next time, you two get the hell out of here. And remember, this is the last time." After warning the 2 of them, Wang Wei sighed before turning to leave. "I hope my own son will really grow up on the right path after this lesson." Although Wang Wei's heart was also filled with anger, He had investigated for a whole day without finding out Jiang Chang's details, so this loss he could only swallow in secret. Fortunately, the other party did not kill them all and still left a chance of survival. On the other side, after the show dispersed, Zhou was helping Jiang Chang slowly walk towards the entrance of the hotel. Jiang Chang's hand wrapped around Zhou Ying's shoulder in a drunken manner. Although his surface was very calm, he couldn't help but secretly sigh inwardly. It smells so good. The skin is so smooth. I want to take a sip. Zhou Ying struggled to help Jiang Chang into the passenger side of the Ferrari. After fastening her seatbelt, Zhou Ying drove Jiang Chang back to Yang Yunaman. Looking at Jiang Chang, who had drunk a little too much, Zhou Ying asked worriedly, "If you treat him like this tonight, will the demon spirit find you in trouble?" Jiang Chang shook his head. "Don't worry, it's not like I hit him, and he wouldn't dare to report it." Zhou Ying looked at Jiang Chang's unbridled appearance, instantly wanting to open her mouth and say something. After thinking for a moment that he was just her classmate, it seemed inappropriate to say more. The car soon arrived at Yang Yunaman. Jiang Chang looked at Zhou Ying's departing back and shook his head sadly. It was too early for Zhou Ying, a friendly value, to act now, so she had to be let back in. Jiang Chang, who was drunk 1 second, walked towards the Ting Villa he had booked like nothing else the next. When they arrived at the Ting Villa, the beautiful housekeeper Wang Yuyan had already straightened up her grooming at this time, and still greeted Jiang Chang's return as respectfully as before. "Mr. Jiang, welcome home." Jiang Chang put his arm around Wang Yuyan and said flirtatiously, "Manager Wang, it's so strange to not see you for such a while." "Mr. Jiang, don't be like this, there are still people around." Wang Yuyan shyly pushed Jiang Chang and glanced at the hotel staff next to her. "Don't this be that? Or this or that?" Jiang Chang didn't care about that much, and after saying that, he directly got on with it. Just as Jiang Chang was playing on again, late night at 11+, Benjamin's bar. Jiang Wu was wearing a pink shirt and a face scrubbed pink and white. To get out, he used a very thick foundation to cover the bruises on his face. Even the fingers on both hands are carefully laced with disposable pink wearable nails. Wiggling his ass, he eased in. As soon as he entered the bar, Jiang Yu walked over to the bar stool he usually always sat on. Then from inside his pants pocket he pulled out a small mirror and a large red lipstick, opened the small mirror and skillfully wiped it up. Right at this moment, a handsome young man with gold-framed glasses and a handsome face came next to Jiang Yu. The handsome man sat down and then ordered a blue cocktail and started playing with his cell phone. Jiang Yu's heart swung up a bit after he took a look at him. Such a handsome man actually sat beside him, but he feigned calmness on the surface as he sipped his drink. This is Jiang Yu's daily operation. Half of the people who come to the honky-tonk are looking for same-sex couples, because 9 times out of 10 this bar is filled with gays. 10 minutes or so later, that handsome guy started chatting on WeChat. After chatting for a while only to see the handsome man tap on a voice message, an effeminate boy's voice began to come out from inside the cell phone. "Don't you ever look for me again. I said I don't like you anymore. Everyone is just playing around. Don't take it too seriously, okay?" As soon as this outgoing voice played, Jiang Yu immediately turned his head to look at the handsome man, for no other reason than the fact that the person talking to that handsome guy was actually a man as well. Listening to this voice, the handsome gold-framed man with glasses immediately had a look of grief on his face. At this time that handsome guy also recorded a voice message into his cell phone. "Can you really not give me another chance? I'll give up anything for you. I've waited for you for so many years. Why do you still want to abandon me?" The opposite side quickly replied again. "I'm sorry, don't contact me in the future. I'm afraid my wife will find out. Let's pull the plug on each other." The handsome man was so angry after hearing this voice that he put down his cell phone and drank the cocktail in his hand. Jiang Yu looked at his disoriented appearance and spoke out to comfort him. "Handsome, want a drink? I know you are sad right now, but the sky is the limit. You can always find a true love who will never give up on you. Is it true what you're saying? Like me? Would anyone really like me?" Jiang Yu hurriedly nodded. Even though he's bisexual, he actually likes men the most than women. And the man in front of me is the best of the best. It's not easy enough to meet a man who shares the same interests as you, let alone one who's still so handsome. Of course, my name is Jiang Yu. Handsome. What's yours? Hello, my name is Li Minhang. Minhang, let me buy you a drink. I can also accompany you if you want to find someone to talk to, because I also had the same identical experience as you. Really? You really want to hear my story? Of course, I'll listen attentively whenever you're willing to talk. Whenever you're willing to talk. Chapter 76, Absolute Loyalty. After the two chatted for more than an hour, Li Minhang pretended to look at the time on his cell phone. "Thanks for chatting with me. It was nice meeting you tonight, but I have a plane to catch at 10 tomorrow morning, so I'll just head back and see you around." When Jiang Yu saw that Li Minhang was leaving, he asked anxiously, "Airplane? Where are you going?" "I'm going to travel to Tyrant. I had previously arranged with him to go together. Now I'm the only one left. So let's consider this as my final goodbye to this relationship. Lee Min-hang made a look of deep emotion. After saying that, he also deliberately gave a deep look at Zhang Yu before turning to leave. Zhang Yu looked at Lee Min-hang's figure that hurriedly turned away and hurriedly chased after him. But by this time, Lee Min-hang had already disappeared inside the alley. Zhang Yu was inwardly chagrined. He hadn't added Lee Min-hang's prestige yet. The more Zhang Yu thought about it when he returned home, the more unwilling he became. He couldn't let go of such an extremely handsome guy, especially one who had lost his love. People are most vulnerable and easily attacked when they fall out of love. And messing with love comes all at once. With that thought, Zhang Yu immediately took out his cell phone and checked the airfare to Tehran. There's only one flight to Thailand on the 10 o'clock tomorrow, so this must be the right one. Zhang Yu clicked buy without hesitation, then began to look forward to putting all the clothes into his suitcase that he was afraid to wear out of the house at home. After all, there were still plenty of men like him on Tehran's side. Out of the country he won't have to hide himself as much as he does now. The next morning, Zhang Yu couldn't wait to get up. He was seen wearing a carefully selected large red bra and then his favorite pink shirt. Get your hair done and then spray Chanel's cocoa perfume. Once everything was done, I immediately grabbed my suitcase and dashed out the door. The moment Zhang Yu stepped onto the airplane to Thailand, all the dust began to settle. Thailand was voted the most dangerous place to travel in the world. Looking at travel guides around the world, countries such as Great Britain, Sakura country, etc., have long listed Thailand as the most dangerous place to travel. And there's a local saying in Thailand that pretty single women who wear bikinis in Thailand deserve to be raped. And with Thailand being so close to those countries north of the face, the karma waste is a regular occurrence. The most hopeless thing is that recently Tehran has issued the latest decree that legalizes flower smoking and legalizes kidney trading. So if you're traveling to Thailand, you can get white powder from a drink or a snack. And if a person who traveled alone to Thailand suddenly disappeared, guess what the outcome would be? After the visa for your natural passport expires and you don't return to your home country, plus you can't be contacted, that's when you're designated as a missing person. Missing person in a foreign country? Who do we ask to find them? Zhang Yu didn't add Lee Min-hang's WeChat. All of it was operated by Zhang Yu alone. The plan for all of this could have been perfect. Zhang Chang at this time had also already boarded the airplane to Thailand. Zhang Chang followed the route hints to the international arrival exit. The security company's personnel had already been waiting outside for Zhang Chang. As soon as Zhang Chang entered and left the entrance, there was a man in a black suit walking towards Zhang Chang. Hello, young master. I'm Wang Shang. As soon as Wang Shang opened his mouth, the dream come true system prompted again. Ding! First meeting of new personnel detected. The friendly value scanning system will be upgraded to a character scanning system. The character scanning system will no longer be limited to the female gender. Zhang Chang opened the character scanning system as he listened to the system's prompt. Name, Wang Shang. Age, 28. Height, 182 centimeters. Weight, 75. Friendship value, 120. Absolute loyalty, life and death. Zhang Chang nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the system's character scanning results. Wang Shang was the captain inside the security squad rewarded by the system. This time was also their first meeting. Where are the people? Zhang Chang asked. It's already been shipped out of the hotel by us. I'll show you. Zhang Chang nodded after Wang Shang finished speaking. Wang Shang took Zhang Chang in a black Rolls-Royce. The car drove through the streets full of Southeast Asian flavor, and soon the 7-turn car arrived inside a dilapidated and unoccupied old house. When Zhang Chang went in, there were 2 men and a woman standing inside the room in addition to Zhang Yu, who was tied to a chair. They are Lee Min-hang, Qing Zhong and Xia Li. Several of them immediately saluted and greeted Zhang Chang when they saw him. Zhang Chang used the character scanning system to look at each and every one of them, and he didn't expect that all of them had reached the state of absolute loyalty in their friendliness value. Chapter 77, There are many ways to die. Wake him up. Zhang Chang said icily as he looked at the fainted Zhang Yu. Yes. Wang Shang nodded his head towards a few of them and raised his chin in a gesture. After receiving the instruction, Lee Min-hang walked over and threw a basin of prepared cold water next to him directly onto Zhang Yu's body. Zhang Yu immediately woke up with a jolt. He shivered just a little, and immediately shook out his cold, wet hair, and opened his drooping eyes with great effort. At this point he still looked a little confused. With a splitting headache, he found himself tied to a chair with his hands and feet. Looking at Lee Min-hang, who was standing beside him again, Zhang Yu instantly misunderstood. He immediately said to Lee Min-hang with full body excitement, "So you like this kind of trick? I actually like it too. It's simply too exciting. Come and hit me." Lee Min-hang held his gold-framed glasses with his middle finger. Resisting the urge to retch in disgust, he calmly said with a hint of a polite smile, "Excuse me, my name is Lee Min-hang, age 25, height 180, hobby female." "What do you mean?" Zhang Yu finally realized something at this moment. and he immediately looked around. The unfamiliar surroundings cleared his head instantly. He remembered that he had just gone to the hotel with Lee Minhang as soon as he got off the plane. So how could he be here? Who are you guys? After looking at the few people in front of him, Zhang Yu's final eyes localized to Zhang Chang. After seeing Zhang Yu's heart thumped, he shivered and said, "It's you. What do you want? You kidnapped me?" Zhang Chan walked up to Zhang Yu and looked at him condescendingly. His eyes seemed to be like looking at a dead person. Zhang Chang's terrifying aura caused Zhang Yu to feel a powerful sense of oppression. The heart couldn't help but beat in fear. He realized the gravity of the matter this time. "You, what the hell are you doing? I'm warning you, it's against the law to kill someone. Don't mess around. I'm begging you, calm down." Zhang Chan laughed fearlessly. "I told you, I'll shut you up for good the next time you see me." After saying that, Zhang Chang looked at Wang Sheng and said, "What are you going to do about it?" "Young master, there are many ways to die. In Tyrant, there are a very large number of people who die accidentally every time they take white powder. Drowning, car accidents, and crashes are all things that are not uncommon and are very easy to deal with." Zhang Chang nodded with satisfaction and said, "Dispose of it." "Yes, take care of it right away," Wang Sheng said respectfully. Zhang Yu's face turned even paler as he listened to their relentless dialogue. He fearfully pleaded to Zhang Chang, "You can't do this to me. Zhang Xiao, I'm wrong. You let go, okay? I'll never pester you Xiao again. You let me go, please." Zhang Yu's mouth was gagged by a smelly rag before he could finish his sentence. The subsequent processing Zhang Chang was not interested in watching. After leaving this place, Zhang Chang took Wang Sheng and Chang Zhong and drove towards Hongchang Company. Zhang Chang hadn't come over to sign the shares rewarded by the system last time, so he just happened to come over to handle a trip today. Because of the reason that he had contacted them long ago, Zhang Chang then let Wang Sheng drive directly to the door of the company. At this time, the company's entrance had already stood several bodyguards in black suits and a middle-aged man with a cigar in his hand and a flowery shirt. The Rolls-Royce pulled up to the front door and Wang Sheng opened the door for Zhang Chang. As soon as Zhang Chang got off the bus, the middle-aged man quickly walked over and hugged Zhang Chang, only to see him speaking in a very non-fluent Chinese. "Hello, old brother Zhang Chang. Finally, I've waited for you." This middle-aged man was Mario, the largest shareholder of Hongchang Company. As soon as he finished speaking, the system alerted him with a ding sound. Detected that the host has a language communication barrier. The system rewards the host with Thai language proficiency. Looking at such an intelligent system, Zhang Chang once again couldn't help but let out an awesome sigh of relief. Zhang Chang nodded, shook Mario's hand, and said with a fluent Thai on his end, "Big brother Mario, it's good to see you." Seeing Zhang Chang speak Thai, Mario was instantly surprised. "I didn't expect old brother Zhang Chang to actually speak Thai. Slightly knowledgeable. Come on, I'll give you a tour of the company and give you a proper reception later." "Thank you brother Mario." Old brother Zhang Chang is polite. "We are brothers." In the gap between speaking, Zhang Chan used the character scanning system to take a look at Mario. Name, Mario. Age, 35. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 85. Friendship value, 110, life and death. After looking at the friendly value, Zhang Cheng finally felt relieved. Chapter 78, Tyrannian Specialties. After signing the documents for the 20% of shares that belonged to him, Mario invited Zhang Cheng to a relatively secretive high-end private club in the area. "Go, Zhang Cheng old brother. All have been arranged tonight to ensure that you play comfortably. This clubhouse I often come. Inside not only eat very delicious, there are a variety of different beautiful women's horse-kill chicken. The key is that you want a variety of types, male and female have." Zhang Cheng waved his hand as he listened to this. "Brother Mario is too polite. Just eat normally. I'm still just a simple child." The kind of thing that Terran specializes in. Zhang Cheng can't stand it. Mario laughed out loud at this and patted Zhang Cheng's shoulder. "Don't worry, you'll definitely like it later. I'm looking forward to it when you say that." Mario treated Zhang Cheng to a table of very authentic Thai food. Although it was quite delicious to eat, Zhang Cheng felt that it was still our Chinese food that was a bit more flavorful. After eating and drinking their fill, the two went to the spa room to do the local specialty of beautiful horse-killed chicken. Pressing on to about the same time, Mario said to the man next to him, "Bring them on." Soon there were several girls walking in line. Several of the men were bare-legged, wearing nothing but a red bathrobe. Zhang Cheng took a look at the 6 girls. All of them had very high face values. "Zhang Cheng old brother, this is what I prepared especially for you. How is it? Do you have a favorite? 2 or 3 to pick at random." Mario also gave Zhang Cheng a very expectant look after he finished speaking. Zhang Cheng raised an eyebrow. "Brother Mario, is this a specialty here?" He shook his head. "The average person who comes can't find this kind of goods, but ordinary customers can't afford to play this kind. This is what I specially prepared for you. They are all 1 in a million. beautiful and clean looking. You can rest assured of picking them out. And they are all here voluntarily. Definitely not something forced. Jiang Chang looked at the several watery girls in front of him, and his eye suddenly localized to a girl with black bangs. This girl is quite in line with her own aesthetic. Jiang Chang opened the character scanning system at them. The highest face value shown at the end happens to be her as well. Name, Jiang Man. Age, 19. Height, 165 centimeters. Face value, 90. Stature, 93. Privacy, 2. Friendship value, 30. Passerby status. Several people have all but a few points of privacy value. But what else can you say when you come out to play? In his previous life, he had done a lot of great healthcare himself. You can't be rich and noble, can you? Fuck. Jiang Chang casually he pointed down to Jiang Man. Just her. Jiang Man saw that she was left behind by Jiang Chang, and her shrewd eyes looked over cautiously. Seeing that Jiang Chang was so handsome, Jiang Man was relieved. Couldn't even help but have my heart beat a little faster. Elder brother Jiang Chang has good eyes. Jiang Man looks good. Ha ha, thanks to big brother Mario. I'll have a good exchange with her later. The skin of the women of Tyrant was a bit on the wheatish side, but Jiang Man had the same watery look as the girls in the country. It looked extraordinarily white standing with a few others. Ha ha ha, old man. You have no problem at all communicating with a few others in this tie, and besides, they don't talk much at night except to scream. It's still you who knows best. Old brother, you look like an old driver. Alright then, I'll play and also pick two to get comfortable. I've got the room for you. You can stay as long as you want. Put it on my tab. How can that be? How embarrassing. Blood brothers don't talk about that. It's out of place to talk about that. Okay, then I'll thank you. Old brother. Mario saw that Jiang Chang didn't refuse anymore and happily wrapped his arm around his shoulders. That's right. Let's go. Soon Jiang Chang and Jiang Man arrived in the suite on the 5th floor. Jiang Man at this moment looked down at the bathrobe she was wearing, looking a bit rushed as she stood in front of Jiang Chang. Looking at the somewhat jittery Jiang Man, Jiang Chang patted the seat beside himself and spoke. Sit. Yes. Jiang Man immediately sat next to Jiang Chang. Without saying anything, Jiang Chang picked Jiang Man up from the sofa and headed inside the bedroom. An hour later Jiang Chang sat up and poured a cup of warm water and gulped it down. Seeing Jiang Man gulped and looked at the glass of water in his hand, Jiang Chang poured another cup and handed it over. Thank you. Jiang Man took the water and quickly finished it as well. Jiang Chang snatched the glass of water from her hand and put it back in its original place before walking towards the bed again to press Jiang Man underneath her. Chapter 79, Think I'm a Springboard? After another hour or so, Jiang Chang, who had done his business, sat on his bed with his cell phone and replied to the message. Jiang Man saw Jiang Chang leaning on the edge of the bed, and after hesitating for a moment, he also sat up. Mr. Jiang, may I ask if you are still satisfied with my service? Jiang Man asked with courage. Jiang Chang didn't expect Jiang Man to actually ask such words, and naturally nodded, quite satisfied. Don't worry, I'll give you a tip when I leave later. That's not what I meant. I don't want a tip. Jiang Man waved his hand hastily. No tips? What do you mean? If you are satisfied with me, could you let me follow you and I will serve you well? Jiang Chang listened to Jiang Man's words and gave her a look with probing. Why do you want to follow me? Just now Mario said those girls are here voluntarily. Jiang Chang knew that there were a lot of women in this business in Tyrant, just like Sakura Nation. Isn't it all about making money? And one like Jiang Man should be the kind that is strictly trained. Not only the skillfulness of the movements, but the process she was very involved and enjoying. If she was indeed forced to sell, Jiang Chang would still pity her, but it's all consensual then there's nothing to it. You and me. It's just a money deal. Just like the great healthcare. He had heard a lot about the sad lives of those girls when they went for massages in his previous life. I won't stay here if you'll let me follow you. I don't want to pick up the slack. Jiang Chang shook his head. This Jiang Man was obviously using him as a springboard, right? As soon as Jiang Chang made his move, her expression as well as her body's reaction was very strong. Moreover, Jiang Chang knew that even if it was a different person today it was estimated that Jiang Man would also ask this. For no other reason than the fact that those who can afford to play with them have the financial means to do so. Following someone like that sure beats picking up customers here. I'll let you give you $500,000 Chinese dollars in exchange for Tyron's money. This money is enough for you to do a lot of things, and you can arrange the rest yourself. $500,000 Chinese coins could do a lot of things in Tyrant, and as long as she was content, she could basically feed and clothe herself. If she wanted more, then Jiang Chang couldn't control it. After saying hello to Mario, Jiang Chang left. As Jiang Chang said, after he left, Jiang Man wasn't very sad. Instead she was still very happy and ran all the way to the supervisor. Excitedly, he asked, the guest left me $500,000 Chinese coins? Yes, you're a real lucky man. Going to retire? Jiang Man sniffed and picked up the cigarette on the table and smoked it skillfully. How can that be? I want to stay here. Where else can I get money faster than here? Haven't been to Tyrant yet. Take me out for a spin. Jiang Chang said to Wang Shang. Wang Shang looked at Jiang Chang and hesitated for a moment and said, Young master, you're asking me to keep 500,000 Chinese coins. Isn't that a bit much? Tailend is not like home. The girls here are quite open. Jiang Chang sniffed back. They are also in the cracks to survive. Under the stick to live. Not easy in the middle but also with the shouting. And finally was not forced to foaming at the mouth. Swallowed raw. Can't help it. After Wang Shang digested it for a few seconds, he couldn't help but silently stick out his thumb and give Jiang Chang a nod. Okay, young master. Now at this point in time you can go to the local night market if you want to take a look around. There are a lot of stores and snacks with more local characteristics. Wang Shang said with a suggestion. Okay, let's go then. Jiang Chang casually walked around while strolling. The night market here had the most variety of seafood and tropical fruits. What raw cuttlefish, coconut shrimp. Just when Jiang Chang was almost ready to go back to the hotel, he suddenly heard the sound of a little girl crying. Mom, Mom, let go of me. Jiang Chang's hearing was excellent, and after looking around he soon saw that two men were covering the mouth of a little girl of about 5 years old and were about to pull her away. Jiang Chang walked over quickly and made a wink towards Wang Shang. Soon the two of them came over and in a couple of tries they had the two men under control. When the other party saw that Wang Shang and Cheng Zhong had guns, they immediately raised their hands in fear and did not dare to move. Leaving the crowded night market and finding a corner with fewer people, Jiang Chang asked the little girl, What's your name? Why are you alone? My name is Annie. Big brother. Thank you for saving me. I came here with my mom just now. I wanted to try that raw pickled cuttlefish. And when I was standing in line, there were too many people. I don't know how it happened. I got squeezed a little bit, and I couldn't see my mom anymore. Jiang Chang looked at the pitiful appearance of this soft and cuddly-looking little girl in front of him who was crying with red eyes. One picked her up. Do you know your mom's phone number? And nodded and reported her cell phone to Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang called, and the other party quickly answered the phone. Hello, is this Annie's mother? Chapter 80, NXIN. Jiang Chang hung up after reporting the location to her. Annie was still fearfully glued to Jiang Chang's side at this time. Only to see her tightly grabbing Jiang Chang's pants, she milkily opened her mouth and said, Handsome brother, I'm a bit scared. Can you hold me? I'm afraid of being hugged by bad people. Jiang Chang squatted down and touched her hair. Don't worry, brother is here to watch over you. No one dares to take you. Annie nodded and said somewhat shyly, Brother, you are so handsome. More handsome than my favorite male celebrity. Jiang Chang shook his head with a helpless loss of laughter. How old are you? Chasing stars at such a young age? Annie proudly nodded. Of course, I'm almost 6. I liked brother Jun Kai Wan when I was 5, and my mom even got me his autograph for my birthday. But secretly, I found out that you're even more handsome than him. Are kids so precocious these days? No wonder it's such a bear. Jiang Chang had just finished speaking when a mature woman wearing a white female suit with slightly curly hair ran towards them in a hurry with a pair of 10-centimeter black high heels on her feet. Annie ran towards the woman as soon as she saw her. Mommy, I'm here. Only to see the woman immediately crouch down and hug in tightly. Bean-sized tears fell in drops. Then he let go of Annie again and grabbed her hand and snapped at her ass twice. After hitting her, he took her into his arms in pain, and then scolded her while crying. You bear child. Mom told you not to run, but you still ran. Do you know how long I have been looking for you? Luckily, I'm fine. If I'm not fine, what will Mom do? Annie also knew at this time that she was wrong, deflated and aggrieved. While crying, she spoke. Mom, I won't dare to do it again. Don't cry. I know I'm wrong. Are you okay? Let Mommy see. Annie shook her head and said to the woman, I'm fine. Luckily this handsome man helped me. I was able to find you. No more wandering around. This isn't the country. It's dangerous. The woman hugged Annie and cried for a while before immediately standing up with Annie in her arms and walking towards Jiang Chang. Hello, my name is NXIN. This gentleman, thank you for calling me. I really appreciate it. NXIN spoke with some incoherent excitement. Jiang Chang looked at the cozy scene of their mother and child reunion or couldn't help but spit out. Miss NXIN. Although there was a scare this time, I still want to remind you that your own children look after themselves, and not every time can be so lucky. If it wasn't for Jiang Chang tonight, this little guy wouldn't know what happened to him now. Every time he saw those trafficked children on the news, Jiang Chang wanted to properly scold these parents, especially those guardians who take their kids out to just play on their cell phones. You don't watch your own kids and then you cry your eyes out when something happens to them. Doesn't that deserve it? Who can you blame? Yourself. Why don't you look after a bear like that? And XIN couldn't help but blush a bit after being reprimanded by Jiang Chang. It was really her fault for not watching Annie. Only to see her embarrassed, she bowed to Jiang Chang and said thankfully, "You're right. It's my fault. Next time I'll definitely keep an eye on her. Handsome brother, don't blame my mom. It's my fault," Annie said curtly to Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang has not yet had time to speak. The sight of the Wang Shang came over, only to see him glancing at an Xin after lowering his head and speaking to Jiang Chang. "Young master, these two people have already confessed, said to see that the little girl looks good. They are a little drunk, and would like to pull back to talk to the brothers." Wang Shang didn't say those latter words again, but everyone in the room except Anne. People knew what was in their hearts. This kind of thing happens all the time in Tehran and Athen. In both countries there are frequent incidents of girls riding the bus being victimized by the entire busload of men. And even more bizarrely, there are men who don't even leave the cows alone in the middle of the night. Overall, these two countries are simply outrageous. And Xian's face swished when she heard this. She shivered her mouth with a face of fear and asked Jiang Chang, "Are you guys saying that the little girl is Annie?" After saying that, an Xian immediately picked up and again and examined her all over. Annie pulled an Xian to signal her to calm down. "Mom, what's wrong with you? Aren't I fine?" When they were about to pull me away, this brother rushed over and saved me. And Xian was terrified at this point. Speaking again, she scolded Annie, "Do you know how dangerous it is? What if no one saves you? If something happens to you, mommy won't live either." And wiped the tears from Anshin's eyes and said assuringly, "Mom, it won't happen next time." And Xian hugged in again for a while after immediately bowing more solemnly to Jiang Chang to say thank you. "Thank you for saving Anne. I thought she was just separated. I didn't think there was actually such a horrible thing to do. If it wasn't for you, the consequences would be unimaginable." Jiang Chang nodded to an Xian, then looked at Wang Shang with cold eyes and said in Thai, "This kind of scum doesn't even spare children. Deal with it." "Yes." After saying this, Wang Shang turned around and left. After giving his orders, Jiang Chang looked at an Xian and opened his mouth to ask, "Where do you live? Should I send you guys back?" An Xian's eyes flashed an imperceptible shocked color later and then looked at Jiang Chang with great gratitude. "I've already called someone to come over. Tonight I shouldn't have brought her out alone. Originally I thought it was just to come out for a walk, so I didn't let the bodyguard follow me. I didn't think that this would happen." Jiang Chang nodded. "It's no safer here than at home." "Yes, originally I didn't want to bring her to Tyrant, but I couldn't help it that she kept making a scene. This bazaar is quite lively. I thought there was no danger. I didn't expect this to actually happen. May I ask how to address you?" "My name is Jiang Chang." "Mr. Jiang Chang, I really don't know how to thank you. Why don't I treat you to dinner tomorrow?" Jiang Chang shook his head. "There's no need to bother. I'm going back home tomorrow." "Back home? So can I ask where you are from?" "Rongqing's." "Such a coincidence. I'm also from Rongqing. We're also going back the day after tomorrow. Can I leave a contact? Go back and treat you to dinner. Please do say yes." Seeing an Xin say that, Jiang Chang opened the character scanning system. Name, an Xin. Age, 26. Height, 168 centimeters. Face value, 93. Stature, 94. Privacy, 0. Friendship value, 70. Intimate state. Read the system description. Privacy value 0? What kind of operation is this? You had Annie without even having her once? Could it be that an Xin and Annie have something to hide? Chapter 81, Dad Set. Jiang Chang took a closer look at an Xin. Looking at her dress should be a rich person. The hand-holding is about 500,000 Kelly second-generation Muchuan white Hermes bag. Hand wearing nearly 300,000 Audemars Piguet Royal Oak offshore type of women's watches. And the clothes on the body could not see the brand. And the high heels on the feet were Valentino's. It's almost $1 million for the whole thing. A proper rich woman. Jiang Chang nodded and added wizards to each other with an Xin. By the time an Xian's bodyguard arrived, Wang Shang's side was also taken care of. An Xin took him back inside the hotel. After double-checking Annie again, she had Annie tell the whole story again in great detail. An Xin didn't find anything suspicious after listening. The bodyguard beside him opened his mouth and asked, "Miss, do you want to check on the man from earlier?" An Xin thought for a moment and shook her head. No need. After all, he had saved An's life, and it wasn't polite to investigate someone out of the blue. And Jiang Chang should not be a simple person, although he ended up communicating with his men in Thai. But an Xin was proficient in Thai and naturally understood the instructions Jiang Chang gave. Such a young man has this kind of power in Tyrant, and it's still ours in China. The dress code is not simple either. I'm afraid it's not just anyone. The next morning Jiang Chang took a plane to Tianfu. If he doesn't come home after going out for so long, Li Yan will get mad at him. The things that Jiang Chang had purchased in Mordor earlier had also long since been sent to the airport in Tianfu through consignment. After picking up his things, Jiang Chang drove his Porsche back home. Jiang Chang had already greeted his dad and mom when he got off the plane. Hopelessly, when he arrived home, Li Yan and Jiang Jianmin were not there. Only a voice message was sent to Jiang Chang to let him dinner take care of itself. Jiang Chang looked at the message breathlessly and sent a few question marks over. It was after 8 o'clock in the evening when Li Yan and Jiang Jianming finally came back. The two men were talking and laughing as they walked in with the door open. Jiang Chang heard the sound of the door opening and shouted towards the living room. Mom and Dad, back ah! Pausing the pesticide game on his phone and tapping return directly, Jiang Chang walked out of the living room. Seeing Jiang Chang walk out, Li Yan and Jiang Jianmin looked Jiang Chang up and down with synchronized expressions. You brat! You still know to come back. Yo, this outfit is quite handsome. Li Yan pouted and scolded Jiang Chang. You two didn't look for me when I didn't come back, did you? And left me out tonight. Jiang Chang said with a grumble. We're having a unit dinner. I can't push it. Have you had dinner yet? Ordered takeout. What's this? Jiang Jianming asked as he looked at the several large gift boxes placed on the table. Bought you guys a present. Let's see if you like it. You brat. Show off when you have a little money. Although Jiang Jianming said so on his mouth, his hands quickly picked up the Patek Philippe box and dismantled it. The two Chanel bags on the side don't even look at each other. On the contrary, Li Yan immediately picked up the Chanel bag and sat down on the side of the sofa, quickly unpacking it. Seeing that it was 2 bags, Li Yan's mouth smiled from ear to ear. Look at this. Your son is much better at choosing gifts than you are. These 2 bags can be really nice. I can bring them to the company tomorrow to show them off. Jiang Jianming, who was suddenly laid up, glared imperceptibly at Jiang Chang. Brat, you just know how to steal my thunder. Upon opening the Patek Philippe men's watch, Jiang Jianming's eyes immediately glowed. He has always been concerned about watches. Naturally he knows that this is Patek Philippe's million models of watches. Seeing that Jiang Jianming's face didn't look quite right, Li Yan spoke. What's wrong? You don't like it? How much did you pay for this watch? Jiang Jianming immediately put away his expression and shook his head. Not much. More than 100,000 watches. Li Yan glanced at Jiang Chang and glared at Jiang Jianming angrily. More than 100,000 is already a lot. Your son is only a few years old. What he sent you is a token of his appreciation. Don't look like you resent it. Jiang Jianming made a wink towards Jiang Chang. He coughed dryly and said, look at yours too. He bought you a piece. This one of yours is worth a lot more than mine. It should be over $500,000. Said Jiang Jianming took advantage of Li Yan. Look at the watch gap immediately will be in their own hands. Rolex off replaced while Jiang Chang bought Patek Philippe. Jiang Chang knew Jiang Jianming's routine. If Li Yan knew that the watch he bought for Jiang Jianming cost over $1 million, I'm afraid Jiang Jianming won't want to wear it out. Li Yan picked up the watch with a surprised face. I didn't tell you to buy a cheap one. Why did you buy such an expensive one? You said you are also really, buy me so much. Buy your father a watch of more than 100,000 yuan. No wonder your father this face. Jiang Chang was innocently lying down while at the same time wanting to laugh outright. All one could do was nod. I really didn't think about it that much when I bought it. I'll be careful next time. Chapter 82 The Lovely Little Crisp. By the way, when you bought the watch you got a lady's perfume silk scarf, 6 cross cuffs and a keychain. So you two make your own arrangements. I'll just take this silk scarf. These will be cheaper for old Jiang. Li Yan said smilingly. Jiang Jianmin's left hand had been playing with the Patek Philippe watch, and although he was happy inside, he still put on a jealous look on the surface. Don't buy so much next time. Mom knows you're filial. Earn money to save a little to spend later to marry a daughter-in-law with. Tonight we have a dinner gathering in our unit. There are several of them who have daughters at home. All of them have never been in love. Why don't Mom hold a line for you? Li Yan said with an excited face. As soon as Jiang Chang heard Li Yan mention this, he immediately gave a fake smile. Not interested. Mom, I'm going back to my room to play the game. Bye. Jiang Chang slipped after Li Yan patted Jiang Jianming. But do not be angry with your son. Men would have been nothing to buy gifts. Money is not important. The heart is the most important. And then again, these things you grew up to see are tired of. Jiang Jianming pretended to be reluctant and nodded. I know. This is the sun scent can be the same? That's true. Your son is growing up. You can wear what he gave you. Back inside the room Jiang Chang picked up his cell phone and reconnected it to continue the game. Due to hang up for a while, the experience level has long been pulled away from a large distance. And once on the line and the other side of the line, even if they are careful to be obscene development or immediately by the other side harvested the head. Jiang Chang was speechless for a while. This Guan Yu was also too strong. He was cut down right under the tower. This time Jiang Chang's teammates began to spray. This Luna is it. Just hang up even if. Come up to send head. Go home and do your homework. Grass. Jiang Chang looked to see that the one spraying himself was the mage in the middle. Fireless dance. Jiang Chang smiled and clicked on the chat box before clicking on everyone. Guan Yu on the other side. I'll give you $100 for each head you send. How much do I send and how much do I transfer to you? Biggie, you think I'm a schoolboy? Guan Yu replied. Ji Fubao sent over. First transfer you a 500. Always okay. Guan Yu was not polite and sent it directly. Jiang Chang switched the interface and turned directly over. Okay, copy that. Big man awesome. Be right over and wait for me. Guan Yu immediately faceplanted in front of Jiang Chang to deliver the head. After harvesting the heads, Jiang Chang typed again. Whoever of you takes our center single away. 1 head for 100. Turn in seconds. As soon as Jiang Chang sent it out, the few people on the opposite side immediately replied. Roger that. Big guy. On my way to meet in the middle. Unknown Fire Dance helplessly looked at the opposite side of the operation, typing out countless question marks. The center single's Unknown Fire Dance was still unbelieving, and after being killed 3 times his mindset finally collapsed. Continuing to type and spray Jiang Chang, brain dead thing, playing a game and asking people to kill your father? As soon as he typed, Jiang Chang hadn't even come close to replying. The opposite team's king teammates immediately formed a group to curse back. Guan Yu, in particular, was even more attentive after receiving $500 from Jiang Chang. Iguana, why do you talk so much like my son? Do you really think the internet is a place outside the law? Keep your mouth shut about my big brother. In fact, Guan Yu didn't want to be like this, but it was really that Jiang Chang had given too much. Jiang Chang had already sent her $1,000, and it felt too much not to contribute. Several people took turns spamming Fireless Dance until she went straight offline. After the next line, Guan Yu took the initiative to send over. Luna big brother. The next to do not want to double row. I am the game anchor. Technology is very good. Can give you the field as a doggo. Guan Yu was a little-known game anchor, and just now Jiang Chang's wave of unintentional flaunting of wealth had instantly enlivened her live room, driving a lot of traffic, and one handful of games had made her $1,000, more than her straight-up live streaming cut for the rest of the day. Jiang Chang naturally had no opinion. Why wouldn't someone be a grass dog for himself? And Guan Yu's skills are really good. Anchor? Where's the anchor? Teaser anchor? Named Tiny Crisp. Okay, next hand together. Okay, big guy. You're invited later. Undoubtedly under the effect of the banknote ability, Jiang Chang of course is directly lying to win. The next put little Tiny Crisps really invited Jiang Chang. After inviting Jiang Chang, she didn't mention the head to send money, and actually squatted in the grass to Jiang Chang as a grass dog. After playing 3 lying games with Tiny Crisp, Jiang Chang said hello to her before going offline. After getting offline, Jiang Chang opened the teasing fish livestream, and there were still 500,000 shark fin coins left in it after the last time he swiped it for Chow Yin. Jiang Chang searched for Little Crisp's live room and found that the original Little Crisp was a very cute looking little loli, and the heat in her live room was actually 500,000, much more powerful than that little anchor Chow Yin. Jiang Chang opened the character scanning system. Name, by Xiao Xiao. Age, 20. Height, 155 centimeters. Face value, 92. Stature, 94. Privacy, 0. Friendliness value, 40. Jiang Chang directly sent her 5 super rockets. Tiny Crisp saw that someone was giving away super rockets and quickly opened his mouth to thank them. Thank you big brother, the C-Pin, for the 5 super rockets. The netizens in the live broadcast room saw the name of the Tinghai God's Needle Ma have come out to watch the fun. It's been a long time since the C-defining needle, big guy showed up, and he actually came to see Tiny Crisp? Ha, not going to see Joe's sister? Joe's sister has probably already taken it. Tiny Crisp looked at Netflix's typing again before remembering who, Tingles, was. It's that big guy who swiped $5 million a while back. Tiny Crisp was flattered and said, Big brother, C-Pin, is here. Say something and I'll give you a card. Jiang Chang typed, tough for you to be a grass dog for me. Down. Bye. After saying that, Jiang Chang directly exited, and Tiny Crisp's side blew up. She covered her mouth incredulously. I didn't expect to play a game to match a godly hero, so the big man also plays king. Suddenly it feels like I have a little more in common with Biggie. Wake up netizens up there. Big brother plays a game with 100 heads ahead. Chapter 83, Self-Reliance. After waking up the next day, Jiang Chang looked at the empty kitchen and breathlessly picked up his cell phone to send a wiki to Li Yan. Mom, where's breakfast? Li Yan's side quickly returned. Buy your own food downstairs. In the past, Li Yan would leave him $100 for breakfast when she didn't prepare it, but now it was not polite at all. Jiang Chang shook his head speechlessly and opened the takeout software. After ordering takeout, Jiang Chang swiped his friend's circle. The first one is a saying posted by Zhou Zhiyun. I'm sorry, I'm the one who pretended to miss it. Jiang Chang frowned and clicked Zhou Zhiyun's avatar into his circle of friends. This look are all non-mainstream sentimental sayings. See Jiang Chang, suddenly a burst of brain pain. I still laugh uncontrollably in front of you, only to get used to being alone again afterward. I can say it's okay when it hurts a lot. I can say it doesn't matter when I'm sad. Jiang Cheng cut it out and left a comment below saying, "Lost love again?" After posting it, he then swiped down and saw that Zhou had posted a plane ticket from Mordor to Tianfu. Look at the time, it should be almost here. Jiang Cheng sent a private message over to Zhou. After 5 minutes Zhou sent it. "I just got home. What are you doing back here? Come back with my mom to see my dad. It's his Memorial Day soon." Jiang Cheng froze for a moment as he looked at the message reply. The topic was awkward, and while Jiang Cheng was still trying to figure out how to reply, Zhou took the initiative to send another message over. "Is Tyrant fun? I went there once when I was a kid." This is one thing that Jiang Cheng appreciates about Zhou, not being pretentious but also being very considerate of other people's feelings. It was easy to get along with her. No pressure. But such a girl also indicates a very sensitive heart. It needed Jiang Cheng to pull it over and love it. Didn't play. Went to work. Came back yesterday. Why don't we go together next time? So soon. Going for a day? Yeah. I'm in Tianfu now. Why don't we have dinner together tonight? Zhou sent it after a long interval this time. I've got a date tonight. So why don't I take you to dinner tomorrow? Yes. It's a deal. By the evening Jiang Jianmen and Li Yan did not go home to cook again. So Jiang Cheng had no choice but to drive the car outside to eat. Jiang Cheng drove all the way to Taikuli, parked the car well himself to the opposite side of the LV store. Jiang Cheng then walked directly after. One tip for parking in Tiffin is that when you drive a regular minivan, you'll have to be honest and park in an underground parking lot. But if you're driving a Porsche 918 like Jiang Cheng, you can park anywhere you want even if it's a place with a no parking sign. After all, the security guards at this point would be selectively blind even if they saw it. Jiang Cheng walked directly into the LV. He still didn't bring any clothes this time he came back. The clothes he bought before were put in Yang Yunamon. Now he only had a new set of clothes to change into. Walked into the store Jiang Cheng randomly selected. Less than 10 minutes to buy a good. After all, he picked t-shirts, only a guideline. Simple model, smooth eyes. One of the most important reasons is that you don't have to agonize over the price. So it doesn't take much time. After settling the bill, Jiang Cheng put the clothes inside the car and then prepared to find a random store to settle the dinner. Just then, a Porsche 911 stopped diagonally across from the LV entrance. At that moment a man in a handsome suit and tie came down from above. He was seen getting out of the car and then jogging to the passenger side, attentively opening the door. At this moment, the passenger side stretched out a pair of snow-white straight legs, and down came a woman wearing a simple model of white dress. That tight dress outlined the woman's perfect curves with precision. As soon as the woman appeared, the nearby security guards and the crowds coming and going began to fix their eyes on her. There were even some male bloggers who took street photos in Taikuli who kicked their feet on the pillar next to them without noticing because they were too mesmerized by watching her. It hurt so much that he crouched on the ground and cried out for his parents. God! It's beautiful. Is it a star? It's really right to come to Taikuli. If it's not a star it's probably an internet star. The body is too good. Those legs and that front meat. I love it when a woman looks at them. Chapter 84, Wang Yuan's Confidence. Although Jiang Cheng hadn't seen her front face, the slightly curly hair and luscious figure as well as the reactions of the passers-by all directly indicated that she was a beauty. Jiang Cheng was ready to turn his head away after just a slight glance. And just then, the boy suddenly knelt down on one knee and said towards the girl, "Zhou, will you please be my girlfriend?" Jiang Cheng couldn't help but turn his head with a slight change in his face when he heard the name, and walked closer to see that the girl was really Zhou. "Wang Yuan, what are you doing?" Zhou looked around a bit awkwardly and frowned at Wang Yuan again. Obviously she didn't expect Wang Yuan to act this way either. "Zhou, I've liked you for a long time. I've liked you since I used to be a student. I know I didn't deserve you in the past, but now I think I can give you happiness. Promise me, okay?" After saying that, the boy took out another delicate box from inside his pocket, and when he opened it, it was a sparkling white gold diamond necklace of Dr. Because of Wang Yuan's action of kneeling down on one knee, there were more and more onlookers watching towards their side at this moment. Look, is someone proposing? Oh my god, a Porsche 911. This car must be $1 million. So it's a rich, handsome guy, so romantic. Only a rich guy like this can bring such a pretty girl. Wang Yuan, don't be like this, get up, everyone is watching. Seeing the number of onlookers, Zhou said with some difficulty. Wang Yuan was listening to the admiration of the surrounding crowd at this time. His heart began to swell. Where would he still feel embarrassed? "Zhou, don't you like this necklace? I've heard that you girls all like shiny things, so I specially went to DR and chose this necklace for you, and if you agree to be my girlfriend, I can also customize a unique diamond ring for you." After Wang Yuan said this, there was another commotion inside the crowd. This is too romantic. If someone did that to me, I'd say yes in a heartbeat. I heard Dr's slogan when men can only customize one exclusive ring in their lifetime. This necklace of his must cost tens of thousands of dollars. So envious. Wang Yuan, I only consider you a friend. Get up, Zhou Ying said with an unhappy face. Zhou Ying, I know you were momentarily startled. It's fine. I can give you a little more time to think it over. Wang Yuan looked at the necklace in his hand with an enigmatic confident smile on his lips. Wang Yuan thought to himself, this necklace cost him $38,000 to buy. If it was in the past, Zhou Ying probably wouldn't have put a necklace of this price in her eyes. But $38,000 isn't exactly a small amount of money for her now, is it? Moreover, he is now a handsome man of his condition, and his family runs a company, which is more than enough to match Zhou Ying. Wang Yuan was very confident that he could take down Zhou Ying, even if Zhou Ying acted like she was in a difficult situation. Wang Yuan only thought that she was trying to escape. After all, it takes a little time for a beautiful woman to bow down to someone who was once less than her. The other beauties next to him looked at Wang Yuan, who was a svelte-looking and generous man, and all of them had a flutter of heart. After all, in the eyes of ordinary people, Wang Yuan, who drives $1 million Porsche and buys tens of thousands of dollars in necklaces, is really a rare and quality object. This is simply the Prince Charming that most girls have inside them. Unfortunately, this majority of girls did not include Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying and Wang Yuan can be said to have known each other since childhood, and both parents are familiar with each other. That's why Zhou Ying came out with Wang Yuan today. But I didn't expect Wang Yuan to actually engage in this situation in public. Wang Yuan, I'll leave if you keep this up. Seeing Wang Yuan not getting up, Zhou Ying's face became even more gloomy. She had already said it very subtly several times, and Wang Yuan still didn't get up. It was clear that they were trying to force her, trying to make her embarrassed to turn him down in public. Chapter 85, Jiang Cheng's Operation. Wait, Zhou Ying, I also have a surprise for you. You'll love it. After saying this, Wang Yuan thought he was very handsome and clapped his hands, only to see several people come out from the side immediately. Among them were those with flowers in their hands, those holding signs, and those with guitars. After a girl holding a large bouquet of roses handed the flowers to Wang Yuan, she immediately held up a glowing atmosphere sign. It says promise him in big letters. Then a few people started singing off-the-wall love songs to Zhou Ying and Wang Yuan. I love you like a mouse loves rice. No matter how many storms there are, I will still love you. When such a dated internet love song was sung, it immediately filled Zhou Ying's head with black lines. Before Zhou Ying could open her mouth to refuse, the crowd of onlookers immediately began to bring up the tempo again. There was another woman who was the oddest of them all. Oh my god, this is the most romantic way of courting I've ever seen. Handsome. I'll do it if she doesn't want to. I'm not bad. The girl looked at Wang Yuan with burning eyes. Seeing her say such shameless words, the boyfriend next to her instantly quit and said with an angry face, what are you talking about? Have you forgotten that you have a boyfriend? The girl got even more excited when her boyfriend finished speaking. You still have the nerve to say, I've been with you for so long you've never given me a surprise. Look at the others. It's DR and 99 roses and love songs. What about you? You accept to invite me to eat $6 of spicy hot. You also give me something? Break up. After saying that, the girl huffed and turned her head away. The boy saw the situation and angrily scolded Wang Yuan, pulling crotch man. DR purchase just change of foreign place can directly customize multiple rings. Pretend what deep love. Beauty. Don't be fooled. After saying that, the boy also turned his head and left. Seeing that his plan was disrupted by the two psychopaths, Wang Yuan couldn't help but resist the urge to curse and explain towards Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying, don't listen to him. He's just jealous that I'm rich. Only someone like me can be good enough for you. Promise me. If you promise me, you don't have to work anymore in the future. And I'll even give you $50,000 of pocket money every month. After saying that, Wang Yuan then immediately bloomed into a confident and charming smile. Seeing Wang Yuan's bursting self-confidence, Zhou Ying laughed breathlessly for a while and shook her head. Although $50,000 is a lot in the eyes of the average person, but Zhou Ying was also someone who had seen big waves. Even though her family had gone from strength to strength, the appeal of $50,000 was still almost nil to her. The most crucial thing was that Wang Yuan's attitude towards her always had a hint of superiority that was vaguely above her, which made Zhou Ying very uncomfortable. Wang Yuan also knew that he looked a bit conspicuous in front of Zhou Ying, but in the past, he had no qualifications to be arrogant in front of Zhou Ying. Now it's different. Just like a poor person who suddenly explodes into wealth will always spend with a vengeance, Wang Yuan now suddenly had the capital to show off in front of Zhou Ying. He couldn't control himself for a while and was always dejected if nothing else. At that moment, the system ding prompted. The system releases a special mission. Option 1, be a melon eater like everyone else around you. And you will receive a cart of quality melons and a copy of the internet's most melon eater record book. Choice 2. Help Zhou get out of trouble. You will receive a spending blitz card and a bad luck deck. Jiang Chang looked at the choices in front of him. This system is messing with things. The last time I used my food cashback card I got nearly $200 million in cashback. And this time around, the spending blitz card has a significantly larger cashback multiplier. Jiang Chang directly clicked to select the second item. After choosing, Jiang Chang casually picked a few red, yellow, and blue flowers by the flower bed on the side of the road. Taking a dozen or so roadside wildflowers, he walked towards Zhou. At this time, the onlookers were still loudly cooing at Zhou and Wang Yuan. Promise him. Promise him. Just then Jiang Chang suddenly appeared. Jiang Chang walked straight to the middle of Zhou and Wang Yuan, and casually handed the flower to Zhou, this beautiful woman. If you don't like roses, look at this flower of mine. Do you like it or not? And if you like it, can you be my girlfriend? With Jiang Chang's appearance, the crowd quieted down. Asterisk 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 this dude this is so brave, but this isn't comparable at all. They're 99 roses. Yeah, and there's a diamond necklace. The man has no sincerity at all. Look at his flowers and some of them are still missing. Is he here for a laugh? Obviously the crowd of onlookers didn't buy this approach by Jiang Chang, and Wang Yuan stood up speechlessly. Obviously at this time he didn't put Jiang Chang in his eyes. After all, he felt that his last 38,000 necklace, plus more than $1,000 to hire the atmosphere group has directly killed Jiang Chang these few roadside wildflowers. I say this little brother. Picking up girls costs money. Look at you. You don't even have the basic money to buy flowers before you learn others to come out and cut them off. I advise you to go home and wash your hands of everything in your dreams. Wang Yuan nodded approvingly as the crowd of onlookers finished saying this. Although they didn't deny that Jiang Chang was handsome, handsome was nothing in front of money. One is out and about and driving a luxury car, while the other buckles and searches holding a few small wildflowers. When the two are compared, they are immediately distinguished. Anyone in their right mind would just go with Wang Yuan, right? Wang Yuan looked at Jiang Chang's appearance and instead of panicking, he felt that Jiang Chang was here to deliver an assist. At this time, he once again walked up to Zhou with flowers in his hands and said greasily, Zhou, just obey me and stop resisting. Wang Yuan wore a greasy expression as he once again recited what he felt was a very domineering bully quote, and inwardly felt that he was as steady as can be. But the accident still happened. Zhou not only did not buy the bill but also directly took the flowers in Jiang Chang's hands, since she only saw her smiling sweetly towards Jiang Chang. Thank you, I like this flower. When Zhou smiled, the air around her became sweet. Especially the boys who were watching all felt in love at once. Holy shit, worthy of a goddess, she actually chose love. I finally believe in love again. So there really are people who would rather cry on top of a bicycle than sit on top of a supercar and laugh? This woman has self-mutilation tendencies, right? Chapter 86 I can't do this question. Have an eye. This was just picked casually there. The color is still specially matched. Jiang Chang said with a smile. Seeing Jiang Chang so amused, Zhou covered her mouth and said with a smile, tough. I really like it. Seeing the two flirting, Wang Yuan's heart broke into halves. What a bunch of shit. He arranged all this. Zhou did not appreciate it at all. Jiang Chang picking a few wildflowers is hard work? Wang Yuan couldn't help but look up to the sky with red eyes at this time. No, I won't do this question. After yelling, Wang Yuan asked towards Zhou in an undying manner. Zhou, I'll give you one more chance. You must be lying to me, right? After saying that, Wang Yuan even pulled a cocky smile towards Zhou. Seeing this greasy smile, Zhou couldn't help but secretly roll her eyes. Wang Yuan, thank you, but I really don't need you to give me a chance. Buddy, not I say you. She has said many times, just don't want to let you so embarrassed. Do people well? A little bit of spontaneity. The end of the world where there is no grass well. Jiang Chang patted Wang Yuan's shoulder said. Wang Yuan's face cramped up when he saw that Jiang Chang seemed to look like he was genuinely enlightened. Bastard. Stealing his girlfriend and still so arrogant. Dude, I'm telling you, don't come and make trouble. Will you leave here? You can't give Zhou happiness. Jiang Chang's head was filled with questions as soon as he heard Wang Yuan's words. This person is sick, right? How do you know I can't give her happiness? Do you know how much Zhou used to live on a month? $50,000. Can you afford to give it to her? Although her family is failing now, she is still that beautiful young lady in my heart. As long as she follows me, I will also give her 50,000 pocket money every month. Can you afford it? Can you take her in a limo? Buy her a necklace? Buy her another 99 roses? In the end, Wang Yuan even started to question Jiang Chang loudly. Jiang Chang looked at Wang Yuan and shook his head. So did she accept it when you bought these for her? After saying that, Jiang Chang asked Zhou, do you like these? Zhou seriously considered it and said, that depends on who sent it. Then what if I send you? Jiang Chang asked again with interest. Of course I like it. Zhou nodded playfully. Wang Yuan instantly wanted to vomit blood, but he still didn't believe that a kid from the side of the road could steal Zhou from himself. I'm talking about you. How about this? I'll give you $100,000 and you leave Zhou. Brother, you don't have a problem with your brain. Jiang Chang was instantly amused. This Wang Yuan has seen too much of the bully. What are you laughing at? Don't believe it? Do you know how much I paid for this car? He begged his parents for years to buy him this car, and just picked it up last month. Wang Yuan had to show off no matter who he saw. Yo, Porsche 911. Awesome. Luxury car. Jiang Chang said teasingly. I didn't realize that you still have a good eye. My this plus configuration can be more than $1 million. How about you? Do you have a car? Do you have a car? Can you afford to drive such an expensive car? Wang Yuan finished with a proud face. Just then LV's account manager came running out of the store with a bag of stuff. As soon as he came out, he looked around quickly and immediately trotted over when he saw Jiang Chang, only to see her bow respectfully to Jiang Chang. Sorry, Mr. Jiang, the things you just bought missed a belt for you to put in. Jiang Chang looked at the bag carried in the hands of the account manager and nodded casually. Oh, okay, help me put it in that car over there. After saying that, Jiang Chang took out the Porsche's car keys and pressed them against a car not far away. Tick-tock sounded. The group followed the voice. This look all but made me take a deep breath. Holy crap, Porsche 918. Asterisk 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 this car is also a Porsche. No wonder that girl said yes to him. So they are all luxury car owners. Looks like it's a love triangle. Grass. There are so many rich people. Don't talk nonsense if you don't know. Although they are both Porsches, but one is a 911 and the other is a 918. The price difference is more than 10 times. What? Is that car that expensive? Chapter 87, A Complete Loser. Jiang Chang looked at Wang Yuan, who was petrified with his mouth open, laughed lightly, patted his shoulder and said, Buddy, how is it? Is my car okay? Wang Yuan at this moment had a face that looked like he had eaten shit, and with difficulty squeezed out a trace of an awkward smile and opened his mouth to say, it's quite good. Thinking about how he had just gloated in front of Jiang Chang, Wang Yuan couldn't help but blush in his old face. He knew he had lost, and lost completely. Jiang Chang saw that Wang Yuan looked like he had been dealt a big blow, so he was not interested in playing on. Turning to Zhou, he said, this beautiful woman, would you like to accompany me for a meal when it's time for dinner? Good. Zhou walked over and naturally wrapped her arms around Jiang Chang. Wang Yuan was left alone and crouched on the ground in a state of disorientation. Inside the private room of the Japanese restaurant, Jiang Chang turned to Zhou and asked, so you're not doing anything tonight, is out on a date? I didn't cause you any trouble just now, did I? Zhou looked at Jiang Chang and guffawed, shook her head and said, of course not. I am accompanying my mom to her former friend's house tonight. That is, Wang Yuan and their house. After arriving they desperately wanted the two of us to come out and play, and couldn't put it off before they came out. And I didn't think that as soon as we arrived here Wang Yuan would make these moves. Jiang Chang nodded his head and put on a hurt expression as he said, I was still sad for a while when I first saw it. I thought you were rejecting me because of him. Zhou looked at Jiang Chang as he said this, and immediately blushed a little. For a moment, she couldn't even tell if Jiang Chang was telling the truth or joking. Jiang Chang, you're still so jocular. I remember you used to be quite popular in the class. I didn't realize the goddess had paid attention to me. Zhou nodded shyly and said, in the past, I didn't have many friends in the class. My family's control was also strict. Once school was over, they sent a driver to take me home. I didn't even have the chance to play with my classmates. I only remembered that you were quite active in the class during the next classes or gym classes. On the contrary, I should be considered a transparent person. Jiang Chang snorted out a laugh. You, transparent? Zhou, aren't you underestimating yourself too much? If you were an ordinary looking one, then you could still say that you're an invisible person. With your looks, you're also very high profile in the class. Okay. Zhou shook her head disapprovingly. Although I'm not bad looking, I'm not as popular as you say. And there aren't many people chasing after me. Haven't you chased after me too? That's because everyone is young and inferior, and goddesses are only to be seen from afar. Is that so? What about you? Zhou asked as she looked at Jiang Chang with wide-eyed interest. Jiang Chang dryly coughed twice and said in a serious manner, I go to school to study, not to fall in love. I'm not like other people. After dinner, the two of them wandered around Taikuli. It's been a long time since I've been here. It's changed so much, Zhou said with emotion. I haven't really shopped here before, and to be honest today is the first time I've been here. Didn't come with your girlfriend? Zhou asked tentatively. because she knew Jiang Chang had a girlfriend. The moment these words came out, the scum cells in Jiang Chang's brain instantly awakened. Jiang Chang smiled to himself. Actually, I'm with Zhao Jia. We usually chat about wizards, and I've already broken up with her. Jiang Chang looked at Zhou Ying's to himself. He remembered that when he bought the car before he added 5 points, and when he was in the bar he added another 5 points. Obviously there were 85 points. How come it was now down to 78 points again? Did it mean that this friendly value would still go up and down with the idea? I didn't expect Zhou Ying's friendly value to rise so slowly. But yeah, money shouldn't have that much of an impact on Zhou Ying. Zhou Ying is naturally a little harder to tackle than the average girl. That's so, but you're handsome and have money, so it stands to reason that there should be a lot of girls who like you, right? Whether I like me or not I don't know. I was too busy studying before. I didn't think that much about the others except that I paid attention to you. As soon as Jiang Chang said this, Zhou Ying's face couldn't help but redden again. Jiang Chang didn't take the opportunity to flirt with Zhou Ying when he saw that she was shy. Seeing that there was a Cartier counter in front of him, Jiang Chang naturally pulled up Zhou Ying and walked over. Zhou Ying, who was suddenly being held by Jiang Chang's hand, suddenly had her heartbeat accelerate. Zhou Ying tried to gently pull her hand out, but Jiang Chang had no intention of letting go. Just like that, Zhou Ying didn't make a sound, and with a shy look, she let Jiang Chang hold her. Cartier in Swire is decorated in a very simple and upscale way, with large floor-to-ceiling glass windows and bright lights. You can see the counter with delicate, sparkling jewelry as soon as you enter. Cartier's counter attendant saw a tall, handsome, leathery boy walk in with a heavenly girl and immediately walked towards the two of them. Watching the two of them fall in line instantly made it seem like these two were definitely potential clients. Just after stepping into Cartier's store, the dreams come true system ding. The dream come true system prompted. Choice 1. Buy a gift for Zhou Ying and get 5 shopping cashback cards. The maximum balance for a single card is $500,000. Choice 2. Fake look will receive a spell Yum Yum 9 for 9 Iron Rooster. Jiang Chang looked at the system's prompt speechlessly. That's something anyone with a normal IQ knows what to pick, right? Chapter 88, The Setup of a Standardized Man. At this time, Cartier's store did not have an endless stream of customers. On the contrary, coupled with Jiang Chang and Zhou Ying, 2 people, only 4 customers. Zhou Ying quietly followed Jiang Chang's lead as she calmly looked at the jewelry inside the cabinet. At this time a female shopper quickly walked forward and asked with a smile, "Hello, this gentleman, this lady, may I ask what needs can I help you?" Jiang Chang pointed to the necklace on top and asked, "Which one do you like?" Zhou Ying froze for a moment at his words, a pair of bright eyes staring at Jiang Chang for a moment, and said, "You're asking me? Didn't you say you'd like it if I gave it to you?" Jiang Chang asked her in return. "I'm just kidding." Zhou Ying naturally knew how expensive Cartier was. She felt that her relationship with Jiang Chang hadn't progressed to the stage of asking him for a gift. "I'm not joking, I said seriously." Jiang Chang ended up looking at Zhou Ying with a look of deep affection. That look saw Zhou Ying wanting to pull her hand out again, but there was no way. Jiang Chang's big hand was still holding her tightly. Zhou Ying glanced at the female guide next to her, only to see that the female guide's eyes were staring straight at Jiang Chang. Inwardly, he couldn't help but secretly spit out the fact that rich, multi-millionaire handsome men were very popular with women wherever they went. Seeing that Zhou Ying didn't pick one, Jiang Chang looked at it and directly skipped the cheaper styles, pointed to a new Panthera D Cartier Cheetah necklace, 18K yellow gold necklace in front of him, worth $80,000. "Mr. Really good eye. This Panthera DE Cartier Cheetah series necklace is made of yellow gold, black lacquer, set with 1 savorite garnet and 19 round brilliant cut diamonds. Total weight is 0.07 carats. New to the classic collection. It looks very good with a coquettish delicacy." The female shopper quickly took out the necklace and handed it to Zhou Ying with an expectant face. Zhou Ying saw this and politely took it and tried it on. Looking at the delicate little cheetah lying quietly on Zhou Ying's beautiful collarbone, Jiang Chang couldn't help but look a little mesmerized, and the eyes with aggression made Zhou Ying couldn't help but blush. After a few seconds Jiang Chang nodded. "It suits you." Looking at this exquisite necklace, Zhou Ying really couldn't pick any faults and could only say back with approval, "It is indeed quite pretty." Seeing that Zhou Ying did not refuse, Jiang Chang continued to pull and pick the other styles in the store. Choosing and choosing, felt slightly disappointed. Even if it was their family watches, the price was not high. At the top, you can barely pick a $230, 000 ladies watch plus an $80, 000 bracelet and an $8, 000 earring. The credit card swipes barely scraped together $400,000. The female shopper on the side saw Jiang Chang's smiling face when he paid, and became even more envious inside. After Jiang Chang left, she immediately discussed it with another female guide. Other people's boyfriends never disappoint. Did you see that? How happy he was when he made the payment. On the contrary, That girl still had a reluctant face. "Of course I saw it. Handsome and generous. Really envious. How come we don't meet boys like that?" "Yes. Usually it is girls pulling boys in to consume. When the bill is paid, those boys are all a face of meat pain. Rarely see the bill to buy so happy. Look at him still picking out the expensive ones to buy. It's really sour. You're getting a lot of commission this month." The reason why Jiang Chang was smiling when he made the payment was because he used the shopping cashback card when he made the payment and received a 50 times rebate. That's $20 million. Having both bought a gift for Zhouing and hoard out so much money for nothing, how could he be in a bad mood? There were still 4 shopping rebate cards left, but Zhouing was saying that she didn't want to shop anymore. She wasn't willing to spend any more of Jiang Chang's money. Soon Jiang Chang drove Zhouing back home. In front of me was an old neighborhood, which had to be more than 20 years old at a glance. "What floor do you live on? There doesn't seem to be an elevator in this neighborhood?" "My dad bought this when he was young. It's decades old. All the previous houses are mortgaged and this is all that's left. There's no elevator. We live on the 5th floor. Jiang Chang nodded. "Then I'll send you up?" Zhouing shook her head. "No need. My mom is up there. You go back." Jiang Chang nodded at his words and reluctantly let go of Zhou Ying's hand. "Then walk slowly." "Good." Zhouing shyly waved her hand towards Jiang Chang, turned her head and walked in. As soon as Zhouing arrived home, Fang Yuan stood up from the sofa. Fang Yuan, who was only 36 years old this year, is very well maintained and cannot be seen as Zhou Ying's mother at all. "Ying er, how's it going?" Seeing Fang Yuan's expectant face, Zhouing sulked. "How about what?" "Wang Yuan, how did your 2 dating appointments go?" "Mom, I don't like him." Mentioning Wang Yuan, Zhou Ying's face instantly pulled down. Fang Yuan's sharp eyes spotted the Cartier shopping bag Zhouing was carrying in her hand. "You don't like it and you're still taking his gift?" "It's not from him, it's from my classmate." "Your classmate?" "Ying er, it's not that I'm talking about you. Although Wang Yuan is not as good as our family used to be, but you also know our family's current situation. Your father is gone, leaving a large sum of money owed to him. Although I don't like Wang Yuan very much either, but Mom really can't do anything about it. They said that if you get together with him, you should get to know each other first and get married later. They'll take care of the debt for us, and both of our families are more familiar with each other. And Mom is more at ease. I really don't want her to hide in the East anymore." After saying that, Fang Yuan took over the shopping bag in Zhou Ying's hand and opened it to look at it. "Haven't I been looking for a job? I'll figure it out. And you know Wang Yuan, he used to be a regular. How long do you have to work part-time for a few $1,000,000? Mom is tired too. I won't be with Wang Yuan anyway. I don't want to." "You child, what are you talking about?" Fang Yuan was a bit angry when she saw that Zhouing couldn't make sense, but she was silenced the moment she saw the shopping ticket. Chapter 89, We're really just classmates. After Fang Yuan opened the boxes of Cartier gift boxes one by one and looked at them, she froze for a while holding the small ticket and said to Zhouing, "What is your relationship with this classmate of yours?" Zhouing knew what Fang Yuan meant when she asked that. "We're just regular classmates." Fang Yuan obviously didn't believe Zhou Ying's words. She looked at Zhouing with a probing look and said, "Ying er, be honest with Mom. Did you reject Wang Yuan because of him?" Zhouing shook her head and continued to deny it. "I don't like Wang Yuan because of his character, not because of anyone." "Then what's going on with you and this classmate of yours today? Why did you suddenly send you these?" Fang Yuan asked, still undeterred. "It was just a matter of meeting and having dinner together." "Then why did he buy you something so expensive? You two shouldn't have already." Seeing Fang Yuan thinking more and more crookedly, Zhouing helplessly hurriedly denied. "You're overthinking it. That classmate of mine is very rich. These might not even be worth anything in his eyes. $400,000 is still worthless?" Fang Yuan looked at Zhouing with even more shock at this point. Zhouing helplessly sighed and told Fang Yuan about meeting Jiang Chang. Fang Yuan frowned after hearing this. "Ying er, do you like him because he's rich?" "No, the two of us are just classmates now. But if I were to be with him, it certainly wouldn't be because of his money. As long as I like it, I'd be with him whether he has money or not." Fang Yuan looked at Zhouing and laughed a little, shaking her head with a teasing face. "You're still young. You don't understand anything. What's the use of love? Can you get enough to eat? Mom is doing this for your own good. Right now our family can still barely make some connections. Mom just doesn't want you to keep suffering like this." Seeing that Fang Yuan was starting to brainwash herself again, Zhouing impatiently packed up her things before heading to her room. When Fang Yuan saw Zhouing ignoring her, she rolled her eyes in anger. This child is so stupid, just like she used to be. Jiang Chang soon arrived home, and as soon as he got home, he saw Li Yan carrying a plate of fruits watching the news broadcast, while Jiang Jianming was making a phone call over the balcony. But by the way he was frowning tightly, it was obvious the talk wasn't going very well. Jiang Chang sat down next to Li Yan and took the fruit Li Yan handed over. eating it as he asked, "What's wrong with Dad?" "The thing about the amusement park project. I guess I can't get it." "I'm fretting. An amusement park? I heard it was a good deal a while back." "Well, there's been a situation. Leave him alone. If you can't sign it, forget it. You'll be making money now anyway. You don't need us." Jiang Chang looked at Li Yin speechlessly. He felt that Li Yin had let herself go even more since he showed his cards. Now not only would I not have to worry about him being cold and hungry, I didn't realize that even making money was going to start laying flat now. As soon as Jiang Chun woke up from his nap the next day at noon, he checked to see what large shopping malls were around where he could swipe money. After all, he still had 4 consumer cashback cards sitting inside his system. Jiang Chang locates to the new large luxury shopping mall SKP. The SKP pairs in Tianfu Rongqing are significantly less crowded than those in Taikuli. At a glance the whole mall is full of high luxury brands. Jiang Chang casually walked around before taking the straight ladder up to the second floor. Just as Jiang Chang was looking at the signage on the second floor, a pair of small, soft hands tugged at his pant leg. Then a cute childish voice rang out, "Handsome brother, why are you here?" Jiang Chang lowered his head to take a look and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. "Annie?" Seeing Annie alone, Jiang Chang couldn't help but sink his face again. "You're alone?" Annie shook her head and hurriedly pointed behind her and said, "My mom's back there." Jiang Chang looked over in the direction of her finger, only to see an Xin walking towards the two of them with a light smile. "Mr. Jiang, what a coincidence." Jiang Chang nodded towards an Xin. "Sister Xin, you brought her out alone." An Xin knew what Jiang Chang meant and said with embarrassment, "It's safer in the country. I go out on my own." And just now she, the bear child, ran fast again. Annie hurriedly pulled on Jiang Chang's pants and said in a petulant manner, "Handsome brother, I'm not running around now. I know my mom is behind me. I'll still wait for her." Jiang Chang helplessly touched her head. "Still no, not to run around. In the future you are not allowed to run so fast alone. Later your mom cannot catch up with you how to do." Chapter 90, Jiang Jianmen's brainstorming. "I know. I listen to everything handsome brother says. Next time I won't run away." Annie's small face flushed red and said, "This child does listen to you. Usually when I say something to her, she always goes in the left ear and out the right." An Xin said helplessly. After saying that an Xin asked, "Are you alone?" Jiang Chang nodded. "It's okay to come over and hang out." Seeing Jiang Chang alone, Anne's eyes lit up and immediately grabbed Jiang Chang's arm and shook it petulantly. "Then handsome brother accompany us to shop together, okay? Today is my birthday. My mom wants to send me a birthday gift. Help me choose a gift together, can you?" Seeing that Annie was going to be a demon again, an Xin hurriedly pulled her hand over and said shyly, "Annie, brother Jiang Chang is very busy. Mom will just accompany you to shop." Seeing this, Anne beamed with a reluctant face and broke away from an Xin's hand to pull Jiang Chang once again. "I don't want it. I want brother Jiang Chang to be with me." "Annie, stop it or mommy's going to get mad." Seeing an Xin being mean to herself, Anne immediately deflated her mouth to make it look like she was about to cry. "You promised not to get angry today." Jiang Chang looked at the playful and helplessly shook his head, but a closer look, Anne's looks and an Xin is not at all like, and her eyes are still brown, long as a rag doll. With such a base as Anne, after growing up the appearance should not be bad. Jiang Chang scratched Annie's nose then asked, "Today is your birthday?" "Aha. My mom promised to accompany me to the amusement park. Will you come along too, handsome brother?" Annie asked with an expectant face. At that moment, the system ding prompted. Choice 1. Agree to play with Annie and will receive the deep eyes skill. Choice 2. Refuse to play along, and you will receive 2 bad luck cards. Jiang Chang looked at the 2 options and chose the first one without hesitation. The deep eyes skill is a good one. As the saying goes, having eyes that look deep into a dog's eyes is definitely a mesmerizing skill for the majority of women. Okay, that just so happens to be picked out together. And I'll get you a birthday present too. An Xin hurriedly waved her hand. "That won't do. How can I ask for your gift?" In contrast to an Xin's constraints, and looked very excited. "Yes, brother Jiang Chang, let me tell you, my mom loves you. She's been coming home lately and often mentioning you to my grandpa. She must be very happy if you play with us." Seeing and reveal her bottom, an Xin instantly had a hot breath rise on her face, and her petulant little voice reprimanded, "Anne, what nonsense are you talking about?" "Jiang Chang, I just mentioned something to my dad about you saving Annie. Don't get me wrong." Jiang Chang looked at an Xin's shy little womanly appearance and couldn't help but see a stream of light under his eyes. This feels a little off. Ignoring an Xin's words, Jiang Chang directly took Anne's hand and said, "Anne, let's go. Let's choose a gift for you." Shopped around the last Jiang Chang to Annie bought a Chanel children's small bag, due to the price of just over 8,000. Jiang Chang did not use the shopping cashback card. A few people shopped around again. Jiang Chang and gave his own mom Li Yan bought some Blue Ocean Mystery skincare products. Blue Ocean Mystery. As a cosmetic session of the Big Brother, a bottle of toner to be nearly 2,000. But a whole set down this is only nearly 10,000. The price was still a bit low, and Jiang Chang didn't use the shopping card. They didn't wander any further after the purchase because they were afraid the amusement park would close if it was too late. The three of them arrived at a large amusement park nearby, and as soon as they entered Anne was so excited that she was about to go straight ahead. Jiang Chang saw this and immediately grabbed Annie with a quick eye. Bear child. Annie, don't wander off all the time. And who was caught looked up at Jiang Chang, spat out her tongue and nodded her head in a good manner. I'm sorry, I forgot again. Next time I will definitely not run around anymore. Is it okay for that handsome brother to hold me? After holding Jiang Chang, Anne's right hand immediately held an Xin. That's great. Let's go. The neon lights start to come on in the evening at the amusement park, and the warm yellow lights are more ambient than during the day. There was something rather cozy about three people walking together holding hands, and had a happy smile on her face, looking at Jiang Chang at one time and then at an Xin at another, as if they really felt like a family. And every now and then, I pampered myself to buy various snacks inside the amusement park. The combination of a handsome man plus a beautiful woman and a cute baby made them collect a lot of turnovers along the way. Oh my god. Is this a family? It looks so happy. The family's face is superb. The man is so handsome and the woman is so beautiful. Looking at it makes me want to have monkeys, but only if my husband is this handsome too. The envious eyes and whispered words of the passers-by. And Xin naturally heard a little bit of it as well. She only saw her face scarlet as she secretly glanced at Jiang Chang with her afterglow, and then looked at the way and was pampering herself in Jiang Chang's arms. It felt like it would actually be nice if the three of them were a real family of three. The three of them played for over 2 minutes until finally Annie ran out of energy and fell asleep before driving back. At this time, there was already a Rolls-Royce parked at the entrance of the amusement park, looking like it was obviously here to pick up an Xin. Before getting on the car, an Xin said to Jiang Chang, thank you for accompanying us out to play today, and thank you for the gift. You're welcome. It's most important that Annie is happy. Just as the two of them were talking, they saw Jiang Jianming and another middle-aged man walk out from the side of the playground. As he passed by, Jiang Jianming saw the cozy scene and couldn't help but stop with his eyes wide open, only to see a sleeping girl leaning on Jiang Chang's shoulder, while a shy beauty stood beside her. At this moment, Jiang Jianming's mind was suddenly filled with many stories that he couldn't accept. Chapter 91, Mistake. The other middle-aged man who was with Jiang Jianming also saw them, and at that moment, that middle-aged man walked towards them with quick steps, only to see him fawningly greet an Xin. Mr. What brings you here? An Xin glanced at the middle-aged man and nodded lightly. Accompany my daughter here to play. You could have told me in advance so I could have entertained you personally. Jiang Chang also finally saw Jiang Jianming at this time and opened his mouth to ask, Dad, why are you here? Jiang Jianming responded somewhat dryly at this point. I came over to talk about the project. Why are you here? I came over to play with them. Jiang Jianming couldn't see what Jiang Chang meant and could only frown and nod. An Xin saw Jiang Chang call Jiang Jianming's father and immediately nodded towards Jiang Jianming with a smile on her face. Hello, uncle. First time I meet you. I'm an Xin. I often listen to Jiang Chang mentioning you. I'll personally bring in to pay a visit some other day. An Xin obviously didn't expect Jiang Chang to not tell Jiang Jianming about them. And it's true that it's easy to misunderstand what she's saying. Jiang Jianming was like that at this point. His heart thumped, but because there were so many people at the scene, Jiang Jianming didn't say anything and just nodded. After dryly coughing, he asked Jiang Chang, Are you going home to eat tonight? Jiang Jianming, who had received the affirmation, then put his heart down. In the evening, Jiang Chang is still online to find a small crisp as a grass dog to play up pesticide. As soon as Jiang Jianming came home, he pulled Li Yan inside his room and talked for a long time. After a long time, Li Yan walked out of the room with a heavy face. After thinking for a while, Li Yan knocked on the door and walked into Jiang Chang's room. Seeing Li Yan walk in, Jiang Chang gave her a puzzled look. Mom, what's wrong? Li Yan expression unnatural open mouth asked, Is this way? Our group of sisters group inside usually have in the chat. Recently you are not already adult. Young people should talk about love? Mom recently gave you a look at a number of girls long or quite good. Mom give you a look. After saying that, Li Yan took out her cell phone and opened WeChat wanting to show Jiang Chang the photos. Jiang Chang waved his hand breathlessly. Mom, there's no need. Who has blind dates these days? I don't need one. After being rejected, Li Yan inwardly also thumped. Why don't you need it? Then do you have a girlfriend? Girlfriends? Of course, and many more. But it's not quite appropriate to confess this to Li Yan right now. Jiang Chang could only say, This issue is a bit more complicated right now. I'll tell you later. Jiang Jianmin outside the door heard this and finally couldn't hold back a bit. He walked in with a frown on his face and looked at Jiang Chang and said, "There are some words that I have thought about all night. Originally I didn't want to say them, but I think it's necessary to say them to you." "What words?" "You're tonight with that girl. Doesn't she have a baby? Did you say an xin? What's wrong with having kids?" Seeing that Jiang Chang looked indifferent, Jiang Jianming and Li Yan became even heavier after glancing at each other. "I know you young people are more enlightened nowadays, but I've been there before, and if you guys really get together, you'll have a lot of trouble in the future. And you shouldn't have suddenly become rich because of her, right?" Jiang Chang finally understood what the two of them meant. "You don't think you've been adopted by an xin, do you, Dad? Mom, it's not what you think. I'm with her." Just when Jiang Chang hadn't come to the time to open his mouth to explain, at this time, his cell phone Weixing prompted someone to send him a transfer message. Jiang Chang, who was hanging his game character under the spring water, curiously clicked to view the prestige message. This clicked open, only to find that an xin side had transferred $10,000 to her. At this time, not only did Jiang Chang see it, Li Yan and Jiang Jianmin on the side naturally saw it as well. They say that the three most embarrassing things about being a teenager are, 1. Being bumped into by your parents when you're left-handed and right-handed in one slow motion. The second is when you say that a female teacher's ass is very big by female classmates heard on the spot. 3 is when you write this kind of shameful novel by familiar people found. Although all three of these currently accounted for none of Jiang Chang, he was still feeling a bit awkward at this time. Seeing Li Yan and Jiang Jianmin looking at themselves with complicated faces, Jiang Chang helplessly gave a quick rundown of what happened in Tyrant. Jiang Jianmin and Li Yan finally put their hearts down after hearing this. "I blame your dad for scaring me. I thought I was going to be a grandmother." Chapter 92, Communal and Private Vengeance. After the amusement park project was fixed, Jiang Jianming and Li Yan went to the field to inspect the tour, leaving Jiang Chang alone at home. Bored and casually picked up the phone and brushed it. A few minutes later Jiang Chang looked at today's hot search could not help but burst out. Grass. Jiang Chang clicked on the hot search and looked at the video and it instantly filled with gloom. The tightly furrowed brow held an uncontrollable rage. Hashtag famous actress Lin Ru was so dedicated to filming that her woman slaps her junior Suwon without mercy. Hashtag so late to shooting many times. Face swollen to a pig's head. Hashtag Lin Ru claims to have pushed Su Night and not lent a fake fight for the sake of filming effect. Hashtag. In the video Lin Ru played the noble consort many times. Woman palms around the maid Su evening. And every time is directly on the hand fan. Not in the least with the help of the wok. A simple clip of a woman's palm also took more than 10 takes to complete. Thanks to Lin Ru's many mistakes. Watching these clips, a boundless rage suddenly rose within Jiang Chang's heart. The point is that the comments underneath these videos are a great novelty. Lin Ru is really my goddess. So dedicated. Sister is really working hard. Hitting your hand more than 10 times must hurt. To come out for a movie is to be real. Borrowing a walk is too fake. Of course you have to fight for real. Don't come out to rub our Lin Ru's heat if you're an 18th line starlet, okay? Lin Ru is not the same one I met last time I bought a Patek Philippe. Look at her style of doing this. Look as the last time by Jiang Chang face. This time to use the excuse of filming personal revenge. Jiang Chang directly picked up his cell phone and sent the hot search to Wang Shang, and explained the results he wanted. This Lin Ru Jiang Chang must make her paste. Jiang Chang remembered that yesterday Suwon had reported to himself that he was shooting a magazine business on this side of Tianfu in the past 2 days. Jiang Chang directly sent a voice over to Suwon after opening his wizards. Half an hour later Jiang Chang parked his car downstairs at the Yihang Hotel. Su Lian soon appeared. Her outfit today was still a duck-tongued hat and the standard mask, but instead of showing off her long legs, she wore a white slacks with a short, revealing t-shirt today for a rare occasion. Suwon saw Jiang Chang driving a Porsche 918 and couldn't help but exclaim wow in an exaggerated manner. Worthy of being my boss, this is a Porsche 918? So handsome. Su evening happily jogged to the passenger door and opened the door. Jiang Chang looked sideways at the position of Suwon's seatbelt. Snaps in very nice and full. Suwon felt Jiang Chang's line of sight, pulled the seatbelt and gave Jiang Chang a blank look. Her tone was crisp, as if she was pampering herself. Boss, what are you looking at me for? This car of yours is really hot to sit in. Damn, how can a simple sentence make you feel so hot all over? Su Lian was truly worthy of being a special creature with the title of Vixen. It's hot, why don't I take it off for you? After Jiang Chang said this, Suwon couldn't help but feel shy and dry, and her ears suddenly turned red. Boss, drive. Su Lian's eyes colored shyly as she gave Jiang Chang a blank look. Jiang Chang helplessly shook his head. He has seen this skill of relying on sound alone to make people react. Jiang Chang saw Suwon acting as if she wasn't affected at all by the online gossip. Since Suwon didn't intend to say, Jiang Chang didn't intend to ask either. What do you want to eat? Jiang Chang asked rhetorically. Hot pot? There's nothing wrong with it this time. The hot pot in Tianfu is so authentic. I haven't had it in a long time. Su Evening also remembered the last time she said to eat hot pot and when Jiang Chang's reaction. At this time a charming smile, eyes in the eyes of the eye waves flow look at Jiang Chang. Jiang Chang raised his eyebrows and didn't refuse. Okay, go. Jiang Chang didn't bring Su Wan to the crowded shopping street side, but drove 7 turns to an alley inside the old town. Parking the car on the side of the road, Jiang Chang led Su Wan to walk deep inside the alley. I didn't realize that there was something else inside the narrow alley. Soon they came to another old courtyard, the spacious courtyard inside which was filled with round wooden tables one after the other. Jiang Chang saw Su Wan look surprised and asked, "What? Dislike it?" Not satisfied. Su Wan shook her head and said happily, "This kind of store is what makes people look forward to it. It's true that you still have to be led by a local to find this kind of store. That's natural. This kind of hot pot still have to be locally made to be authentic. The mall inside the food is not quite the right flavor." Jiang Chang ordered some freshly fished seafood and freshly cut beef and a variety of vegetables. After going to the pickup place and ordering the food, the two people also sat down. When evening fell and the people inside the courtyard began to grow, the yellow lights turned on, and the small stage in the center was also at this time with a good-looking man holding a guitar and playing and singing on it, appearing to have a lively atmosphere inside the courtyard. Looking at the fresh and rich dishes that were laid out on the table, Su Wan took off her mask and gulped. Jiang Chang skillfully clamped some beef and put it inside the hot pot, and after scalding it for more than 10 seconds, he clamped it to Su Wan. "Thank you, boss," Su Wan said delicately. Yummy, that's the flavor." Jiang Chang looked at Su Wan's slightly swollen cheeks and shook his head with a smile. Halfway through the meal, I don't know if it was because of the atmosphere of the scene or the song played on the field was too sad, Su Wan actually took the initiative to ask for a drink. After 2 bottles of beer went down, Jiang Chang had only just started to warm up, and he didn't expect Su Wan to be a little drunk. She was seen drinking and humming along with the store's music. After singing for a while, Su Lian had started to lie on the table and sobbed. "What are you crying about?" Chapter 93. Are you that hungry? Why am I so useless? Oh, Su Wan said while shedding tears, and after that, she picked up the beer in her hand and took another sip. Jiang Cheng couldn't help but shake his head in amusement as he watched Su Lian cry and laugh. How is it useless? I can't return the favor. Is it useless? And they're calling me names online. Just this? How big a deal? From now on, whoever hits you, you hit them back. Su Wan smiled bitterly and shook her head. Sister Dash has already called me and said they're doing online PR. Jiang Cheng didn't ask much about the company. Instead he frowned and asked, why are you still shooting this small role? Didn't you sign up for our company? That was picked up by the previous company, and it's still almost not finished shooting. After saying this, Su Night then cried and hugged the bottle of wine and drank again, watching Su Lian's pearly tears fall down like no money. The beauty shedding tears. I feel sorry for her. Jiang Cheng didn't try to comfort Su Wan too much. He stood up for Su Wan only because Su Wan was an artist of his own company. The boss can tolerate his own artist being slapped in the face like that? Jiang Cheng looked at the message Wang Shang had sent over, saying that they had already started looking for some black material on the internet about Lin Ru playing big names and suppressing newcomers to start building momentum. After drinking for a while longer, Su Wan was already drunk at this point, plus her cell phone had been turned off. Jiang Cheng had no choice but to add the valet plus the Porsche and drive back, took another cab to a nearby hotel and got a double room. Jiang Cheng put Su Lian on the bed, looking at the exquisite figure on the bed, especially a pair of big bowls. He felt a bit on fire at once. I didn't dare to look any further. After all, the process must have been unpleasant if I took advantage of the situation. The key is also the possibility that there will never be a next time. It's still a fine line, and it's not that bad. Jiang Cheng silently brainwashed himself several times before he reluctantly turned to leave. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Cheng walked out and took a quick shower before going straight to bed. It's the only way to go to bed without rambling. Soon Jiang Cheng fell asleep, until the middle of the night when Jiang Cheng was woken up by a small sound, and then heard the sound of a small stream of water. Looks like it's suffocating. Clattering. After another interval, Jiang Cheng heard the sound of a clattering shower. After reciting the Tao Te Ching for a while, no movement was heard, so it was assumed that Su Wan had already gone back to sleep. Just as Jiang Cheng was about to fall asleep again, he suddenly felt someone walk into the bedroom, only to see Su Wan dizzily lifting Jiang Cheng's quilt and sleeping directly on it. A thought-provoking fragrance entered Jiang Cheng's nose. The worst part was that Su Wan acted as if she hadn't noticed, her entire body sticking towards Jiang Cheng's body. Really big bowl with good elasticity. Although the two people were closer together, Jiang Cheng didn't dare to make too many movements. Feel it first before Su wakes up later. After feeling it for a while, Jiang Cheng felt that it was not a solution to spend so much time. At this rate, I guess I won't have to sleep tonight. The key was that Su Lian's little hands were restless even when he fell asleep, playing with his 8-pack abs all the time. Jiang Cheng thought for a moment, and with a big wave of his hand went straight to work. Screw her. We'll talk about it later. Jiang Cheng lifted Su Wan's chin and directly kissed it. Su Wan, who had slept in a bit of a daze, suddenly yelped out with a "ah-oh" sound. It was that sound that made the second pillar instantly quit again. The attack became more and more fierce, and the untouched Su Lian was suddenly hugged by both hands and nibbled on, and she suddenly woke up with alcohol, only to see her scream with an ah and violently push Jiang Cheng away. Boss, don't ah, what are you doing? I have to say that Su Lian really is a vixen reincarnation. A pair of seductive eyes at this time obviously stored full of frightened tears, but Jiang Cheng looked it somehow but more excited. If Jiang Cheng wasn't a man of principle, at this point Su Wan would definitely not be able to run away. Jiang Cheng pretended to have a headache, covered his head, and said in an unconscious manner, Su Wan, why are you in my room? Su Wan saw Jiang Cheng looking around with an innocent look, and at that moment, he was also confused. Su Wan remembered that she just woke up and went to take a shower then walked back to her room. Could it be that she really went to the wrong room? Shaking her head that hurt a little, Su Lian swallowed her saliva looking at Jiang Cheng's 8-pack abs, not realizing that Jiang Cheng's body was so good. Seeing that Jiang Cheng was likewise looking at himself with a burning gaze, Su Wan instantly straightened the sling she was wearing. Just now when the two people were entangled, Jiang Cheng had already looked Su Wan's over. At this point, it would be a mistake to cover it up. Su Wan didn't know how to face the situation. Jiang Cheng looked at Su Lian and said preemptively, it seems that going out and living in the same house with you in the future is too dangerous. Just now I almost lost my innocence. Seeing Jiang Cheng say this, Su Wan was speechless. It's a cheap shot. Seeing Su Lian looking at herself with wide eyes, Jiang Cheng said roguishly, why don't we go to bed? I'm too tired after drinking. After Jiang Cheng's reminder, Su Wan reacted and immediately grabbed the neckline of her halter dress, covering his burning cheeks, then got up and ran out quickly on his bare little legs. After returning to her room, Su Wan thought back to the episode just now, and immediately felt a little hot all over. She had never been in such close physical contact with a boy before. Looking at the reddening marks on her body, Su Wan muttered in a low voice, that hungry? Chapter 94, Su Wan's touched. Su Wan pouted and touched the reddened area on her body. Some shameful recall their own feelings just now. At first they actually also some pleasure in it, and then reacted to the time to realize how much they were taken advantage of by Jiang Cheng. Really shameful. Su Wan pulled up the quilt to cover her face. This was the first time she had made out with a man, and it could be said that the two were just short of the last line of defense not stepping through. Jiang Cheng the bad guy. Su Wan slowly recalled what had just happened, and only after a long time did she fall asleep in a daze. The next day when you get up, Su evening in the room to do a long time inside the psychological construction only began to dilly-dally out of the room. Just did not expect to see Jiang Cheng or immediately small face red. It was all Jiang Cheng's fault how she couldn't sleep well last night and even kept dreaming. The key is still the kind of dream that puts people to shame. In contrast to Su Wan's shyness at this moment, Jiang Cheng's expression was as usual. Calmly, they swiped their cell phones while eating the breakfast the hotel had prepared for them. Open your bib and brush up on today's hot search. Sure enough, today's hot search continues to be Lin Ru. But compared to yesterday, today's hot searches about her are all black. Hashtag Lin Ru walked out of a hotel late at night. Hashtag Lin Ru asked fans to send overpriced bags. Hashtag Lin Ru filming a big demand and refusing to get out of the nanny car. Hashtag. Jiang Cheng handed his cell phone to Su Wan after reading it. Su Evening took the phone with a puzzled face and looked at it, and soon saw the expression on her face grow richer and richer. After reading it, Su Wan's heart couldn't help but feel a burst of relief, only to see her ask sweetly towards Jiang Cheng, boss, this shouldn't be you or your handiwork, right? How could you get so much black material out overnight? This is natural. Do you really think we have no one in Star Entertainment? Hitting you is not hitting my face. Listening to Jiang Cheng's overbearing words, Su Wan was warmed up inside. She didn't have this treatment in her original company. Even if she was beaten, she had to endure it silently. But now, Jiang Cheng not only helped her terminate her contract but also took it out for her. Jiang Cheng had been kind to himself, and Su Wan didn't know what she should take to repay Jiang Cheng. Su Night, friendliness value +5. All of a sudden the matter of being taken advantage of by Jiang Cheng last night seemed to have become less unacceptable. Su Evening secretly resolved to turn red, give Star Company a long face, and make money for Jiang Cheng. In order not to waste Jiang Cheng's good to himself, Su Wan looked at Jiang Cheng and said gratefully, thank you boss, I will definitely shoot well. Jiang Cheng nodded, don't thank so early, the good show has just begun. Just these black materials should not be able to let her directly paste off. Or this strength still need to increase a little. Su Lan's eyes widened at Jiang Cheng's words. She had long since seen Jiang Chang's financial power, and knew that these capitalists had all the means in the world, and as long as they wanted to do it, smashing an actress to pieces was simply a breeze. Don't look at celebrities who look glamorous on the surface and have millions of fans following them. But so what? The capital daddies at the top are the ones at the top of this circle. Have you ever seen any celebrity dare to call the capital father's bluff? Those stars who fell off the pedestal or were snowed in were either killing themselves or offended some big shot. You're worth a lot of money when dads are promoting you and giving you business. If you're screwed, not only will you not get a single role, you won't even be able to go on variety shows. And in the long run, your value will plummet. Although Suwon was a small star, but Lin Ru, as a former member of the showbiz industry, bullied the small and the big, took advantage of the shooting to beat herself up, and now that she had become like this, Suwon did not sympathize with her, but the same as the artists. Su Evening know if they do not have Jiang Chang such a capital father to do backing. She in this circle is not also those who are slaughtered leaks. It's a bit emotional when you think about it that way. Jiang Chang looked at Su Lian's somewhat sad expression and asked in confusion. The one I screwed was Lin Ru. Why do you also look like you've been screwed by me? Boss, that's not a good thing to say. I don't want to get fucked by you. How come you're in such a hurry to say no when you haven't even been fucked by me? Seeing Jiang Chang drive all of a sudden, Suwon's small face immediately reddened. The flirtatious eyes couldn't help but blankly glance at Jiang Chang. Boss, I am really curious how you managed to be such a rogue and yet still not change your face? Jiang Chang heatedly smiled. What else can I do? Just have a thick enough skin. At this moment, inside the conference room of the Magic City Heavenly King Entertainment Company, a slightly blonde middle-aged man was looking at the report on the screen with a face full of dark clouds. He was Tsai Song, the old boss of Sky King Entertainment. Lin was sitting down jittery at the moment, not saying a word. Her agent was crumpled up with a sad face at the moment, swiping through her Twitter feed. Lin Ru, who originally had more than 20 million followers, had already depowered several million in half a day. And the comments section is even worse. Even her fans who praised her for her dedication yesterday are flipping out at this point and calling her mean, a big shot and disrespectful. There are even some years of old fans ran out of the real Lin Ru on New Year's Day to imply that fans send sky-high gifts. Looking at the way Lin Ru's team didn't say a word, the middle-aged man sitting up there finally spoke impatiently. Are they all mute? Usually quite good at talking? Why doesn't anyone come and explain to me what's going on today? Lin Ru tearfully looked at the middle-aged man, aggrieved, and opened her mouth. Mr. Kai, I don't know who is hacking me. Yesterday was good. I don't know which by hot search to hack me. Yeah, I've been with Lin Ru. We've been filming lately. There's not much going on at all. And for something like this to happen all of a sudden, it must have been one of the competitors. What was that about yesterday? Why did you hit that supporting character for nothing? Was it because of what happened to her? Kai Song asked with a cold face. Mr. Kai, how could it be? She's just a small role, a small artist of Guanghai Entertainment. She's still playing supporting roles after several years of debut. It can't be her. Besides, I'm just filming normally, and yesterday's news was nothing. Although there were bad voices as well, but overall it's still good. Not only is the traffic high in this case, but it's a kind of publicity for my new drama as well. That Chief Lin didn't say anything when he heard Lin Ru say that. The more traffic a celebrity gets, the more valuable they are. And it's good to have something to talk about, because sometimes black and red is a kind of red. Chapter 95, The End of the Bar. Better than a little splash and no flow at all. I've already paid for other hotspots. Let's see if we can suppress yours later. So pay attention to me in the future. Seeing Kai Song say this, Lin Ru's heart was relieved and she said with a flattering attitude. Thank you, Mr. Kai. I know. Just as both of them were relaxing, Kai Song's assistant hurriedly walked in, bowed to him and said, Mr. Kai. According to the information found out, it was the boss of the newly opened Star Entertainment who did this. Star Entertainment? What's he doing messing with Lin Ru for nothing? Kai Song thought for 2 seconds before looking immediately at Lin Ru. With an angry face, he roared towards Lin Ru. Old Mr. Star? What's your relationship with him? Kai Song knew that Lin Ru sometimes hit on some other old bosses. These aren't secrets within the circle. And it's not a big deal that he himself would be harboring actresses. Could it be that this Lin Ru didn't know better than to reject Star's boss? Or green the other side? Lin Ru sniffed and immediately waved her hand in denial. Mr. Kai, I didn't give you a chance? You'd better spell it out for me. Before Lin Ru could say anything, the assistant on the side spoke again. Mr. Kai, it should be related to Suwon. Who is Suwon? Kai Song asked as he pressed his temples in annoyance. Suwon is the female counterpart of Miss Lin Ru's woman's palm yesterday. She's the woman of old Mr. Star? Kai Song asked in disbelief. Not too sure. I only know that Star has just recently released her from her contract, and has also arranged for her to be the female lead in several explosive dramas. After Lin Ru heard this, her heart couldn't help but beat wildly. She never dreamed that this was actually related to Su Won. Seeing Lin Ru's face full of death, Kai Song growled and asked, "Didn't you say she was just a small role? Mr. Kai, I didn't know that she changed companies. Last time, it was because she provoked me first by herself, causing me to lose face in front of outsiders. So that's why I took the opportunity to teach her a lesson. And it was also a filming. I really didn't know that things would be so serious." Lin's heart panicked at that moment. So much dark information about himself could be dug up in such a short time. It's not so bad that she'll just paste up, but it's still a big impact. 9 times out of 10. If you want to move up in this circle, you're not clean. So, most of the stars, every once in a while to spend money to buy peace. As for what to buy, naturally, it is these dark information. Mr. Kai, what should I do? You have to help me. Watching Lin Ru cry with a snotty nose, Kai Song was inwardly bored. It was hopeless. There were only a few stars that made money for their company, and Lin Ru was one of them. And there are still a lot of endorsements on her. So if she mucks up, it will cost hundreds of millions of dollars just to break the contract. Kai Song took a deep breath. You put the word out that we, Heavenly King Entertainment, will bail her out, so please pay attention to Star, or else we are not to be messed with. Okay, I know it will be done now. After saying that, the assistant rushed out of the conference room. Seeing Kai Song protect himself, Lin Ru felt relieved in his heart and immediately nodded his head and thanked Kai Song. Thank you, Mr. Kai. Thank you, Mr. Kai. Just remember, this is the last time, and if it happens again, you'll be waiting to be snowed in. Kai Song left in a huff after saying that. After Tian Chang Entertainment's message went out, Yu Xiaoxiao quickly made a video call to Jiang Chang. Looking at Yu Xiaoxiao's absolutely beautiful face occupying the entire screen, Jiang Chang suddenly pulled out a bad smile. Hold your cell phone away from me. It's too harsh to talk like that. Okay, is this okay? Well, a little further up. From the top. Yu Xiaoxiao obediently placed her cell phone as Jiang Chang commanded. It wasn't until after looking at Yu Xiaoxiao's white gullet that Jiang Chang nodded in satisfaction. Yes, that's it. Very good. After reacting, Yu Xiaoxiao glanced at Jiang Chang with a scarlet face in anger, but she still maintained this posture very obediently. My Jiang Dong, does it look good? Jiang Chang nodded while admiring the scenery in front of him. Well, it would look even better if it was taken with the lower half of the body. Bugger. Not talking to you about that, getting down to business with you. Isn't that the serious thing we're talking about? I think you're just the tightest. You're always poking fun at me. Sky King Entertainment sent a notice to bail out Lin Ru. Are we still going on? Why don't you continue? This Lin Ru won't let her paste off. Where does our star's face go? The new company. It's the right time to make an example of her. Yu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but say with some sourness. Jiang Dong is really good at hurting people. Wouldn't you know best if I would? What? Want to be hurt by me? Of course I want to. It's like a day without seeing you. Okay, when I get back for a 10-day non-stop. Yu Xiaoxia couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh daintily. I'll wait for you. Chapter 96 Emperor Who's Shock. The entertainment segment of the business is just getting in on the ground floor itself. The more high-profile the entrance, the better. Connections are not enough strength. Stars have no say at all in the face of capital. What can't you do with money? Jiang Chang just wants everyone in this circle to remember Star Entertainment and the name Jiang Chang. It's called knocking on the door. On this night, the matter of Star Entertainment going hard with Tian Chang Entertainment began to spread by the dozen. At this moment, all the big stars inside this circle up to the billions of fans were trembling. Instead, all the doggies lurking in the shadows were all hot and bothered. The various bosses in the movie and television industry all inquired about Jiang Chang's origins. But regardless, everyone remembered the same name overnight. That name is Jiang Chang. Just as at this moment in the Tax X bar in Magic City, a few men were sitting on the seats of a card and drinking. Suddenly an obese man named Jiang Xin wearing a floral color was looking at the message on his phone and said excitedly, "Do any of you know that actress Lin Ru? Why talk about her? The hot searches these 2 days seem to be all about her. And from what my uncle said, she, is just a slutty, wannabe bitch." Da Wei, who was on the side, answered, "I have a message from one of the groups that the owner of Star Entertainment is messing with her. And if there's a way to mess with her you can participate. There's a bounty." Hearing Jiang Xin say that, Sheen Byrne, who was sitting in the middle and swiping his cell phone, raised his head and looked at him. Star Entertainment? Never heard of it. Whose company is it? That Jiang Xin immediately said based on the gossip he got. As far as I know, it's a new company, that the boss is called Jiang Chang, and is said to be very young. What? Jiang Chang? Hearing this name, Qin next to Wang Zhang finally spoke out, somewhat dumbfounded. What? You recognize? Qin Liang turned his head to look at Wang Zhang and asked. Wang Zhang nodded. Qin brother, you forget? You went abroad to play before adding his WeChat. On the auction with you to grab the watch that. Recently I play with often him. I forgot to tell you. My that la fight he bought all the money. But before I have not heard that he opened the company it will not be the same name, right? After Wang Zhang said this, several people stared in disbelief. Which Rafa did you order? Full price? So dang. Are you kidding me? Jiang Xin asked curiously. Remember, I left the country after the edition. By the way, what does his family do? Qin Burn asked with interest. Wang Zhang shook his head. I'm not sure. Before I checked but I didn't find out what's so special. My family is a construction company. But he did buy my Lafite in full. And the day before yesterday's auction he spent more than $20 million just to buy a watch. And the next day to buy me this car is more than $50 million. Look at him like he doesn't have to work hard. He shouldn't be a simple person. 18 years old can have so much cash flow. Cash flow. I was 18 years old, that would not be enough to get a fraction of him. Seeing Wang Zhang say this, the expressions of the people present became even more wonderful. Several people all looked at Wang Zhang with a face full of stagnation. A face of disbelief. 18? That much cash flow? Over $70 million spent in 2 days? Still not investing in companies or assets and taking them directly to buy cars and watches? How bad can a family in this condition be? Just like Wang Tsong, his dad gave the startup fund his $500 million. Who would believe a guy like that when you say his family is just a construction company? Chapter 97 Lin Ru's Breakdown. Of the few of them present, the only ones whose cash flow reached the small target were Qin Burn, Jiang Xin and Wang Zhang. But a couple of them are almost 30. I'll ask if he runs Star Entertainment first. After saying that, Wang Zhang picked up his cell phone and sent it to Zhang Chang. Zhang Chang's side replied in the affirmative and said that Wang Zhang could help out if he had any news. After watching Zhang Chang send it over, Wang Zhang was sour again. It's really him. Wang Zhang shook his head with emotion. Jiang Xin suppressed the excitement and shock in his heart and asked with a melon face, why hammer Lin Ru? Could it be her ex-girlfriend? Wang Zhang shook his head. Asked. No. Said he moved his family's newly signed artist, just to take the heat. Listening to this explanation, the other people were again stupefied, and after a short while spoke up with difficulty and asked, that artist his girlfriend? Wang Zhang shook his head. No. He said that the two are clean and just signed as artists. This is real bull. If I were Lin Ru I'd hammer myself to death and then go bounty and retire straight away. She's supposed to be mush anyway. Davey joked. If she doesn't become a star, then wouldn't she become a minor celebrity? Would she be willing to do that? Wang Zhang said with a snicker. That's true. In the past 2 days that through the sky are all her black materials. Recently she should be wasted. Unless she can rely on these black red to turn red. But look at the direction of the internet is still boycott more. Hey, this Zhang Chang is quite bold. The moment he entered the scene, he got into a fight with Heavenly King Entertainment. Qin Burn shook his head and continued. Yeah, Lin Ru is the face of Sky King Entertainment now. Heavenly King Entertainment will probably have to spend a lot of money on PR if they want to protect Lin Ru this time. Is it worth it to spend so much money to protect a second-tier female star? This person is a tough character. Interesting, ask him to come out and play with us sometime. Qin Burn proposed. Wang Zhang nodded. He went home a few days ago, but his university is over here, so we'll all get to know each other then. On the other side, after receiving the notification, Heavenly King Entertainment held an all-night meeting to discuss the strategy to deal with this matter. Lin So, when sitting at the bottom of the side of the face, blanched and fell tears. A bean-sized tears with do not want money to fall down. In the past, if she had looked like this, the other men inside the conference room would have already been heartbroken. But now the whole thing was caused by her. And those shareholders and executives were all tired of seeing her crying and wailing. Cry, cry, cry. What's there to cry about? How come I don't see you crying like this when you're beating people up? What bad luck. A bit of fame and drift. Now tell yourself how to put it. If you are confused, the company can still bring up a second Lin Ru. But how do you save the loss of this company's reputation? You say. At this moment, everyone in Heavenly King Entertainment was pointing their fingers at her. The current situation of Sky King Entertainment is as disgusting as swallowing a stinky fly. It's not right to eat it in, and it's not right to spit it out. Lin Ru, aggrieved, whimpered and cried. I really didn't know it would be like this, so I'll go and beg him. I'll kneel down for him and ask him to forgive me, or else I'll kneel down for Su Wan, and all sorts of old bosses. You guys have to bail me out. Lin Ru herself knows that she has too much dark information. If all of it really explodes, her acting career will be over. More importantly, how can she come out to see people in the future?